Harry Potter and the Order of the Phoenix. Chapter 15. The Hogwarts High Inquisitor. They had all assumed they would have to search through Hermione Granger's copy of the Daily Prophet the next morning to find the story Percy Weasley had hinted at. They were wrong. The delivery owl had barely lifted off from the breakfast table, just clearing the milk jug, when Hermione gave a loud gasp. She slapped the newspaper flat on the table. A huge moving photograph filled the front page. Dolores Umbridge stared out at them, smiling broadly and blinking in that slow, sickening way of wizarding photographs. Above her was the headline, "Ministry pushes school reform." Dolores Umbridge named. First ever High Inquisitor. Harry's toast slipped from his fingers. "Umbridge, High Inquisitor?" he said darkly. "What's that supposed to mean?" Hermione began reading aloud. In an unexpected move late last night, the Ministry of Magic passed new legislation granting itself an unprecedented degree of authority over Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. She swallowed and kept reading. "The Minister has been concerned about events at Hogwarts for some time," said Junior Assistant to the Minister, Percy Weasley. "He is responding to concerns raised by worried parents who believe the school may be heading in an undesirable direction." Ron made a noise of disgust. Hermione continued. "This is not the first time in recent weeks that Minister Cornelius Fudge has used new legislation to bring changes to the school." She scanned farther down. On August 30th, Educational Decree No. 22 was passed to ensure that if the current headmaster failed to provide a suitable candidate for a teaching post, the ministry could appoint one instead. Harry clenched his fists. Hermione read on. "That is how Dolores Umbridge was appointed to the staff at Hogwarts," said Weasley last night. "Dumbledore could not find anyone, so the minister selected Umbridge, and naturally she has been an immediate success." "She's been a what?" Harry exploded. Several students nearby looked around. Hermione raised a hand. "Wait, there's more." Her voice had turned grim. "An immediate success, completely transforming the teaching of Defense Against the Dark Arts and giving the minister direct insight into what is truly happening at Hogwarts." Harry looked as though he might tear the paper in half. Hermione continued, "It is this final duty that has now been officially recognized through Educational Decree No. 23. She looked up. Her face was pale. "Which creates the new position of Hogwarts High Inquisitor." A heavy silence fell over the table. Hermione swallowed and kept reading, her voice tightening with every line. "This marks an exciting new stage in the minister's campaign to address what some are calling declining standards at Hogwarts," said Percy Weasley. "The Inquisitor will have authority to evaluate fellow teachers and ensure their performance is satisfactory. Professor Dolores Umbridge has been offered the role alongside her teaching duties, and we are pleased to say she has accepted." Ron made a disgusted sound. Hermione read on. "The ministry's latest actions have been warmly welcomed by many Hogwarts parents." She grimaced. "I feel far more reassured knowing that Dumbledore is finally being subjected to fair and impartial review," said Lucius Malfoy, 41, speaking from his manor in Wiltshire last night. "Many of us who care deeply about our children have been troubled by some of Dumbledore's bizarre decisions in recent years, and are glad the ministry is monitoring the situation." Harry's jaw tightened. Hermione's eyes flashed as she continued. "Among those bizarre decisions are no doubt the controversial appointments previously discussed in this paper, including werewolf Remus Lupin, half-giant Rubeus Hagrid and unstable former Aura Alastair Moody. Harry's fingers curled into fists. Hermione's voice dropped lower. Rumours continue to spread that Albus Dumbledore, once Supreme Mugwump of the International Confederation of Wizards and Chief Warlock of the Wizengamot, is no longer capable of running the prestigious school of Hogwarts. She read the next line with visible fury. I believe the appointment of the Inquisitor is the first step toward ensuring Hogwarts has a headmaster in whom we can all place our trust, said a Ministry insider. Hermione nearly spat the next part. Wizengamot elders, Griselda Marchbanks and Tiberius Ogden, have resigned in protest over the creation of the new position. She drew breath and finished.
Hogwarts is a school, not an extension of Cornelius Fudge's office, said Madame Marchbanks. This is yet another disgraceful attempt to undermine Albus Dumbledore.
Hermione's lip curled. For a full report on Madame Marchbanks's alleged links to rebellious goblin factions, turn to page 17. She lowered the paper. Her face was flushed. Her breathing was quick. She stared across the table at Harry and Ron. So now we know how Umbridge got here. She slapped the newspaper. Fudge passed that decree and forced her into Hogwarts. Her voice rose. And now he's given her power to inspect all the other teachers. She looked furious enough to burst.
I can't believe this. It's outrageous. I know, Harry said quietly.
He looked down at his right hand resting on the table. Faint white scars still marked the skin.
I must not tell lies.
A hot pulse of anger ran through him. But beside him, a grin was slowly spreading across Ron's face. Harry and Hermione turned.
What? They said together. Ron's grin widened. Oh, I can't wait to see Minerva McGonagall get inspected, he said gleefully.
He gave a short laugh. Umbridge won't know what hit her. Well, come on, said Hermione Granger, springing to her feet. If Dolores Umbridge is inspecting Cuthbert Binns's class, we can't afford to be late. But Umbridge was nowhere to be seen in Cuthbert Binns's history of magic lesson. It was just as dreary as ever. Professor Binns droned on in his ghostly monotone while half the class fought sleep. Nor was Umbridge in the dungeon for double potions. When they arrived, Severus Snape was already prowling between the desks, handing back homework. Harry's stomach dropped when his essay landed in front of him. Across the top corner, in vicious black ink, was a large, spiky D. Snape smirked. I have graded these according to the standard you would receive in your ordinary wizarding level examinations. He swept past the desks dramatically. This should provide you with a realistic preview of your future failure. He reached the front and spun around. The overall quality was pathetic. His lip curled. Most of you would have failed had this been the real examination. His black eyes glittered. I expect far more effort in this week's essay on antidotes for various magical venoms. He paused. Or I shall begin assigning detentions to the idiots who receive D's. He smiled unpleasantly. Across the room, Draco Malfoy let out a snigger.
Some people got D, he said loudly. Pathetic.
A few Slytherins laughed. Harry noticed Hermione glancing sideways, clearly trying to see his grade. Before she could, he stuffed the essay deep into his bag. He'd rather face another detention than let us see it. For the rest of class, Harry was determined not to give Snape any excuse to humiliate him further. He read every instruction on the board 3 times before touching anything. His strengthening solution wasn't quite the same bright turquoise as Hermione's, but at least it was blue, unlike Neville Longbottom's, which was a worrying shade of pink. At the end of the lesson, Harry carried a flask of it to Snape's desk with equal parts dread and defiance. When Snape merely sneered and waved him away, Harry felt oddly relieved. "Well," Hermione said brightly as they climbed the dungeon stairs toward the entrance hall, "that wasn't nearly as bad as last week, was it?" Harry and Ron said nothing. Hermione forged ahead. "And the homework wasn't too terrible either, was it?"
Still silence.
She kept talking. "I mean, obviously I wasn't expecting top marks if he's grading to OWL standard." She laughed nervously. "But a pass at this stage is encouraging, don't you think?" Harry made a vague grunt. Hermione continued anyway. "There's still loads of time before exams. These grades are just a baseline. Really? Something to improve on." They sat at the Gryffindor. Professor Sybil Trelawney gave a stiff nod. Looking thoroughly insulted, she turned her back on Dolores Umbridge and continued handing out books, still wearing that sickly sweet smile. Umbridge seized the nearest armchair and dragged it noisily across the floor to the front of the room. She placed it only inches behind Trelawney's own seat. Then she sat down. She took out her clipboard from her ridiculous flowery handbag, crossed her stubby legs, and looked up expectantly.
Waiting. Watching.
Trelawney pulled her shawls tighter around herself. Her hands were trembling. She looked around the class through her enormous magnifying spectacles. "Today," she announced in a strained attempt at her usual dreamy voice, "we shall continue our exploration of prophetic dreams." Her voice wobbled. "Pair up and interpret one another's latest visions using the oracle." She turned as though to drift gracefully back to her chair, then saw Umbridge sitting there. Trelawney swerved sharply. Instead of sitting, she swept toward Parvati Patil and Lavender Brown, who were already whispering excitedly over Parvati's latest dream. Harry opened his copy of the Dream Oracle, sneaking glances at Umbridge. She was already scribbling notes. After a few minutes, Umbridge stood up and began wandering through the classroom behind Trelawney. She paused at groups.
Listened. Asked questions.
Made notes. Harry ducked his head quickly.
"Think of a dream," he hissed to Ron Weasley. "Quick, in case the old toad comes over." Ron looked offended. "I made one up last time."
He shoved the book toward Harry. "Your turn." Harry panicked. He couldn't remember dreaming anything lately. "Okay, I dreamed I was drowning Severus Snape in my cauldron." He nodded. "Yeah, that'll do." Ron snorted with laughter and opened the book. "Right." He scanned the page. "We add your age to the date of the dream, then the number of letters in the subject." He frowned. Would that be drowning, cauldron, or Snape?
"Who cares?" Harry muttered. "Pick one."
He risked another glance over his shoulder. Umbridge was standing beside Trelawney now, writing furiously while Trelawney questioned Neville Longbottom about his dream journal. "What night did you have this dream?" Ron asked, scribbling numbers.
"Last night," Harry whispered. "Or whenever."
He was trying to listen. Umbridge and Trelawney were only one table away now. Umbridge made another note. Trelawney looked deeply offended. At last Umbridge looked up.
"And how long?" she asked, in her falsely pleasant voice. "Have you held this post exactly?"
Trelawney glared at her.
Her arms were crossed tightly.
Her shoulders were hunched, as though trying to make herself smaller. For a moment, it looked as though she might ignore the question altogether. Then, in a cold, resentful voice, she answered, "Nearly 16 years. A considerable length of time," said Professor Dolores Umbridge, jotting something neatly onto her clipboard. "So it was Professor Albus Dumbledore who selected you for this position." "That is correct," replied Professor Sybil Trelawney curtly. "Scratch. Scratch. Another note. And you are descended from the renowned prophetess Cassandra Trelawney. Are you not—" Trelawney lifted her chin. "Yes." Umbridge's quill moved again. "But if memory serves," she continued in her syrupy voice, "you are the first in your family line since Cassandra to display genuine second sight." Trelawney hesitated. "These gifts frequently skip, several generations," she said stiffly. Umbridge's wide, toad-like smile stretched even further. "Indeed," she murmured sweetly, writing once more. "How fascinating." She looked up suddenly. "Perhaps you might demonstrate it for me." Trelawney froze. For a moment she looked as though she had misheard. "I beg your pardon?" she asked, clutching the folds of her shawl tightly around her thin throat. "I'd like you to make a prediction," said Umbridge, enunciating every word carefully, her smile never faltering. By now, nearly every student in the room had stopped pretending to read. Behind raised books and lowered heads, eyes flicked toward the two teachers. Trelawney rose to her full, dramatic height. Her bracelets and beads rattled faintly. "The inner eye," she declared in outraged, trembling tones. "Does not function on command, I understand," said Umbridge softly. "Scratch. Another note." Trelawney's nostrils flared. Then suddenly she drew in a breath. "Wait," she whispered. Her voice shifted into its usual airy, mysterious tone, though anger made it wobble badly. I sense, yes, something approaches." She raised a shaking finger and pointed directly at Umbridge. The room seemed to hold its breath. "I perceive darkness," Trelawney intoned. "A shadow, a terrible threat." Umbridge merely looked back, bland and curious, one eyebrow lifted. Trelawney's finger trembled violently. "Yes," she whispered dramatically. I fear that you are in terrible danger." Silence. A beat passed. Then Umbridge glanced at her as if considering a mildly disappointing essay. "Very well," she said at last in a quiet voice, making yet another neat little mark on her clipboard. "If that is truly your finest effort." She turned and walked away. Professor Trelawney remained standing where she was, breathing hard, her chest rising and falling beneath layers of shawls. Harry caught Ron Weasley's eye across the pages of his book. They were thinking exactly the same thing. They both knew Trelawney was a fraud. But their hatred for Umbridge was so fierce that, for once, they found themselves silently rooting for Trelawney at least until she swooped down on them moments later. "Well," snapped Professor Sybil Trelawney, suddenly brisk as she clicked her long fingers beneath Harry's nose, "let me see what you've written in your dream journal." Any sympathy Harry had felt for her vanished quickly. Within minutes, Trelawney was loudly interpreting every one of his dreams for the entire class to hear. Apparently, each one foretold disaster.
Even the one about eating porridge.
According to Trelawney, that too pointed toward a violent and untimely death. All the while, Professor Dolores Umbridge lingered nearby, scribbling notes on her clipboard with maddening calm. When the bell rang at last, Umbridge was the first down the silver ladder.
And when Harry, Ron Weasley, and the others arrived at Defense Against the Dark Arts 10 minutes later, she was already there.
Waiting. She was humming softly to herself as they entered, her broad smile firmly in place. As the class settled and pulled out their copies of Defensive Magical Theory, Harry and Ron quickly filled Hermione Granger in on what had happened during divination. But before Hermione could ask more, Umbridge called for silence. "Wands away," she said brightly. A few hopeful students who had already taken theirs out sighed and shoved them back into their bags. "We completed Chapter 1 last lesson," Umbridge continued sweetly. "Today you will turn to page 19 and begin Chapter 2, Common Defensive Theories and Their Derivation. There will be no need for conversation." Still smiling smugly, she sat behind her desk. The whole class turned to page 19 with one long, defeated sigh. Harry stared down at the page miserably. He found himself wondering whether the book contained enough chapters to drag them through the entire year. He was about to check the table of contents, when he noticed Hermione's hand in the air.
Again.
Umbridge noticed too. And this time, she was prepared. Rather than ignoring Hermione, she stood and walked calmly around the front row until she stopped directly in front of her. She bent low and whispered, so only Hermione could hear. "What is it this time, Miss Granger?"
"I've already read Chapter 2, Hermione said.
"Then move on to Chapter 3.
"I've read that too."
Hermione's voice was calm.
"I've read the entire book."
Umbridge blinked. For the briefest second, she looked wrong-footed. But she recovered quickly. "Very well," she said smoothly. "Then perhaps you can tell me what Wilbert Slinkard says about counter-jinxes in Chapter 15. Hermione answered instantly. "He says the term counter-jinx is misleading. According to him, people only use the word jinx when they want the spell to sound less dangerous." Umbridge raised her eyebrows. Harry could tell she was impressed, though she clearly hated being impressed. "But I disagree," Hermione added. Umbridge's brows climbed higher, and her smile thinned. "You disagree?" she repeated. "Yes." Hermione was no longer speaking quietly. Her voice rang across the classroom now, drawing everyone's attention. "Mr. Slinkard doesn't approve of jinxes at all," she said clearly, "but I think they can be useful if they're used for defense." "Oh, really?" said Professor Dolores Umbridge, abandoning her whisper altogether as she drew herself upright. Her voice rang sharply through the room. "Well, unfortunately for you, Miss Hermione Granger, it is Mr. Wilbert Slinkard's views that are relevant in this classroom, not yours." But Hermione started. "That will do." Umbridge cut across her and strode back to the front of the room. The sugary cheerfulness she had worn at the start of class had vanished completely. Her face was tight now, cold. "Miss Granger," she announced, "I am deducting 5 points from Gryffindor." A wave of angry muttering swept the room. "What for?" Harry burst out. Hermione whipped around. "Harry!" "Don't," she hissed. "For disrupting my lesson with irrelevant interruptions," Umbridge said smoothly. She clasped her stubby hands in front of her. "I am here to educate you according to a ministry-approved curriculum. That curriculum does not involve inviting children to offer opinions on matters they know little about." Her eyes swept over the class. Your former teachers may have encouraged such liberties, she continued. Though, frankly, none of them, perhaps with the exception of Professor Quirinus Quirrell, who at least attempted to teach topics suited to your age, would have survived a ministry inspection. Yeah, said Harry loudly. Quirrell was brilliant. The whole class froze. Harry's voice cut through the room like a knife. He only had one tiny problem. Harry leaned forward. He had Lord Voldemort sticking out of the back of his head. Silence. Absolute silence. It slammed over the room so hard it felt physical. Then Umbridge smiled, a thin, dangerous smile. I believe, she said softly, that another week of detention may help improve your attitude, Mr. Potter. The scarred words on the back of Harry's hand had only just begun to fade. By the next morning, they were bleeding again. During that evening's detention, Harry said nothing, not once. He would not give Umbridge the pleasure. Again and again he wrote the same sentence, I must not tell lies. Each stroke of the quill cut deeper into his skin. Each letter reopened the wound. Still he made no sound. The worst part of the second week of detention came exactly as George Weasley had predicted. Angelina Johnson. She cornered Harry the moment he sat down for breakfast the next morning at the Gryffindor table. Her voice rose so loudly that heads turned all across the Great Hall. You've got detention again. She was practically shouting, What is wrong with you? Before Harry could answer, Professor Minerva McGonagall came sweeping toward them from the staff table. Miss Johnson, her sharp voice cracked like a whip. How dare you cause such a disturbance in the Great Hall? 5 points from Gryffindor, but, Professor Angelina protested, he's landed himself in detention again. McGonagall rounded instantly on Harry. What is this? Potter. Her square spectacles flashed. Detention? From whom? Professor Umbridge, Harry muttered. He stared fixedly at the floor. McGonagall lowered her voice. Her eyes were hard and piercing behind the frames. Are you telling me, she said tightly, that after the warning I gave you last Monday, you lost your temper in Professor Umbridge's class again? Yes, Harry admitted, barely audible. Potter. McGonagall's voice sharpened. You must learn to control yourself. She drew herself up. You are marching straight toward very serious trouble. She paused. Another 5 points from Gryffindor. But what Professor? No, Harry protested, anger flaring at once. That's not fair. She's already punishing me. Why are you taking points too? Professor Minerva McGonagall's lips thinned. Because, she said crisply, detention seems to have absolutely no effect on you whatsoever. Harry opened his mouth again. She cut him off instantly. No more complaints, Potter. Her sharp gaze shifted. And you, Miss Angelina Johnson, if I hear another shouting match in this hall, you may find yourself stripped of the Quidditch captaincy. With that, McGonagall spun on her heel and strode back toward the staff table. Angelina shot Harry a look of utter disgust before storming away. Harry dropped heavily onto the bench beside Ron Weasley, seething. She's taking points from Gryffindor while my hand's being carved open every night. He slammed his fist onto the table. How is that fair? Ron looked sympathetic. He shoved extra bacon onto Harry's plate. I know, mate, he muttered. That's completely out of line. Across from them, however, Hermione Granger only rustled her copy of the Daily Prophet. She said nothing. Harry glared at the front page. A moving picture of Cornelius Fudge waved his arms passionately, apparently in the middle of some speech. So you think McGonagall was right, then? Harry snapped at the newspaper. Hermione answered from behind it. I wish she hadn't taken points, she said carefully. But she's right about one thing: you can't keep losing your temper with Umbridge. Harry refused to speak to her through charms. But the moment they entered Transfiguration, his anger vanished. Professor Dolores Umbridge sat in the corner, clipboard on her lap.
Watching. Oh, brilliant, Ron whispered as they sat down. Now we get to watch her get flattened.
Professor McGonagall swept into the classroom. She gave no sign whatsoever that she'd noticed Umbridge.
That will do, she barked. Instant silence.
Mr. Seamus Finnegan, distribute the homework. Miss Lavender Brown, take this box of mice and hand one to each student, and don't be ridiculous. Girl, they won't hurt you.
A soft cough broke the room. Hem, hem. Umbridge, using that same fake little cough?
The one she'd used to interrupt Dumbledore. McGonagall ignored her. Seamus dropped Harry's essay on the desk. Harry glanced at it and felt a rush of relief.
An A. Now then, McGonagall continued briskly. Listen carefully, Mr. Dean Thomas. If you poke that mouse again, you'll have detention. Most of you have now successfully vanished your snails, and even those of you who only managed to remove part of the shell are beginning to grasp the spell. Today we shall... Hem. Umbridge again. Louder.
This time McGonagall turned. Slowly. Her eyebrows drew together into one hard line. Yes, she said. I was merely wondering. Professor, said Professor Dolores Umbridge in a falsely sugary voice, whether you received my note informing you of the date and time of your inspection. Clearly I received it, cut in Professor Minerva McGonagall sharply, without even looking at her, or I should have asked what you were doing in my classroom.
A ripple of delight passed through the students.
Several exchanged gleeful looks. McGonagall turned her back on Umbridge completely.
As I was saying, she continued crisply, today we will be attempting the far more difficult task of vanishing mice. Now then, the vanishing spell... Hem.
The room froze. McGonagall turned. Slowly. Her face was rigid with icy anger.
I wonder, she said in a dangerously calm voice, how exactly you expect to evaluate my teaching methods if you insist on interrupting me.
She took one deliberate step forward. You see, I do not generally allow people to speak while I am speaking. Professor Umbridge looked stunned.
As though she had been slapped.
For once, she had no answer.
Her lips pressed together.
She lowered her eyes and began scribbling furiously on her clipboard. McGonagall turned away as if Umbridge no longer existed. Perfectly composed.
As I was saying, quiet, she repeated, the vanishing spell increases in difficulty according to the complexity of the creature, and a snail, being an invertebrate, presents relatively little challenge. A mouse, as a mammal, is considerably more advanced.
Her sharp eyes swept the room. This is not magic to be performed while daydreaming about lunch. A few students straightened hurriedly. So you know the incantation. Let me see what you can do. Harry bent over his desk, trying not to laugh. How can she tell me not to lose my temper with Umbridge? He muttered to Ron Weasley.
Ron grinned.
Harry's anger at McGonagall had vanished entirely. Unlike with Professor Sybil Trelawney, Umbridge did not trail after McGonagall around the room. Perhaps she knew better. She remained in her corner, scribbling note after note while McGonagall supervised the class.
At last, the lesson ended. Pack away. Ron lifted what remained of his mouse. Only a wriggling tail.
Well, he muttered, dropping it back into the box Miss Lavender Brown was carrying. It's a start. As the students filed out, Harry noticed Umbridge approaching McGonagall's desk. He nudged Ron.
Ron nudged Hermione Granger.
All three slowed to listen. "How long have you taught at Hogwarts?" Umbridge asked. 39 years this December, McGonagall replied briskly, snapping her bag shut.
Scratch. Another note.
"Very well," Umbridge said. "You will receive the results of your inspection in 10 days.
I can hardly contain my excitement, said McGonagall in a voice of complete indifference.
She swept toward the door.
Hurry along, you three.
She herded Harry, Ron, and Hermione ahead of her. Harry glanced back and gave her a faint smile.
He could have sworn,
just for an instant, that she smiled back. Harry assumed the next time he'd see Umbridge would be during detention that evening. He was wrong. Later, as they crossed the lawns toward the care of magical creatures lesson by the edge of the Forbidden Forest, they spotted her again, clipboard in hand, waiting beside Professor Wilhelmina Grubbly-Plank. As they approached the long trestle table where a group of captive bowtruckles scrabbled among bits of bark for woodlice like animated twigs, Harry heard Umbridge ask, "You do not normally teach this class, is that correct?" Professor Grubbly-Plank bounced lightly on the balls of her feet, hands clasped behind her back. "That's right," she said briskly. "I'm only filling in for Professor Rubeus Hagrid." Harry shot a troubled glance at Ron and Hermione. A few feet away, Malfoy had leaned close to Crabbe and Goyle, muttering eagerly. This was exactly the sort of chance he'd been waiting for to poison the Ministry against Hagrid. "Curious," murmured Professor Umbridge, lowering her sugary voice, though Harry could still catch every word. "The headmaster seems oddly unwilling to enlighten me. Perhaps you can explain why Professor Hagrid's absence has stretched on for so long." Harry noticed Malfoy's pale face brighten instantly as he watched the exchange with hungry interest. "Sorry to disappoint," said Professor Grubbly-Plank cheerfully, rocking on her heels. "I know no more than you. Dumbledore sent me an owl asking if I fancied covering a few weeks of lessons. I said yes. That's the full story. Shall I begin?" "Yes, by all means," said Umbridge, jotting briskly on her clipboard. This time, Umbridge adopted a new strategy. Instead of hovering by the teacher, she prowled among the students, firing questions at random about magical creatures. To Harry's relief, most of the class answered confidently. At least no one was making Hagrid look incompetent. After cornering Dean Thomas for several minutes, Umbridge drifted back toward Professor Grubbly-Plank. "So," she said smoothly, "from the perspective of a temporary member of staff and outsider, shall we say, how do you find Hogwarts? Are you satisfied with the support you receive from the administration?"
"Oh, certainly," said Grubbly-Plank heartily. "Dumbledore runs the place wonderfully. Couldn't ask for better."
Umbridge's expression suggested she found this difficult to believe. She made another tiny note. "And what curriculum do you intend to cover with this class this year, assuming Professor Hagrid does not return?" "I'll focus on the creatures likely to appear in their owls," said Grubbly-Plank at once. "Not much left, really. They've already done unicorns and nifflers. I thought I'd move on to Porlocks and Neasels and make sure they can tell Krups from Gnarls." "Well," said Umbridge, making a conspicuous tick on her parchment, "you appear to know what you're doing." Harry disliked the stress she placed on you, and his stomach tightened when she turned abruptly to Goyle.
"I understand there have been injuries in this class."
Goyle broke into a dim grin, but Malfoy jumped in before he could answer. "That'd be me," he drawled. A hippogriff attacked me.
A hippogriff, repeated Umbridge sharply, scribbling furiously.
It only happened because he was too thick to follow Hagrid's instructions, Harry snapped. Ron and Hermione both let out groans of despair. Umbridge slowly turned her broad face toward Harry. I think, she said softly, another evening's detention is in order. Then, with maddening calm, she turned back to Professor Grubbly Plank. Thank you. Professor, I have all I need. You'll receive the inspection results within 10 days.
Splendid, said Grubbly Plank brightly.
Umbridge swept away across the lawn toward the castle, clipboard clutched in her stubby hands. It was close to midnight by the time Harry finally escaped her office. His hand was bleeding so badly now that the scarf he had wrapped around it was stained dark and sticky. He had expected the common room to be deserted, but Ron and Hermione were still awake, waiting for him. To Harry's surprise and relief, Hermione looked more worried than disapproving. Here, she said, sliding a small bowl of yellowish liquid across the table. Put your hand in. It's strained and pickled murtlap essence. It should soothe it. Harry lowered his throbbing hand into the bowl and sighed as the coolness spread through the pain. Crookshanks wound himself around Harry's ankles, purring like an engine, then sprang lightly into his lap. Thanks, Harry muttered, scratching the cap behind the ears with his free hand.
Ron leaned closer, lowering his voice.
I still think you ought to tell someone. Harry shook his head immediately. McGonagall would explode if she found out. Yeah, she probably would, Harry muttered tiredly. And how long do you think it'd take before Umbridge cooked up another educational decree saying anyone who speaks against the High Inquisitor is out on the spot? Ron opened his mouth as though ready to argue, but no words came. After a second, he shut it again, looking beaten. She's horrible, Hermione said quietly. Absolutely horrible. Ron and I were just talking before you got back. We need to do something.
I suggested slipping poison in her tea, Ron said darkly.
Hermione ignored him.
No, I mean something about her teaching or lack of it. We're not learning any real defense against the dark arts from her. Ron yawned hugely.
And what exactly are we supposed to do? It's too late now, isn't it? She's got the job and Fudge will make sure she keeps it. Hermione hesitated, then spoke carefully.
Well, I had an idea today.
She glanced nervously at Harry, then rushed on before she could lose her nerve.
Maybe it's time we just took matters into our own hands.
Harry narrowed his eyes. Took matters into our own hands, how? His injured hand was still submerged in the cool murtlap solution. Hermione drew a breath.
I mean, learn defense against the dark arts ourselves. Ron gave a groan. Oh, brilliant. More work. As if Harry and I aren't drowning in homework already and it's only the second week. This is more important than homework, Hermione shot back fiercely.
Harry and Ron both stared. Ron looked scandalized. I honestly thought homework ranked above breathing in your list of priorities. Don't be ridiculous, Hermione snapped. Then her face lit up with the same intense determination Harry usually associated with her campaigns. This is about preparing ourselves. Like Harry said in Umbridge's lesson, it's about what's waiting for us outside school. It's about surviving. If we spend a whole year learning nothing useful...
Ron slumped deeper into his chair.
Well, we can look up a few jinxes in the library and practice them ourselves, can't we? Hermione shook her head immediately. No, we're past that. Books aren't enough anymore. We need someone who knows what they're doing. Someone who can teach us properly. Show us the right spells. and tell us when we're making mistakes. Harry frowned. If you mean Lupin.
No, not Lupin, Hermione interrupted quickly. He's busy with the Order. Besides, we barely get to see him except during Hogsmeade weekends, and that's nowhere near enough.
Harry stared at her.
Then who?
Hermione let out a long sigh, as though amazed they hadn't worked it out already.
Isn't it obvious?
The room fell still, outside. The wind tapped softly at the windows, and the flames in the fireplace flickered low. Harry blinked.
Obvious? What's obvious?
Hermione met his eyes.
I mean you, Harry.
Harry stared.
Me, what?
Hermione sat up straighter. I mean you teaching us defense against the dark arts. Harry stared blankly at Hermione. Then he turned, instinctively, to Ron, expecting the kind of long-suffering look they often exchanged whenever Hermione launched into one of her wilder ideas like SPEW. To Harry's surprise, Ron didn't look annoyed at all.
Instead, he looked thoughtful. After a moment, Ron nodded slowly. Actually, that's not a bad idea. Harry blinked. What isn't? You, said Ron simply, teaching us.
Harry let out a laugh.
Oh, very funny.
He grinned at both of them, convinced they were joking.
Come on, I'm not a teacher. I can't just...
Harry, you're the best at defense against the dark arts in our year, Hermione said firmly. Harry laughed harder.
Me? Don't be ridiculous. You beat me in every exam.
Hermione lifted her chin. Not every exam. You beat me in third year, the only year we had a competent teacher, and both sat the same test. She leaned forward. But I'm not talking about marks. Think about everything you've done. Harry frowned. What are you on about?
Ron smirked. You know, I'm starting to think I don't want someone this thick teaching me.
He adopted a stupid, concentrated expression. Let's review, shall we? First year you stopped you-know-who getting the Sorcerer's Stone.
That was luck, Harry said quickly. Pure luck.
Second year, Ron went on, ignoring him. You killed the basilisk and finished off Riddle.
I only survived because Fawkes came.
Third year, Ron said louder. You fought off 100 Dementors. That was because of the Time Turner.
Fourth year, Ron nearly shouted. You escaped you-know-who again. Will you listen to me? Harry snapped suddenly.
Ron and Hermione were still smiling, and for some reason that made Harry's temper flare.
Yes, it sounds brilliant when you list it like that, he said sharply. But it was luck. I didn't know what I was doing half the time. I wasn't making plans, I was just trying anything I could think of. And most of the time, I had help.
They were still looking at him as though he were being absurd, and Harry's anger rose hotter. Don't sit there smirking like you understand better than I do, he shouted. I was there. I know what happened. I didn't survive because I'm amazing at defense against the dark arts. I survived because people helped me, or because I guessed right, or because things happened at the right time. I just stumbled through it all. I didn't know what I was doing. Stop laughing. His hand jerked violently and knocked the bowl of Murtlap essence from his lap. It smashed on the floor with a sharp crash, yellow liquid splashing everywhere. Crookshanks shot under the nearest sofa. Harry realized he was standing, though he couldn't remember getting up. Ron and Hermione had gone pale.
You don't know what it's like, Harry yelled. Neither of you. You've never faced him. His chest heaved.
You think it's just learning spells from books and throwing them around like it's a lesson? You think you can think clearly when you know you're seconds from dying, when you know the only thing between you and death is your own brain or your nerve or whatever.
His voice cracked with fury.
When you think you're about to be murdered or tortured or see your friends die. Neither Ron nor Hermione moved. "They don't teach that in class," Harry shouted. "None of them teach you what it's really like, and you sit there acting like I'm some hero for surviving, as if Cedric was stupid, as if he made a mistake." Hermione's face crumpled. Harry's voice rose to a near scream.
"He could have lived. It could have been me instead. It would have been me if Voldemort hadn't wanted me alive."
The room fell silent except for Harry's ragged breathing.
Ron looked horrified. "We weren't saying that," he said quickly. "We weren't saying anything about Diggory, honestly. Mate, you got it all wrong."
He turned helplessly toward Hermione. She looked utterly devastated. "Harry," Hermione said softly, her voice shaking, "don't you understand? That's exactly why we need you, because you know what it's actually like to face him, to face V. Voldemort." The word hung in the air. It was the first time Hermione had ever forced herself to say Voldemort's name aloud. More than anything else, that made Harry's anger falter. His breathing was still uneven as he slowly dropped back into his chair. The moment he did, pain shot through his injured hand again, sharp and throbbing. He grimaced, suddenly wishing he hadn't knocked the bowl of Murtlap essence over. Hermione swallowed. "Just think about it," she whispered. "Please." Harry stared at the floor. Shame was already creeping over him, hot and miserable.
He'd shouted at them for no reason.
He couldn't seem to find any words, so he simply nodded without really meaning to. Hermione rose at once.
"Well," she said, trying hard to sound normal, though her voice was too bright. "I'm going to bed."
She hesitated. "Good night."
Ron stood up too.
"You coming?" he asked awkwardly. Harry rubbed his face.
"Yeah, in a minute. I'll just clean this up."
He gestured weakly at the broken bowl and the yellow liquid spread across the rug. Ron gave a brief nod and followed Hermione up the stairs. Harry was alone. He pulled out his wand.
"Reparo," he muttered.
The shattered china pieces jerked and flew back together, sealing seamlessly until the bowl stood whole again. But the Murtlap essence stayed where it was, soaking uselessly into the threadbare carpet. Harry stared at it for a second. He was exhausted enough to collapse back into the chair and sleep there, but somehow he forced himself upright and dragged himself toward the boys' staircase.
That night was no better than the last.
He dreamed again of endless stone corridors stretching into darkness, of locked doors he couldn't open, of shadows lurking just beyond sight. And when morning came, he woke with the familiar prickling pain burning in his scar once more. Chapter 16. In the Hog's Head. For the next 2 weeks, Hermione didn't bring up the subject of Harry teaching defense against the dark arts again. In that time, Harry's detentions with Umbridge finally came to an end, though he doubted the scarred words carved into the back of his hand would ever fully disappear. Ron survived 4 more Quidditch practices and, to everyone's relief, had managed to avoid being yelled at during the last 2, and in Transfiguration, all 3 of them had finally mastered vanishing mice. Hermione had even moved on to making kittens disappear. It wasn't until a stormy evening near the end of September, with rain rattling the library windows and wind moaning through the cracks, that Hermione raised the subject again. the three of them were buried in books, searching for potion ingredients for Snape's latest essay. Out of nowhere, Hermione looked up from her parchment. "Harry, have you thought any more about defense against the dark arts?" Harry didn't even glance up.
"Of course I have," he muttered darkly. "Hard not to. With that toad teaching us." Hermione sighed impatiently. "That's not what I meant. I meant the idea Ron and I had." Ron shot her a panicked, warning look. Hermione scowled. "Fine, the idea I had. About you teaching us." Harry stayed silent. He bent lower over his copy of Asiatic Antivenoms, pretending to read. The truth was, he didn't want to say what he'd been thinking, because he had thought about it a lot.
At times, it had seemed completely ridiculous, just as impossible as it had sounded the night Hermione first suggested it. But other times, he'd caught himself remembering the spells that had saved him in his worst moments. He'd found himself sorting through memories of encounters with dark creatures, with Death Eaters, and, without even meaning to, imagining how he might explain those spells to other people, planning lessons. Harry swallowed.
Finally, when he could no longer pretend the page in front of him was fascinating, he shut the book. "Well," he said slowly. "Yeah, I've thought about it." Hermione's eyes lit up instantly. "And," Harry hesitated, "I don't know." He stalled for time and looked across at Ron. "I thought it was a brilliant idea from the beginning," said Ron quickly, now clearly reassured that Harry wasn't about to explode again.
Harry shifted awkwardly in his seat. "You did hear the part where I said most of it was luck, right?" "Yes, Harry," Hermione said patiently. "But pretending you're not talented at defense against the dark arts is ridiculous, because you are." Harry opened his mouth, but Hermione continued before he could interrupt. "You were the only one last year who managed to completely resist the Imperious Curse. You can produce a Patronus. You can do loads of things grown witches and wizards can't." She hesitated. Victor always said. Ron's head whipped around so fast it looked painful. "Yeah," he said sharply, "and what exactly did Vicky say?" Hermione rolled her eyes.
"Oh, honestly."
She folded her arms. "He said Harry knew spells and techniques even he didn't know, and he was in his final year at Durmstrang." Ron narrowed his eyes suspiciously. "You're not still writing to him, are you?" Hermione lifted her chin.
"And if I am..." A faint pink flush crept into her cheeks. "I'm allowed to have a pen pal." Ron snorted.
He didn't want to be your pen pal. Hermione made an exasperated noise and pointedly ignored him. Turning back to Harry, she asked firmly,
"So, what do you think? Will you teach us?"
Harry frowned. "Just you and Ron." Hermione bit her lip. "Well?" She looked nervous again.
"Now don't get angry, Harry."
Harry's eyes narrowed. "But I think we should offer to teach anyone who wants to learn." She rushed on quickly. "This is about defending ourselves against V. Voldemort."
Ron shuddered violently. "Oh, stop being ridiculous, Ron."
She glared at him, then turned back to Harry. "Wouldn't be fair to keep it to ourselves." Harry thought about it. "Maybe," he said slowly. "But I doubt anyone except you two would actually want me teaching them." He gave a hollow laugh.
"I'm the school lunatic, remember."
Hermione leaned across the table earnestly.
"I think you'd be surprised." Ron, still frowning suspiciously at Hermione, leaned in too.
"The first weekend in October is a Hogsmeade weekend," Hermione whispered. What if we spread the word? Tell anyone interested to meet us there and we can talk about it.
Ron frowned. Why not do it here?
Hermione returned calmly to copying the diagram of a Chinese chomping cabbage.
Because, she said simply. I don't think Umbridge would be thrilled if she found out.
Harry had been looking forward to the trip to Hogsmeade. But one thought kept spoiling it. Sirius. Since the night he'd appeared in the fire, Sirius had remained stubbornly silent. Harry knew they had hurt him by refusing to let him come to Hogsmeade, and every now and then Harry worried Sirius might ignore their warning and come anyway. What if a huge black dog suddenly came charging down the street toward them? What if Malfoy saw... When Harry shared his worries with Ron and Hermione, Ron shrugged. Well, you can't really blame him for wanting to get out. Ron lowered his voice.
He's been hiding for more than 2 years now. I know being on the run can't have been much fun, but at least he was free. Now he's trapped indoors all day with that horrible elf.
Hermione shot him a dark look, but let the insult to creature pass. The problem is, she said to Harry, until V. Voldemort... Oh, honestly, Ron comes out into the open. Sirius has to stay hidden. She spoke quickly, as though reasoning it through. The Ministry won't admit Sirius is innocent until they admit Dumbledore's been telling the truth all along, and once they start catching actual Death Eaters again, they'll realize Sirius isn't one. She paused. For one thing, he doesn't even have the dark mark. I don't think Sirius would be reckless enough to show up, said Ron encouragingly. Dumbledore would go spare if he did, and Sirius usually listens to him, even when he hates the advice. Harry still looked uneasy, so Hermione spoke up gently. Ron and I have already been talking to a few people we thought might be interested in learning proper defense against the dark arts, she said. A couple of them seemed keen. We told them to meet us in Hogsmeade.
Okay, Harry muttered distractedly, though his thoughts were still fixed on Sirius.
Try not to worry so much. Harry, Hermione said softly. You've already got enough to deal with. She was right. Of course, Harry was struggling to stay on top of his homework, though things had improved now that Umbridge's detentions were finally over. Ron was in even worse shape academically, since he had Quidditch practice just like Harry did, but also had prefect duties to handle. Hermione, on the other hand, somehow managed to juggle more classes than either of them, complete all her homework ahead of time, and still knit more clothes for the house elves. Harry had to admit she was improving. Her latest creations actually looked less like shapeless lumps and more like real hats and socks. The morning of the Hogsmeade trip arrived bright and cold, with a fierce wind tearing across the grounds. After breakfast, students lined up before Filch, who stood checking names against the long list of those with signed permission to visit the village. Harry felt a brief stab of gratitude towards Sirius. If it hadn't been for him signing the form, Harry would have been left behind once again. When Harry stepped up to Filch, the caretaker leaned forward and sniffed loudly, as though trying to catch some suspicious scent from him. Then, after a grudging nod that made his sagging cheeks wobble, he waved Harry through. "What was that about?" Ron asked, as the three of them hurried down the broad drive toward the gates. "Why was Filch sniffing you?" "Probably checking if I smelled like dung bombs," Harry said with a grin. "I forgot to tell you."
As they walked, Harry explained how he had been sending a letter to Sirius when Filch suddenly burst in, accusing him of ordering dung bombs by owl post. To Harry's surprise, Hermione found this far more intriguing than he did.
"He said someone told him you were buying dung bombs," she said sharply. "But who would have told him?" Harry shrugged.
"No idea. Maybe Malfoy, he'd think it was hilarious.
They passed through the towering stone gates, crowned with winged boars, and turned onto the winding road, leading into the village. The wind whipped their cloaks and blew strands of hair into their eyes.
Malfoy, Hermione repeated thoughtfully. Maybe, but I'm not sure.
She fell silent, deep in thought, and stayed that way until they were nearly in the village. "So where exactly are we meeting everyone?" Harry asked. "The Three Broomsticks." Hermione blinked, as though waking from a daydream.
Oh no, she said quickly. It's always crowded and too noisy in there. I told everyone to meet us at the Hog's Head, you know. That other pub off the main street.
Ron looked doubtful. "The Hog's Head. That place is filthy." Hermione shrugged.
Exactly. It's a bit suspicious, I suppose. But hardly any students go there, which means there's less chance of anyone overhearing us.
Harry glanced toward the crooked rooftops of Hogsmeade ahead, his stomach tightening slightly. Between the secret meeting, the possibility of Sirius appearing, and Umbridge's shadow hanging over everything, this trip was beginning to feel like anything but a day off. They made their way along the bustling main street of Hogsmeade, passing Zonko's Wizarding Joke Shop, where Fred, George, and Lee Jordan were exactly where one would expect them to be pressed against the window, fing uproariously at something inside. They went past the post office too, where owls swooped in and out in steady streams, and finally turned into a narrow side street. At the very end stood a shabby little inn. A weather-beaten wooden sign swung overhead from a rusted iron bracket. Painted on it was the image of a wild boar's severed head, blood dripping down onto the cloth wrapped beneath it. The sign groaned and creaked in the wind as they approached. All three of them slowed. "Well," Hermione said, sounding less certain than usual, "come on." Harry pushed open the door first and stepped inside. The difference between this place and the Three Broomsticks was immediate. The Three Broomsticks had always seemed bright, cozy, and polished. The Hog's Head was none of those things. It was small, dim, and filthy beyond belief. A stale, sour smell hung in the air, something unpleasantly goat-like. The grimy bay windows let in almost no daylight, and the room was lit only by guttering candle stubs perched on rough, scarred wooden tables. At first Harry thought the floor was packed dirt, but when his foot scraped against it, he realized there was stone underneath layers upon layers of ancient grime. He remembered Hagrid mentioning this pub in his first year. "You get all sorts of strange folk in the Hog's Head," Hagrid had said, explaining how he'd once won a dragon's egg there from a hooded stranger. Back then, Harry had thought it odd that Hagrid hadn't been suspicious of someone hiding their face. Now, looking around, he realized concealment was practically the dress code here. At the bar sat a man whose head was wrapped entirely in stained grey bandages. Somehow, he was still managing to pour a blazing, smoking drink through a slit near his mouth. In one grimy window alcove sat two hooded figures speaking in broad Yorkshire accents. Harry might have mistaken them for Dementors if they hadn't been arguing over the pronunciation of something. And in the darkest corner by the fire sat a witch, draped head to toe in a heavy black veil. Only the tip of her nose showed, poking the cloth outward. Harry leaned closer to Hermione as they crossed the room. "I'm not sure about this," he muttered, eyeing the veiled witch. "Has it crossed your mind that Umbridge might be hiding under there?" Hermione gave the woman a quick, critical glance. "She's taller than Umbridge," she whispered back. "And besides, even if Umbridge came in here, she couldn't stop us." Harry looked doubtful. Hermione lowered her voice proudly.
I checked. Twice. Actually, Bull. 3 times. I asked Professor Flitwick whether students were allowed in the Hog's Head, and he said yes, though he strongly suggested bringing our own glasses. She wrinkled her nose. And I looked up all the rules about study groups and homework clubs. They're perfectly legal. I just don't think we should advertise what we're doing.
Harry snorted softly.
No, he said dryly. Especially since this isn't exactly a homework club, is it? At that moment, the barman shuffled toward them from a back room.
He was tall and gaunt, with a curtain of long grey hair and a beard to match. His face was lined and stern, and something about him tugged at Harry's memory, though he couldn't place it. The man stopped in front of them and glared.
What? He grunted.
3 butterbeers, please, said Hermione politely. Without a word, the barman bent beneath the counter and slammed 3 dusty, filthy bottles onto the bar. 6 sickles, he said shortly. Harry stared at the bottles. They looked as though they had been sitting there since before Hogwarts had been built. Ron grimaced.
Hermione, however, reached calmly into her robes for the money. I'll take care of it, Harry said briskly, handing over the coins. The barman's gaze swept across him, pausing briefly on the lightning-shaped scar before he looked away. He dropped the money into a battered wooden register that clicked open of its own accord, then shut it again with a dull snap.
Harry, Ron, and Hermione moved to a table as far from the counter as possible, settling into their seats while quietly observing the room. Nearby, the man wrapped in grimy grey bandages tapped impatiently on the bar and was soon handed another steaming drink.
Honestly? Ron whispered, glancing eagerly toward the counter. We could probably order whatever we wanted here. That bloke doesn't look like he'd refuse us anything. I've always fancied trying fire whiskey.
You are a prefect, Hermione cut in sharply.
Ron's grin vanished at once. Right, yeah.
So who exactly are we waiting for? Harry asked, prying open the stiff cap of his butterbeer and taking a long sip. Just a few people, Hermione replied, checking her watch and casting another nervous look at the door. I told them to come around now, and I'm sure they know the place. Oh, wait, that might be them.
At that moment, the pub door swung open. A wide beam of dusty sunlight sliced briefly through the dim room before being swallowed again as a crowd poured inside.
Neville entered first, accompanied by Dean and Lavender. Close behind came Parvati and Padma Patil, along with Cho, which made Harry's stomach lurch and one of her ever-giggling friends. Luna Lovegood drifted in next, alone, and looking as though she had wandered in by accident. Then came Katie Bell, Alicia Spinett, and Angelina Johnson, followed by Colin and Dennis Creevy, Ernie Macmillan, Justin Finch Fletchley, Hannah Abbott, and a Hufflepuff girl Harry didn't recognise, 3 Ravenclaw boys Anthony Goldstein, Michael Corner, and Terry Boot filed in after them. Ginny appeared too, trailed by a tall, thin blonde boy Harry vaguely recognised from the Hufflepuff Quidditch team. Finally, Fred and George Weasley arrived with Lee Jordan, all 3 lugging large paper bags stuffed with Zonko's goods.
A few people, Harry croaked, staring at Hermione. You call this a few people?
Well, it seems the idea caught on, she said brightly. Ron, could you grab some extra chairs? Behind the bar, the barman had stopped mid-wipe, clutching a filthy rag that looked as though it had never seen clean water. His eyes widened slightly. Perhaps he had never witnessed his pub this crowded before. Hi, Fred said, reaching the bar first and quickly counting heads. Could we get 25 butterbeers? The barman scowled for a moment, then tossed the rag aside with visible annoyance, as though dragged away from something far more important. He bent down and began pulling dusty bottles from beneath the counter. "Cheers," Fred said, passing the drinks around. "Everyone chip in, I don't have enough gold to cover all this." Harry watched in a daze as the lively group collected their butterbeers, digging through their robes for coins amid a rising buzz of chatter. He couldn't fathom why so many had shown up until a sudden, dreadful thought struck him. They might be expecting him to say something. He turned sharply toward Hermione. "What exactly have you been telling them?" Harry muttered under his breath, leaning toward Hermione. "What do they think this is?"
"I already told you," Hermione said calmly, trying to reassure him. "They only want to hear what you have to say." Seeing the fierce look in Harry's eyes, she hurried on. "You don't need to speak right away, I'll start."
"Hi, Harry," Neville said cheerfully as he dropped into the seat across from him. Harry attempted a weak smile, but no words came. His throat had gone dry. Cho had just sat down beside Ron, smiling warmly in Harry's direction. Her companion, a girl with curly strawberry blonde hair, was less welcoming. She narrowed her eyes at Harry with open suspicion, as though she strongly disapproved of being there. Little by little, the others found places around the crowded table. Some wore eager expressions, others looked merely curious, while Luna Lovegood stared dreamily into the distance as if she were only half aware of the gathering. As the last chair scraped into place, the murmuring faded. Silence settled over the group. Every face turned toward Harry.
Hermione began, her voice slightly shrill with nerves. "Well, hello."
The attention shifted to her, though many still flicked glances at Harry. "Well, you all know why you're here?" she continued. Harry thought she faltered as Harry shot her a warning look. I thought that it might be a good idea for those of us who actually want to study defense against the dark arts properly to do something about it. Because what Umbridge is teaching us," Hermione's tone suddenly sharpened with confidence, "is complete rubbish."
Here, Anthony Goldstein called out. Encouraged, Hermione straightened. "Exactly. Nobody can honestly call that defense against the dark arts. So I thought, maybe we should take matters into our own hands."
She paused, glanced at Harry, then pressed on. "And by that, I mean learning how to defend ourselves for real, not just memorizing theory, actually practicing useful spells. You're mainly trying to pass your defense against the dark arts, OWL, though, aren't you?" asked Michael Corner, studying her carefully. Hermione answered immediately, "Of course I want to pass my OWL, but that's not the main reason. I want to know how to defend myself because—" She drew in a deep breath. "Because Lord Voldemort is back." The effect was instant. Cho's friend let out a shriek and splashed butterbeer down her robes. Terry Boot jerked violently in surprise. Padma Patil shivered, and Neville gave a startled squeak that he quickly disguised as a cough. Yet despite their reactions, every one of them looked toward Harry fixedly, almost hungrily. "Well, that's the idea," Hermione said, pushing ahead. "If you want to be part of this, then we need to figure out how we're going to—" "What proof is there that you know who's really back?" interrupted the tall, blonde Hufflepuff boy, his voice edged with challenge. Hermione blinked.
"Well, Dumbledore believes it," she started. "So you mean Dumbledore believes him?" the blonde boy said, jerking his head toward Harry.
Ron frowned. "And you are?" "Zacharias Smith," the boy replied stiffly. "And I think we've got a right to know why he's so certain you know who is back." "Look," Hermione said quickly, stepping in before things escalated. That's not really why we're here.
It's fine, Hermione, Harry cut in.
At that moment, understanding struck him. Now he knew why so many had come. Hermione should have expected this. Some of them, perhaps most, weren't here to learn spells at all. They had come to hear the story from Harry himself. "What makes me say you-know-who's back?" Harry repeated, fixing Zacharias with a hard stare. "I saw him. Dumbledore already told everyone what happened last year. If you didn't believe him, then you're hardly going to believe me. And I'm not spending my afternoon trying to persuade people." The room seemed to freeze as he spoke.
No one moved, no one breathed.
Harry had the odd feeling that even the barman was listening now. He was still rubbing the same glass with the same filthy rag, somehow managing to make it dirtier. Zacharias shrugged dismissively. All Dumbledore said was that Cedric Diggory was murdered by you-know-who, and that you brought his body back to Hogwarts. He never gave us details. He didn't explain how it happened. I think everyone here would like to know. If you came here hoping for a description of what Voldemort looks like when he murders someone, then I can't help you. Harry snapped. His anger, never far from the surface these days, flared hot and fast. He kept his eyes locked on Zacharias's confrontational face and refused to glance at Cho.
I'm not talking about Cedric Diggory, understand? So if that's what you came for, you can leave.
Harry shot Hermione a furious look. As far as he was concerned, this was entirely her doing. She had put him on display like some strange exhibit, and naturally everyone had shown up to see whether his story was as wild as they'd heard. But no one stood.
Not even Zacharias.
He simply continued staring at Harry, waiting. Hermione jumped back in, her voice rising again with nerves. So, as I was saying, if everyone here really wants to learn defense, then we should figure out how we're going to organize this, how often we'll meet, and where we can meet.
Is it true, interrupted the Hufflepuff girl with the long braid, looking straight at Harry, that you can produce a Patronus? A ripple of excitement swept through the group.
Harry shifted in his seat. Yeah, he admitted, sounding more defensive than he intended. A corporeal Patronus. The phrase stirred something in Harry's memory.
You don't know Madame Bones, do you? He asked.
The girl smiled. She's my auntie, she said. I'm Susan Bones. She told me about your hearing. So, is it really true? You make a stag Patronus?
Yes, said Harry.
Blimey. Harry, said Lee, looking deeply impressed. I never knew that.
Mum told Ron not to spread it around, said Fred, grinning at Harry. She said you got enough attention as it was.
She's not wrong, mumbled Harry, and a couple of people laughed. The veiled witch, sitting alone, shifted very slightly in her seat.
And did you kill a basilisk with that sword in Dumbledore's office? Demanded Terry Boot. That's what one of the portraits on the wall told me when I was in there last year. Yeah, I did, yeah, said Harry.
Justin Finch Fletchley whistled. The Creevy brothers exchanged awestruck looks, and Lavender Brown said, "Wow," softly. Harry was feeling slightly hot around the collar now. He was determinedly looking anywhere but at Cho.
And in our first year, said Neville to the group at large, he saved that sorcerer's stone. Sorcerers, hissed Hermione.
Yes, that from you-know-who, finished Neville. Hannah Abbott's eyes were as round as galleons.
And that's not to mention, said Cho. Harry's eyes snapped across to her. She was looking at him, smiling. His stomach did another somersault all the tasks he had to get through in the Triwizard Tournament last year, getting past dragons and merpeople and acromantula and things.
There was a murmur of impressed agreement around the table. Harry's insides were squirming. He was trying to arrange his face so that he did not look too pleased with himself. The fact that Cho had just praised him made it much harder for him to say the thing he had sworn to himself he would tell them. "Look," he said, and everyone fell silent at once. I don't want to sound like I'm trying to be modest or anything, but I had a lot of help with all that stuff."
"Not with the dragon." "You didn't," said Michael Corner at once. "That was a seriously cool bit of flying."
"Yeah, well," said Harry, feeling it would be churlish to disagree. "And nobody helped you get rid of those Dementors this summer," said Susan Bones.
"No," said Harry. "No, okay. I know I did bits of it without help. But the point I'm trying to make is, are you trying to weasel out of showing us any of this stuff?" said Zacharias Smith. "Here's an idea," said Ron loudly, before Harry could speak. "Why don't you shut your mouth?"
Perhaps Zacharias's sneering tone, or maybe the word weasel, had struck a nerve with Ron, whatever the reason. He was glaring at Zacharias as though he'd gladly punch him on the spot. Zacharias noticed and reddened. "So we all came here to learn from him," he said defensively, "and now he's saying he can't actually do any of it."
"That's not what he said," Fred shot back.
"Need us to clear out your ears?" George asked pleasantly, reaching into one of the Zonko's bags and producing a long, sharp-looking metal tool. "Or any other part of you," Fred added. "We're not too picky about where that goes." Hermione jumped in before things got worse.
"Right, moving on," she said quickly. "The important thing is, are we all agreed that Harry should teach us?"
A low murmur of agreement spread through the room. Zacharias crossed his arms but kept quiet, possibly because his eyes kept flicking toward the dangerous-looking object in George's hand.
"Good," Hermione said, visibly relieved. "So, next question. How often should we meet? I don't think there's much point if it's less than once a week."
"Wait," said Angelina Johnson. "We have to make sure it doesn't interfere with Quidditch practice." "Same for us," said Cho Chang immediately.
"And us," Zacharias added.
Hermione sighed impatiently.
"I'm sure we can work around Quidditch," she said. "This is important. We're talking about learning to defend ourselves against Voldemort's Death Eaters." "Hear, hear," boomed Ernie Macmillan, speaking up at last.
Harry had been expecting that sooner. "Personally," Ernie declared grandly, "I think this may be the most important thing we do all year, even with our OWLs coming up." He paused dramatically, scanning the room as if waiting for astonished gasps. When none came, he continued,
"I, for one, cannot understand why the Ministry has saddled us with such an incompetent teacher at a time like this. Clearly they're refusing to accept you-know-who's return, but giving us someone actively trying to stop us from practicing defensive magic."
"We think the reason Umbridge doesn't want us learning real defense against the dark arts," Hermione interrupted, "is because she has this absurd idea that Dumbledore might use the students as a kind of private army. She thinks he's planning to turn us against the Ministry." The room fell into stunned silence. Everyone looked shocked. Everyone except Luna Lovegood. "Well, that would make sense," Luna said dreamily. "Cornelius Fudge has his own private army."
Harry blinked. "What?"
"Yes," Luna said solemnly. "An army of heliopaths."
"No, he doesn't," Hermione said sharply.
"Yes, he does," Luna insisted. Neville frowned. "What are heliopaths?"
"They're fire spirits," Luna explained. her wide eyes growing even larger, huge flaming creatures that gallop across the land, setting everything in front of them on fire. "They don't exist, Neville," Hermione cut in briskly. "Oh yes, they do," Luna snapped, sounding unusually angry.
Hermione folded her arms. "And where's the proof of that?" "There are loads of eyewitness reports," Luna shot back. "Just because you're so narrow-minded, you need everything proved before you'll believe it."
Hem.
Ginny Weasley had perfectly copied Professor Umbridge's throat-clearing cough. Several people spun around in alarm before realizing the trick and bursting into laughter. "Weren't we supposed to be deciding how often we're meeting for defense lessons?" Ginny asked innocently. "Yes," Hermione said quickly, seizing on Ginny's interruption. "Yes, exactly we were."
"Once a week sounds good to me," said Lee Jordan. "As long as Angelina Johnson began." Yes. "We know Quidditch," Hermione cut in tightly. She took a breath and pressed on. "The next thing we need to figure out is where we're going to meet." That proved harder.
The group fell quiet, each person thinking. "The library," Katie Bell suggested after a pause. Harry snorted. "I can't imagine Madam Pince being thrilled if we start practicing jinxes in the library." An empty classroom offered Dean Thomas. "Maybe," Ron said. "Professor McGonagall might let us use hers. She did, when Harry was training for the Triwizard Tournament."
Harry doubted it.
Even with Hermione's insistence that study groups were technically allowed, this felt far more dangerous, far more rebellious. McGonagall might not be willing to risk it this time. "All right," Hermione said at last. "We'll look for somewhere. Once we've found a place and set a time, we'll let everyone know when the first meeting is." She dug through her bag and pulled out a sheet of parchment and a quill. Then she hesitated, looking as though she were gathering courage.
"I think everyone should sign their name," she said, "just so we know who was here."
She paused.
"And," she inhaled deeply, "I also think we should all agree not to talk about this. If you sign, you're promising not to tell Umbridge or anyone else what we're doing."
Fred Weasley grabbed the parchment first and signed without hesitation. But Harry immediately noticed the unease spreading around the table.
Zacharias said slowly, refusing to take the parchment from George. "I'm sure Ernie can just tell me when the meetings are."
Even Ernie seemed reluctant now. Hermione raised her eyebrows.
"Well," Ernie blurted, "we are prefects. If someone found that list, I mean, you said yourself what would happen if Umbridge found out."
"You just said this might be the most important thing we do this year," Harry reminded him. Ernie shifted uncomfortably. "Yes, I did. I do think that it's just—"
"Ernie," Hermione said sharply, "do you honestly think I'd leave this lying around?" "No," Ernie said quickly. "No, of course not. Yes, all right, I'll sign." After Ernie, nobody else openly objected.
Though Harry noticed Cho's friend giving her a disapproving look before reluctantly writing her own name.
At last, when the parchment came to Zacharias, he signed too.
Hermione carefully folded the list and tucked it away into her bag. A strange mood settled over the group. It felt heavier now.
More serious. As though they had all just entered into something binding. "Well," Fred said briskly, standing up and brushing off his robes, "time's moving on."
"George, Lee, and I have some highly sensitive shopping to do," he added with a grin. "See you all later." One by one, then in small groups. The others began to leave as well, drifting out of the crowded pub. Cho lingered by the doorway, fussing unnecessarily with the clasp of her bag. Her long, dark hair slipped forward like a curtain, hiding most of her face, but her curly-haired friend stood beside her with folded arms, clicking her tongue impatiently, making it clear there would be no lingering. At last. Cho allowed herself to be steered out the door, though just before disappearing. She glanced back and gave Harry a small wave.
"Well," Hermione said brightly a few minutes later, as she, Harry, and Ron stepped out of the hogshead into the blazing sunlight. "I think that went rather well."
Harry and Ron were both carrying the remains of their butterbeers. "That Zacharias bloke's a complete wart," Ron muttered, glaring after Zacharias's retreating figure in the distance. Hermione sighed. "I'm not exactly fond of him either, but he overheard me talking to Ernie and Hannah at the Hufflepuff table and seemed really keen to come. What was I supposed to do? Besides, the more people, the better. Michael Corner and his friends probably wouldn't have come if he weren't dating Ginny."
Ron, who had been swallowing the last of his butterbeer, choked violently and sprayed it all down the front of his robes. "He's what?" he spluttered, staring at Hermione in horror. His ears had turned bright red. "My sister's going out with, what do you mean, Michael Corner?"
Hermione blinked. "Well, I think that's partly why he and his friends came. Obviously they want to learn defense too. But if Ginny hadn't told Michael about the meeting—"
"When did this happen?" Ron demanded. "When did she start?"
"They met at the Yule Ball," Hermione said calmly, "and they got together near the end of last year." They had reached the high street now, and Hermione stopped outside Scrivenshaft's quill shop, where elegant pheasant feather quills were displayed in the window.
I could use a new quill."
She stepped inside. Harry and Ron followed. "Which one was Michael Corner?" Ron asked furiously, trailing after her. "The dark-haired one," Hermione replied.
"I didn't like him," Ron said instantly.
Hermione muttered, "Shocking." Ron ignored her and kept pace as Hermione examined rows of quills standing in copper pots. "But I thought Ginny liked Harry." Hermione gave him a pitying look and shook her head. "Ginny used to like Harry. She got over that months ago." She glanced kindly at Harry. "Not that she doesn't still like you."
Harry, whose thoughts were still circling around Cho's wave at the door, wasn't nearly as invested in this conversation as Ron, who looked ready to explode. Still, something suddenly clicked.
"So that's why she talks around me now?" Harry asked. "She never used to say much when I was there."
"Exactly," Hermione said. "Ah, yes. I think I'll take this one."
She selected a long black and gold quill and brought it to the counter, paying 15 sickles and 2 nuts while Ron hovered behind her, still fuming. Hermione turned sharply and accidentally, or perhaps not accidentally, stepped on his foot.
"Ron," she said sternly, "this is exactly why Ginny didn't tell you. She knew you'd overreact, so please don't keep going on about it." "What do you mean, overreacting?" Ron protested loudly. "I'm not overreacting, and I'm not going on about anything."
He continued grumbling under his breath the entire way down the street. Hermione cast Harry an exaggerated eye roll, then leaned closer and lowered her voice while Ron continued muttering darkly about Michael Corner.
"And speaking of Michael and Ginny," she murmured, a small smile tugging at her lips, "what about you and Cho Chang?" "What?" Harry said far too quickly.
At once, heat seemed to surge through him like boiling water. His face burned despite the cold air, and panic flickered in his chest. Had he really been that obvious? Hermione's smile widened.
"Oh, come on," she said lightly. She could hardly stop looking at you.
Harry said nothing. For a moment, the whole world seemed to change. The crisp winter air felt softer, the sunlight seemed warmer, and suddenly Harry found himself noticing, with startling clarity, just how beautiful the village of Hogsmeade really was. Chapter 17. Educational Decree number 24. Well, Sirius, it's just that there were only 4 of you meeting in the Shrieking Shack when you were at school, said Hermione, and all of you could transform into animals, and I suppose you could all have squeezed under a single invisibility cloak if you'd wanted to. But there are 28 of us, and none of us is an animagus, so we wouldn't need so much an invisibility cloak as an invisibility marquee. Fair point, said Sirius, looking slightly crestfallen. Well, I'm sure you'll come up with somewhere. There used to be a pretty roomy secret passageway behind that big mirror on the 4th floor. You might have enough space to practice jinxes in there. Fred and George told me it's blocked, said Harry, shaking his head. Caved in or something? Oh, said Sirius, frowning. Well, I'll have a think and get back to... He broke off. His face was suddenly tense. Alarmed, he turned sideways, apparently looking into the solid brick wall of the fireplace.
"Sirius," said Harry anxiously.
But he had vanished. Harry gaped at the flames for a moment, then turned to look at Ron and Hermione.
"Why did he—"
Hermione gave a horrified gasp and leapt to her feet, still staring at the fire. A hand had appeared amongst the flames, groping as though to catch hold of something, a stubby, short-fingered hand covered in ugly, old-fashioned rings. The 3 of them ran for it. At the door of the boys' dormitory, Harry looked back. Umbridge's hand was still making snatching movements amongst the flames, as though she knew exactly where Sirius's hair had been moments before and was determined to seize it. Signed, Dolores Umbridge. High Inquisitor Harry and Ron reread the decree over the heads of several nervous-looking second years. Do you think this means they'll shut down the Gobstones Club? One of the younger boys whispered anxiously. Ron gave him a grim look. You're probably safe with Gobstones, he said darkly, making the boy jump. Then, as the second years hurried away, he turned to Harry. Can't say the same for us. Though Harry was staring at the notice again. The happiness he'd carried since Saturday had evaporated. In its place was anger, hot and pounding inside him. This isn't random, he said, clenching his fists. She knows. She can't, Ron said immediately. Harry rounded on him. There were loads of people in that pub, people listening, and honestly, how many of the ones who came can we really trust? Any of them could have gone straight to Umbridge, and he'd believed they trusted him, believed they admired him.
"Zachariah Smith," Ron said instantly, slamming one fist into his palm, or Michael Corner. I thought he looked shifty too. I wonder if Hermione's seen this yet, Harry muttered, glancing toward the girls' staircase. Come on. Ron strode across the room, yanked open the door, and started charging up the spiral staircase. He got 6 steps up. Then a deafening wail like a klaxon filled the room. The staircase shifted beneath him. The steps melted together into a smooth stone ramp.
For one hilarious second, Ron kept trying to run, arms flailing wildly like windmills, and then he lost balance and shot backward down the slide. He landed flat on his back at Harry's feet. Harry bent over, laughing as he helped him up. Guess we're not allowed in the girls' dormitory. 2 fourth-year girls came zooming down the slide next, shrieking with laughter. Ooh, who tried to go upstairs. One of them giggled. staring openly at Harry and Ron.
Me, Ron muttered, brushing himself off. He looked outraged. I didn't know that would happen. It's not fair, he added as the girls ran off toward the portrait hole, still laughing. Hermione can come into our dormitory. Why can't we go into theirs? Well, said Hermione's voice. She slid gracefully down the stone slope and landed neatly on the rug in front of them before standing up.
It's an old-fashioned rule, she explained. According to Hogwarts, a history, the founders thought boys were less trustworthy than girls. Ron looked offended. Anyway, Hermione said briskly, why were you trying to get in? To find you, look. Ron dragged her to the notice board. Hermione scanned the decree quickly. Her face hardened at once. Someone must have told her, Ron said furiously. Hermione shook her head. They can't have... Ron stared. You're so trusting. You think everyone's as honest as you are? No, Hermione interrupted quietly. They can't have... She lowered her voice and looked from Ron to Harry. Because I put a jinx on the parchment everyone signed. Harry blinked. Hermione's expression turned cold. So if anyone has gone to Umbridge, she said grimly, we'll know exactly who it was. She paused, and they'll regret it. What happens to them? Ron asked eagerly, leaning in. Hermione gave him a grim little smile. Let's just say, she replied, it'll make Eloise Midgen's acne look like a few adorable freckles.
Ron looked impressed.
Come on, Hermione said briskly. Let's get to breakfast and see what everyone else thinks. I wonder if that notice has gone up in every house. The answer became obvious the moment they entered the Great Hall. The room buzzed with unusual energy. Students were talking louder than usual, leaning across tables, hurrying from one house to another to exchange rumors and theories. The entire hall seemed alive with nervous excitement.
Harry, Ron, and Hermione had barely sat down when Neville Longbottom, Dean Thomas, Fred, George, and Ginny crowded around them. Did you see it?
Do you think she knows?
What are we going to do?
Every eye landed on Harry. He quickly checked to make sure no teachers were close enough to overhear. We're carrying on anyway, he said in a low voice.
Knew you'd say that, George said, grinning as he punched Harry lightly on the arm. Fred looked at Ron and Hermione.
Even the prefects? Of course, Hermione answered coolly.
Ron glanced over his shoulder.
Here come Ernie and Hannah, and those Ravenclaw blokes, and Smith. He squinted. No one seems particularly spotty. Hermione's eyes widened in alarm.
Forget the spots, she hissed. They can't all come over here, it'll look suspicious.
She began frantically signalling at Ernie and Hannah Abbott to stay where they were.
Later, she mouthed. We'll talk later.
I'll tell Michael, Ginny muttered impatiently, climbing off the bench. Honestly, what an idiot. She hurried toward the Ravenclaw table. Harry watched her go, and then his eyes drifted toward Cho. She was seated nearby, talking quietly with the curly-haired friend she had brought to the Hog's Head. Would Umbridge's decree frighten her off? Would she come again? Harry barely had time to wonder before the next problem struck. As they were leaving the Great Hall for History of Magic.
Harry, Ron.
It was Angelina Johnson, hurrying toward them with panic written all over her face.
It's okay, Harry said quickly when she got close enough. We're still going to.
You do realize Quidditch counts too, Angelina interrupted. Harry blinked. We have to ask permission to reform the Gryffindor team.
What? Harry said. No way, Ron groaned.
You read the notice? Angelina said desperately. It says teams too.
She grabbed Harry's arm.
So listen to me, this is the last time I'm saying it, please. Please don't lose your temper with Umbridge again, or she might ban us from playing altogether.
All right, Harry said quickly. Angelina looked close to tears.
I'll behave. She searched his face, then nodded uncertainly.
As she hurried off, Ron muttered darkly as they headed toward Professor Binns's lesson.
Bet Umbridge is in there. Harry looked sideways at him. She hasn't inspected Binns yet, Ron said grimly. Bet anything she's there now. Ron's prediction proved wrong. When they entered the classroom, the only teacher there was Professor Binns, hovering an inch above his chair as usual and preparing to continue his endless, lifeless lecture on giant wars.
Harry didn't even try to listen.
Today, Binns's droning voice seemed more unbearable than ever. Harry stared blankly at his parchment, absent-mindedly sketching meaningless shapes while ignoring Hermione's repeated nudges and disapproving looks.
Then she jabbed him sharply in the ribs. Our what?
Hermione pointed toward the window. Harry turned. Hedwig was perched on the narrow ledge outside, peering in through the thick glass. A letter was tied to her leg. Harry frowned. Why hadn't she delivered it at breakfast like usual? Other students had noticed too. He could hear them whispering.
I've always loved that owl. Lavender sighed dreamily to Parvati. She's gorgeous.
Harry glanced toward Professor Binns, still reading from his notes, still utterly unaware that no one was listening.
Quietly, Harry slipped from his chair, crouched low, and hurried along the row until he reached the window. He unlatched it slowly and eased it open.
He expected Hedwig to simply offer her leg. Instead, the moment there was space, she hopped inside with a miserable little hoot. Harry's stomach dropped. He shut the window quickly, glanced back at Binns, then hurried low across the room again with Hedwig perched on his shoulder. Back in his seat, he placed her carefully on his lap and reached for the letter. That was when he noticed. Her feathers were ruffled strangely, bent the wrong way, and one wing. She was holding it awkwardly.
She's hurt, Harry whispered.
Ron and Hermione leaned closer at once. Hermione even abandoned her notes. Look her wing. Hedwig was trembling. When Harry tried to touch it, she flinched and puffed up indignantly, staring at him as if offended. Harry made his decision instantly. Professor Binns. His voice rang through the room. The entire class turned to stare. Professor Binns looked up from his notes, blinking vaguely as though surprised to discover students in front of him.
Yes, he said faintly. I'm not feeling well, Harry said loudly, standing up and hiding Hedwig behind his back.
Not feeling well? Binns echoed.
Not at all well, Harry said firmly. I think I need to go to the hospital wing.
Professor Binns looked bewildered.
Yes, of course, hospital wing, he muttered. Off you go then. Perkins.
Harry didn't bother correcting him. The moment he was outside the classroom, he put Hedwig back on his shoulder and hurried down the corridor. Only when he was safely out of sight did he slow. His first thought was Rubeus Hagrid. Hagrid would know what to do. But Hagrid was still missing, which left only one option. Find Professor Grubbly-Plank. And hope she was willing to help. Harry stopped beside a window and looked out across the dark, wind-swept grounds. The sky was heavy with clouds, and the trees bent under the force of the wind. There was no sign of Professor Grubbly Plank near Rubeus Hagrid's cabin. If she wasn't teaching outside, she was probably in the staff room. Harry turned and hurried downstairs, Hedwig giving weak, miserable hoots as she clung unsteadily to his shoulder. 2 stone gargoyles stood guard outside the staff room door. As Harry approached, one of them croaked, "Shouldn't you be in class, Sonny Jim?"
"This is urgent," Harry snapped. "Oh, urgent, is it?" squeaked the other gargoyle mockingly. "Well, that changes everything, doesn't it?"
Harry ignored them and knocked sharply. Footsteps approached. The door swung open, and there stood Minerva McGonagall. "You haven't earned yourself another detention," she demanded immediately, her square glasses flashing.
"No, Professor," Harry said quickly.
"Then why aren't you in class?"
"It's urgent, apparently," the second gargoyle said smugly. Harry gritted his teeth.
"I'm looking for Professor Grubbly Plank," he explained. "It's my owl she's hurt."
"Hurt owl, is it?"
Professor Grubbly Plank appeared behind McGonagall, a pipe clenched between her teeth and a copy of the Daily Prophet in her hand.
"Yes," Harry said, lifting Hedwig carefully from his shoulder. She came after the other post owl's arm and her wings strange look.
Professor Grubbly Plank tucked the pipe more firmly into her mouth and gently took Hedwig from him while McGonagall watched.
She muttered, the pipe bobbing as she spoke. "Looks like she's been attacked." Harry's stomach twisted. "Attacked?"
Professor Grubbly Plank examined the wing more closely. "Can't imagine by what, though Thestrals sometimes go after birds," she said thoughtfully. "But Hagrid's trained the Hogwarts Thestrals not to touch owls." Harry had no idea what Thestrals were.
And at the moment, he couldn't have cared less.
He only wanted to know whether Hedwig would be all right. Professor McGonagall, however, narrowed her eyes at him.
"Do you know how far this owl has flown, Potter?"
Harry blinked. He swallowed. "From London, I think." Harry met Professor McGonagall's eyes for only a second, but it was enough. The way her brows drew together told him she understood immediately that London really meant number 12. Grimmauld Place. Professor Grubbly Plank pulled a monocle from inside her robes and fixed it into one eye, peering closely at Hedwig's injured wing.
"I should be able to mend this if you leave her with me, Potter," she said, "and she shouldn't be flying any long distances for a few days."
Harry hesitated, then nodded.
"Right, thanks." At that moment, the bell rang for break. "No trouble," Professor Grubbly Plank grunted, turning back toward the staff room.
"Just a moment. Wilhelmina," Professor McGonagall called sharply. "Potter's letter."
"Oh, right," Harry said.
He had completely forgotten the scroll tied to Hedwig's leg. Professor Grubbly Plank handed it over before disappearing into the staff room carrying Hedwig, who was looking at Harry with what seemed like deep betrayal. Harry felt a pang of guilt. As he turned to leave, "Potter." He stopped.
"Yes, Professor."
McGonagall glanced quickly up and down the corridor. Students were already beginning to spill from classrooms in both directions. She lowered her voice. "Bear in mind," she said quickly, nodding toward the scroll in his hand, "that communication in and out of Hogwarts may be under watch." Harry stared. But the tide of students was already nearly upon them. McGonagall gave him a brisk nod and slipped back into the staff room. A moment later, Harry was swept along into the courtyard by the crowd. He spotted Ron and Hermione waiting in a sheltered corner, cloaks wrapped tightly against the wind.
As he hurried toward them, Harry tore open the scroll.
Inside were 5 words in Sirius Black's handwriting. Today, same time, same place.
"Is Hedwig all right?" Hermione asked anxiously the moment he reached them. "Where'd you take her?" Ron added.
To Grubbly Plank, Harry said, and I ran into McGonagall. Listen. He quickly told them what McGonagall had said. To his surprise, neither of them looked shocked. Instead, they exchanged meaningful glances. Harry frowned.
"What?"
Hermione spoke first.
"I was just saying to Ron, what if someone tried to intercept Hedwig?"
Harry stared. She's never been injured delivering post before, has she? Ron took the note from Harry and squinted at it.
"Who's it from?" "Snuffles," Harry muttered. Ron read it aloud under his breath. Same time, same place. He looked up.
He means the fire in the common room.
"Obviously," Hermione said, leaning in to read the note too.
But she looked worried.
"I just hope no one else has already read it." But it was still sealed, Harry said quickly, more to reassure himself than Hermione. And even if someone had read it, they wouldn't understand unless they knew where we'd talked to him before, right? "I don't know," Hermione said nervously, adjusting her bag on her shoulder as the bell rang again. A seal could be fixed with magic in seconds. And if someone's monitoring the flu network... She bit her lip. "The problem is, I don't see how we can warn him not to come without that message being intercepted too."
The 3 of them headed down the stone stairs toward the dungeons for potions, each wrapped in uneasy thoughts. But as they reached the bottom, they were jerked back to reality by a familiar voice. Draco Malfoy was standing outside Severus Snape's classroom, waving an official-looking parchment and speaking far louder than necessary. "Yeah, Umbridge gave the Slytherin Quidditch team permission straight away," Malfoy drawled smugly. "I asked her first thing this morning." He smirked. Though honestly, it was practically automatic. She knows my father really well. He's always in and out of the ministry. His pale eyes slid toward Harry and Ron. "Be interesting to see if Gryffindor are allowed to keep playing, won't it?"
"Don't react," Hermione whispered urgently.
Harry and Ron stood rigid, fists clenched. Malfoy's smile widened.
"I mean, he said even louder now. If it comes down to influence at the ministry, they haven't got much hope."
He laughed softly. "From what my father says, they've been trying to sack Arthur Weasley for years." His gaze locked on Harry. "And Potter, well, my father says it's only a matter of time before the ministry carts him off to St. Mungo's Hospital for magical maladies and injuries." Malfoy twisted his face grotesquely, eyes rolling, mouth hanging slack.
"Apparently they've got a special ward for people whose brains have been scrambled by magic."
Vincent Crabbe and Gregory Goyle grunted with laughter.
Pansy Parkinson shrieked.
Then something slammed into Harry's shoulder.
He staggered sideways.
A split second later he realized what had happened.
Neville Longbottom had burst past him and was charging straight at Malfoy. "Neville, no."
Harry lunged and grabbed the back of Neville's robes.
Neville fought wildly, fists swinging, trying to reach Malfoy, who, for the first time, looked genuinely startled. "Ron, help."
Harry wrapped an arm around Neville's neck and hauled him backward. Crabbe and Goyle stepped in front of Malfoy, cracking their knuckles and squaring up for a fight. Ron grabbed Neville's arms. Together, he and Harry dragged Neville back toward the Gryffindors. Neville's face was blazing red. Harry's grip on his throat made his words almost impossible to understand, but fragments burst out between gasps.
Not funny. Don't. Mungo's. Show him. The dungeon door swung open.
Severus Snape stood there, black robes billowing faintly around him. His cold black eyes swept along the Gryffindor line until they landed on Harry and Ron, struggling to restrain Neville.
Fighting. Potter. Weasley. Longbottom. Snape drawled in his icy, mocking voice.
10 points from Gryffindor. Harry clenched his jaw. Release Longbottom. Potter, or it will be detention. Inside all of you. Harry let Neville go at once.
Neville stood there, breathing hard, his face red and furious as he glared at Harry. I had to stop you, Harry panted, snatching up his bag. Crabbe and Goyle would have killed you.
Neville said nothing. He grabbed his own bag and stormed into the dungeon.
Ron stared after him as they followed.
What in Merlin's name was that about? Harry stayed silent. He knew exactly why Malfoy's joke about St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries had hit Neville so hard. But he had promised Albus Dumbledore he would tell no one. Neville didn't even know Harry knew. The three of them took their usual seats at the back of the dungeon classroom and unpacked parchment, quills, and their copies of 1,000 magical herbs and fungi. Whispers rippled through the room about Neville's outburst. Then Snape slammed the dungeon door shut with a loud bang.
Instant silence.
You will notice, Snape said softly, his lip curling, that we have a guest with us today. He gestured toward the shadowy corner of the room. Harry turned. Professor Dolores Umbridge sat there, clipboard balanced primly on her knees. Harry raised his eyebrows at Ron and Hermione. Snape and Umbridge. The two teachers he hated most. In one room. It was difficult to decide which one he wanted humiliated more. We are continuing with the strengthening solution today, Snape said. You will find your potions as you left them last lesson. If you brewed them correctly, they should have matured nicely over the weekend. He flicked his wand. Instructions appeared on the board. Proceed. For the next half hour, Umbridge remained in her corner, scribbling notes. Harry kept one eye fixed on her. He was so intent on seeing what would happen when she questioned Snape that he began making mistakes.
Again. And again. Salamander blood! Harry! Hermione hissed in frustration, grabbing his wrist before he tipped the wrong bottle into the cauldron for the third time. Not pomegranate juice. Right, Harry muttered distractedly.
He set the bottle down without really looking. His eyes were still on Umbridge. She had just stood up.
Ha, Harry whispered.
She was moving between the rows of desks.
Heading straight for Snape,
who was bent over Dean Thomas's cauldron. Well, Dolores Umbridge said briskly to Snape's back, the class seems reasonably advanced for their year. She made a note on her clipboard. Though I do question whether teaching them something like the strengthening solution is appropriate, I imagine the ministry would prefer that removed from the curriculum. Snape slowly straightened, then turned. His dark eyes locked onto her. Now, Umbridge continued sweetly. Quill poised. How long have you been teaching at Hogwarts?
14 years, Snape replied.
His face revealed nothing. Harry, watching closely, absent-mindedly added a few drops of the wrong ingredient to his potion. It hissed violently. The liquid shifted from turquoise
to orange.
You applied for the Defense Against the Dark Arts post first, didn't you? Umbridge asked. Yes, Snape said quietly.
And you were unsuccessful. Snape's mouth twisted.
Obviously. Umbridge scribbled again. And I understand you've continued applying regularly ever since. Yes. This time Snape barely moved his lips. Harry could tell he was furious. Any idea why Professor Dumbledore has repeatedly refused to appoint you? Umbridge asked lightly. Snape's eyes flashed.
I suggest you ask him. Oh, I intend to, Umbridge said with a sugary smile.
Snape stared down at her. I assume this is relevant?
Oh, yes, she said brightly. The Ministry wants a complete picture of teachers.
She moved away toward Pansy Parkinson and began asking her questions instead. Snape turned. His eyes swept the room and landed on Harry. For 1 second, they locked eyes. Harry jerked his gaze downward. Too late. His potion had gone thick and lumpy, and now smelled strongly of burning rubber.
No marks again, Potter, Snape said silkily.
With a flick of his wand, he vanished the entire contents of Harry's cauldron. You will write an essay on the correct composition of this potion. Snape continued nastily, explaining exactly how and why you failed. Harry clenched his fists.
Hand it in next lesson. Yes, Harry muttered furiously.
As if Snape's usual homework wasn't enough. He had Quidditch practice that evening.
Now this too.
It was hard to believe he had woken up happy that morning. Now all he wanted was for the day to end.
Maybe I'll skip divination, Harry muttered gloomily after lunch as he stood in the courtyard, the wind snapping at cloaks and hats. Pretend I'm ill and do Snape's essay instead. Then I won't have to stay up half the night.
You cannot skip divination, Hermione said sternly.
Ron rounded on her.
That's rich coming from you. You walked out of divination. You hate Trelawney.
I do not hate her, Hermione said loftily.
She lifted her chin. I simply think she's a dreadful teacher and a complete fraud. Then she glanced at Harry. And Harry's already missed History of Magic. He shouldn't miss anything else. Harry couldn't really argue. So half an hour later, he found himself slumped in the overheated, heavily perfumed atmosphere of the divination classroom. He was in a foul mood. Professor Sybil Trelawney was once again handing out copies of the Dream Oracle. Harry thought bitterly that writing Snape's punishment essay would be a far better use of time than trying to interpret nonsense dreams. But he quickly realized he wasn't the only one in a bad temper. Trelawney slammed a copy of the Dream Oracle down between Harry and Ron so hard the table shook. Then she swept off dramatically. She hurled the next copy toward Seamus and Dean, missing Seamus Finnegan's head by inches. The last one she shoved so hard into Neville's chest. He toppled backward off his poof. Well, get on with it. Professor Sybil Trelawney cried shrilly, her voice wobbling on the edge of hysteria. Surely you know what to do? Or am I such a dreadful teacher that none of you have ever learned to open a book? The class stared at her in bewilderment. Then at each other. Harry
however, had a pretty good idea what was wrong.
As Trelawney swept back to her tall, ornate chair, her huge, magnified eyes glittering with angry tears, Harry leaned toward Ron. "I think she's got the results of her inspection."
Ron's eyebrows shot up. "Professor?" Parvati Patil asked softly.
She and Lavender had always adored Trelawney.
"Professor, is something wrong?" "Wrong!" Trelawney cried dramatically, her voice trembling. "Certainly not. I have merely been insulted. Accusations have been made, slanderous insinuations."
She clutched her shawl tighter.
"But no, nothing's wrong, certainly not." She drew in a great, shuddering breath and looked away from Parvati.
Tears spilled from behind her spectacles.
"I say nothing," she choked, "of 16 years of loyal service, all apparently unnoticed."
She dabbed at her cheeks. "But I will not be insulted. No, I will not." "But, Professor," Parvati asked timidly, "who insulted you?" "The establishment," Trelawney declared in a deep, quivering voice. She raised one trembling hand dramatically. "Yes, those whose eyes are blinded by the ordinary, who cannot see as I see, who cannot know as I know."
She gulped.
"We seers have always been feared, always persecuted." She sniffed loudly. "It is our curse." She pulled an embroidered handkerchief from her sleeve and blew her nose so hard it sounded like Peeves making a rude noise.
Ron snorted with laughter.
Lavender glared at him.
"Professor," Parvati tried again, "is this because of Professor Umbridge?"
"Do not speak to me of that woman!" Trelawney shrieked, leaping to her feet so suddenly her beads rattled and her glasses flashed. "Continue your work." She spent the rest of the lesson stalking between the tables, muttering darkly through her tears.
"May resign. The humiliation."
"Probation. We shall see."
"How dare she?" Later, in defense against the dark arts, Harry leaned toward Hermione.
"You and Umbridge have something in common." Hermione frowned.
"What?"
"She clearly thinks Trelawney's a fraud too. Looks like she's put her on probation."
At that moment, Umbridge entered the classroom.
She wore her usual black velvet bow.
And an especially smug expression.
"Good afternoon, class." "Good afternoon, Professor Umbridge," they recited dully. "Wands away, please."
This time, nobody moved.
No one had even bothered taking them out. Umbridge smiled. "Please, turn to page 34 of Defensive Magical Theory and read Chapter 3. The case for non-offensive responses to magical attack. There will be..."
"No need to talk. Harry, Ron," and Hermione muttered together under their breath.
After dinner that night, the three of them entered the common room, where Angelina Johnson looked utterly miserable.
"No Quidditch practice," she said hollowly. "But I kept my temper." Harry burst out, horrified. "I didn't say a word to her. Angelina, I swear." I know, said Angelina Johnson miserably. "She just said she needed time to think." "Think about what?" Ron demanded angrily. "She's already approved Slytherin. Why not us?"
Harry said nothing. He could picture exactly how much Dolores Umbridge was enjoying this, keeping the possibility of cancelling Gryffindor Quidditch hanging over their heads. It was just another weapon.
And she wouldn't give it up easily.
"Well," said Hermione brightly, "look on the positive side. At least now you've got time to do Snape's essay." Harry stared at her.
That's the positive side. Ron looked equally appalled. No Quidditch practice, Harry snapped. An extra potions homework.
He dropped into a chair, yanked out his potions essay, and began writing with deep reluctance. Concentrating was nearly impossible. Even though he knew Sirius wouldn't appear in the fire until much later, Harry kept glancing at the flames every few minutes, just in case. The common room was deafening. Fred Weasley and George Weasley had apparently perfected one variety of their skiving snack box and were demonstrating it to a wildly enthusiastic crowd. First, Fred bit into the orange half of a sweet and immediately began vomiting spectacularly into a bucket in front of him. The crowd roared. Then he swallowed the purple half, and the vomiting stopped instantly. More cheering. Lee Jordan, acting as assistant, lazily vanished the sick every so often with the same spell Snape always used on Harry's ruined potions. Between the retching, the applause, and Fred and George shouting prices and taking advance orders, Harry could barely think. Hermione wasn't helping. Every few seconds she gave a loud, furious sniff of disapproval. Oddly, Harry found that even more distracting.
Then go stop them, he snapped after scribbling the wrong measurement of powdered Gryffindor for the 4th time and crossing it out. I can't, Hermione hissed through clenched teeth. Technically, they're not breaking any rules. She glared across the room.
They're allowed to eat those disgusting things themselves, and apparently the rest of these idiots are allowed to buy them. She folded her arms. Unless they can be proven dangerous, and right now they don't seem to be. The three of them watched as George bent over the bucket and projectile vomited. He then swallowed the other half of the sweet,
straightened up,
spread his arms wide, and grinned as the crowd erupted into applause. Harry watched Fred, George, and Lee scoop up handfuls of gold. You know, he said thoughtfully, I don't understand how Fred and George only got 3 OWLS each. They're brilliant. Hermione sniffed. They only know flashy things, she said dismissively. Nothing truly useful.
Ron turned to her slowly.
His voice was strained. No real use. He pointed toward the twins. Hermione, they've already made about 26 galleons. It took a long time for the crowd around the Weasley twins to thin out. Even after everyone else lost interest, Fred Weasley, George Weasley, and Lee Jordan stayed up counting their profits.
And counting. And recounting.
By the time the common room finally emptied, it was well past midnight.
At last, Fred disappeared through the boys' dormitory door, deliberately shaking his box of galleons so it clinked loudly.
Hermione scowled. Harry, who had made almost no progress on Snape's potions essay, finally gave up. As he packed away his books, Ron, who had been dozing in an armchair, snorted awake and blinked into the fire.
Sirius, he blurted.
Harry spun around. There, in the flames, was the untidy dark head of Sirius Black.
Hi, Sirius said, grinning. Hi, chorused Harry, Ron, and Hermione together as they dropped to their knees on the hearthrug.
Crookshanks purred loudly and padded over, trying to push his face dangerously close to the fire. Hermione quickly pulled him back before his whiskers singed.
How are things? Sirius asked.
Not great, Harry admitted. The Ministry pushed through another decree.
He scowled.
We're not allowed Quidditch teams anymore. Or secret defense against the dark arts groups, Sirius interrupted.
Silence.
Harry stared. How do you know about that? Sirius's grin widened. You ought to choose your meeting places more carefully.
He laughed. The Hog's Head, honestly?
Well, it was better than the Three Broomsticks, Hermione said defensively. That place is always packed. Which means it would have been harder to overhear you, Sirius said. You've still got a lot to learn, Hermione.
Who overheard us? Harry demanded. Mundungus, obviously.
The three of them stared blankly. Sirius laughed. He was the witch in the veil. Harry gaped.
That was Mundungus Fletcher. What was he doing in the Hog's Head? Ron asked.
Sirius looked impatient. What do you think he was doing? Keeping an eye on you.
Harry's anger flared.
I'm still being followed. Yes, Sirius said calmly.
And lucky for you, too.
He smirked. The first thing you do with a free weekend is start an illegal defense group. But Sirius didn't sound angry. If anything,
he looked proud.
Very proud. Why was Dung hiding from us? Ron asked, sounding disappointed. We'd have liked to see him. He was banned from the Hog's Head Inn 20 years ago, Sirius said. And that barman never forgets a face. He smirked. Since Sturgis got arrested, we lost Moody's spare invisibility cloak. So Dung's been disguising himself as a witch a lot lately. He paused. Anyway, first things first. Ron, I've been ordered to deliver a message from your mother. Ron's face fell instantly.
Oh, yeah.
Sirius cleared his throat theatrically. She says that under absolutely no circumstances are you to join an illegal secret defense against the dark arts group. She says you'll definitely be expelled, your future will be ruined, and there'll be plenty of time to learn self-defense later. Sirius continued, his voice taking on an exaggerated motherly tone. She says you're far too young to be worrying about things like that now. Then he glanced at Harry and Hermione. She also advises Harry and Hermione not to go ahead with it. He lifted a hand quickly. Though she admits she has no authority over either of you and merely begs you to remember she has your best interests at heart. He shrugged. She'd have written, but if the owl had been intercepted, you'd all be in serious trouble. And she can't tell you herself because she's on duty tonight. Ron looked up sharply.
On duty doing what?
None of your business, Sirius said lightly. Order stuff. He rolled his eyes. So I got stuck as messenger. He grinned. And I'm supposed to make sure you tell her I passed it on, because apparently she doesn't trust me. There was a pause. Crookshanks mewed and stretched a paw towards Sirius's fiery head. Ron picked at a hole in the hearthrug. So, he muttered at last, you want me to say I'm not joining?
Me, Sirius said, genuinely startled.
Of course not. He broke into a grin.
I think it's brilliant. You do, Harry said, his spirits lifting at once. Obviously, Sirius laughed.
Do you think your father and I would have sat around taking orders from an old bat like Umbridge? Harry frowned. But last year all you ever told me was to be careful, not to take risks. Sirius's expression sharpened.
Last year, he said impatiently. All the evidence pointed to someone inside Hogwarts trying to kill you.
He leaned closer in the flames. This year we know there's someone outside Hogwarts who wants to kill all of us. he shrugged. So yes, I think learning to defend yourselves properly is an excellent idea. Hermione tilted her head.
And if we get expelled?
Harry turned to her. Hermione, this was your idea. She shrugged.
I know, I just wanted to hear what Sirius thought.
Sirius snorted. Better expelled and able to defend yourselves than safe in school and helpless.
Here, said Harry and Ron together.
Sirius grinned. So,
how are you running this group? Where are you meeting? Harry sighed.
That's the problem. We don't know where we can go now. How about the Shrieking Shack? Sirius suggested. Ron lit up instantly.
That's brilliant.
Hermione made a doubtful sound. All three of them turned to look at her.
And in the fire? Sirius's head turned too. Well, Sirius. The thing is, Hermione began carefully. There were only 4 of you using the Shrieking Shack when you were at school.
She folded her arms thoughtfully. And all of you could turn into animals. She glanced at Harry and Ron. I suppose you could even have fit under one invisibility cloak if you'd needed to. She sighed. But there are 28 of us. And none of us are animagi. She gave Sirius an apologetic look. We wouldn't need an invisibility cloak. We'd need an invisibility marquee. Sirius looked mildly deflated. Fair enough, he admitted. He frowned into the flames. Well, I'm sure you'll think of somewhere. He brightened a little. There used to be a decent-sized secret passage behind that big mirror on the 4th floor. You might have enough room to practice jinxes there. Harry shook his head. Fred and George said it's blocked. Collapsed or something.
Oh.
Sirius frowned again.
Well, I'll think about it and let you know.
He stopped. His face changed instantly. All the humour vanished. His expression turned sharp. Tensy.
Alarmed.
He twisted sideways, staring hard at something beyond the fireplace.
Sirius? Harry asked, suddenly anxious.
But Sirius vanished. Harry stared at the empty flames, then turned to Ron and Hermione.
Why did he...
Hermione gasped.
A horrified, strangled sound.
She shot to her feet.
Still staring at the fire, Harry whipped around.
A hand had emerged from the flames. Short.
Stubby.
The fingers thick and grasping. Covered in ugly, old-fashioned rings. The hand clawed blindly through the fire, snatching at empty air. As if trying to grab hold of something.
Or someone.
The 3 of them bolted. They sprinted toward the boys' dormitory staircase.
At the doorway, Harry risked one glance back.
The hand was still there.
Still groping through the flames.
Still clutching desperately. As though Dolores Umbridge knew exactly where Sirius's head had been moments earlier, and was determined to seize him by the hair. Chapter 18. Dumbledore's Army. There's really no other explanation. Harry stared at Hermione. You think Dolores Umbridge attacked Hedwig?
His voice rose in outrage.
Hermione nodded grimly.
I'm almost sure of it.
Then she added quickly.
Watch your frog. It's escaping.
Harry looked down. His bullfrog was hopping determinedly across the table. He pointed his wand.
Achoo.
The frog shot miserably back into his hand. Charms was usually one of the easiest lessons for private conversations. There was always so much noise and movement that nobody paid attention. Today was even better than usual. Bullfrogs croaked from every direction.
Ravens cawed from their perches.
And rain hammered furiously against the classroom windows.
Under cover of the chaos, Harry, Ron, and Hermione whispered about how close Umbridge had come to catching Sirius.
"I've suspected something ever since Filch accused you of ordering dung bombs," Hermione murmured. It was such a stupid lie. She frowned in concentration. Once your letter had been opened, it would have been obvious you weren't ordering them. She shrugged.
Not much of a prank, really.
Her eyes sharpened.
But then I thought,
what if someone just wanted an excuse to read your post? Harry listened closely. That would make perfect sense, Hermione continued. Tip off Filch. Let him confiscate the letter. She flicked her wand absently. Then either steal it from him or simply demand to inspect it. She gave a scornful sniff. And Filch would never defend a student's rights. She paused.
Harry, you're crushing your frog. Harry looked down in alarm.
He was squeezing the poor bullfrog so hard its eyes bulged. He quickly loosened his grip and set it back on the desk. It was a very close call last night, Hermione whispered. She raised her wand. Silencio. Her own bullfrog froze mid-croak and glared at her in offended silence.
I just wonder if Umbridge realizes how close she came.
She lowered her voice even more. If she'd caught Snuffles, Harry finished for her. He'd probably be back in Azkaban by now. Distracted, Harry waved his wand at his own frog without aiming properly. The frog inflated instantly, swelling like a green balloon, and let out a shrill whistling squeak.
Silencio, Hermione hissed.
She pointed her wand. The frog deflated silently.
Well, Hermione said firmly, he mustn't do that again.
She bit her lip. I just don't know how we're supposed to warn him.
We can't send an owl. I don't think he'll try it again, Ron muttered. He's not stupid. He knows how close she came.
He aimed his wand at the ugly black raven in front of him. Silencio. The bird let out a mocking caw. Silencio.
Another caw.
Silencio. The raven only screamed louder. Hermione watched with narrowed eyes.
It's your wand movement, she whispered. You're waving it too much.
She demonstrated with her own wand. It's more of a quick jab. Ron scowled. Ravens are harder than frogs.
Fine, swap.
Hermione snatched Ron's raven and shoved her plump bullfrog toward him. She jabbed her wand. Silencio. The raven opened and shut its beak furiously. But no sound came out.
Very good, Miss Granger.
Professor Phileas Flitwick's squeaky voice made all three of them jump. He beamed up at them. Now let's see you try, Mr. Weasley.
Ron went red. What? Oh, right.
He raised his wand awkwardly.
Silencio.
He jabbed so hard he poked the frog in the eye. It gave an ear-splitting croak.
And launched itself off the desk.
It surprised none of them when Harry and Ron were assigned extra practice on the silencing charm for homework. Because of the pounding rain outside, they were allowed to stay indoors during break. They found seats in a crowded, noisy classroom on the first floor. Above them, Peeves drifted lazily near the chandelier, occasionally firing ink pellets at unsuspecting students. They had barely sat down when Angelina Johnson forced her way through the crowd toward them. Her face was glowing.
I got permission.
Harry and Ron jumped up. To reform the Quidditch team.
Brilliant, they shouted together. Angelina grinned.
I went to McGonagall. She lowered her voice. I think she may have spoken to Dumbledore. She smirked. Anyway, Umbridge had to back down.
Ha.
She pointed at Harry and Ron.
Pitch 7 o'clock tonight.
We've got to make up lost time. Her expression became serious. You do realize our first match is only 3 weeks away. She squeezed away again, narrowly dodging an ink pellet from Peeves, which smacked into a nearby first year instead. Then she disappeared into the crowd.
Ron smiled.
But it faded as he glanced out the window. Rain hammered against the glass in thick sheets.
Hope that clears up.
Then he looked at Hermione. What's wrong with you? Hermione was staring at the rain-streaked window, but she didn't seem to see it. Her eyes were distant. A deep frown creased her forehead. Just thinking, she murmured. About Sirius Snuffles? Harry asked.
No, not exactly.
She hesitated.
More wondering.
She twisted her fingers together. Whether we're doing the right thing. Harry and Ron exchanged a look.
Ron sighed.
Well, that clears everything up. He rolled his eyes. Would have been terrible if you'd explained properly. Hermione blinked, as though only just noticing him. Her voice sharpened. I'm wondering whether we're doing the right thing by starting this Defense Against the Dark Arts group. Harry and Ron stared.
What they said together. Hermione, Ron said indignantly. It was your idea.
I know. She twisted her hands tighter. But after talking to Snuffles, Harry frowned. But he supports it.
Yes, Hermione said slowly, turning back to the rain-smeared window. That's exactly why I'm worried.
She paused. Maybe it means it's not such a good idea after all. Here's a transformed version of your passage in English, keeping the same atmosphere and story flow, but with fresh wording.
Harry, Ron, and Hermione instinctively raised their school bags over their heads as Peeves drifted overhead on his stomach, pea shooter loaded and ready. They only lowered them once he had floated safely past.
Let me get this straight, Harry said heatedly, dropping his bag back onto the floor. Because Sirius agrees with us. Now you think we shouldn't do it. Hermione looked troubled, her expression tight and unhappy. She stared down at her twisting fingers before replying quietly. Do you really trust his judgment?
Of course I do, Harry snapped immediately. He's always given us good advice.
An ink pellet zipped through the air and smacked Katie Bell right in the ear. Hermione watched as Katie sprang up furiously and started hurling books and parchment at Peeves. She waited until the commotion died down before speaking again, carefully choosing each word, swooped low over Katie Bell and dumped an entire bottle of ink over her head. The miserable weather showed no signs of improving. By 7 o'clock that evening, when Harry and Ron trudged down to the Quidditch pitch for practice, they were drenched within moments. Rain lashed against their faces, the wind whipped at their robes, and the muddy grass beneath their feet was so slick they nearly lost their footing every few steps. Overhead, the sky was dark and swollen with thunderclouds. The warmth and light of the changing rooms were a welcome escape even if only temporary. Inside, they found Fred Weasley and George Weasley whispering together, clearly debating whether to use one of their own skiving snack boxes to avoid practice.
"But she'd probably know we faked it," Fred muttered, "especially after I tried to sell her some puking pastilles yesterday."
"We could test the fever fudge," George suggested thoughtfully. "She hasn't seen that one yet." "Does it actually work?" Ron asked, hopefully, as the rain battered the roof and the wind howled around the building.
"Oh, definitely," Fred said. "Your temperature shoots up in seconds. But it also gives you huge boils full of pus," George added casually. "And we still haven't figured out how to make those disappear." Ron stared at them. "I don't see any boils."
Fred smirked darkly. "No, you wouldn't." "They're not exactly in a place we show off to the public," George said. Fred winced. "And let's just say sitting on a broom becomes a serious pain in the all right. Everyone, listen up." Angelina Johnson called loudly as she stepped out of the captain's office. "I know the weather's awful, but there's every chance we'll end up playing Draco Malfoy and the Slytherins in conditions like this. So we'd better figure out how to manage it. Harry, didn't you use something on your glasses during that stormy match against Hufflepuff?" "Hermione did it," Harry replied. He pulled out his wand, tapped his glasses, and muttered, "Impervious. I think we should all try that," Angelina said firmly. "If we can keep the rain off our faces, we might actually be able to see. Everyone together, come on, Impervious." "Right, let's move." They tucked their wands away, grabbed their brooms, and followed Angelina back into the storm. They trudged through thick, sucking mud toward the center of the pitch. Even with the Impervious charm, visibility was miserable. The evening light was fading quickly, and sheets of rain swept across the grounds in endless waves. "On my whistle," Angelina shouted. Harry kicked off hard, splattering mud everywhere as he launched into the air. At once, the fierce wind shoved him sideways. He had no idea how he was supposed to spot the snitch in weather like this. He could barely keep track of the single practice bludger. Barely a minute into the session, it came hurtling at him and nearly knocked him clean off his broom. He had to perform the Harry Potter sloth grip roll to dodge it. Unfortunately, Angelina didn't notice. In fact, she didn't seem able to notice much of anything. None of them could really see what the others were doing. The wind grew stronger and stronger, and from high above the pitch, Harry could hear the relentless pounding of rain hammering the lake below. Angelina kept the team flying for nearly an hour before finally admitting defeat. She marched her soaked, miserable players back toward the changing rooms, insisting the practice hadn't been a complete waste of time, though her voice lacked conviction. Fred and George seemed especially unhappy. They walked stiffly, legs awkwardly spread, wincing with every step. As Harry rubbed his wet hair with a towel, he overheard them muttering. "I think a few of mine have burst," said Fred Weasley bleakly.
"Mine haven't," said George Weasley through gritted teeth. "They're throbbing like crazy. If anything, they feel even bigger." "Ouch!" Harry suddenly cried out. He clapped the towel to his face, squeezing his eyes shut in pain. The scar on his forehead had flared again, burning more fiercely than it had in weeks. What happened? Several voices asked at once. Here is a transformed version of that passage in polished English, while preserving the tension and emotion.
Harry slowly lowered the towel from his face. Without his glasses, the changing room was a blur of shifting shapes and colors, but he could still make out every face turned toward him. "Nothing," he muttered. "I just poked myself in the eye. Still." He shot Ron a meaningful glance, and the two of them lingered behind as the rest of the team shuffled out into the storm. wrapped tightly in cloaks with hats pulled low against the rain. The moment Alicia Spinett disappeared through the door, Ron spun toward Harry. "What happened?" he asked urgently. "Was it your scar?" Harry nodded, but Ron's face drained of colour. He crossed quickly to the window and peered out into the pounding rain. He can't be anywhere near us. Can he?" "No," Harry murmured, dropping onto a bench and rubbing his forehead. "He's probably far away. It hurt because he's angry." The words escaped before Harry could stop them. He hadn't meant to say them aloud at all. They sounded strange in his own ears, yet he knew instantly they were true. Somehow, without understanding how, he knew it. Wherever Lord Voldemort was, whatever he was doing, he was consumed with rage. "Did you see him?" Ron asked, horrified. "Did you have a vision or something?" Harry stayed still, staring down at his shoes, letting his thoughts drift in the fading wake of pain.
A whirl of broken images and a storm of voices, a chaos. He wants something done, Harry said slowly, and it's not happening quickly enough. Again, the words came out before he could think. Again, he knew they were true. "But how do you know that?" Ron whispered. Harry shook his head and pressed both palms hard against his eyes. Tiny sparks burst in the darkness. He felt Ron sit beside him on the bench and sensed him staring. "Was that what happened last time?" Ron asked quietly. "When your scar hurt in Umbridge's office? Was you-know-who angry then too?" Harry shook his head again. Then what was it? Harry forced himself to remember. He had been looking straight into Dolores Umbridge's face. His scar had burned, and there had been that strange sensation in his stomach, a sudden leap, a rush of joy, a feeling of triumph. But he hadn't understood it then because he himself had been so miserable. "Last time," Harry said at last. "It was because he was happy." Ron stared. "Really happy." Harry went on. He thought something good was about to happen. He thought back to the night before they had returned to Hogwarts, when the pain had stabbed through his scar in the bedroom at Grimmauld Place. And that night before school, Harry said quietly. He was furious. He turned to look at Ron. Ron was staring at him wide-eyed.
"You could take over from Sybil Trelawney Piet," Ron said in awe. Harry gave a short, irritated laugh. "I'm not making prophecies," he said. "Here is your transformed passage in fresh English while keeping the same tone and suspense."
"No. Do you realize what this means?" Ron said, his voice a mixture of fear and amazement. "Harry, you're actually reading you-know-who's mind."
Harry shook his head quickly. "No," he said, "not exactly. It's more like I'm picking up on his mood, just flashes of how he's feeling."
Outside, wind and rain battered the walls of the changing room.
"Dumbledore mentioned something like this last year," Harry continued. "He said when Lord Voldemort was close to me or when he was feeling strong hatred, I could sense it. And now," Harry frowned, "now I can feel it when he's pleased, too." For a moment, neither of them spoke. Then Ron said firmly, "You need to tell someone."
"I told Sirius last time."
"Then tell him again." Harry let out a bitter laugh.
"How?" he said grimly. "Umbridge is keeping watch on the owls and the fireplaces. Remember."
2. For a moment, neither of them spoke. Then Ron said firmly, "You need to tell someone."
"I told Sirius last time."
"Then tell him again." Harry let out a bitter laugh.
"How?" he said grimly. "Umbridge is keeping watch on the owls and the fireplaces. Remember."
Ron hesitated. Then tell Dumbledore. Harry's face hardened.
I just told you he already knows, he snapped, standing up and yanking his cloak from its peg. There's no point saying it again.
Ron fastened his own cloak, still eyeing Harry uncertainly. Dumbledore would want to know, he muttered. Harry only shrugged. Come on, he said shortly. We've still got silencing charms to practice. They ran back across the dark grounds through the storm, slipping in mud and stumbling over wet grass, saying nothing.
Harry's mind was racing.
What was it that Voldemort wanted done so badly, and why wasn't it happening fast enough?
Fragments of a memory surfaced.
He has other plans. Plans he can carry out in secret. Things he can only obtain through stealth, like a weapon. Something he didn't have last time. Harry hadn't thought about those words in weeks. Hogwarts had consumed all his attention, Umbridge, the Ministry's interference, the endless unfairness of it all. But now the words returned with sudden force. Voldemort's fury made sense if he was still no closer to getting that weapon, whatever it was.
Had the Order of the Phoenix stopped him?
Was that why he was so enraged? Where was it hidden?
And who had it? Mimbleless Mimbletonia, said Ron.
Harry blinked and returned to the present just in time to scramble through the portrait hole into the common room. It was unusually quiet. Hermione had apparently gone to bed early. Crookshanks lay curled up in an armchair near the fire, and several lumpy knitted elf hats were scattered across a nearby table. Harry was secretly relieved Hermione wasn't there. He had no desire to talk about his scar hurting again and listen to her insist he tell Dumbledore. Ron kept glancing nervously at him, but Harry ignored it. He pulled out his charms textbook and parchment and pretended to work on his essay. In reality, his thoughts were miles away. By the time Ron finally muttered that he was heading to bed, Harry had barely written a single line. Midnight slipped by unnoticed as Harry Potter sat in the armchair, reading the same paragraph over and over without understanding a single word. These plants are highly effective in inflaming the brain, and are therefore commonly used in confusing and befuddlement drafts, when a wizard wishes to create recklessness and hot-headedness. Hermione had said Sirius was becoming reckless, trapped inside Grimmauld Place. Highly effective in inflaming the brain. The Daily Prophet would probably say Harry's brain was inflamed if they discovered he could feel what Voldemort felt. Commonly used in confusing and befuddlement drafts. Confusing, that was exactly the word. Why could he sense Voldemort's emotions? What was this strange connection between them, one even Dumbledore had never properly explained? When a wizard wishes... Harry wished he could just sleep.
To create recklessness.
The fire was warm, the armchair was soft, rain drummed steadily against the windows, Crookshanks purred nearby, the flames crackled gently. The book slipped from Harry's loose fingers and landed with a muffled thump on the rug. His head drooped sideways.
Once again, he was walking down the endless, windowless corridor.
His footsteps echoed in the stillness. The dark door at the far end grew larger with every step, and his heart hammered with excitement.
If only he could reach it. If only he could open it.
He stretched out his hand. His fingertips were inches away.
Harry Potter, sir.
Harry jolted awake. The candles in the common room had burned out. The fire was little more than glowing embers. Something was moving in the darkness nearby. "Who's there?" Harry mumbled, jerking upright in his chair. "Dobby has brought your owl, sir," squeaked a familiar voice.
Dobby, Harry said thickly, squinting into the gloom.
Dobby the house elf stood beside the table where Hermione had abandoned half a dozen knitted hats. Or rather, Harry blinked. Dobby appeared to be wearing all of them. The elf's huge bat-like ears stuck out from beneath layers upon layers of woolly hats stacked one on top of another, making his head look absurdly tall, at least 2 or 3 feet higher than usual. And perched neatly on the bobble of the topmost hat sat Hedwig, hooting calmly and looking completely recovered. "I volunteered to bring Harry Potter's owl back, sir," Dobby squeaked excitedly, gazing up at Harry with complete admiration. "Professor Wilhelmina Grubbly-Plank says she is perfectly well now, sir." He bowed so low that his long, pencil-thin nose brushed the worn hearthrug. Hedwig gave an offended hoot and fluttered onto the arm of Harry's chair. "Thanks, Dobby," said Harry Potter, gently stroking Hedwig's feathers while blinking away the last traces of the vivid dream about the dark door. Looking more closely at Dobby, Harry noticed he wasn't just wearing Hermione's knitted hats. Several scarves were wrapped around his neck, and his feet were stuffed into layer upon layer of socks, making them look ridiculously oversized.
Have you been taking all the clothes Hermione's been leaving out?" Harry asked.
"Oh, no, sir," Dobby said happily. "Dobby has been taking some for Winky too, sir."
"Right, how is Winky?" Harry asked.
Dobby's ears drooped. "Winky is still drinking a lot, sir," he said sadly, lowering his huge green eyes. "She still does not like clothes, Harry Potter, and the other house elves do not like them either, sir. None of them will clean Gryffindor Tower anymore, not with hats and socks hidden everywhere. They finds it insulting, sir." He brightened slightly. "So Dobby does it all himself, sir. But Dobby does not mind. Dobby always hopes to meet Harry Potter, and tonight, sir." His wish came true. He bowed again. "But Harry Potter does not look happy," Dobby added, straightening and peering timidly at him. Dobby heard Harry Potter talking in his sleep. Was Harry Potter having bad dreams? "Not really bad," Harry said, yawning and rubbing his eyes. "I've had worse." Dobby studied him solemnly, ears hanging low. "Dobby wishes he could help Harry Potter," he said earnestly. "Harry Potter set Dobby free, and now Dobby is much happier." Harry smiled faintly.
"You can't really help me, Dobby," he said, "but thanks."
He bent to pick up his potions book, intending to finish the essay tomorrow. As he closed it, the firelight flashed over the thin white scars on the back of his hand, the marks left by detentions with Dolores Umbridge.
Harry froze.
Then he looked up slowly.
"Wait, maybe you can help me, Dobby."
The elf spun around, beaming.
"Anything. Harry Potter, sir." "I need a place," Harry said carefully, "where 28 people can practice defense against the dark arts without being discovered by any teachers."
He clenched his hand tighter around the book. "Especially Professor Umbridge." Harry expected Dobby's excitement to vanish. He expected drooping ears, apologies, maybe a promise to look.
Instead, Dobby gave a delighted little hop.
His ears flapped wildly as he clapped his hands. Dobby knows the perfect place. Well, Harry blinked.
"You do?" "Yes, sir," Dobby squeaked. Dobby heard about it from the other house elves when he first came to Hogwarts. "We calls it the come and go room, sir. Though some people call it the room of requirement."
"Why?" Harry asked. "Because," Dobby said importantly, A person can only enter it when they truly need it. Sometimes it is there, and sometimes it is not. But when it appears, it always has what the seeker needs. He lowered his voice and looked guilty. Seeker needs. He lowered his voice and looked guilty. Dobby has used it before. Sir, when Winky has been very drunk, Dobby hid her there and found antidotes for butterbeer and a little elf-sized bed where she could sleep. He nodded eagerly.
And Mr. Argus Filch has found extra cleaning supplies there when he needed them, sir.
Harry sat up straighter, remembering something Albus Dumbledore had once said at the Yule Ball. And if someone really needed a bathroom, Harry said slowly, would it fill up with chamber pots? Dobby thinks so, sir, he said earnestly. It is a truly wonderful room. How many people know about it? Harry asked.
Very few did, sir, Dobby replied. Most people just stumbles upon it when they needs it, but they often never finds it again because they do not know it is always there, waiting to help. Harry could barely focus during the rest of the evening. The pounding rain and relentless wind made every lesson feel dreary and endless. But one thought kept cutting through the noise. Dobby's discovery. A hidden room. One that appeared only when needed. It sounded almost too perfect to believe.
By the next morning, the storm had still not lifted. Sheets of rain lashed the castle windows, and the grounds had turned into a swampy mess. Harry, Ron, and Hermione dashed through puddles on their way to double herbology. Their cloaks soaked and plastered to their backs before they even reached the greenhouses inside. The pounding rain on the glass roof was so deafening that Professor Sprout had to shout herself hoarse just to be heard. Even then, Harry only caught fragments of her instructions as his thoughts kept drifting back to the mysterious room on the 7th floor. The weather worsened as the day dragged on. Their care of magical creatures lesson was moved indoors, sparing them from another soaking, and by lunchtime, Angelina sought Harry out with welcome news. "Practice is off tonight," she announced, brushing wet hair from her face. Harry nodded quickly, lowering his voice. "That's good. We got somewhere for the first defense meeting, tonight 8 o'clock, 7th floor, opposite the tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy getting beaten by trolls. Can you tell Katie and Alicia?" Angelina blinked in surprise, but after a moment, she nodded. "All right." Harry returned to his plate. Suddenly ravenous, he shoveled sausages and mashed potatoes into his mouth, feeling more hopeful than he had in days. When he looked up, Hermione was watching him carefully. "What?" Harry asked. Swallowing hard, she hesitated. "I was just thinking. Dobby's ideas don't exactly have the best track record. Remember when he made that bludger attack you? Or when he got rid of all the bones in your arm?" Harry rolled his eyes. "This isn't just one of Dobby's schemes. Dumbledore knows about the room too. He mentioned it once at the Yule Ball." Hermione's expression softened immediately.
"Oh, well, if Dumbledore knows about it, then it must be safe." Harry smirked and kept eating. The rest of the day was spent spreading the word. Between lessons, Ron, and Hermione tracked down everyone who had signed up at the Hog's Head. Harry had secretly hoped to be the one to tell Cho, but Ginny found her first and passed on the message before he had the chance. By dinner time, though, Harry was sure every single member knew where and when to come.
At 7:30, the three of them slipped out of Gryffindor Tower. Harry clutched the Marauder's map tightly in one hand, checking every corridor before they moved. 5th years were allowed out until 9, but that did little to calm Harry's nerves. Every distant footstep made him jump. The castle seemed unusually silent as they climbed toward the 7th floor. Shadows flickered across the walls in the torchlight, and the wind howled faintly through the high windows. At last, They reached the long stretch of corridor opposite the tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy, where the foolish wizard was being thumped over the head by a group of dancing trolls. A few students were already there, shifting nervously and whispering among themselves. Hermione folded her arms tightly. "Well?" she asked. Harry stared at the blank stretch of wall opposite the tapestry. Dobby had said to walk past it 3 times, concentrating hard on what you need. Taking a deep breath, Harry began to pace. He walked once, then twice, then a 3rd time. His mind fixed on one thought alone. We need a place to learn. We need somewhere safe, a place where no one can find us. And suddenly a door appeared in the wall.
"Wait," Harry whispered. Stopping abruptly at the top of the staircase, he pulled the worn parchment from his pocket, tapped it lightly with his wand, and murmured, "I solemnly swear that I am up to no good."
At once, ink spread across the empty page, forming a detailed map of Hogwarts. Tiny labelled dots moved slowly along its corridors and staircases.
Harry squinted down at it. "Filch is on the 2nd floor," he muttered. "Mrs. Norris is prowling around the 4th.
Hermione leaned closer, her voice tense. "What about Umbridge?" Harry traced the map with his finger. "Still in her office. We're clear for now. Come on." The 3 of them hurried down the corridor until they reached the stretch of blank stone wall Dobby had described. Opposite it hung the enormous tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy, trying and failing to teach a troupe of trolls ballet. One ragged troll in the tapestry appeared to pause mid-swing, as if curiously watching them. Harry lowered his voice. "Dobby said we have to walk past this wall 3 times while thinking really hard about what we need." They began pacing. At the far end of the corridor, they spun around near a tall stone vase, then turned sharply again by the window. Back and forth they went.
Ron screwed his face up in concentration, his eyes squeezed shut as though it would help.
Hermione muttered under her breath, likely listing exactly what the room should contain. Harry clenched his fists and fixed his thoughts on one desperate idea. "We need a place to practice. A place to learn how to fight. A place where no one can catch us."
"Harry!" Hermione hissed suddenly as they completed the 3rd pass.
Harry stopped short. A polished wooden door had appeared in the wall where moments before there had been nothing but stone.
Ron stared at it suspiciously.
"Well," he said slowly, "that's not creepy at all." Ignoring him, Harry stepped forward, wrapped his fingers around the brass handle, and pulled. The room beyond was huge. Torchlight flickered warmly against stone walls, giving the place the same golden glow as the dungeons below. Tall wooden bookcases stretched along every side of the room, packed tightly with thick, leather-bound books. Instead of desks and chairs, the floor was scattered with large silk cushions in deep jewel colours. At the far end stood shelves filled with strange and useful magical objects, sneakoscopes spinning lazily, secrecy sensors gleaming faintly, and even a large cracked faux glass that Harry recognized instantly from the fake Moody's office the previous year. Ron let out a low whistle. "Blimey, this place is brilliant." He nudged one of the cushions with his foot. "These'll come in handy when we start practicing stunning spells." Hermione had already hurried to the spinning lazily. Secrecy sensors gleaming faintly, and even a large cracked faux glass that Harry recognized instantly from the fake Moody's office the previous year. Ron let out a low whistle. "Blimey, this place is brilliant." He nudged one of the cushions with his foot. "These'll come in handy when we start practicing stunning spells." Hermione had already hurried to the nearest bookshelf, her eyes wide with excitement. She ran her fingers reverently along the spines. "Look at these," she breathed. She read aloud in amazement. A compendium of common curses and their counter-actions, the dark arts outsmarted, self-defensive spellwork. She turned to Harry, her face shining.
"Harry, this is perfect. It's got everything we could possibly need."
For Hermione, the endless shelves of books were the final proof. Any lingering doubts vanished at once. Without another word, she pulled out a volume titled Jinxes for the Jinxed, dropped onto one of the cushions, and opened it immediately. Harry laughed softly. Then there came a knock at the door.
All three of them turned.
Harry crossed the room and opened it to find Ginny, Neville, Lavender, Parvati, and Dean waiting outside, looking curious and excited.
Neville's jaw dropped the moment he stepped inside. Whoa! And one by one, the members of their secret group began to arrive. Blimey, Dean muttered as he stepped inside, his eyes sweeping across the room in amazement. What is this place?
Harry opened his mouth to explain, but before he got very far, another knock sounded, then another, and another. Each time he started describing the room, more people arrived and interrupted him. Soon the stream of students became constant, until by 8 o'clock every silk cushion was occupied and the room buzzed with excited whispers. At last Harry crossed to the door and turned the key in the lock. The sharp click echoed through the room.
Instantly, the chatter died.
All eyes turned toward him. Hermione slipped a scrap of parchment between the pages of Jinxes for the Jinxed, closed it carefully, and set it aside. Harry swallowed. "Well," he began, trying not to sound as nervous as he felt, "this is where we're going to have our practice meetings. And, well, obviously everyone managed to find it."
"It's amazing," said Cho warmly, and several people nodded in agreement.
"It's weird," Fred said, glancing around suspiciously. "George and I once hid in here from Filch, didn't we? Back then it was just a broom cupboard." Dean, at the back of the room, pointed toward the shelves of magical instruments.
"Oi, Harry, what are those?"
Harry made his way across the room, stepping over outstretched legs and cushions. "Dark detectors," he explained. "Things like sneakoscopes, secrecy sensors, and this." He touched the cracked faux glass.
"It shows enemies or dark wizards nearby. Though," Harry hesitated, glancing into the cloudy glass. Faint, shadowy figures drifted inside, moving in and out of sight. None were clear enough to identify. You can't trust them completely. They can be fooled.
He stepped away from it and faced the group again. "So, I've been thinking about where we should start, and maybe the first things we should learn are..."
A hand shot up.
Harry blinked.
"What is it, Hermione?"
Hermione sat up straighter.
"I think we should choose a leader."
There was barely a pause before Cho said firmly, "Harry's the leader." Several voices immediately agreed. Harry felt his stomach lurch. Hermione nodded but remained calm. "Yes, obviously, but I think we should make it official. A proper vote gives him authority." She stood and raised her own hand. "All those in favor of Harry being our leader."
Every hand in the room went up. Even Zachariah Smith lifted his, though with the enthusiasm of someone volunteering for detention.
Harry felt his face go hot.
Right, thanks.
He cleared his throat. Hermione's hand was still raised.
Yes, Hermione, we should have a name.
She said it brightly, as though it were the most important matter in the world.
A name would make it feel the more like a team. It'd give us unity on our spirit. Angelina raised her hand eagerly.
What about the Anti-Umbridge League? A ripple of laughter passed through the room.
Fred grinned.
Or the Ministry of Magic Are Morons group. More laughter. Hermione frowned at him. I was thinking of something a bit less obvious, she said dryly. Something we can mention in public without announcing to the whole school what we're doing. The room fell thoughtful for a moment as everyone began throwing around ideas. The Defense Association, Cho suggested. We could just call it the DA so no one knows what it means.
DA sounds brilliant, said Ginny immediately. Then her eyes gleamed mischievously. But let's say it stands for Dumbledore's Army. That's probably the Ministry's biggest nightmare, isn't it?
The room erupted in laughter and approving murmurs. Hermione looked delighted. All in favour of the DA, she asked, briskly, pushing herself up on her cushion to count the raised hands. She nodded with satisfaction. Majority vote motion carried. She hurried to the parchment they had all signed, pinned it neatly to the wall, and wrote across the top in bold letters, Dumbledore's Army. Harry stared at it for a second. The name made it all feel suddenly more real. Right, he said when Hermione sat down again. Should we actually start practicing? The room quieted. I thought we'd begin with Expelliarmus the Disarming Charm. I know it's basic, but it's been really useful for me. A scoffing noise came from Zacharias Smith.
Oh, come on, he said, rolling his eyes and crossing his arms. You seriously think Expelliarmus is going to be much help against you-know-who?
Harry looked at him. The room seemed to freeze.
I used it against him, Harry said quietly.
Smith's smirk faltered. It saved my life in June. Nobody moved. Harry swallowed. His mouth felt dry with every eye fixed on him.
Okay, he said. Pair up and practice.
For a moment it felt strange giving orders. Stranger still to see everyone obey instantly. People got to their feet and quickly found partners.
As usual, Neville was left standing awkwardly on his own. You're with me, Harry said.
Neville brightened at once. Harry raised his wand.
On 3, 1, 2, 3.
The room exploded into noise. Expelliarmus.
Red flashes shot across the room.
Wands flew into the air. Books tumbled from shelves when stray spells hit them. Cushions skidded across the floor. Harry easily disarmed Neville on the first try. Neville's wand spun upward in a shower of sparks, bounced off the ceiling, and landed on top of a bookshelf. Harry summoned it back with ease. Looking around, he was relieved they had started simple.
A lot of them were terrible.
Some spells barely nudged their opponents. Others simply made people stumble backward. Several missed entirely.
Expelliarmus! Neville suddenly shouted. Harry, distracted, barely had time to react before his wand shot from his hand.
Neville's face lit up.
I did it, he yelled, grinning from ear to ear. I've never done it before I did it.
Harry laughed and retrieved his wand.
Nice one.
He didn't mention that in a real duel. The enemy probably wouldn't be looking the other way with his wand dangling loosely.
Neville, Harry said, why don't you practice with Ron and Hermione for a bit? I want to check on everyone else.
Neville nodded eagerly. Harry began weaving between the pairs. Something strange was happening near Zacharias Smith. Every time Smith tried to disarm Anthony Goldstein, his own wand flew from his hand instead.
Anthony looked as confused as everyone else.
Harry glanced around and spotted Fred and George a few feet away, snickering as they secretly aimed their wands at Smith's back. George saw Harry looking and grinned.
"Sorry, Harry," he said quickly. "Couldn't help ourselves."
Harry shook his head and moved on. Ginny was practicing with Michael Corner. She was excellent.
Michael, on the other hand, seemed either hopeless or too nervous to aim properly at her.
Ernie Macmillan was making huge dramatic wand movements, telegraphing every spell before he cast it. The Creevy brothers were enthusiastic but wildly inaccurate, mostly responsible for the book still flying off shelves. Luna Lovegood was unpredictable. One moment she sent Justin Finch Fletchley's wand spinning away beautifully. The next, she accidentally made his hair stand straight on end. Despite the chaos, Harry found himself smiling. For the first time in ages, he felt useful.
And for the first time, it felt like they were really fighting back. "Okay, stop!" Harry shouted over the chaos. "Stop! Stop!"
The room was still full of flying books, sparks, and cries of Expelliarmus. Harry thought desperately that he needed a whistle, and instantly spotted one lying on top of a nearby bookshelf. He grabbed it and blew sharply. The shrill blast cut through the noise at once. Everyone froze and lowered their wands. "That wasn't bad," Harry said, trying to sound calm and authoritative, but there's definitely room for improvement. Zacharias Smith folded his arms and glared at him. Harry ignored it. "Let's go again." He started circling the room once more, stopping to correct grips, wand movements, and timing. Bit by bit, people improved. Spells became stronger.
More wands flew. Fewer books exploded off shelves.
Harry deliberately avoided Cho and her friend for as long as possible, but after making 2 full rounds of everyone else, he knew he couldn't ignore them forever.
As he approached, Cho panicked. "Oh no," she squeaked. Expellimelius. Oh, sorry, Marietta."
A spark shot from her wand and set the sleeve of her friend's robes on fire. Marietta extinguished it immediately and glared at Harry as though he'd personally lit it.
"You made me nervous," Cho said, laughing awkwardly. "I was doing fine before you came over." "That was pretty good." Harry lied.
Cho raised her eyebrows. Harry sighed. "Okay, it was terrible," he admitted. "But I saw you from over there. You can do it properly." Cho laughed. Marietta looked even more annoyed and turned away. "Don't mind her," Cho muttered. "She didn't want to come. I made her." Harry glanced at Marietta.
"Why?"
Cho lowered her voice. "Her parents don't want her doing anything that might upset Umbridge. Her mum works at the ministry." Harry hesitated. "What about your parents?" Cho lifted her chin. "They told me not to get into trouble with Umbridge too," she said proudly. "But if they think I'm not going to fight you-know-who after what happened to Cedric—" Her voice trailed away. The smile faded from her face.
For a second, neither of them spoke.
The silence felt awkward and heavy.
Suddenly, Terry Boots' wand shot past Harry's ear and smacked Alicia Spinett in the nose.
Before Harry could react, Luna Lovegood's dreamy voice drifted up behind him. My dad fully supports anything anti-ministry. Harry turned.
Luna was standing nearby while Justin Finch Fletchley struggled to untangle himself from robes that had somehow wrapped around his head.
He says he'd believe absolutely anything of Fudge, Luna continued serenely, especially after all the goblins he's had murdered. Cho blinked.
Luna carried on.
And of course he's using the Department of Mysteries to make deadly poisons and feeding them secretly to anyone who disagrees with him. And then there's his Umgubular/Kilter. Cho looked puzzled and opened her mouth.
Don't ask, Harry muttered quickly.
Cho giggled. From the other side of the room, Hermione called out.
Harry, have you looked at the time?
Harry checked his watch and swore under his breath. It was already 9:10. They should have left ages ago. He blew the whistle again. The shouting stopped instantly.
A final one clattered to the floor.
Harry raised his voice. That was really good for a first meet. Everyone began packing up reluctantly. Harry pulled out the Marauder's map again and checked the corridors carefully.
No teachers nearby.
He let them leave in small groups, 3s and 4s, watching the tiny labelled dots move safely across the map. The Hufflepuffs headed toward the basement. The Ravenclaws climbed toward their west tower. The Gryffindors moved back toward the fat lady. At last only Harry, Ron, and Hermione remained.
That was amazing, Harry, Hermione said sincerely.
Yeah, brilliant, Ron agreed as they stepped into the corridor. The moment they shut the door, it melted seamlessly back into the wall.
Ron grinned.
Did you see me disarm Hermione? Hermione snorted.
Once.
Ron looked scandalized.
Once I got you at least 3 times.
Hermione folded her arms. One of those was when you tripped over your own feet and knocked my wand away. That still counts.
It absolutely does not.
They bickered the whole way back to Gryffindor Tower. Harry barely heard them. One eye stayed on the Marauder's map. The other part of his mind was replaying Cho's words over and over.
You made me nervous. Enough, stop! Harry yelled above the uproar. Stop! Stop! The room was still in complete chaos. Sparks crackled through the air. Books were launching themselves from shelves, and voices everywhere were shouting Expelliarmus over and over. Harry thought frantically that he needed something louder to control them. Then he saw it. A whistle sat on top of a nearby bookshelf. He lunged for it and blew hard. The piercing shriek sliced through the noise instantly.
Everyone froze, wands lowered, breathing hard. Harry tried to look calm. That wasn't terrible, he said, forcing authority into his voice, but there's definitely a lot of room for improvement. Zacharias Smith crossed his arms and shot Harry an irritated glare. Harry pretended not to notice. Let's try again. He began weaving through the room once more, stopping beside different pairs to correct their stances, wand movements, and timing. Gradually, things improved. Spells came out cleaner, more people managed to disarm each other, fewer books flew off shelves and exploded across the room. Harry purposely stayed away from Cho and her friend for as long as he could, but after circling everyone else twice, he knew he had to face them eventually. The second he stepped closer, Cho panicked. "Oh no," she squealed. "Expelliarmus! I mean Expellimelius!" "Oh, sorry, Marietta." A jet of sparks shot from her wand and caught the sleeve of Marietta's robes on fire. Marietta quickly extinguished it with her wand and glared at Harry as if the whole thing was somehow his fault. "You made me nervous," Cho said with an embarrassed laugh. I was doing fine before you came over. That was not bad. Harry lied. Cho raised an eyebrow. Harry sighed. All right, he admitted. It was awful. But I saw you earlier, you can do it right. Cho laughed. Marietta looked even more annoyed and turned her back. Don't mind her, Cho muttered. She didn't really want to come. I practically dragged her here. Harry glanced at Marietta. Why? Cho lowered her voice. Her parents don't want her doing anything that might upset Umbridge. Her mum works for the ministry. Harry hesitated. What about your parents? Cho lifted her chin stubbornly. They told me not to get in trouble with Umbridge, too, she said. But if they think I'm not going to fight you-know-who after what happened to Cedric. Her voice faded, her smile disappeared. For a moment, neither of them said anything. The silence between them felt heavy and awkward. Then suddenly, a wand shot past Harry's ear and smacked Alicia Spinnet squarely on the nose. Ow! Before Harry could turn. Luna Lovegood's dreamy voice drifted up behind him. My dad supports anything anti-ministry. Harry looked around. Luna stood nearby while Justin Finch Fletchley struggled to untangle robes wrapped around his head. He says he'd believe absolutely anything about Fudge, Luna said serenely, especially after all the goblins he's had murdered. Cho blinked. Luna continued as though discussing the weather. And of course he uses the Department of Mysteries to create deadly poisons and secretly feeds them to people who disagree with him. And then there's his Umgubala/Kilter. Cho looked baffled and opened her mouth. Don't ask, Harry muttered quickly. Cho giggled. From across the room, Hermione called, Harry, have you checked the time? Harry glanced at his watch and swore under his breath. 9:10. They should have left already. He blew the whistle again. The room fell silent at once. One last wand clattered to the floor. Harry raised his voice. That was really good for a first meeting. But we've gone on too long. We need to stop here. Groans rose from every corner. Same time next week? Harry asked. Sooner, Dean Thomas said immediately. Several people nodded eagerly. Angelina interrupted. Quidditch season's starting. We need practices too. Harry thought fast. Next Wednesday night? Then we'll figure out more meetings after that, reluctantly. Everyone began gathering their things. Harry pulled out the Marauders map and checked the corridors carefully. No teachers nearby. He let everyone leave in small groups and watching the tiny labelled dots move safely across the map. The Hufflepuffs headed toward the basement. The Ravenclaws climbed toward their tower. The Gryffindors made their way back to the Fat Lady. Eventually, only Harry, Ron, and Hermione were left. That was brilliant. Harry, Hermione said warmly. Yeah, really brilliant, Ron agreed as they stepped out into the corridor. As soon as the door shut behind them, it melted smoothly back into the wall. Ron grinned. Did you see me disarm Hermione? Hermione snorted. Once. Ron looked deeply offended. Once. I got you at least 3 times. Hermione crossed her arms. One of those was when you tripped over your own feet and knocked my wand out of my hand. That still counts. It absolutely does not. They argued the whole way back to Gryffindor Tower. Harry barely listened. One eye remained fixed on the Marauders' map. The rest of his mind replayed Cho's words again and again. You made me nervous. Chapter 19. The Lion and the Serpent. For the next 2 weeks, Harry felt as though he carried a secret source of strength inside him, a glowing, invisible charm tucked somewhere near his heart. It sustained him through Umbridge's lessons. It even let him smile calmly into her horrible, bulging eyes. All the while, he and the DA were defying her right under her nose, doing the exact thing she and the Ministry feared most. Whenever Umbridge ordered them to read from Wilbert Slinkard's defensive magical theory during class, Harry's mind drifted elsewhere. Instead of staring at the dull pages, he replayed memories of their secret meetings. Neville successfully disarming Hermione. Colin Creevey finally mastering the impediment jinx after 3 exhausting meetings. Parvati Patil producing such a powerful reductor curse that she blasted the table holding all the sneakerscopes into dust. Harry was finding it nearly impossible to set a regular night for DA meetings. They had to work around 3 separate Quidditch teams' practice schedules, which kept changing thanks to the awful weather. Still, Harry didn't mind. In fact, he thought it might be safer that way. If anyone was watching them, unpredictable meetings would make it harder to spot a pattern. Hermione soon came up with an ingenious solution for telling everyone the time and date of the next meeting, especially if plans changed suddenly. It would look suspicious if students from different houses kept crossing the Great Hall just to talk. So at the end of their 4th meeting, Hermione handed every member of the DA a fake galleon. Ron's eyes nearly popped out of his head when he first saw the basket. For one glorious second, he was convinced Hermione was actually giving away real gold. "You see the numbers around the edge?" Hermione asked, holding one coin up in the torchlight. The coin gleamed bright and golden in her hand.
On a real galleon, those are just serial numbers that refer to the goblin who made it. But on these, she continued proudly, the numbers will change to show the time and date of the next meeting.
She turned the coin between her fingers. They'll also grow warm when the date changes, and so if you're carrying one in your pocket, you'll feel it. We each take one, and when Harry changes the numbers on his coin, all the others will change too, because I've put a protean charm on them.
Silence.
Complete silence. Hermione looked around uncertainly at all the faces staring back at her.
"Well," she said nervously, "I thought it was a good idea, even if Umbridge searched us. Carrying a galleon isn't suspicious, is it? But if you don't want to use them..."
"You can do a protean charm?" asked Terry Boot.
"Yes," Hermione said.
"But that's Newt-level magic." His voice sounded faint. Hermione blinked.
"Oh," she said, trying not to smile too much. "Well, yes, I suppose it is."
Terry stared at her in disbelief.
"How are you not in Ravenclaw?" he asked, "with brains like yours?"
Hermione beamed. "The Sorting Hat seriously considered putting me in Ravenclaw," she said brightly, "but it chose Gryffindor in the end." She looked around the room. "So," she asked hopefully, holding up the basket again, "does that mean we're using the galleons?" There was a murmur of assent, and everybody moved forwards to collect one from the basket. Harry looked sideways at Hermione. "You know what these remind me of?"
"No, what's that?"
"The Death Eater's scars. Voldemort touches one of them, and all their scars burn, and they know they've got to join him." "Well, yes," said Hermione quietly. "That is where I got the idea, but you'll notice I decided to engrave the date on bits of metal rather than on our members' skin." "Yeah, I prefer your way," said Harry, grinning, as he slipped his galleon into his pocket. "I suppose the only danger with these is that we might accidentally spend them."
"Fat chance," said Ron, who was examining his own fake galleon with a slightly mournful air. "I haven't got any real galleons to confuse it with."
As the first Quidditch match of the season, Gryffindor versus Slytherin, drew nearer, their DA meetings were put on hold because Angelina insisted on almost daily practices. The fact that the Quidditch Cup had not been held for so long added considerably to the interest and excitement surrounding the forthcoming game. The Ravenclaws and Hufflepuffs were taking a lively interest in the outcome, for they, of course, would be playing both teams over the coming year, and the heads of house of the competing teams, though they attempted to disguise it under a decent pretense of sportsmanship, were determined to see their own side victorious. Harry realized how much Professor McGonagall cared about beating Slytherin when she abstained from giving them homework in the week leading up to the match.
"I think you've got enough to be getting on with at the moment," she said loftily. Nobody could quite believe their ears until she looked directly at Harry and Ron and said grimly, "I've become accustomed to seeing the Quidditch Cup in my study, boys, and I really don't want to have to hand it over to Professor Snape, so use the extra time to practice, won't you?"
Snape was no less obviously partisan. He had booked the Quidditch pitch for Slytherin practice so often that the Gryffindors had difficulty getting on it to play. He was also turning a deaf ear to the many reports of Slytherin attempts to hex Gryffindor players in the corridors. When Alicia Spinnet turned up in the hospital wing with her eyebrows growing so thick and fast they obscured her vision and obstructed her mouth, Snape insisted that she must have attempted a hair-thickening charm on herself and refused to listen to the 14 eyewitnesses who insisted they had seen the Slytherin keeper. Miles Bletchley hit her from behind with a jinx while she worked in the library. Harry felt reasonably confident about Gryffindor's chances. After all, they had never lost to Draco Malfoy's team. Ron still wasn't quite up to Oliver Wood's standard as keeper, but he was training harder than anyone. His biggest weakness wasn't skill, it was confidence. The moment he made one mistake, everything started to unravel. If he let in a single goal, he became flustered, and once he panicked, he usually let in more. Still, Harry had seen what Ron could do when he was truly in form. During one unforgettable practice, Ron had made an astonishing save hanging one-handed from his broom while kicking the quaffle so hard away from the goalposts that it flew the entire length of the pitch and straight through the centre hoop at the opposite end. The rest of the team had been wildly impressed. They'd compared it to a famous save recently made by Barry Ryan, the Irish international keeper, against Poland's star chaser, Ladislaw Zamoyski. Even Fred had admitted Ron might yet make him and George proud. In fact, Fred and George had jokingly announced they were beginning to consider admitting Ron was related to them, something, they claimed, they had spent the last 4 years trying to deny. The only thing truly worrying Harry was how much Ron let the Slytherin team get inside his head before they even stepped onto the pitch. Harry, after all, had spent more than 4 years enduring sneers, insults, and threats. So when people whispered things like, "Hey, Potty, I heard Warrington's sworn to knock you off your broom on Saturday," Harry just laughed. "Warrington's aim is so pathetic," he shot back. "I'd be more worried if he were aiming for the person next to me." Ron and Hermione laughed. The smirk vanished from Pansy Parkinson's face. But Ron wasn't used to that kind of relentless harassment. When hulking Slytherin, some of them 7th years, muttered as they passed, "Booked your bed in the hospital wing yet, Weasley?" Ron didn't laugh. He turned a sickly shade of green. And whenever Malfoy mocked him by pretending to drop the quaffle whenever they crossed paths, Ron's ears went scarlet and his hands shook so badly he nearly dropped whatever he was carrying. October vanished in a storm of howling wind and relentless rain. Then November arrived cold as iron. Hard frosts coated the grounds every morning. Sharp, icy winds bit at exposed hands and faces. The enchanted ceiling of the great hall turned pale and pearly grey. The mountains surrounding Hogwarts were capped with snow. Inside the castle, the cold became so bitter that many students wore thick, dragon skin gloves even in the corridors between lessons. The morning of the match finally arrived bright, clear, and freezing. When Harry woke, he immediately looked toward Ron's bed. Ron was already awake. He was sitting bolt upright, arms wrapped around his knees, staring blankly into space. Harry frowned. "You okay?" he asked quietly. Ron nodded, but he didn't say a word. Harry was instantly reminded of the time Ron had accidentally cast a slug-vomiting charm on himself. He looked exactly the same, now pale, clammy, and far too miserable to open his mouth. "You just need breakfast," Harry said firmly, trying to sound confident. "Come on." By the time they reached the Great Hall, it was already filling up. The room buzzed with excitement. Voices were louder than usual. The atmosphere was charged.
As they passed the Slytherin table, a wave of noise erupted.
Harry glanced over. Along with the usual green and silver scarves and hats, every Slytherin seemed to be wearing a silver badge shaped like a crown. For some reason, many of them were waving enthusiastically at Ron while laughing hysterically. Harry tried to make out the writing on the badges, but he was too focused on getting Ron past the table as quickly as possible to stop and read them. At the Gryffindor table, they were greeted with loud cheers. Everyone was dressed in red and gold. But instead of encouraging Ron, the noise seemed to drain the last bit of courage from him. He collapsed onto the bench as though he'd been led to his execution.
"I must have been mad to do this," he croaked. "Completely mad."
"Don't be stupid," Harry said firmly, pushing bowls of cereal toward him. "You'll be fine. Everyone gets nervous."
"I'm rubbish," Ron whispered hoarsely. "I'm terrible. I can't play. What was I thinking?"
"Pull yourself together," Harry said sternly. "What about that save you made with your foot?" Even Fred and George said it was brilliant. Ron turned a miserable face toward him. "That was an accident," he muttered. "I didn't mean to do it. I slipped off my broom when none of you were looking, and when I was trying to get back on, I kicked the quaffle by accident." Harry blinked, then quickly recovered. "Well," he said, forcing a grin, "a few more accidents like that and we've already won, haven't we?" Just then, Hermione Granger and Ginny Weasley sat down opposite them, wrapped in red and gold scarves, gloves, and rosettes.
"How are you feeling?" Ginny asked.
Ron was staring into the thin layer of milk left in the bottom of his cereal bowl as though considering drowning himself in it.
"He's just nervous," Harry answered.
"That's probably a good sign," Hermione said brightly. "I never do as well in exams unless I'm a little nervous."
"Hello," said a dreamy voice behind them.
Harry turned. Luna Lovegood had drifted over from the Ravenclaw table. People all around were staring. Some were openly laughing. Luna was wearing a hat shaped like a life-size lion's head. It perched unsteadily on top of her blonde hair.
"I'm supporting Gryffindor," Luna said, unnecessarily pointing to the hat.
"Look what it does." She tapped it with her wand. The lion's mouth sprang open and let out an incredibly realistic roar.
Everyone nearby jumped.
Luna smiled serenely.
"It's good, isn't it?" she said happily. "I wanted it chewing up a serpent to represent Slytherin, but I didn't have time."
She turned to Ron. "Good luck, Ronald." Ron looked up weakly, as though unsure whether to laugh or faint. Luna drifted dreamily back toward the Ravenclaw table.
"Harry, Ron, Hermione?" And Ginny was still recovering from the shock of her roaring lion hat when Angelina Johnson came hurrying toward them, with Katie Bell and Alicia Spinett close behind.
Katie's eyebrows had thankfully been restored to normal by Madame Pomfrey.
"When you're ready," Angelina said, briskly. "We're heading straight down to the pitch to check conditions and get changed."
"We'll be there soon," Harry promised. "Ron just needs to finish breakfast." 10 minutes later, however, it was obvious Ron wasn't going to eat another bite. Harry decided it was safer to get him to the changing rooms before he was sick. As they stood up from the table, Hermione rose too. She caught Harry gently by the arm and pulled him aside. "Don't let Ron see what's written on those Slytherin badges," she whispered urgently. Harry frowned. Before he could ask why, Hermione shook her head sharply. Ron was already wandering toward them, looking pale, dazed, and hopeless. "Good luck, Ron," Hermione said softly. She stood on tiptoe
and kissed him on the cheek. "And you too, Harry."
Ron seemed to wake up a little as they crossed the great hall. His hand drifted to the spot Hermione had kissed. He looked utterly bewildered, as if he wasn't sure whether it had really happened. He seemed too distracted to notice much else. But Harry glanced toward the silver crown-shaped badges at the Slytherin table as they passed. And this time he read the words engraved across them. "Weasley is our king." Harry felt a sick twist in his stomach. That couldn't mean anything good. He hurried Ron out of the castle. The frosty grass crunched under their shoes as they made their way down the sloping lawns toward the stadium. The air was icy but still. There was no wind at all. The sky stretched overhead in a flat, pearly white. Visibility would be excellent.
And at least there'd be no blinding sun.
Harry pointed out all these encouraging signs as they walked, but he wasn't sure Ron heard a word. When they entered the changing room, Angelina was already in full kit, talking to the rest of the team. Harry and Ron hurried to change. Ron was so distracted he spent several minutes trying to fasten his robes back to front before Alicia finally took pity on him and fixed them for him.
Outside, the roar of the crowd kept growing louder as students streamed out of the castle and filled the stands. Angelina gathered the team together. "All right," she said, consulting a piece of parchment. "I've just got the final Slytherin lineup."
She glanced down.
Last year's beaters, Derek and Bowl, have left. Looks like Graham Montague replaced them with the usual gorillas instead of anyone who can actually fly. A few weak laughs.
They're two blokes called Crab and Goyle. I don't know much about them.
"We do," Harry and Ron said together. The moment they stepped out into the dazzling sunlight, a deafening roar exploded from the stands. Cheers, whistles, and loud chanting echoed all around the stadium, shaking the very air somewhere among the noise. Harry could still hear a song being bellowed by the Slytherins, though the words were drowned beneath the uproar. Harry felt the familiar flutter of nerves in his stomach, but compared to Ron, his own anxiety was nothing. Ron looked ghastly.
He was clutching his stomach tightly, as though he might be sick at any moment. his face drained of colour, his jaw clenched so hard it looked painful. "It's time," Angelina said quietly, glancing at her watch. She took a deep breath and squared her shoulders. "Come on, everyone, and good luck." The Gryffindor team lifted their brooms and marched out in single file onto the pitch. Across from them stood the Slytherin team. Every one of them wore those silver crown-shaped badges pinned proudly to their robes. At the front stood their new captain, Montague. He was built like a giant slab of meat, with thick, hairy forearms the size of hams and a face to match. Behind him loomed Crabbe and Goyle, both nearly as massive, gripping their brand-new beaters' bats and blinking stupidly in the sunlight. Off to one side stood Draco Malfoy. The sun gleamed on his pale blonde hair as he caught Harry's eye and smirked. Slowly, deliberately, Malfoy tapped the silver badge on his chest. Harry's stomach tightened. "Captains shake hands," Madam Hooch ordered sharply. Angelina stepped forward. Montague met her halfway. Harry could tell instantly that Montague was squeezing her hand as hard as he could, trying to hurt her. Angelina didn't so much as flinch. "Mount your brooms!" Madam Hooch raised her whistle to her lips and blew. The balls shot into the air. 14 players kicked off at once. Harry rocketed upward, feeling the rush of cold wind hit his face out of the corner of his eye. He saw Ron speed toward the goalposts, already preparing to defend. Harry climbed higher, swerving sharply as a bludger whizzed past his shoulder. Then he began circling the pitch in a wide arc, scanning the air for the tiniest flash of gold. On the far side of the stadium, Draco Malfoy was doing the exact same thing. Lee Jordan's voice boomed magically across the pitch.
"And Johnson has the Quaffle Johnson in possession, and what a player she is. I've been saying it for years. But she still won't go out with me." "Jordan!" Professor McGonagall's furious shout rang through the stadium. Lee coughed. "Just a little fun, Professor." Back to the match. Johnson passes to Bell. Bell dodges Warrington beautifully. Harry grinned despite himself as he kept searching the sky. The match had begun.
"Just a bit of entertainment, Professor. Keeps things lively." And Johnson slips past Warrington. She's around Montague. Ouch. Lee Jordan's voice boomed across the stadium. A bludger from Crabbe straight into her from behind. Montague grabs the quaffle. He's racing back up the pitch, but what a hit from George Weasley. Right in Montague's head. He drops it. Katie Bell catches beautiful catch. Bell reverse passes to Alicia Spinnet, and Spinet's away. Harry could barely hear over the roar of the crowd and the shrieking wind in his ears, but Lee's commentary still carried across the pitch. Spinnet dodges Warrington, misses a bludger by inches. Close one. Alicia. And the crowd's loving it. Listen to that noise. Wait, what are they singing? Lee's voice faltered. For a moment, he stopped talking. Then the song rose, loud and unmistakable from the sea of green and silver in the Slytherin stands. Weasley cannot save a thing. He cannot block a single ring. That's why Slytherins all sing. Weasley is our king. The laughter and clapping from the Slytherins echoed around the stadium. Then came the second verse, louder than before. Weasley was born in a bin. He always lets the quaffle in. Weasley will make sure we win. Weasley is our king. Harry's insides twisted with fury. His grip tightened on his broom handle.
And Alicia passes back to Angelina, Lee suddenly shouted, almost desperately trying to drown the song out. Come on now, Angelina. She's got only the keeper to beat She Shoots. Bletchley had blocked it. The Slytherin keeper caught the quaffle cleanly and hurled it to Warrington, who sped off at once, weaving between Alicia and Katie. The song swelled even louder. The words battered at Harry from every side. Weasley is our king. Weasley is our king.
He always lets the quaffle in. Weasley is our king. Harry couldn't stand it. He forgot the snitch entirely. He spun his broom sharply and looked toward Gryffindor's goalposts, far below and across the pitch. Ron hovered alone before the 3 hoops. Tiny and exposed, Warrington was charging straight at him. Lee's voice thundered again. "And it's Warrington with the quaffle." Warrington heading for goal, he's clear of the bludgers now, with only the keeper to beat. The Slytherin stands erupted again. Weasley cannot save a thing, but he cannot block a single ring. So here's the first real test for new Gryffindor keeper. Weasley, brother of Fred and George Weasley, and a promising new talent come on. Ron. For one split second, everything seemed to freeze. Ron dived. He threw himself sideways, arms spread desperately wide, but he missed. The quaffle shot cleanly through the centre hoop. Slytherin's score. Lee shouted over the chaos. "That makes it 10-0 to Slytherin. Hard luck." Ron. The boos and cheers crashed together in a wall of sound, and over all of it, louder and crueler than ever, the Slytherins sang on. "Weasley was born in a bin. He always lets the quaffle in. Weasley was born in a bin. He always lets the quaffle in." And Gryffindor regain possession. "Katie Bell charging up the pitch," Lee shouted bravely, though the chanting had grown so thunderous it nearly drowned him out. "Weasley will make sure we win. Weasley is our king."
"Harry, what are you doing?" Angelina yelled as she shot past him in pursuit of Katie. "Move!"
The words snapped Harry back to reality. He had been hovering completely still for over a minute.
Watching. Forgetting everything else.
The snitch. The match.
Everything. A jolt of panic hit him.
He plunged downward and then pulled up into a fast, sweeping circle, scanning the pitch wildly. The chant hammered against his ears.
"Weasley is our king. Weasley is our king."
He forced himself to focus. Look for gold.
Ignore the noise. Ignore Ron. Ignore everything.
But the snitch was nowhere to be seen. Across the pitch, Malfoy was doing the exact same thing, circling, searching. They crossed paths briefly in mid-air.
As they passed, Harry heard him singing at the top of his voice.
Weasley was born in a bin.
"And it's Warrington again?" Lee roared. He passes to Pusey. Pusey slips past Spinnet. "Come on." "Angelina, take him now." "She can't, but great bludger from Fred George." "Oh, who cares? One of them?" And Warrington drops it. Katie Bell grabs it. "No." She drops it too. Montague's got it. Slytherin Captain Montague heading back up the pitch. "Come on, Gryffindor, stop him."
Harry sped around the far end of the stadium behind the Slytherin goalposts, gripping his broom tightly.
Don't look. Don't look at Ron.
Don't think about it. But as he swept past the Slytherin keeper, he heard Bletchley join in the chant, his voice ringing clearly above the others. "Weasley cannot save a thing."
"And Pusey's through again," Lee bellowed. "He's dodged Alicia. He's heading straight for goal. Stop him, Ron."
Harry didn't need to turn. He already knew. The sound told him everything.
A deep, collective groan erupted from the Gryffindor supporters,
followed instantly by a wave of cheers, laughter, and applause from the Slytherins.
Still, he glanced down.
Near the front of the stands stood Pansy Parkinson, her pug-like face twisted with delight. She had turned her back to the pitch entirely, conducting the Slytherin crowd like a conductor before an orchestra, her arms sweeping through the air. The chant crashed down once more, louder than ever. That's why Slytherins all sing. Weasley is our king. 20-0 wasn't the end of the world. There was still plenty of time for Gryffindor to recover, or for Harry to catch the snitch and end it. Just a few goals and they'd be back in front. That was what Harry kept telling himself as he twisted and darted through the chaos of players, chasing every glimmer of light he saw, only to discover one was nothing more than the reflection of Montague's watch strap. But then Ron let in 2 more goals. Harry's urgency sharpened into panic. He had to find the snitch.
Fast. End it before things got worse.
And Katie Bell of Gryffindor dodges Pusey, slips past Montague Lovely, swerve, Katie. She passes to Johnson. Angelina Johnson takes it. She's past Warrington. She's heading for goal. Come on. Angelina Gryffindor. Score. Lee Jordan's voice thundered across the pitch. It's 40-10. 40-10 to Slytherin, and Pusey has the quaffle.
A huge cheer erupted from the Gryffindor stands. Over the noise, Harry distinctly heard Luna Lovegood's ridiculous lion hat roaring like a real beast. His spirits lifted. Only 30 points behind. That was nothing. They could come back from that.
Harry ducked violently as a bludger sent by Crabbe tore through the air where his head had just been. He bent low over his firebolt and scanned the pitch again, searching frantically. His eyes flicked constantly toward Malfoy.
Any sign? Any sudden movement?
Any clue that Malfoy had seen it first? But Malfoy was still circling too, searching just as desperately. Pusey passes to Warrington. Warrington to Montague. Montague back to Pusey. Johnson intercepts. Johnson steals it. Johnson to Bell. This looks good. Bell's hit by a bludger from Goyle, and Pusey's got it again. The Slytherin chant thundered through the freezing air. Weasley was born in a bin. He always lets the quaffle in. Weasley will make sure we win. And then Harry saw it. The golden snitch.
Tiny. Fluttering.
Hovering just a few feet above the ground near the Slytherin end of the pitch.
He dived. Instantly.
The world vanished into speed and wind.
At the same moment, Malfoy plummeted from the sky to Harry's left, a streak of green and silver flattened against his broom.
The snitch skimmed past the base of one goal hoop and shot sideways toward the stands. The turn favoured Malfoy.
He was closer.
Harry yanked the firebolt hard around.
Now they were level. Neck and neck.
The ground rushed up beneath them. Harry stretched out his right hand.
Fingers spread. Reaching. To his right, Malfoy did the same.
Their arms strained. Their fingertips brushed air.
Then
Harry's fingers snapped shut around something tiny and struggling. The snitch. Malfoy's nails scraped hopelessly across the back of Harry's hand. Harry jerked his broom upward, clutching the fluttering golden ball high in triumph. The Gryffindor stands exploded.
They'd won.
That was all that mattered. Ron's missed saves wouldn't matter now.
No one would remember.
Gryffindor had won.
Wham!
Pain exploded in Harry's lower back.
A bludger slammed into him with brutal force.
He was thrown forward off his broom. Luckily, he'd been only a few feet above the ground after the dive. He crashed hard onto the frozen pitch, flat on his back, The breath blasted from his lungs. For a moment he couldn't move. He heard Madam Hooch's whistle shriek overhead. The crowd had erupted into chaos boos, jeers, furious yelling. Then a heavy thud nearby, and Angelina's frantic voice cut through it all.
"Harry, are you okay?" Harry gritted his teeth.
"Course I am," he muttered. He grabbed her hand and let her haul him upright.
Still clutching the snitch tightly in one hand, he looked up.
Madam Hooch was racing through the air toward one of the Slytherin players above, though from where Harry stood, he couldn't yet tell which one. "It was that brute Crabbe," Angelina said furiously. "The second he saw you'd caught the snitch, he smashed that bludger straight at you, but forget that. Harry, we won. We actually won." Harry had barely registered her words when he heard a cold, mocking snort behind him. He turned sharply, still gripping the snitch in his fist. Draco Malfoy had landed nearby. His face was pale with rage, but the usual sneer still twisted across it.
"Saved Weasley's skin, did you?" Malfoy drawled. "I've never seen such a pathetic keeper."
He smirked wider. Then again, he was born in a bin. His grey eyes glittered maliciously.
"Like the song Potter. Thought the lyrics were pretty good myself."
Harry didn't answer. He turned away. The rest of the Gryffindor team were landing now one by one, shouting in triumph and punching the air. Katie and Alicia threw their arms around him.
Fred and George were yelling with excitement. Angelina looked ready to cry with relief. Only Ron was missing.
Harry spotted him in the distance, near the goalposts, climbing stiffly off his broom and trudging slowly toward the changing rooms alone.
"We wanted to add more verses," Malfoy called loudly behind them.
Katie and Alicia loosened their grip as they heard him. "But we couldn't find anything that rhymed with fat and ugly."
Angelina turned, disgust flashing across her face. "Honestly," she snapped, "listen to him, sore loser."
"We were trying to work your mother into it," C. Malfoy continued, grinning. Fred and George froze. Both turned slowly toward him.
Angelina immediately grabbed Fred's arm. "Don't," she warned. "Leave it. Fred, he's just upset he lost. The stuck-up little..." "And we couldn't squeeze in useless loser either," Malfoy went on smoothly, "for your father."
George's face darkened instantly.
Harry grabbed his arm.
"But you like the Weasleys, don't you, Potter?" Malfoy sneered. "Spend your holidays there and everything." He wrinkled his nose dramatically. "Can't imagine how you stand the smell. Though I suppose if you were raised by Muggles, even the Weasleys' pigsty seems cosy." George lunged. Harry tightened his grip and held him back.
Meanwhile, Angelina, Alicia, and Katie were struggling to restrain Fred.
Malfoy laughed openly. Harry glanced around desperately for Madam Hooch. But she was still hovering over Crabbe, furiously shouting about the illegal bludger attack. Then Malfoy took one step backward and delivered the final blow. "Or maybe," he said softly, with a cruel leer, "the Weasley's dump reminds you of your own mother's house. Potter."
Something snapped.
Harry didn't even realize he had let go of George.
1 second later, both of them were charging. Harry forgot everything.
Forgot the teachers. Forgot the crowd. Forgot the match. There was only Malfoy.
And rage.
He didn't even have time to draw his wand. His fist, still clenched around the snitch, swung hard and slammed straight into Malfoy's stomach.
Harry, George, no!
Girls screamed. Malfoy shouted. George was swearing furiously. The crowd roared. A whistle shrieked somewhere nearby. Harry kept swinging.
He wanted to hit Malfoy again. And again. And again.
Impedimenta. A powerful force struck him in the chest.
Harry was blasted backward and crashed to the ground.
The world spun.
He scrambled back to his feet.
Madame Hooch was standing there, white-faced with fury. Her whistle was clenched in one hand. Her wand pointed at him with the other. Her broom lay abandoned a few feet away.
"What do you think you're doing?" she screamed.
Malfoy was curled up on the ground nearby, groaning and clutching his stomach. Blood dripped from his nose. George stood beside him with a swollen lip. Fred was still struggling wildly in the grip of Angelina, Alicia, and Katie.
And in the background, Crabbe was doubled over laughing.
Madame Hooch's eyes blazed.
"I've never seen behaviour like this."
She pointed toward the castle. "Back up there, both of you now." Her voice cracked like a whip. "And straight to your head of house's office." Harry and George didn't argue. They went. Harry and George stormed off the Quidditch pitch without a word, both breathing hard, their tempers still blazing. Behind them, the crowd's howls, boos, and mocking laughter slowly faded into the distance until the only sound left was the sharp echo of their footsteps ringing through the stone corridors of Hogwarts. Harry's right hand throbbed painfully where his knuckles had smashed into Malfoy's face, and only then did he realize something was still wriggling in his clenched fist. He looked down and saw the golden snitch trapped between his fingers, its silver wings beating frantically as it struggled to escape. They had barely arrived outside Professor McGonagall's office when she came striding down the corridor after them. She was still wearing her Gryffindor scarf, but with furious, trembling hands, she tore it from her neck as she marched closer, her face burning with anger.
"In," she snapped, jabbing a finger toward the office door.
Harry and George obeyed instantly. McGonagall swept in after them, rounded her desk, and spun to face them. Her whole body seemed to shake with rage as she flung the scarf aside onto the floor. "Well?" she demanded. "I have never seen such disgraceful behavior in my life. 2 against 1. Explain yourselves."
"Malfoy provoked us," Harry said, stiffly, still breathing hard. "Provoked you!" McGonagall thundered, slamming her fist onto the desk so hard that her tartan tin shot sideways, burst open, and sent Ginger Newts scattering across the floor. He had just lost. Of course he wanted to provoke you. But what in Merlin's name could he possibly have said that justified the way you two behaved? "He insulted my parents," George growled, "and Harry's mother."
"And instead of letting Madame Hooch deal with it, you chose to put on a display of Muggle fist-fighting," McGonagall roared. "Do either of you have the slightest idea what you've done?"
Hem.
Harry and George turned sharply. Professor Umbridge stood in the doorway wrapped in a green tweed cloak that made her look even more like an enormous toad. She wore that sickly sweet smile Harry had come to associate with disaster. "May I help, Professor McGonagall?" Umbridge asked in a voice dripping with false sweetness. A dangerous flush spread across McGonagall's face.
Help, she repeated tightly. What exactly do you mean by help? Umbridge glided into the office, her smile widening. Oh, I simply thought you might appreciate a little extra authority.
Harry would not have been surprised if sparks had shot from McGonagall's nostrils. You thought wrong, she said coldly, turning her back on Umbridge. She rounded on Harry and George again. Now listen carefully. I do not care what Malfoy said to you. I do not care if he insulted every member of your families. Your behaviour was appalling. You will both serve a week of detentions. And don't look at me like that. Potter, you deserve it. If either of you ever...
Hem.
McGonagall closed her eyes for a moment, as if begging the heavens for patience, before turning slowly back.
Yes. I think they deserve rather more than detentions, Umbridge said smugly, her grin stretching even wider.
McGonagall's eyes snapped open. But unfortunately, she said, through clenched teeth, forcing a smile so stiff it looked painful, it is my opinion that matters, as they are in my house. Dolores.
Well, actually, Minerva, Umbridge simpered, I think you'll find that my opinion matters very much indeed. Now, where is it? Cornelius just sent it. Oh. She gave a false little laugh while rummaging through her handbag. I mean, the minister just sent it. Ah, yes.
She drew out a parchment scroll and unfurled it dramatically.
Hem, Educational Decree number 25. Not another one, McGonagall burst out furiously. Oh, yes, said Umbridge pleasantly. As a matter of fact, Minerva, you inspired this particular amendment. You remember overriding me when I refused to allow the Gryffindor Quidditch team to reform. You appealed to Dumbledore, who insisted they be allowed to play. I couldn't allow that sort of disrespect to continue. I contacted the minister at once, and he agreed that the High Inquisitor should have the power to strip students of privileges. Otherwise, she, that is to say, I would have less authority than ordinary teachers. And now, after today's dreadful display of temper, she smiled at Harry and George. You see how right I was.
She cleared her throat and read aloud. The High Inquisitor shall henceforth have supreme authority over all punishments, sanctions, and removals of privileges pertaining to the students of Hogwarts, and may alter such punishments, sanctions, and removals as have been imposed by any member of staff, and signed, Cornelius Fudge, Minister for Magic, Order of Merlin, First Class, etc., etc. She rolled up the parchment neatly and tucked it back into her handbag. So, she said brightly, looking from Harry to George and back again, I think I shall ban these two from playing Quidditch ever again. Harry felt the snitch beat wildly against his palm.
Ban us, he repeated blankly, from playing forever.
Yes, Mr. Potter, Umbridge said, her smile widening in cruel delight. A lifetime ban should do nicely. You and Mr. Weasley here, and, to be safe, I believe Mr. Weasley's twin should be included as well. If his teammates hadn't restrained him, I'm certain he would have attacked young Mr. Malfoy too. She gave another sugary smile. Their broomsticks will be confiscated. Naturally, I shall keep them safely in my office to ensure there are no infringements of the ban, but I am not entirely unreasonable. Professor McGonagall, the rest of the team may continue playing. I saw no signs of violence from them. She paused, savouring the silence. Good afternoon. And with that, she swept from the room, leaving behind a silence so heavy it felt suffocating. Banned, Angelina whispered hollowly later that night in the Gryffindor common room. Banned. No seeker. No beaters. What are we supposed to do now? It hardly felt like Gryffindor had won the match at all. The common room was filled with miserable, furious faces. The team sat slumped around the fire in silence, everyone except Ron, who had vanished after the match and had not been seen since. "It's completely unfair," Alicia said, dully, staring into the fire. "What about Crabbe?" He smashed that bludger at Harry after the whistle. "Has Umbridge banned him?" "No," Ginny said miserably from Harry's other side. "I heard Montague laughing about it at dinner. Crabbe only got lines."
"And Fred!" Alicia burst out, punching her knee in frustration. "She banned Fred, and he didn't even do anything." "It's not my fault I didn't," Fred snarled darkly. "If you three hadn't held me back, I'd have flattened that little ferret."
Harry said nothing. He sat staring blankly out at the dark window where thick snow was falling in silent sheets. Above their heads, the golden snitch he'd caught earlier darted and whirled endlessly around the common room, flashing gold in the firelight. Everyone's eyes followed it as though hypnotized. Crookshanks leapt wildly from chair to chair beneath it, swiping furiously with his paws.
"I'm going to bed," Angelina said at last, dragging herself to her feet. Her voice sounded hollow. "Maybe tomorrow I'll wake up and find none of this happened. Maybe the match hasn't even been played yet."
She trudged upstairs, and Alicia and Katie followed her soon after. Fred and George eventually stalked off as well, still scowling at everyone in sight. Ginny lingered for a little while longer before disappearing up to the girls' dormitory. At last, only Harry and Hermione remained by the dying fire. Hermione glanced around the emptying room.
"Have you seen Ron?" she asked quietly.
Harry shook his head.
"I think he's hiding from us," Hermione murmured. "Where do you think he—"
A loud creak interrupted her. The fat lady's portrait swung open, and Ron climbed awkwardly through the hole. Snow clung to his hair and shoulders. He looked pale and exhausted, like a ghost, the moment he saw Harry and Hermione. He froze. "Where have you been?" Hermione asked, hurrying toward him.
"Walking," Ron muttered. He was still in his Quidditch robes. "You're freezing," Hermione said. "Come and sit down."
Ron shuffled toward the fire and dropped into the chair furthest from Harry's without meeting his eyes. The stolen snitch zipped over their heads in a glittering blur.
"I'm sorry," Ron mumbled, staring at the floor.
Harry frowned. "What for?" "For thinking I could play Quidditch," Ron said miserably. "I'm resigning tomorrow." Harry snapped his head around. "If you resign," he said irritably, "there'll only be 3 players left."
Ron looked up, confused. "What?" "I've been banned for life," Harry said flatly. "Fred and George too." Ron's face went white. "What?"
Hermione quickly explained the whole story because Harry couldn't stand saying it aloud again. By the end of it, Ron looked as though he might collapse. "This is all my fault." "You didn't make me punch Malfoy," Harry said sharply. "If I wasn't rubbish at Quidditch."
"It's got nothing to do with that."
"It was that stupid song." "It would have got to anyone." Hermione quietly moved away to the window while the boys argued, watching the snow whirl against the black glass.
"Will you stop it?" Harry exploded finally. "Everything's bad enough without you blaming yourself for all of it."
Ron fell silent. He sat staring at the soaked edge of his robes for a long moment.
Then, in a dull, defeated voice, he muttered, "This is the worst I've ever felt in my life."
Harry let out a bitter laugh. "Join the club." Hermione turned from the window. Her voice shook slightly, but there was the beginning of a smile on her face. "Well, I can think of one thing that might make both of you feel better." Harry looked up skeptically.
"Oh, yeah."
Hermione's smile widened.
"Yeah."
She paused for dramatic effect, her eyes shining.
"Hagrid's back."
Chapter 20. Hagrid's Tale. Harry tore up to the boys' dormitory stairs 2 at a time, flung open his trunk, and snatched out the invisibility cloak and the Marauder's map. He moved so fast that he and Ron were waiting in the common room a full 5 minutes before Hermione came hurrying back down from the girls' staircase, wrapped in a thick scarf, woolen gloves, and one of her own lumpy, knitted elf hats. "It's freezing outside," she said defensively, when Ron made an impatient clicking noise. They slipped through the portrait hole and ducked under the invisibility cloak. Ron had grown so tall that he had to hunch awkwardly to keep his feet hidden. Slowly and carefully, the 3 of them crept through the castle, stopping every few minutes so Harry could consult the Marauder's map for Filch or Mrs. Norris. Luckily, the corridors were almost empty. The only soul they encountered was nearly headless Nick, drifting absent-mindedly through the passageways and humming something that sounded suspiciously like "Weasley is our king." They crossed the entrance hall and stepped out into the silent, snow-covered grounds. Harry's heart gave a sudden leap. Ahead, in the darkness, warm golden light glowed through the windows of Hagrid's hut, and smoke curled lazily from the chimney.
"He's really back," Harry whispered.
They hurried forward, slipping and bumping into one another beneath the cloak as snow crunched loudly underfoot. At last they reached the hut. Harry raised his fist and knocked hard 3 times.
Instantly, Fang erupted into wild barking inside. "Hagrid, it's us!" Harry shouted through the keyhole. "Shoulda known," came Hagrid's familiar booming voice.
The 3 of them grinned at each other beneath the cloak. He sounded happy. "Been home 3 seconds? Move. Fang. Out of the way. You great lump." The bolt slid back. The door creaked open.
Hagrid's enormous face appeared in the gap. Hermione screamed. "Merlin's beard? Keep it down," Hagrid hissed, glancing nervously over their heads. "Under the cloak, are you? Well, get in, then." "I'm sorry," Hermione gasped as they squeezed inside and whipped off the cloak. Then she froze. "Oh, Hagrid." "It's nothing, nothing," Hagrid said quickly, slamming the door and rushing to yank the curtains shut.
But Hermione couldn't stop staring. Harry felt his stomach twist.
Hagrid looked terrible.
His wild hair was sticky with dried blood. One eye was nearly swollen shut. Buried beneath ugly purple and black bruises, deep cuts marked his face and hands, some still bleeding. He moved stiffly and carefully, and Harry guessed he had at least 1 broken rib. It was obvious he had only just returned. A huge black travelling cloak was thrown over the back of a chair. A massive haversack, big enough to carry several children, leaned against the wall by the door. Hagrid limped toward the fire and set a copper kettle over the flames. "What happened to you?" Harry demanded.
Fang bounded around excitedly, trying to lick all their faces.
"Told ya," Hagrid said stubbornly. "Nothing. Want a cup of tea?"
"Oh, come off it," said Ron. "You look awful." "I'm telling you, I'm fine," Hagrid insisted, straightening and giving them a huge grin, though he winced as he did so. "Blimey. It's good to see you 3 again. Have good summers. Did you?" "Hagrid, Someone attacked you, Ron said.
For the last time's nothing, Hagrid barked.
Ron threw up his hands.
Would you call it nothing if one of us showed up looking like raw mince? He demanded.
Even through the bruises, Hagrid's mouth twitched as if he was trying not to laugh.
Hagrid pressed the enormous slab of dragon meat against his battered face and groaned softly with relief while greenish blood seeped into his beard. Then peered at Harry, Ron, and Hermione through his one swollen eye as they crowded around the table, demanding answers. Hermione insisted he ought to see Madame Pomfrey because the cuts on his hands and face still looked fresh and dangerous, but Hagrid brushed her off at once, grumbling that he was dealing with it, before revealing that the strange green-tinged steak was dragon meat and not for eating at all, only for soothing bruises. Ron leaned closer and made a face, saying it looked poisonous, while Harry pressed him again to explain who had done this to him. But Hagrid stubbornly refused, muttering that it was top secret and more than his job was worth to tell them anything. Then Hermione quietly asked whether giants had beaten him up, and at once Hagrid nearly dropped the dragon steak in shock. Sputtering in alarm and demanding to know who had told them about giants or what he had been doing. But Hermione apologized and admitted they had guessed, and when Ron and Harry nodded, saying it had seemed obvious, Hagrid glared at all three of them and stomped over to the kettle with an irritated mutter about how they always knew more than they ought to, and how some people would call them nosy and interfering, though the twitch of his beard betrayed amusement. Finally, he admitted in a rough voice that yes, he had gone looking for giants. And when Hermione asked, in a hushed tone, whether he had found them, Hagrid snorted and said giants were not exactly difficult to locate because they were so huge, though when Ron asked where they were hidden, Hagrid only said mountains and refused to be more specific, darkly adding that muggles did stumble across them sometimes, but those deaths were always blamed on mountaineering accidents. Adjusting the dragon steak again to cover the worst bruising, he settled into his chair while Ron eagerly urged him to tell the whole story and offered in exchange to tell Hagrid how Harry had been attacked by Dementors over the summer. At this, Hagrid choked violently on his tea, spraying tea, spit, and dragon blood all over the table as the steak slid to the floor with a wet splat, and he roared in disbelief, demanding to know what Ron meant by Dementors. Hermione stared wide-eyed and asked if he truly had not heard anything, and Hagrid explained he had been on a secret mission and had not wanted owls trailing after him. Harry then quickly summarized how Dementors had attacked him and Dudley in Little Whinging, and how the Ministry had tried to expel him before forcing him to attend a hearing. But Hagrid kept interrupting in outrage, shouting that Harry had been expelled, until Harry firmly insisted they trade stories Hagrid's summer first, then his own, and stared at him with determined innocence until Hagrid finally gave in with a long, suffering sigh. Bending down to retrieve the dragon steak from Fang's mouth, despite Hermione's horrified protest about hygiene, Hagrid slapped the slobbery meat straight back onto his swollen eye and prepared at last to tell them everything.
Hagrid took another deep, strengthening gulp of tea before beginning at last, explaining that he and Madame Maxime had set off almost immediately after term ended. Hermione quickly interrupted to ask whether Madame Maxime had truly gone with him, and Hagrid's rough face softened at once at the mention of Olympe as he spoke with obvious admiration, saying it had been just the two of them and that despite being elegant, refined, and always beautifully dressed, she had never once complained about scrambling over boulders, sleeping in caves, or enduring the miserable conditions of the journey. Harry leaned forward and repeated in surprise that they had actually known where the giants were. And Hagrid explained that Albus Dumbledore had known and given them directions, while Ron asked if the giants' location was some great secret.
But Hagrid shook his shaggy head and said it was not exactly hidden. Most wizards simply did not care where giants lived so long as they were far away from civilized places, and the real problem was that the region was nearly impossible for ordinary humans to reach without guidance. Then Hagrid casually mentioned it had taken them nearly a month to get there, which made Ron stare in disbelief and blurt out why they had not simply used a portkey or some easier magical method. But Hagrid looked at him almost pityingly and explained in a low, serious voice that they were being watched by the Ministry, and because the Ministry was keeping close watch on Dumbledore and anyone associated with him, they could not risk using obvious magic. Harry hurriedly cut in to say they already knew the Ministry was spying on Dumbledore, but Ron still looked stunned and asked whether they had really been forced to travel like muggles the whole way, and Hagrid admitted not entirely, though they had to be extremely cautious because both he and a lamp were rather conspicuous and easy to track. Ron made a strangled sound between laughter and disbelief and quickly hid it behind a gulp of tea, while Hagrid continued, saying they had pretended to be on holiday together and travelled into France, acting as though they were headed toward Madame Maxime's school in order to fool the Ministry agent tailing them, moving slowly because Hagrid was not supposed to use magic and because they knew the Ministry would seize any excuse to arrest or question them. Eventually they managed to lose the fool following them somewhere around Dijon, which made Hermione suddenly brighten and exclaim that she had visited Dijon on holiday and ask if they had seen anything interesting there, only to fall silent under Ron's exasperated glare. Once free of the tail, Hagrid said they risked using a little magic, and the rest of the trip went much faster. Though not without incident, they ran into a pair of crazed trolls near the border of Poland, and Hagrid had a minor disagreement with a vampire in a pub in Minsk, but aside from that, the journey had gone smoothly enough. Finally, they reached the right place and began the long climb through the mountains, searching for any sign of the giants. Hagrid explained that once he and Madame Maxime got close to the giants, they had to stop using magic almost entirely, partly because giants hated wizards, and Hagrid did not want to alarm them too soon, and partly because Albus Dumbledore had warned them that Lord Voldemort would almost certainly be trying to recruit the giants as well, likely having already sent a messenger ahead. Dumbledore had specifically told them to be extremely careful, not to draw attention to themselves in case there were Death Eaters lurking nearby, and after taking a long swallow of tea, Hagrid finally continued under Harry's urgent prompting, saying they found the giants one night after climbing over a ridge and seeing little fires glowing below in the darkness with enormous shadows shifting among them so that it looked as though pieces of the mountain itself were moving. Ron asked, in a hushed voice, how large they were, and Hagrid answered casually that most were around 20 feet tall, though some of the larger ones might have been 25. Harry then asked how many there were, and Hagrid estimated around 70 or 80, which made Hermione blurt out in surprise whether that was all, and Hagrid sadly confirmed it, explaining that only 80 giants remained when once there had been hundreds of tribes all over the world. Although wizards had killed some, most of the giants had killed each other, and now they were dying out faster than ever because they were not meant to live crowded together in one place. According to Dumbledore, it was really the fault of wizards for driving giants away from human lands and forcing them into isolation, leaving them no choice but to gather together for survival. Harry pushed on, asking what happened after they found them, and Hagrid said they waited until morning because sneaking into a giant camp in the dark seemed suicidal. And around 3 a.m, the giants simply fell asleep where they sat. Hagrid and a lamp did not dare sleep at all, both because they feared one might wander up to their hiding place and because the snoring was so deafening it caused an avalanche by dawn. Once daylight came, they went down into the camp, which made Ron stare in amazement and ask whether they had really just walked right in. But Hagrid said Dumbledore had told them exactly how to approach giants, bring gifts for the Gurg, and show proper respect. When Harry asked What a Gurg was, Hagrid explained it meant the chief, and when Ron wondered how they knew which giant was in charge, Hagrid gave a rough laugh and said it was obvious he was the biggest, ugliest, and laziest of the lot, sitting there waiting to be fed by the others with dead goats and anything else they brought him. His name was Carcass, and Hagrid estimated he stood 22 or 23 feet tall, weighed as much as a couple of bull elephants, and had skin as thick and tough as rhino hide. Hermione, breathless with fascination, asked whether they had really just walked right up to him. Hagrid explained that Albus Dumbledore had specifically instructed them to move very slowly with the giants and build trust step by step, returning each day with another gift so the giants could see they kept their promises, test the first gift and discover its value, and begin looking forward eagerly to more. Besides, Hagrid added, giants like Carcass were not exactly good with too much information at once, and if overwhelmed, they were just as likely to kill someone to simplify matters. So he and Madame Maxime had respectfully withdrawn after the first visit and spent the night in a nearby cave, returning the next morning to find Carcass already sitting up and waiting eagerly for them. This time they brought him a goblin-made battle helmet that was indestructible, and after presenting it, they sat down to talk, though Carcass said very little and mostly listened. Hagrid said there were encouraging signs because Carcass had heard of Dumbledore and knew he had opposed the slaughter of the last giants in Britain, and the chief seemed genuinely interested in what Dumbledore had to say. Even better, several of the other giants, especially those who spoke some English, had gathered around to listen as well. So Hagrid and Olympe left that day feeling hopeful and promised to return the next morning with another gift. But that night, Hagrid said grimly, everything went wrong. He explained sadly that giants were not meant to live crowded together in large groups because they constantly fought males against males, females against females, remnants of old tribes against one another, and endless disputes over food, fire, and sleeping places, so even though their race was nearly extinct, they could not stop tearing each other apart. From the mouth of their cave, Hagrid and Olympe watched a battle rage in the valley for hours, the noise unimaginable. And when the sun rose the next morning, the snow below was stained scarlet, and Carcass's severed head lay at the bottom of the lake. Hermione gasped and asked whose head it had been, and Hagrid answered heavily that it was Carcass's, and that a new Gurg had taken over Golgamath, though shaken. They had no choice but to try again, despite fearing Golgamath would not be as receptive. And when Ron asked, incredulously, whether they had really gone to speak to the giant who had just ripped off another giant's head, Hagrid said of course they had. They had not travelled all that way to give up after only 2 days. So they carried down the next gift meant for Carcass. But Hagrid knew instantly it was hopeless before he even opened his mouth, because Golgamath was sitting there wearing Carcass's goblin-made helmet and grinning at them as they approached. He was enormous, one of the biggest giants there, with black hair, black teeth, and a necklace made of bones, some of which looked disturbingly human.
Hagrid said he still tried, holding out a huge roll of dragon skin and beginning respectfully. Gift for the Gurg of the giants, only for the next thing he knew to be hanging upside down in mid-air by his feet after 2 of Golgamath's companions grabbed him.
Hermione clapped both hands over her mouth in horror, and Harry asked at once how Hagrid had managed to escape. And Hagrid admitted frankly that he never would have if Madame Maxime had not been there, with obvious admiration in his voice. He described how Olympe whipped out her wand and performed some of the fastest spellwork he had ever seen, striking the 2 giants holding him with powerful conjunctivitis curses directly in the eyes so they dropped him instantly. But the moment she used magic against them, Hagrid said, they were in serious trouble because giants hated wizards using magic on them more than anything, so the two of them had no choice but to run for their lives, knowing they would never again be able to walk openly into the camp. Ron muttered in awe, while Hermione asked why it had taken Hagrid so long to return if he had only been there for 3 days. And Hagrid looked almost offended, protesting that they had not left after 3 days because Albus Dumbledore was counting on them. Hermione pointed out that Hagrid had just said they could not go back, but Hagrid explained that they could not return by daylight. So instead they spent several days hiding in their cave and watching the camp below, and what they saw was not good. Hermione asked nervously whether Golgamath had ripped off more heads, but Hagrid said grimly he almost wished that had been all because they soon discovered Golgamath did not hate all wizards, only them. Harry immediately guessed Death Eaters, and Hagrid confirmed it darkly, saying a pair of them visited Golgamath every day, bringing gifts for the new Gurg, and unlike with Hagrid, Golgamath did not leave them hanging upside down. When Ron asked how Hagrid knew they were Death Eaters, Hagrid growled that he recognized one of them, Walden McNair, the same man sent to execute Buckbeak, a bloodthirsty brute who enjoyed killing almost as much as Golgamath, which was probably why the two got along so well. Hermione asked desperately whether McNair had convinced the giants to join Lord Voldemort, but Hagrid held up a hand and indignantly told her to wait because he had not finished the story yet, sounding rather pleased with his captive audience despite having refused to talk at first. He explained that he and a lamp discussed the situation and decided that just because Golgamath favoured Voldemort did not mean every giant would follow him. So they resolved to try persuading some of the others, especially those who had not wanted Golgamath as chief. When Ron asked how they could tell who those giants were, Hagrid answered patiently that they were the ones currently being beaten senseless, and the smarter ones were hiding in caves around the valley, just as Hagrid and a lamp were. So the two of them decided to spend their nights creeping through dark caves searching for those hidden giants and trying to win them over, which made Ron stare at him with a mixture of disbelief and admiration and repeat in awe that they had really gone poking around dark caves looking for giants. Hagrid stared into the flames for a long moment, his single visible eye reflecting the orange glow while snow pressed thick and white against the tiny cabin window. And then he took another heavy swallow of tea and began again in his rough, rumbling voice, explaining how he and Madame Maxime had set out the very moment term ended, just the two of them. And though he had expected her to complain about the brutal journey scrambling over jagged rocks, sleeping in freezing caves, and trudging through wilderness for weeks, she had never once grumbled, proving herself tougher than he had imagined. Dumbledore had known where the giants were hidden and had given them careful directions, because although most wizards didn't care where giants lived as long as it was far away, the place was nearly impossible for ordinary humans to reach, and with the Ministry spying on Dumbledore and anyone connected to him, they couldn't risk using too much magic or obvious methods like portkeys. So they had to travel slowly and cautiously, pretending to be tourists heading toward Beauxbatons while being tailed by a Ministry watcher until they finally managed to lose him around Dijon, after which they used a little magic, when safe, fought off mad trolls near the Polish border, had a run-in with a vampire in a pub in Minsk, and eventually reached the mountains where the giants lived. Once near the giants, they stopped using magic altogether because giants hated wizards using it against them, and because Dumbledore had warned that Voldemort would surely send Death Eaters to recruit them too. So they approached carefully, and at last found the giants spread beneath a mountain ridge at night, their enormous shadows moving among little fires like pieces of the mountain itself, shifting in the dark. 70 or 80 of them left in the world, each around 20 feet tall, some even bigger. A dying race that had once had tribes across the globe but had dwindled through war. Wizard attacks, and their own endless violence, forced into cramped groups where they fought constantly. They waited until morning before entering the camp and followed Dumbledore's advice by bringing gifts for the Gurg, the chief giant, who turned out to be the biggest, ugliest, laziest creature there. A monstrous giant named Carcass, lounging by a mountain lake and roaring for others to feed him and his wife, and ignoring the hostile stares of the surrounding giants. Hagrid and Maxime walked straight to him, bowed, and presented a branch of Gubrathian fire, everlasting magical flames enchanted by Dumbledore. And though Carcass didn't understand English, other giants translated and he loved the gift. So Hagrid promised to return the next day with another. The next day they brought a goblin-made battle helmet and managed to speak more. Discovering Carcass knew of Dumbledore and respected that he had opposed the slaughter of Britain's last giants, and several others gathered to listen too. Giving them hope, but that night disaster struck when a brutal fight broke out in the valley, lasting for hours until the snow ran scarlet, and by dawn Carcass's severed head lay at the bottom of the lake and a new Gurg, Golgamath, had taken over. Though horrified, they tried again, bringing him a great roll of dragon's skin. But Golgamath was wearing Carcass's helmet and sneering before Hagrid had even spoken. And moments later, Hagrid found himself hanging upside down by his ankles until Madame Maxime saved him with lightning-fast conjunctivitis curses to the giant's eyes, forcing them to flee into hiding because once they'd used magic against giants, there was no chance of openly returning. Still, they refused to give up and hid in caves for days, watching until they discovered that Golgamath welcomed other wizards, Death Eaters, including Walden McNair, the same man sent to kill Buckbeak, who came daily bearing gifts and trying to sway the giants to Voldemort's side. So Hagrid and Maxime decided to secretly persuade the wounded giants who opposed Golgamath, sneaking through caves at night while avoiding both sleeping giants and prowling Death Eaters, finding battered survivors hiding in cramped caverns, speaking to them through translators, and slowly winning over 6 or 7 of them before Golgamath's followers raided the caves and beat them so badly that the survivors wanted nothing more to do with Hagrid or Dumbledore's message. In the end, no giants had agreed to come, though Hagrid still clung to the hope that some might remember Dumbledore's kindness and leave the mountains one day to join them. And as Fang drooled over Harry's knees and the snow piled thick against the glass, Hermione hesitantly asked if Hagrid had heard anything about his mother. And after a long silence, Hagrid grunted without emotion, staring into the fire, and said only one word, "Dead. She died years ago," the giants had told him. Hermione's face crumpled with guilt at once, and she whispered a tiny apology. But Hagrid only shrugged those mountain-sized shoulders and muttered gruffly that there was no need. He barely remembered his mother anyway. And she hadn't been much of one. Then the cabin fell into another uneasy silence, the fire crackling softly while snow hissed against the windows, until Hermione shot nervous looks at Harry and Ron as if begging one of them to change the subject. And Ron finally blurted out the question they were all thinking, gesturing at Hagrid's battered, blood-caked face and asking how on earth he'd ended up in such a state, while Harry pressed him about why he'd come back so late when Sirius had said Madame Maxime had returned ages ago, and Ron demanded to know who had attacked him, but Hagrid stubbornly insisted he hadn't been attacked at all and had barely begun another denial when a sudden sharp knocking exploded through the cabin, making Hermione gasp so violently that her mug slipped from her fingers and shattered across the floor. Fang barked wildly, and all 4 of them froze as a squat shadow moved across the curtain beside the door. Ron hissed in terror that it was her, and Harry reacted instantly, snatching up the invisibility cloak and throwing it over himself and Hermione as Ron dived under too, the 3 of them huddling together and stumbling backward into a corner while Fang hurled himself at the door, barking madly, and Hagrid stood there looking utterly bewildered until Harry whispered frantically for him to hide the mugs. prompting Hagrid to scoop up Harry's and Ron's cups and jam them beneath the cushion in Fang's basket just before he shoved the dog aside with his foot and yanked open the door. Standing there in the cold night air was Professor Umbridge in her hateful green tweed cloak and matching hat with ear flaps. Pursing her lips as she craned her neck back to look up at Hagrid's bruised face, she barely reached his navel, and in a slow, loud voice, as though addressing someone dim or deaf, she asked if he was Hagrid, then swept into the cabin without waiting for an answer, her bulging toad-like eyes darting greedily around the room while Fang bounded toward her, trying to lick her face, and she snapped at him with her handbag to get away. Hagrid, still stunned, asked rudely who in the name of Merlin she was, and she announced herself as Dolores Umbridge, prompting Hagrid's confusion as he vaguely recognized her from the ministry and asked if she worked with Fudge, which she confirmed in that syrupy voice, explaining that she had been senior undersecretary to the minister, but was now Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher and Hogwarts High Inquisitor, pacing slowly around the cabin as she inspected every tiny detail, the haversack by the wall, the discarded travelling cloak. Every sign that Hagrid had only just returned, while Hagrid interrupted to say it was brave of her to take the defence job since hardly anyone would anymore, only for her to ignore him completely and continue with her pompous title. Hagrid frowned and asked what a High Inquisitor was, and Umbridge instantly seized on the broken shards of Hermione's mug glittering on the floor, pointing at them and sweetly asking what precisely that was, forcing Hagrid to glance most unhelpfully toward the hidden trio in the corner before awkwardly claiming Fang had broken a mug and he'd had to use another instead, while Harry, Ron, and Hermione held their breath beneath the cloak, praying she hadn't noticed a thing. Hagrid lifted the mug he had been drinking from as proof, still pressing the slab of dragon steak over his swollen eye with his other hand. But Umbridge had stopped examining the cabin and was now studying him with cold, suspicious little eyes, taking in every bruise, every smear of blood, every nervous twitch in his beard, and in a soft, dangerous voice she said she had heard voices while Hagrid, trying to look casual and failing miserably, declared that he had only been talking to Fang, and when Umbridge asked silkily whether Fang had been talking back, Hagrid shifted awkwardly and muttered that in a manner of speaking he sometimes thought Fang was nearly human, which only made her lips curl thinner as she informed him there were 3 sets of footprints in the snow leading from the castle to his cabin. Hermione let out a horrified gasp beneath the invisibility cloak, and Harry clamped a hand over her mouth just in time, saved only because Fang was noisily sniffing around Umbridge's robes and distracting her, while Hagrid waved vaguely at his enormous haversack and blurted that he had only just returned, and maybe someone had come earlier and he'd missed them. But Umbridge smoothly pointed out that there were no footprints leading away from the door, and Hagrid faltered badly, tugging at his beard, glancing helplessly toward the hidden corner where Harry, Ron, and Hermione stood as if begging them for an answer, stammering out a weak before Umbridge suddenly spun on her heel and began prowling through the cabin like a hunting cat, stooping to peer beneath the bed, yanking open cupboards, and passing within inches of the 3 hidden students pressed flat against the wall so closely that Harry sucked in his stomach as she brushed by. Then, after peering into Hagrid's huge cooking cauldron, she turned sharply back to him and demanded to know what had happened to his face and how he'd gotten such injuries, in what Harry thought was a disastrous move. Hagrid removed the dragon's steak, revealing the full horror of his battered face, the dark black and purple bruises around his eye, the cuts, and the fresh and dried blood matted in his beard, and stammered that he'd had a bit of an accident, which Umbridge immediately questioned in her icy voice, forcing Hagrid to claim he had tripped, and when she repeated the word with obvious disbelief, he babbled on desperately that yes, He'd tripped over a friend's broomstick, though he didn't fly himself because of his size and doubted any broom could carry him, then rambled wildly about a friend who bred Abraxan horses and how he'd once ridden one of those great winged beasts. But Umbridge sliced through the nonsense with another question, colder and sharper than before.
Asking where exactly he had been, Hagrid blinked stupidly and echoed her words, but she pressed on, reminding him that term had begun 2 months earlier. Another teacher had been forced to cover his classes. None of his colleagues could tell her where he'd gone, and he had left no address. So where, precisely, had Rubeus Hagrid been all this time?
For a long, dreadful moment, Hagrid simply stared at Umbridge with his one newly exposed eye, his face slack with panic as though every thought in his head had jammed at once, and Harry could practically hear the gears in his brain grinding furiously for an excuse. At last, Hagrid blurted that he had been away for his health, and Umbridge repeated the words in that silky, poisonous voice of hers, while her eyes drifted slowly over his battered face, purple bruises swelling around his eye, cuts still oozing, dragon blood dripping lazily down onto his waistcoat as though the evidence before her told a very different story. Then she murmured that she saw, while Hagrid rushed on awkwardly, claiming he'd needed a bit of fresh air, only for Umbridge to sweetly remark that as gamekeeper he must find fresh air so very hard to come by. The tiny patch of unbruised skin on Hagrid's face flushed red beneath the insult, and he stammered about wanting a change of scene instead. But Umbridge pounced at once, asking sharply whether it had been mountain scenery, and Harry's stomach lurched because it sounded as though she knew exactly where he'd been. Hagrid echoed the word mountains in a dazed tone, thinking desperately fast before blurting that no, he'd gone to the south of France for some sun and sea, and Umbridge coolly noted that he didn't look particularly tanned, forcing Hagrid to mumble something about sensitive skin while attempting a sickly smile that only made matters worse because Harry could now see 2 of Hagrid's teeth were missing. Umbridge stared at him without the slightest hint of sympathy until his smile crumbled away. Then she adjusted her handbag on her arm and informed him with smug satisfaction that she would, of course, be informing the minister of his late return, and Hagrid merely nodded helplessly. She went on to remind him that as Hogwarts High Inquisitor it was her unfortunate but necessary duty to inspect her fellow teachers, and that she expected they would be seeing one another again soon, then turned crisply and marched toward the door. Hagrid stared after her blankly and repeated in disbelief that she was inspecting them. And with one hand on the handle, Umbridge looked back over her shoulder and softly explained that the ministry was determined to weed out unsatisfactory teachers before bidding him good night in a voice full of false sweetness and snapping the door shut behind her. Harry immediately moved to rip off the invisibility cloak, but Hermione seized his wrist and whispered urgently that they should wait in case Umbridge was still lurking outside. And Hagrid seemed to agree because he lumbered over to the window and cautiously peeled back the curtain just enough to peer through, then muttered in relief that she was heading back to the castle, though he still looked thunderstruck by the idea of inspections. Harry finally threw off the cloak and told him grimly that Professor Trelawney was already on probation, and Hagrid's bruised face somehow managed to look even more alarmed, while Hermione, hesitating only a moment, asked in a nervous little voice what exactly Hagrid was planning to teach them in class. Hagrid's bruised face lit up at once, as though Umbridge's visit had been forgotten in an instant, and he cheerfully declared that they had nothing to worry about because he had a whole pile of lessons planned, scooping up the dragon steak from the table and slapping it back over his swollen eye with a wet smack, while proudly announcing that he had been saving a couple of creatures, especially for their OWL year, and that they were something really special. Hermione, who clearly did not trust Hagrid's idea of special in the slightest, asked very cautiously what kind of special he meant. But Hagrid only grinned and refused to say, because he didn't want to ruin the surprise, which made Harry and Ron exchange uneasy looks while Hermione abandoned subtlety altogether and urgently warned him that Professor Umbridge would not be pleased if he brought anything remotely dangerous into class. Hagrid looked honestly puzzled and genially insisted that he would never give them anything dangerous, though he admitted vaguely that the creatures could look after themselves, which only made Hermione more frantic as she launched into a heartfelt plea, explaining that if he wanted to pass Umbridge's inspection, he really ought to stick to something safe and boring, like teaching them about Porlocks or how to tell gnarls from hedgehogs or other simple creatures guaranteed to appear on their OWLS. But Hagrid looked almost offended by the suggestion and said such lessons were dreadfully dull compared to what he had in mind, proudly boasting that he'd been breeding these creatures for years and reckoned he had the only domestic herd of them in Britain. Hermione's voice rose with genuine desperation now as she begged him to understand that Umbridge was searching for any excuse to sack teachers loyal to Dumbledore and pleaded with him to teach something boring and exam-related just once. But Hagrid only yawned hugely and cast a sleepy, one-eyed glance toward his giant bed in the corner, clearly done with the conversation, then told them it had been a long day and very late, and patted Hermione consolingly on the shoulder with such force that her knees buckled and she crashed to the floor with a thump. Hagrid looked startled and apologetic, then hoisted her back upright by the neck of her robes as though she weighed nothing, reassuring her once more not to worry because he had excellent lessons planned, now that he was back, before firmly ordering the three of them to return to the castle and remember to wipe away their footprints in the snow. A short while later, after checking that Umbridge was nowhere in sight, the trio trudged back through the deepening snow toward Hogwarts under the invisibility cloak, Hermione muttering the obliteration charm behind them so their tracks vanished at once. And Ron muttered doubtfully that he wasn't sure Hermione had gotten through to Hagrid at all. But Hermione, brushing snow from her hat and glaring ahead through the dark, replied with fierce determination that if she had to, she'd go back the very next day and plan Hagrid's lessons for him herself, because she didn't particularly care if Umbridge got rid of Professor Trelawney, but she was absolutely not letting her drive Hagrid out of Hogwarts too. Chapter 21. The Eye of the Snake. Hermione fought her way through the deep snow to Hagrid's cabin early Sunday morning, sinking nearly to her knees with every step as icy wind whipped at her robes and flakes gathered in her hair. Harry and Ron had wanted to go with her, but the towering pile of homework in front of them had become impossible to ignore. So they stayed behind in the common room with bad grace, bent over essays and textbooks while trying to block out the delighted screams echoing up from the grounds, where students were skating across the frozen lake, racing down snowy slopes on toboggans, and most annoyingly of all, charming snowballs to rocket up toward Gryffindor Tower and smack loudly against the windows. At last Ron lost patience. Storming over to the window, he shoved it open and leaned out, yelling, "Oi! I'm a prefect, and if one more snowball hits this window, ouch!" He jerked backward instantly, spluttering and drenched as a snowball exploded in his face, slamming the window shut. He wiped snow from his eyes and muttered bitterly, "It's Fred and George, idiots." Hermione returned shortly before lunch, trembling from the cold, her robes soaked through to the knees. Ron looked up the moment she stepped through the portrait hole. "So," he asked, "did you organize all Hagrid's lessons for him?" Hermione dropped heavily into the chair beside Harry, looking utterly worn out. Pulling out her wand, she flicked it in a complicated motion, and a stream of warm air blasted from the tip. She directed it at herself until her steaming robes began to dry. "I tried," she said, miserably. "He wasn't even there when I got there. I knocked for at least half an hour before he finally came crashing out of the forest." Harry groaned immediately. The Forbidden Forest was packed with exactly the kind of terrifying creatures most likely to cost Hagrid his job. "What's he hiding in there?" Harry asked anxiously. "Did he tell you?" Hermione shook her head. "No, he says he wants it to be a surprise. I kept trying to explain about Umbridge, but he just doesn't understand. He kept saying no one in their right mind would choose to study gnarls over chimeras, though." She added quickly at Harry and Ron's horrified expressions. "I don't think he's actually got a chimera, at least not for lack of trying. From what he said, getting the eggs is the difficult part." Harry and Ron stared at her in alarm as she sighed. "I must have told him a dozen times he'd be better off copying Professor Grubbly Plank's lesson plans, but honestly, I don't think he was listening to half of what I said. He's acting strange, too. And he still refuses to explain how he got those injuries." When Hagrid reappeared at the staff table the following morning at breakfast, the students' reactions were mixed. Fred, George, and Lee Jordan let out triumphant cheers and sprinted down the aisle between the Gryffindor and Hufflepuff tables to grab Hagrid's enormous hand and shake it enthusiastically. Others, like Parvati and Lavender, exchanged dark looks and sighed unhappily. Harry understood why. Plenty of students preferred Professor Grubbly Plank's lessons, and the worst part was that a small, honest corner of Harry's mind knew they had every reason to. Grubbly Plank's idea of an interesting class usually did not involve the possibility of someone losing a limb or having their head ripped clean off. Harry, Ron, and Hermione made their way down to Hagrid's lesson on Tuesday with more than a little dread, bundled up tightly against the freezing weather. Harry's mind was crowded with worries not only about what bizarre and probably dangerous creature Hagrid had decided to introduce this time, but also about how the rest of the class, especially Malfoy and his gang, might behave if Umbridge happened to be lurking nearby, ready to use the slightest disaster against Hagrid. To Harry's relief, there was no sign of the High Inquisitor as they trudged through the snow toward Hagrid, who was waiting at the edge of the Forbidden Forest. Even so, he did little to calm anyone's nerves. The bruises that had been dark purple only a few days earlier had faded into sickly shades of green and yellow, while several of the cuts on his face and hands still looked fresh and raw, as though they refused to heal. Harry couldn't make sense of it. Had Hagrid been attacked by some magical creature with poisonous claws or venomous teeth? As if the scene were not unsettling enough already, Hagrid had half of a dead cow slung over one massive shoulder. "We're heading in here today," Hagrid called cheerfully as the students approached, jerking his thumb toward the dark wall of trees behind him. "More shelter from the wind in there. Besides, they like the dark." "What likes the dark?" Harry heard Malfoy hiss nervously to Crabbe and Goyle. "Did you hear that?" "What did he say likes the dark?" Harry smirked to himself. He remembered the last time Malfoy had been forced into the Forbidden Forest and how terrified he had been. After everything Malfoy had done at the Quidditch match, seeing him scared was deeply satisfying.
"Ready? Are you?" Hagrid boomed, beaming around at the uneasy class. "Right then. I've been saving this trip into the forest for your 5th year. Thought it was time you saw these creatures in their natural habitat. Rare creatures. These are, I reckon I'm probably the only person in Britain who's ever managed to train them."
"And you're sure they're trained, are you?" Malfoy shot back, panic edging his voice, "because it wouldn't exactly be the first time you've brought something wild to class, would it?" The Slytherins muttered in agreement, and even some of the Gryffindors looked uneasy enough to think Malfoy might have a point. "Course they're trained," Hagrid snapped, glaring as he adjusted the dead cow on his shoulder. "Then what happened to your face?" Malfoy pressed. "Mind your own business," Hagrid barked, "and if you're done asking stupid questions, follow me." Without another word, he turned and marched into the forest for a moment. Nobody moved. Harry exchanged a glance with Ron and Hermione. They sighed, but nodded, resigned. The three of them stepped forward after Hagrid, and the rest of the class reluctantly trailed behind. They walked for nearly 10 minutes through the thickening trees until the branches overhead blocked out most of the weak winter daylight. It became as dim as evening beneath the canopy, and the snow disappeared entirely from the forest floor, replaced by damp earth and tangled roots. At last Hagrid stopped in a cramped clearing. With a heavy thud, he dropped the half-cow onto the ground and turned to face the class. The students edged forward cautiously from behind tree trunks and low branches, their eyes darting into the darkness around them as though expecting some monstrous thing to leap out at any second. "Come on, gather close, Hagrid urged, waving the class nearer with one enormous hand. "They'll smell the meat soon enough, but I'm going to call them anyway. They like to know it's me." He turned away, tossed his tangled hair back from his face, and let out a strange, piercing shriek that ripped through the silence of the forest like the cry of some gigantic hunting bird. The sound echoed eerily among the trees. No one laughed. Most of the students were too tense, too frightened even to breathe properly. Hagrid gave the cry a second time. A long minute dragged by. Everyone kept glancing over their shoulders or peering into the darkness between the trunks, waiting for the first sign of whatever was coming. Then, just as Hagrid drew in breath for a third call, Harry jabbed Ron in the ribs and pointed into the shadows between two twisted yew trees.
Out of the darkness came a pair of shining, blank white eyes.
They grew larger. Then the creature stepped fully into view. First its dragon-like head, then its long neck, and finally its strange, skeletal body, a huge, black, winged horse with bat-like wings folded against its sides. Its ribs showed sharply beneath its dark skin, and its long, black tail flicked lazily behind it. The creature paused, staring at the class for a moment with its eerie white eyes, then lowered its head and began ripping chunks of flesh from the dead cow with long, pointed fangs. Relief flooded Harry so suddenly it almost made him dizzy. So he hadn't imagined them. They were real.
Hagrid knew about them too. Excited, Harry turned to Ron, expecting him to be staring in amazement, but Ron was still squinting into the trees.
After a few seconds, Ron whispered, "Why doesn't Hagrid call again?" Harry blinked. He looked around. Most of the class wore the same puzzled, nervous expressions as Ron. They were staring everywhere except directly at the horse, standing only a few feet away.
Only two others seemed able to see it.
One was a thin, stringy Slytherin boy standing behind Goyle, who was watching the creature eat with an expression of disgust. The other was Neville, whose eyes were tracking the swish of the horse's long tail.
"Oh, and here comes another one," Hagrid announced proudly, as a second skeletal black horse glided silently from the shadows, folding its leathery wings tightly against its body before lowering its head to feed beside the first. "Now then, hands up who can see 'em."
Harry raised his hand at once, thrilled that he was finally about to understand what these mysterious creatures were. Hagrid nodded at him.
"Yeah, knew you'd be able to, Harry," he said gravely. "And you too, Neville? And—" "Excuse me," Malfoy interrupted in a sneering drawl. "But what exactly are we supposed to be looking at?" Instead of answering directly, Hagrid pointed at the half-eaten cow on the ground.
The whole class stared. A few seconds later, several students gasped, and Parvati let out a shriek. Harry understood immediately. To anyone who couldn't see the horses, it looked as though strips of flesh were being torn from the carcass by invisible mouths and vanishing into thin air.
What's doing that? Parvati cried in horror, stumbling backward behind the nearest tree.
What's eating it? Thestrals, Hagrid announced proudly, and Harry heard Hermione give a quiet little gasp of understanding beside him. Hogwarts has a whole herd of them living in here. Now then, who knows? But they're terribly unlucky. Parvati burst out, looking horrified. They're supposed to bring awful misfortune to anyone who sees them. Professor Trelawney told me.
No, Hagrid said, laughing good-naturedly. That's just nonsense. There's superstition. They're not unlucky at all. They're smart, really smart, and useful too. Mind you, these ones don't do much work, mostly just pull the school carriages unless Dumbledore's going on a long trip and doesn't fancy apparating. Oh, and here come a few more. 2 more Thestrals slipped silently out of the shadows. One passed so close to Parvati that she squeaked and flattened herself against the tree trunk. I think I felt something, she cried. I think it's right next to me. Don't worry, it won't hurt you, Hagrid said patiently. Now then, can anyone tell me why some of you can see him and some can't? Hermione's hand shot up. Hagrid grinned at her. Go on then. The only people who can see Thestrals, Hermione said clearly, are those who have seen death. Exactly right, said Hagrid solemnly. 10 points to Gryffindor. Now, Thestrals, hem. Professor Umbridge had arrived.
She stood only a few feet away from Harry, bundled once again in her green hat and cloak, clutching her clipboard like a weapon. Hagrid, who had never heard Umbridge's fake little cough before, looked around in concern at the nearest Thestral, as though he thought it had made the noise. Hem. Oh, hello, Hagrid said brightly, finally spotting her. You received the note I sent to your cabin this morning? Umbridge asked, in the same painfully slow, loud voice she always used with him, as though speaking to someone deaf or dim, informing you that I would be inspecting your lesson. Oh, yeah, Hagrid said cheerfully. Glad you found the place all right. Well, as you can see, or maybe you can't. We're doing Thestrals today, I'm sorry, Umbridge said loudly, putting a hand to her ear and frowning. What was that? Hagrid blinked in confusion. Thestrals? He bellowed. Big winged horses, you know. He flapped his massive arms in what he clearly hoped was a helpful demonstration. Professor Umbridge raised her eyebrows and scribbled briskly on her clipboard. Has to resort to crude sign language, she muttered as she wrote. Harry clenched his fists. Even Hermione looked furious.
Hagrid, however, merely stood there smiling uncertainly, apparently trying to be polite, while the class watched in growing outrage. Well, anyway, Hagrid muttered, turning back to the class looking rattled and uncertain. What was I saying? Appears to have poor short-term memory, Umbridge murmured loudly enough for everyone to hear as she scribbled on her clipboard.
Draco Malfoy looked delighted, as though all his Christmas presents had arrived early. Hermione, on the other hand, had gone bright red with barely controlled fury.
Oh yeah, Hagrid said, glancing nervously at Umbridge's clipboard but forcing himself onward. Yeah, I was telling you how we got the herd. Right. We started with 1 male and 5 females. This one here, he patted the first horse that had appeared named Tenebrous. He's me favourite. First one born here in the forest. Are you aware, Umbridge interrupted loudly, that the Ministry of Magic has classified Thestrals as dangerous?
Harry's stomach dropped. But Hagrid only laughed.
Dangerous? Nah, Thestrals aren't dangerous. Well, all right. They might take a nip out of you if you annoy 'em enough. shows sign of pleasure at the idea of violence, Umbridge muttered, scribbling again. No, no, Hagrid said quickly, now looking flustered. I mean, a dog'll bite if you tease it, won't it? Thestrals have just got a bad reputation because of the death thing. People used to think they were bad omens. Just misunderstood 'em. That's all.
Umbridge ignored him completely. She finished writing, then looked up and said in an exaggeratedly slow voice, "Please continue teaching as usual. I am going to walk." She mimed walking. Malfoy and Pansy Parkinson were nearly choking with silent laughter among the students. She pointed around at them and asked questions. She tapped her mouth to indicate speaking. Hagrid stared blankly at her, clearly unable to understand why she was acting as though he couldn't comprehend English. Hermione was shaking with rage.
"You hag," she whispered furiously. "You evil hag! I know exactly what you're doing. You twisted, horrible, vicious." Anyway, Hagrid said desperately. "Trying to recover? Thestrals? Yeah. Well, there's loads of good things about them."
Professor Umbridge had already moved to Pansy Parkinson. "Do you find," she asked in a carrying voice, "that you are able to understand Professor Hagrid when he speaks?" Like Hermione, Pansy had tears in her eyes, but these were from laughter.
"No," she squeaked between giggles. "Not really. It sort of sounds like grunting most of the time."
Umbridge made another note. The few unbruised patches of Hagrid's face turned deep red, but he pretended not to hear.
Yeah. Well, once they're trained, like this lot, you'll never get lost. Brilliant sense of direction. Just tell them where you want to go. Assuming they can understand you. Of course, Malfoy called loudly.
Pansy collapsed into another fit of laughter. Professor Umbridge smiled at them approvingly before moving on to Neville. "You can see the Thestrals, Longbottom?" she asked. Neville nodded nervously.
"Who did you see die?"
Neville swallowed.
My granddad."
"And what do you think of them?" she asked, waving one stubby hand toward the skeletal horses, who had by now stripped much of the carcass down to gleaming bone.
Neville stammered, glancing anxiously at Hagrid. "They're okay. Students are too intimidated to admit," Umbridge muttered, writing again. "No," Neville blurted, looking distressed. "No, I'm not scared of them."
Harry felt his anger rising hotter and hotter. Everything Umbridge said was twisted. Every answer she got was bent to fit what she wanted to hear. And Hagrid, bruised and trying so hard, was being humiliated in front of the entire class. Umbridge wore a falsely sympathetic smile as she gently patted Neville on the shoulder, though to Harry it looked far more like a sneer than a comforting expression. Then she turned toward Hagrid and once again used that painfully slow, exaggerated tone as though speaking to someone incapable of understanding. She announced that she had gathered enough information from the inspection and that Hagrid would receive the results within 10 days. As she spoke, she acted everything out with ridiculous gestures, pretending to pluck a letter from the air, tapping her clipboard to emphasize the results, and holding up all 10 stubby fingers beneath her green hat. Her grin stretched wider than ever, making her look even more like a smug toad. Then she bustled away through the students, leaving Malfoy and Pansy Parkinson doubled over with laughter, Hermione trembling with rage, and Neville standing there looking upset and confused. About half an hour later, As they trudged back toward the castle through the narrow tracks they had already made in the snow, Hermione finally exploded. She furiously called Umbridge a foul, twisted old liar and ranted that it was obvious what she was trying to do. Hermione said it was the same prejudice against half-breeds all over again. Umbridge was trying to paint Hagrid as some kind of brainless troll simply because his mother had been a giantess. She fumed that it was deeply unfair because the lesson had not been bad at all. If Hagrid had brought out blast-ended Scroots again, that would have been one thing, but Thestrals were perfectly fine. In fact, by Hagrid's standards, it had actually been a very good lesson. Ron still looked doubtful and pointed out that Umbridge had called Thestrals dangerous. Hermione snapped impatiently that, just as Hagrid had said, they only looked after themselves. She admitted that a teacher like Professor Grubbly Plank probably would not have shown them Thestrals before Newt level, but insisted they were fascinating creatures, especially the strange fact that some people could see them and others could not. Without thinking, Hermione muttered that she wished she could see them too. Harry turned to her quietly and asked, "Do you—" Hermione froze at once. Horror flashing across her face as she realized what she had said, she immediately apologized, stumbling over her words and saying it had been a stupid and insensitive thing to say. But Harry quickly reassured her that it was all right and told her not to worry about it. Ron, eager to move on, remarked that he was surprised so many people in one class could see Thestrals. 3 people seemed like a lot.
At that exact moment, a sneering voice drifted out of the falling snow behind them. None of them had heard Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle approaching through the muffled white silence. Malfoy drawled that they had been wondering the same thing. Then, with cruel amusement, he mocked Ron, asking whether seeing someone die might help him spot the quaffle better. Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle roared with laughter as they shoved past on their way to the castle, then burst into another chorus of "Weasley is our king." Ron's ears turned bright red with anger and humiliation. Hermione kept telling him to ignore them as she pulled out her wand and cast hot air once more, melting an easier path through the untouched snow toward the greenhouses ahead.
December arrived with heavier snowfalls and an overwhelming mountain of homework for the 5th years. At the same time, Ron and Hermione found their prefect duties becoming increasingly exhausting as Christmas drew nearer. They were expected to oversee the decoration of the castle, an almost impossible task, according to Ron, who complained bitterly that trying to hang tinsel was hopeless when Peeves had the other end and was attempting to strangle you with it. They also had to supervise 1st and 2nd years who were forced to stay indoors during breaks because of the freezing weather. Ron grumbled that the younger students were cheeky little nuisances and insisted they had never been that rude when they were in 1st year. On top of that, they were assigned corridor patrols alongside Argus Filch, who was convinced the holiday excitement would lead to an outbreak of wizard duels. Ron was furious about that too, muttering that Filch had dung for brains. They were so overwhelmed with responsibilities that Hermione had even stopped knitting hats for the house elves, though she was still worrying constantly because she only had 3 left. She fretted over all the poor elves she had not yet freed, imagining them stuck working through Christmas simply because there were not enough hats. Harry, who had never had the heart to tell her that Dobby was collecting every single hat she made, bent lower over his history of magic essay and stayed silent. In truth, Harry did not want to think about Christmas at all. For the first time since arriving at Hogwarts, he found himself wishing to spend the holidays somewhere else. His Quidditch ban still stung deeply, and the thought that Hagrid might soon be placed on probation only made him resent Hogwarts more. The one thing he still looked forward to was the DA meetings, but even those would stop over the holidays because almost everyone would be going home to their families. Hermione was leaving to go skiing with her parents, an idea that amused Ron enormously because he could not understand why muggles would strap narrow bits of wood to their feet just to slide down mountains. Ron himself was going home to the burrow. Harry spent several miserable days feeling envious until he casually asked Ron how he planned to get home for Christmas, only for Ron to stare at him and say that Harry was coming too. Apparently Mrs. Weasley had written weeks earlier and told Ron to invite him. Hermione rolled her eyes at Ron's forgetfulness, but Harry's mood lifted instantly. The thought of spending Christmas at the burrow filled him with warmth and excitement. Still, there was one shadow over his happiness: guilt. He hated the idea of leaving Sirius alone over Christmas. Harry wondered whether he might persuade Mrs. Weasley to invite Sirius as well, though he doubted Dumbledore would allow Sirius to leave Grimmauld Place. Besides, Harry suspected Mrs. Weasley might not want Sirius there, considering how often they argued. Sirius had not contacted Harry since appearing in the fire, and although Harry knew it was too risky to reach out while Umbridge was watching so closely, he could not stop imagining Sirius alone in that gloomy old house, perhaps pulling a Christmas cracker in silence with only Creature for company. Harry arrived early for the final DA meeting before the holidays in the Room of Requirement, and he was glad he had. The moment the lamps burst into life, he saw that Dobby had decided to decorate the room for Christmas. Harry knew instantly it was Dobby's work because nobody else would have hung 100 golden baubles from the ceiling, each one bearing a picture of Harry's face and the cheerful message, "Have a very Harry Christmas." Harry had only just managed to remove the last of Dobby's ridiculous Christmas decorations when the door creaked open and Luna Lovegood drifted in, looking as dreamy and absent-minded as ever. She glanced around at the few decorations still hanging and said vaguely that they looked nice, asking whether Harry had put them up. Harry quickly explained that it had actually been Dobby, the house elf. Luna's eyes then wandered upward and settled on a large bunch of mistletoe hanging almost directly above Harry's head. In her usual dreamy tone, she pointed it out. Harry immediately leapt away from beneath it. Luna nodded solemnly and remarked that it was a wise precaution because mistletoe was often infested with nargles. Harry was spared the trouble of asking what nargles were when the door opened again, and Angelina Johnson, Katie Bell, and Alicia Spinett hurried in, breathless and red-cheeked from the cold. Angelina wasted no time in delivering bad news, pulling off her cloak and tossing it into a corner. She announced dully that they had finally replaced him. Harry stared blankly, asking what she meant. She impatiently clarified that they had replaced not just him, but Fred and George too. They had found a new seeker. Harry immediately asked who it was, and Katie answered that it was Ginny Weasley. Harry gaped. Angelina admitted that, surprisingly, Ginny was actually quite good. Of course, she added with a sharp, reproachful look, she was nothing compared to Harry, but since they could not have him, Harry bit back the angry retort rising in his throat. Did Angelina really think he regretted being thrown off the team any less than she did? In fact, he regretted it 100 times more. Trying to keep his voice steady, Harry asked who the new beaters were. Alicia answered without much enthusiasm that they were Andrew Kirk and Jack Sloper. Neither of them was particularly talented, she admitted, but compared to the rest of the hopeless idiots who had shown up for tryouts, they were the best they could get. Thankfully, the arrival of Ron Weasley, Hermione Granger, and Neville Longbottom brought the depressing conversation to an end. Within minutes, the room filled up enough that Harry no longer had to endure Angelina's burning looks of blame. Calling the group to order, Harry announced that this evening they would simply review everything they had learned so far. Since it was the last DA meeting before the Christmas holidays, there was no point starting anything new right before a 3-week break. From somewhere in the crowd, Zachariah Smith muttered loudly enough for everyone to hear that if he had known they were not learning anything new, he would not have bothered coming. Fred immediately shouted back that they were all terribly sorry Harry had forgotten to inform him personally. Several people laughed. Harry noticed Cho Chang laughing too, and instantly felt that familiar swooping sensation in his stomach, as though he had missed a step on a staircase.
Ignoring the distraction, Harry continued by instructing everyone to pair up and practice the impediment jinx for 10 minutes. After that, they would bring out the cushions and work on stunning spells again. The members obediently paired off, and Harry partnered Neville as usual. Soon the room was echoing with shouts of impedimenta. One partner would freeze for a minute or so while the other stood around watching the rest of the room. Then they would switch and take turns.
Neville had improved so much that Harry could hardly believe it. After Neville successfully unfroze him 3 times in a row, Harry decided Neville was ready to rejoin Ron and Hermione. Harry then began walking around the room, observing the others and offering advice. As he passed Cho, she beamed at him warmly. Harry had to fight the temptation to keep circling back just to walk past her again. After 10 minutes of practicing the impediment jinx, the group spread cushions across the floor and moved on to stunning spells again. The room of requirement was a little too cramped for everyone to practice at once, so half the members stood back and watched while the others took turns. Then they swapped over. As Harry watched them, he felt an enormous swell of pride. True. Neville Longbottom accidentally stunned Padma Patil instead of Dean Thomas, whom he had actually been aiming at. But even that was a much closer miss than usual. Everyone else had improved tremendously too. At the end of an hour, Harry called a stop to the lesson, smiling around at them all. He told the group they were getting really good. He added that after the Christmas holidays they could begin working on more advanced magic, perhaps even Patronuses. A murmur of excitement rippled through the room. People began leaving in their usual pairs and small groups, most of them wishing Harry a happy Christmas on their way out, still in high spirits. Harry helped Ron Weasley and Hermione Granger gather up the cushions and stack them neatly away. Ron and Hermione left before he did, but Harry deliberately lingered because Cho Chang was still there, and he was secretly hoping she might wish him a Merry Christmas. Then he heard Cho tell her friend Marietta to go on without her, and Harry's heart leapt so suddenly it felt as though it had shot straight into his throat. Pretending to straighten the pile of cushions, he waited, certain they were finally alone. He expected her to speak. Instead, he heard a loud sniff. Harry turned and saw Cho standing in the middle of the room, tears streaming down her face. She was crying silently, completely thrown. Harry could only manage a weak, "What's up?" Cho shook her head and wiped at her eyes with her sleeve, thickly, through her tears. She apologized and said she supposed learning all this magic just made her wonder whether, if Cedric had known it, he might still be alive.
Harry's heart sank. Of course, he should have known. She wanted to talk about Cedric Diggory.
He told her heavily that Cedric had known this sort of magic. Cedric had been very good, or he would never have reached the center of the maze. But if Lord Voldemort truly wanted to kill you, Harry said, you did not stand a chance. Cho gave a little hiccup at the sound of Voldemort's name, but she did not flinch away. Instead, she looked at Harry steadily and reminded him that he had survived Voldemort when he was only a baby. Harry, tired and bitter, started moving toward the door. He muttered that he had no idea why he had survived, and neither did anyone else. So it was nothing to be proud of. Cho quickly begged him not to leave. Her voice became tearful again as she apologized for getting upset and insisted she had not meant to. She hiccuped once more, even with red, swollen eyes. She still looked very pretty. Harry felt utterly miserable. He would have been perfectly happy with nothing more than a cheerful Merry Christmas. Cho said softly that it must be horrible for Harry when people mentioned Cedric, especially since Harry had seen him die. She guessed Harry probably just wanted to forget about it. Harry said nothing. It was true, but admitting it aloud felt cruel. Then Cho gave him a watery little smile and told him he was a really good teacher. She said she had never been able to stun anything before. Harry shifted awkwardly and simply muttered, "Thanks." Harry and Cho Chang stood there staring at each other for what felt like forever. Harry felt a desperate urge to bolt from the room, yet at the same time he found himself completely unable to move. It was as though his feet had been rooted to the floor. Cho broke the silence softly, pointing upward and mentioning the mistletoe hanging above his head. Harry swallowed and managed to say yes, though his mouth felt unbearably dry, trying awkwardly to joke. He muttered that it was probably full of nargles. Cho blinked and asked what nargles were. Harry admitted he had no idea. His brain felt as though it had been hit by a stunning spell. He stammered that she would have to ask Looney, then quickly corrected himself to Luna Lovegood. Cho made a strange little sound somewhere between a laugh and a sob as she stepped closer. Harry's thoughts vanished entirely. She was so close now he could have counted every freckle on her nose. Then she whispered that she really liked him. Harry could not think at all. A strange, tingling sensation spread through his whole body, freezing his arms, his legs, even his mind. She moved even nearer. He could see every tiny tear clinging to her eyelashes. Half an hour later, Harry returned to the common room in a daze and found Hermione Granger and Ron Weasley sitting in the best chairs by the fire. Almost everyone else had already gone to bed. Hermione was busy writing an incredibly long letter, having already filled half a roll of parchment that dangled over the edge of the table. Ron was sprawled on the hearthrug, struggling to finish his Transfiguration homework. Ron looked up and asked what had kept Harry so long as Harry dropped heavily into the armchair beside Hermione. Harry did not answer. He was still in shock. Part of him wanted to tell them what had just happened, but another part wanted to bury the memory forever. Hermione peered over the tip of her quill and asked if he was all right. Harry gave a weak shrug. Honestly, he had no idea whether he was all right or not. Ron propped himself up on one elbow and asked what had happened. Harry still had no clue how to begin telling them and was leaning towards saying nothing at all until Hermione cut straight to the point, in a brisk, practical tone. She asked if it was Cho and whether she had cornered him after the meeting. Harry stared at her, stunned, then nodded. Ron sniggered, though he stopped the moment Hermione shot him a look, trying and failing to sound casual. Ron asked what Cho had wanted. Harry started hoarsely, stumbling over his words. He cleared his throat and tried again. But before he could get anything out, Hermione bluntly asked whether they had kissed. Ron jerked upright so fast that he knocked over his bottle of ink, spilling it all over the rug, ignoring the mess completely. He stared at Harry with eager delight. He demanded to know if it was true. Harry looked from Ron's expression, a mixture of amusement and disbelief, to Hermione's slight frown, and then nodded. Ron let out a triumphant shout and punched the air before collapsing into a fit of loud, uncontrollable laughter that made several nervous second years near the window jump. Watching Ron rolling around on the hearthrug, Harry could not help a reluctant grin. Hermione looked utterly disgusted by Ron's reaction and went back to her letter. Eventually, Ron calmed down enough to ask the most important question. What had it been like? Harry thought about it for a moment and then answered honestly with a single word: wet. Harry remained frozen in thought as Ron let out a strange sound that could have been excitement or revulsion. It was impossible to tell. She was crying, Harry added gloomily. Ron's grin faltered. Oh, he muttered. Are you really that terrible at kissing? Harry frowned. He hadn't even considered that possibility until now, and the idea unsettled him. I don't know, he admitted. Maybe I am. You're definitely not, Hermione said absent-mindedly, her quill still moving quickly across the parchment. Ron's head snapped toward her. And how would you know? He demanded. Hermione barely looked up, because Cho cries all the time lately, she replied casually. At meals, in the girls' bathroom, practically everywhere.
Ron smirked. You'd think kissing someone would make her feel better.
Hermione set down her quill and gave him a look of utter disbelief. Ron, she said with dignity, you are honestly the most insensitive person I've ever met.
Ron looked offended. What's that supposed to mean? Who cries while they're being kissed? Exactly, Harry said quickly, desperate for support. Who does that?
Hermione stared at both of them as though they were hopeless. She sighed heavily. Don't either of you understand what Cho must be going through? She asked.
No, Harry and Ron answered together.
Hermione rolled her eyes and leaned back in her chair. Well, first of all, she's grieving because Cedric died, she explained. Then she's confused because she cared about Cedric, and now she likes Harry too, and she probably doesn't know which feelings are stronger. On top of that, she likely feels guilty as though kissing Harry somehow betrays Cedric's memory. She's probably worried about what people would say if she started dating Harry. And her feelings toward Harry are probably tangled up because he was there when Cedric died. So being around him must bring all that pain back. Plus, she's probably stressed about Quidditch because she's been flying badly and might lose her place on the Ravenclaw team. When Hermione finally stopped, the room fell silent. Then Ron blinked and said, Nobody can feel all of that at once. They'd explode. Hermione picked up her quill again with an irritated expression. Just because your emotional range is the size of a teaspoon doesn't mean everyone else's is. Harry ran a hand through his hair. She was the one who started it, he muttered. I wasn't planning anything, she just sort of came at me. And then suddenly she was crying all over me. I had no clue what to do. Ron shuddered dramatically. Can't blame you, mate. You just had to comfort her, Hermione said, glancing up anxiously. You were nice to her, weren't you? Harry felt his face heat up. Well, I kind of patted her on the back. Hermione closed her eyes for a second as though gathering patience.
Well, she said at last, I suppose it could have been worse. Are you going to see her again?
Harry shrugged miserably. I'll have to. We've got DA meetings. Hermione looked irritated. You know that's not what I mean. Harry fell silent. What Hermione had said had opened an entirely new and terrifying set of possibilities in his mind. He tried to picture spending time alone with Cho walking around Hogsmeade. Maybe. Just the two of them for hours. After what had happened tonight, she would probably expect him to ask her out. The thought made his stomach twist uncomfortably.
Oh, well, Hermione said absent-mindedly, already focused on her letter again. You'll get plenty of chances to ask her out.
What if he doesn't want to? Ron asked, studying Harry with an unusually perceptive look.
Hermione barely glanced up, Don't be ridiculous. Harry's fancied her forever. Haven't you? Harry...
Harry stayed silent. It was true he had liked Cho for a long time, but in every fantasy he'd had about the two of them, Cho had been smiling and laughing, not dissolving into tears on his shoulder. "So who's the novel for?" Ron asked Hermione, eyeing the parchment that now spilled onto the floor as he tried to read it. Hermione quickly gathered it out of sight. "Victor." "Krum." Hermione raised an eyebrow. "How many Victors do you know?" Ron didn't reply, though he looked distinctly annoyed. For the next 20 minutes, the three of them sat in silence. Ron noisily finished his Transfiguration essay, muttering under his breath and crossing things out in frustration. Hermione continued writing until she reached the end of her parchment, then carefully rolled it up and sealed it. Harry sat staring into the flames, wishing more than anything that Sirius would suddenly appear in the fire and offer some advice about girls. But the flames only burned lower and lower, shrinking to glowing embers before finally collapsing into grey ash. Harry glanced around and realized, once again, that they were the only ones left in the common room. "Well, good night." Hermione yawned, standing and heading toward the girls' staircase.
"What does she even see in Krum?" Ron muttered as he and Harry started up the boys' stairs.
Harry thought for a moment. Well, he's older, I guess, and he's an international Quidditch player.
"Yeah, but besides that," Ron said irritably, "he's a miserable git, isn't he?"
Harry shrugged. A bit miserable, yeah. But his thoughts were still fixed on Cho. They changed into their pyjamas without speaking. Dean, Seamus, and Neville were already asleep. Harry placed his glasses on the bedside table and climbed into bed. Leaving the curtains around his four-poster open, he stared up at the patch of dark, star-filled sky visible through the window beside Neville's bed. If someone had told him the night before that within 24 hours he'd be kissing Cho Chang.
"Night," Ron mumbled from the darkness. "Night," Harry replied.
Maybe next time, if there was a next time, she'd be happier. He probably should have asked her out. Maybe she'd expected him to and was furious now, or perhaps she was lying awake somewhere, still crying over Cedric. He honestly had no idea what to think. Hermione's explanation had somehow made everything seem far more confusing, not less. That was what Hogwarts really ought to teach, Harry thought as he rolled onto his side, how girls' minds worked. It would be far more useful than divination. Neville snored softly in the next bed. Somewhere beyond the castle walls, an owl cried through the darkness. Harry drifted into sleep. He found himself once more inside the DA room. Cho was glaring at him furiously, accusing him of tricking her into coming. She insisted he had promised her 150 chocolate frog cards if she showed up. Harry tried to deny it. But Cho shouted, "Cedric gave me loads of chocolate frog cards, look." She pulled handfuls of cards from inside her robes and flung them into the air like confetti. Then suddenly Cho became Hermione. "You did promise her." "Harry," Hermione said sternly, "I think you'd better give her something else instead. Maybe your firebolt." Harry protested wildly that he couldn't give away his firebolt because Umbridge had confiscated it, and besides, the whole thing was absurd. He'd only come to the DA room to hang Christmas decorations shaped like Dobby's head. Then the dream shifted. His body felt sleek, strong, fluid. He was moving silently through narrow metal bars, over freezing stone floors. His body was pressed low to the ground, slithering forward. It was pitch dark, and yet he could see everything around him glowing in strange, vivid colors. He turned his head. At first, the corridor seemed empty. But no, a man sat ahead, slumped against the wall, chin resting on his chest, his figure shimmering in the darkness. Harry flicked out his tongue. He tasted the man's scent.
Alive but sleepy.
Guarding a door at the end of the corridor.
Harry wanted to strike.
The urge to sink his fangs into the man was overwhelming. But he forced himself to resist. There was something more important to do. Then the man stirred. A silvery cloak slipped from his legs as he sprang up. Harry saw his glowing outline loom over him. A wand was drawn.
No choice. He rose high from the ground and struck. Once.
Twice. 3 times. His fangs pierced flesh. He felt ribs crack beneath the pressure of his jaws. Warm blood burst into his mouth. The man screamed.
Then the screaming stopped.
He collapsed against the wall. Blood splashed across the stone floor.
Pain exploded in Harry's forehead.
It felt as though his skull was splitting apart.
Harry. He jerked awake.
His body was drenched in freezing sweat. The blankets had tangled tightly around him like ropes. His scar burned as though a red-hot blade were being pressed against it.
Harry. Ron was leaning over him, pale and terrified.
More faces hovered at the end of the bed. Harry clutched his head. The pain was unbearable. He rolled sideways and vomited over the edge of the mattress. "He's really sick," someone said in panic. "Should we get a teacher?"
Harry.
He had to tell Ron. It was urgent. Gasping for breath, Harry forced himself upright, fighting the nausea.
Your dad, he panted. Your dad's been attacked.
Ron stared blankly.
What? Your dad, Harry shouted. He's been bitten badly, but there was blood everywhere. I'm getting help, cried the frightened voice, and Harry heard footsteps pounding down the stairs. Ron looked uncertain, shaken. Harry, mate, you were dreaming. No, Harry snapped furiously. Ron had to understand.
It wasn't a dream, not a normal one. I was there. I saw it. His voice dropped, horrified.
I did it.
He vaguely heard Dean and Seamus whispering nearby, but he didn't care. The agony in his scar was easing a little now, though his body still shook with fever and cold.
He gagged again. Ron jumped hastily backward to avoid the mess. Harry! You're not okay, Ron said, his voice trembling. Neville's gone to get a teacher. I'm fine. Harry gasped, wiping his mouth with the sleeve of his pajamas as his whole body shook violently. Forget about me. It's your dad. We've got to find him. He's losing loads of blood. I saw it happen. It was a massive snake.
He made a move to climb out of bed, but Ron shoved him firmly back down, somewhere in the room. Dean and Seamus were still whispering nervously. Harry had no idea whether seconds or several minutes passed. He sat there, trembling, feeling the searing pain in his scar slowly begin to fade. Then came the sound of hurried footsteps pounding up the staircase, followed by Neville's anxious voice. "Over here." "Professor." Professor McGonagall swept into the dormitory wearing a tartan dressing gown, her square glasses crooked on the bridge of her sharp nose. "What is it?" "Potter," she demanded briskly. "Where are you hurt?" Harry had never been so relieved to see her. At last, someone from the Order. He didn't need people panicking over him or forcing potions down his throat. "It's Ron's father," Harry said, struggling upright again. "He's been attacked by a snake. It's serious. I saw it happen." Professor McGonagall's eyebrows drew together. "What do you mean? You saw it happen?" "I don't really know," Harry said desperately. "I was asleep and then suddenly I was there." "You mean you dreamed it?"
"No," Harry snapped furiously. "Why wouldn't anyone listen? I was dreaming at first about something else, something stupid, and then it changed. This was different. It was real. I know it was real. Mr. Weasley was lying on the floor asleep, and this enormous snake attacked him. There was blood everywhere, and he collapsed. Someone has to find him." Professor McGonagall stared at him through her crooked spectacles, her face pale and unreadable. "I'm not making it up, and I'm not insane," Harry shouted, his voice cracking. "I'm telling you I saw it happen." Professor McGonagall's expression hardened. "I believe you." "Potter," she said sharply. Harry froze. "Put on your dressing gown," she ordered. "We're going to see the headmaster."
Chapter 22. St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries. Harry was so grateful that Professor McGonagall believed him that he wasted no time. He sprang out of bed, threw on his dressing gown, and shoved his glasses back onto his nose. "Weasley." "You should come as well," Professor McGonagall said. The three of them hurried past Neville, Dean, and Seamus, who stood silently watching from the dormitory. They descended the spiral staircase into the common room, slipped through the portrait hole, and entered the moonlit corridor outside, where the fat lady's portrait dozed in her frame. Harry felt as though the panic inside him might burst free at any second. He wanted to run. He wanted to scream for Dumbledore. Every second they walked calmly through the castle, Mr. Weasley was bleeding somewhere in the darkness. And what if the snake's fangs? Harry forced himself not to think my fangs had been venomous. They passed Mrs. Norris, whose glowing eyes fixed on them as she hissed softly. "Shoo!" snapped Professor McGonagall. Mrs. Norris slunk back into the shadows. A few moments later, they reached the stone gargoyle guarding Dumbledore's office. "Fizzing Wisby," said Professor McGonagall.
At once, the gargoyle sprang aside and the wall split open, revealing the moving spiral staircase beyond. They stepped onto it as the stone wall sealed shut behind them with a heavy thud. Round and round they rose in tight circles until they reached the gleaming oak door, polished to a shine, with its brass griffin-shaped knocker. Although it was long after midnight, voices drifted from inside, not just one or too many voices. A whole crowd seemed to be talking at once.
It sounded as though Dumbledore had a room full of visitors. Professor McGonagall knocked 3 times with the griffin knocker. Instantly, the voices stopped. The silence was so sudden it was as though someone had cut the sound. The door swung open by itself. Professor McGonagall led Harry and Ron inside. Dumbledore's office lay in dim half-light. The strange silver instruments on the tables were silent and motionless, instead of spinning and puffing smoke as they usually did. The portraits of former headmasters and headmistresses lining the walls were all asleep in their frames. Near the door, a magnificent red and gold bird as large as a swan slept on its perch, its head tucked beneath one wing. "Oh, it's you, Professor McGonagall." And, Dumbledore sat behind his desk in a tall-backed chair. He leaned forward into the soft candlelight falling across the papers before him. He wore an elaborate purple and gold dressing gown over a snowy white nightshirt, yet looked completely awake. His pale blue eyes, sharp and piercing, were fixed on Professor McGonagall. "Professor Dumbledore," said McGonagall, "Potter has had, well, a nightmare." "He says it wasn't a nightmare," Harry interrupted quickly. Professor McGonagall turned to him. frowning. "Very well. Potter," she said. "You explain." Harry swallowed. I was asleep," he began. Even through his panic, Harry felt a flicker of annoyance that Dumbledore wasn't looking at him. The headmaster was staring down at his own clasped hands. But it wasn't a normal dream. Harry continued desperately. "It was real. I saw it happen." He took a shaky breath. "Ron's dad, Mr. Weasley, he's been attacked by a huge snake." Harry's words seemed to hang in the air long after he had spoken them. They sounded strange once spoken aloud, almost absurd, even faintly ridiculous. A heavy silence followed. Dumbledore leaned back slowly in his chair and gazed thoughtfully up at the ceiling. Ron's face had gone deathly pale as he stared between Harry and Dumbledore in shock. "How exactly did you witness this?" Dumbledore asked softly, still refusing to meet Harry's eyes. Harry felt irritation rise inside him.
"What does that matter?" he snapped. "I don't know. In my head, I suppose."
"You misunderstand," Dumbledore said calmly. "What I mean is, can you recall where you were positioned while observing the attack? Were you standing near the victim, or perhaps looking down from above?" Harry blinked in confusion. It was such an odd question that he simply stared. It almost sounded as though Dumbledore already knew.
"I was the snake," Harry said at last. "I saw everything through the snake's eyes."
Silence fell again.
No one moved.
Then Dumbledore turned sharply to Ron, whose face was still white with horror. "Is Arthur badly hurt?" he asked, his voice suddenly crisp and urgent.
"Yes," Harry burst out impatiently. "Of course he is."
Didn't they understand how much blood there had been?
How could they be wasting time? And why? Harry thought furiously. Would Dumbledore still not look at him?
Suddenly Dumbledore shot to his feet so fast Harry flinched. He looked up toward one of the portraits hanging high on the wall.
"Everard," he called sharply. "Dilys!"
At once, a yellow-faced wizard with short black hair and an elderly witch with long silver curls, both of whom had appeared deeply asleep, snapped awake. "You were listening?" Dumbledore asked. The wizard nodded.
"Naturally," said the witch.
"The man has red hair and wears glasses," Dumbledore said quickly. "Everard, raise the alarm. Make sure he is found by the right people." Both portraits nodded. Then, instead of stepping into neighboring frames as portraits usually did at Hogwarts, they vanished completely. One frame showed only a dark curtain.
The other, an empty leather armchair.
Harry noticed several of the other portraits were pretending to sleep, snoring and drooling convincingly, but were peeking at him from beneath half-closed eyelids. At once, he understood. Those had been the voices they'd heard outside. Everard and Dilys were among Hogwarts's most distinguished former heads, Dumbledore explained as he swept around Harry, Ron, and Professor McGonagall, and moved toward the magnificent scarlet and gold bird dozing on its perch near the door. Their fame earned them portraits in several other important wizarding institutions because they can travel between their own portraits. They are able to bring us news from elsewhere.
"But Mr. Weasley could be anywhere," Harry said desperately.
"Please sit down. The three of you," said Dumbledore calmly, as though Harry hadn't spoken. "Everard and Dilys may not return for several minutes." He turned to Professor McGonagall. "Professor, if you would be so kind as to conjure some extra chairs." As the silence stretched, Professor McGonagall reached into the pocket of her tartan dressing gown and flicked her wand. Instantly, 3 stiff wooden chairs materialized before them, plain and upright. nothing like the plush floral armchairs Albus Dumbledore had once conjured during Harry's disciplinary hearing. Harry lowered himself into one, though he barely noticed the hard seat. His eyes stayed fixed on Dumbledore, who stood with one hand resting gently on Fawkes. The phoenix stirred at once beneath his touch, lifting his elegant golden head and blinking bright, intelligent eyes up at his master. "We'll need," Dumbledore murmured softly, "a warning." In a burst of scarlet flame, Fawkes vanished. Before anyone could react, Dumbledore swept across the room and lifted one of the strange silver devices that cluttered his office, a delicate, spidery contraption Harry had never understood. He carried it back to the desk, sat down, and tapped it lightly with his wand.
At once, the instrument chimed to life with a series of musical metallic clicks. Wisps of pale green smoke drifted from a tiny silver tube at the top. Dumbledore watched them closely. His blue eyes narrowed in concentration.
The smoke thickened. It twisted and curled upward until it formed the shape of a serpent's head, jaws spread wide in a silent hiss.
Harry's heart leapt. Was it proving he had told the truth? He searched Dumbledore's face for any sign of confirmation, but the headmaster's gaze never left the smoke. Naturally, Dumbledore muttered under his breath, but divided in essence.
Harry had no idea what he meant. Yet the smoke responded. The serpent split neatly in two. Now twin snakes coiled through the dark air, writhing side by side like mirrored shadows. A grim expression crossed Dumbledore's face. The serpent split neatly in two. Now twin snakes coiled through the dark air, writhing side by side like mirrored shadows. A grim expression crossed Dumbledore's face. He tapped the device once more. The metallic chiming slowed, faded, stopped. The smoke snakes unraveled into shapeless mist and disappeared. Dumbledore returned the silver instrument to its narrow-legged table. Harry noticed the portraits lining the walls following every movement with bright, watchful eyes. The moment they realized Harry had seen them, several immediately drooped back into exaggerated snores. Harry opened his mouth to ask what the instrument had shown, but a shout rang out from high on the wall.
"Dumbledore!"
The portrait of Everard had come alive again. The wizard leaned out of his frame, breathing hard.
"What news?" Dumbledore asked instantly. "I shouted until someone came running." Everard panted, dabbing at his forehead with the painted curtain behind him. "Told them I'd heard movement downstairs. They hesitated at first, but they checked. There are no portraits down there to watch from. Easy. Anyway, they brought him up a few minutes later. He looks terrible, covered in blood. I ran to Elfrida Cragg's portrait to get a better look as they passed."
"Good," said Dumbledore sharply. Beside Harry, Ron jerked violently in his chair. "I take it Dilys Derwent will have seen him arrive." Then, only moments later, Dilys Derwent reappeared in her portrait. The silver ringleted witch collapsed into her painted armchair, coughing delicately into her hand.
"Yes, they've taken him to St. Mungo's Hospital for magical maladies and injuries. Dumbledore," she wheezed, "they carried him right past my portrait. He looks dreadful."
"Thank you," said Albus Dumbledore gravely. He turned at once to Professor McGonagall. "Minerva, I need you to wake the other Weasley children." "Of course." McGonagall rose immediately and strode toward the door. Harry stole a glance at Ron, whose face had turned ghostly pale.
"And Dumbledore, what about Molly Weasley?" McGonagall asked. pausing with her hand on the handle.
"That will be Fawkes's task once he has finished watching for anyone approaching," Dumbledore replied, though she may already know, with that excellent clock of hers. Harry knew exactly what he meant. The Weasley family clock did not tell the time. Its hands pointed to each family member's location or condition. And at that very moment, Harry imagined Mr. Weasley's hand trembling toward mortal peril. A chill swept through him. Mrs. Weasley was probably asleep. She wouldn't be watching it. Harry's stomach twisted as he remembered the boggart in Grimmauld Place, Mr. Weasley lying dead, glasses crooked, blood streaming down his face.
No, he couldn't die. He just couldn't. Meanwhile, Dumbledore was moving quickly again. He bent into a cupboard behind Harry and Ron and emerged carrying a battered, soot-blackened kettle. He placed it carefully on the desk, raised his wand, and said,
"Portus." For a split second, the kettle shuddered and glowed with a strange blue light. Then it fell still. A portkey. Without another word, Dumbledore crossed the office to a portrait of a severe-looking wizard with a pointed beard dressed in green and silver. The man appeared to be sleeping deeply. "Phineas Nigellus Black," Dumbledore called. "Phineas." No response. The other portraits had entirely abandoned the pretense of sleep now. They leaned forward eagerly.
"Phineas!" several shouted. "Phineas." At last, the wizard gave an exaggerated jerk and blinked awake.
"Did someone call?" he asked lazily.
"I need you to visit your other portrait again," said Dumbledore. "I have another message."
"My other portrait," Phineas whined in a thin, reedy voice, stretching theatrically and yawning. His sharp eyes drifted around the room and settled on Harry. "Oh, no, Dumbledore, I am far too tired tonight." His voice tugged at Harry's memory. He had heard it before. Before he could place it, the portraits around the office erupted.
"Insubordination, sir," bellowed a fat, red-nosed wizard, shaking his fists.
"Dereliction of duty!" cried Armando Dippet indignantly.
"We are honour-bound to obey the present headmaster of Hogwarts," he thundered. "Shame on you, Phineas."
"Shall I persuade him, Dumbledore?" asked a sharp-eyed witch, brandishing a wand so thick it looked more like a cane.
"Oh, very well," Phineas muttered quickly, eyeing the wand nervously. "Though he may well have destroyed my portrait by now. He's gotten rid of most of the family."
"Sirius Black knows better than to destroy your portrait," Dumbledore said calmly. And then Harry understood. That was it. The voice from the empty frame in Sirius's bedroom at 12 Grimmauld Place.
"You are to tell him," Dumbledore continued, "that Arthur Weasley has been gravely injured and that his wife, children, and Harry Potter will be arriving shortly. Do you understand?"
Phineas sighed dramatically. "Arthur Weasley injured, wife and children, and Harry Potter coming to stay?" he repeated in a bored tone. "Yes, yes. Very well."
And with that, he slipped sideways out of his frame and vanished. Phineas Nigellus Black slipped away into the darkness of his portrait just as the study door burst open once more.
Fred Weasley, George Weasley, and Ginny Weasley hurried inside behind Professor McGonagall. All three looked pale and stunned, their hair messy, still wrapped in their nightclothes.
"Harry, what's happening?" Ginny asked at once, her voice trembling. "Professor McGonagall said you saw Dad get hurt."
Before Harry could answer, Albus Dumbledore spoke. Your father has been injured while carrying out work for the Order of the Phoenix," he said calmly. "He has been taken to St. Mungo's Hospital for magical maladies and injuries. I am sending you to Sirius Black's house at once. It is far more convenient for the hospital than the burrow. Your mother will meet you there."
"How are we getting there?" Fred asked shakily. "By flu powder?"
"No," said Dumbledore. "The flu network is being watched. It is not safe." He gestured toward the battered black kettle resting on his desk. "You will travel by portkey." The old kettle looked harmless enough. "We're only waiting for Phineas Nigellus to return," Dumbledore continued. "I want to be certain the way is clear before sending you."
At that very moment, flames erupted in the center of the office.
A single golden feather drifted gently through the air. Dumbledore snatched it before it touched the floor. "It is Fawkes's warning," he said sharply. "Professor Umbridge must know you are out of bed." He turned quickly. "Minerva, go and intercept her. Tell her anything." McGonagall vanished at once in a whirl of tartan robes. "He says he'll be delighted," came a dry voice from behind Dumbledore. Phineas had returned. He lounged lazily in front of his painted green and silver banner. "My great-great-grandson has always had unusual taste in house guests." "Come here, quickly," said Dumbledore to Harry and the Weasleys, "before anyone else arrives."
Harry, Ron, Fred, George, and Ginny crowded around the desk.
"You have all used a portkey before?" Dumbledore asked. And Dumbledore looked directly into Harry's eyes.
Instantly,
pain exploded in Harry's scar. White hot. Blinding.
As though the wound had split open. And with it came something else.
A wave of hatred.
Dark. Violent. Alien.
So strong Harry felt, just for one heartbeat, an overwhelming urge to strike, to bite, to bury his fangs into the man before him. 3.
The world vanished.
Harry felt the familiar violent hook behind his navel. His hand stuck fast to the kettle as he spun through rushing wind and blurred colours, colliding with the others in the wild pull of magic.
Then...
Crash. His feet slammed onto solid ground.
His knees buckled.
The kettle clanged away across the floor. And a cold, sneering voice hissed nearby. "Back again, you little blood-traitor brats! Is it true your father's dying?" Before Harry could react, another voice roared through the darkness.
Out! Harry staggered upright and looked around.
They had landed in the dim basement kitchen of 12 Grimmauld Place. The room was lit only by the fire and a single sputtering candle. On the table sat the remains of a lonely late supper. At the far end of the room, Creature was shuffling toward the hall door, glancing back over his shoulder with spiteful eyes as he adjusted his filthy loincloth. At the same moment, Sirius Black hurried toward them, looking tense and worried. He was still wearing his day clothes, his dark hair untidy, and his face rough with stubble. Harry caught the faint smell of stale alcohol clinging to him, something oddly reminiscent of Mundungus Fletcher. "What happened?" Sirius asked urgently, helping Ginny Weasley to her feet. Phineas Nigellus said Arthur was badly hurt.
"Ask Harry," said Fred Weasley.
"Yeah," added George Weasley. "We want to hear this ourselves." "Fred? George?" And Ginny all turned to stare at him. Harry swallowed. This felt even worse than telling McGonagall and Dumbledore.
Harry began slowly. I had a kind of vision.
So he told them. He described the corridor. Mr. Weasley asleep on the floor. The giant snake striking. The blood. But he changed one important detail. He made it sound as though he had seen everything from nearby.
Not through the snake's own eyes. Ron, pale as parchment, shot Harry a quick glance, but said nothing.
When Harry finished, the twins and Ginny kept staring. For one awful moment, Harry thought he saw blame in their eyes. And if they were angry just because he had seen it, he was glad he had not told them the rest.
Is Mum here? Fred asked Sirius abruptly.
She probably doesn't know yet, Sirius said. The important thing was getting you out before Dolores Umbridge could interfere. I expect Dumbledore's informing Molly now. We've got to go to St. Mungo's Hospital for magical maladies and injuries, Ginny said at once. She looked around at her brothers, who were still in pyjamas. Sirius, can you lend us cloaks or something?
Hold on, Sirius said sharply. You can't just charge off to St. Mungo's. Course we can, Fred snapped stubbornly. He's our dad. And how exactly? Sirius shot back. Are you going to explain knowing Arthur was attacked before the hospital even informed his wife? What's it matter? George demanded angrily. It matters because we do not want anyone asking why Harry Potter is seeing things happening hundreds of miles away, Sirius barked. Do you have any idea what the Ministry would make of that?
Fred and George looked utterly unconvinced.
As if the Ministry's opinion meant less than nothing.
Ron still stood silent and white-faced. Then Ginny spoke quietly but firmly. Someone else could have told us, she said. We could have heard it from somewhere other than Harry. The room fell silent again.
Outside in the hall, the sound of footsteps had stopped. Creature, Harry realized, was still listening on the stairs. Like who? Sirius Black snapped impatiently. Listen, your dad was hurt while working for the Order of the Phoenix, and the whole situation is suspicious enough already without his children knowing seconds after it happened. You could seriously damage the orders. We don't care about the stupid order, shouted Fred Weasley. It's our dad who might be dying, yelled George Weasley.
Your father knew the risks, Sirius shouted back, and he won't thank you for ruining things for the Order. This is exactly why you're not in it, you don't understand. Some things are worth dying for.
Easy for you to say, Fred roared. You're stuck in here all day. I don't see you risking your neck.
The last trace of colour drained from Sirius's face. For one dangerous second, he looked as though he might actually hit Fred. But when he answered, his voice was calm, too calm.
I know this is hard, he said tightly, but we all have to pretend we know nothing. We stay here until we hear from your mother. All right?
Fred and George looked furious.
Ginny Weasley, though, crossed the room and dropped into the nearest chair.
Harry glanced at Ron Weasley, who gave a helpless half-shrug, half-nod before sitting down too.
At last, the twins slumped into chairs on either side of Ginny, still glaring.
That's it, Sirius said, forcing brightness into his voice. Come on, let's all have a drink while we wait. Accio butterbeer. He flicked his wand. A half-dozen bottles shot from the pantry, skidding down the table and scattering the remains of Sirius's supper before stopping neatly in front of them. They drank. For a while, the only sounds were the crackling fire and the dull thud of bottles being set down. Harry barely tasted his drink. He only held it to keep his hands busy. His stomach churned with thick, boiling guilt. They would all still be asleep if not for him. And it didn't help to remind himself that he had saved Mr. Weasley by raising the alarm, because he couldn't escape the thought that somehow
he had been the one who attacked him. "Don't be stupid," he told himself fiercely. "You don't have fangs." "You were in bed."
you weren't attacking anyone. But then, what happened in Dumbledore's office? Why had he wanted to attack Dumbledore too? Harry's hand trembled. He slammed the bottle down harder than he meant to. Butterbeer splashed across the table. Nobody noticed. Then,
whoosh,
a burst of fire flared in mid-air, lighting the dirty plates and startled faces around the table.
Everyone jumped. A rolled-up parchment dropped onto the table with a smack.
Beside it floated a single golden phoenix feather.
"Fawkes?" Sirius said at once, snatching up the letter.
He frowned. "That's not Dumbledore's handwriting. Must be from your mother." He shoved it toward George. George tore it open and read aloud.
"Dad is still alive. I'm leaving for St. Mungo's Hospital for magical maladies and injuries now. Stay where you are. I will send news as soon as I can. Mum."
George lowered the parchment slowly. The room went still. "Still alive," he repeated. His voice sounded hollow. He looked around the table. But that makes it sound had ever endured a longer night. He could not remember it. Sirius suggested once, though without much hope, that they all try to get some sleep. But the furious looks from the Weasleys ended that idea at once. Mostly, they sat in silence around the kitchen table, their eyes fixed on the candle as its wick slowly drowned in a pool of melted wax. Every so often, someone would glance at the clock, mutter a question about what might be happening at St. Mungo's, or remind the others that if there were bad news, Mrs. Weasley would surely send word immediately. Fred eventually dozed off, his head drooping awkwardly against his shoulder. Ginny curled up tightly in her chair like a small cat, though her eyes remained open, reflecting the orange glow of the fire. Ron sat motionless with his face buried in his hands. Harry could not tell whether he had fallen asleep or was simply trying not to think, from time to time. Harry caught Sirius's eye. Both of them felt like outsiders in the middle of the Weasleys' private fear, waiting in helpless silence. At 5:10, according to Ron's watch, the kitchen door suddenly creaked open and Mrs. Weasley entered. She looked utterly drained, her face pale and exhausted. But when all of them jerked upright to face her, she managed a weak smile. "He's going to be okay," she said softly, her voice shaky with weariness. "He's asleep now. We can all visit him later. Bill's with him at the moment. He's taken the morning off." Fred collapsed back into his chair, covering his face with both hands. George and Ginny rushed to their mother and threw their arms around her. Ron let out a breathless laugh and swallowed the rest of his butterbeer in one gulp. "Breakfast," Sirius announced suddenly, springing to his feet with forced cheerfulness. "Where's that miserable house elf? Creature. But no answer came.
"Oh, forget him," Sirius muttered, counting everyone around the table. "Right, breakfast for 7. Bacon, eggs, tea." And Harry quickly moved toward the stove to help. He didn't want to intrude on the Weasleys' relief, and he dreaded the moment Mrs. Weasley might ask him to explain exactly how he had known about the attack. But before he could even pick up a stack of plates, Mrs. Weasley stepped forward, took them gently from his hands, and pulled. "I can't imagine what would have happened without you." "Harry," she whispered thickly. They might not have found Arthur for hours. And by then, her voice broke for a moment. Because of you. He's alive. And Dumbledore managed to create a believable story about why Arthur was there in the first place. You've no idea how much trouble he would have been in otherwise. Just look at poor Sturgis.
Harry stood stiffly in her arms, feeling the crushing weight of guilt twist deeper inside him. Everyone else saw him as the one who had saved Mr. Weasley. But Harry could not forget the truth. In his heart, he still felt like the one who had attacked him. Harry could barely endure Mrs. Weasley's heartfelt thanks, but thankfully she soon let him go and turned her attention to Sirius, thanking him warmly for taking care of her children through the long, dreadful night. Sirius brushed it off modestly, saying he was only glad to help, and added that they were all welcome to stay at Grimmauld Place for as long as Arthur remained in the hospital.
Oh, yeah, it's Sirius. I can't thank you enough, Mrs. Weasley said, her eyes shining with relief. The healers say he may have to stay a while, and being closer would make everything so much easier, though it might mean spending Christmas here. The more people around, the better. Sirius replied so earnestly that Mrs. Weasley smiled broadly. She tied on an apron at once and began helping prepare breakfast. Harry couldn't bear the weight in his chest any longer. Sirius, he muttered urgently, can I talk to you? Now. Without waiting for an answer, Harry slipped into the dark pantry, and Sirius followed him. Once inside, Harry wasted no time. In a hurried whisper, he confessed everything, every detail of the vision, including the horrifying truth that he had seen it through the snake's eyes, that he had been the snake. When he finally stopped to breathe, Sirius asked quietly, "Did you tell Dumbledore all of this?" "Yes," Harry snapped, frustration leaking into his voice. "But he didn't explain anything. He never tells me anything anymore." Sirius paused before answering. "If it were truly something dangerous," he said steadily, "I'm sure Dumbledore would have told you." Harry shook his head violently. "That's not all," he whispered, lowering his voice even more. "Sirius, I think I'm going mad. In Dumbledore's office right before we used the port key, I felt it again. For a few seconds, I felt like the snake. My scar burned when I looked at Dumbledore and I wanted to hurt him." Only part of Sirius's face was visible in the dim pantry light. The rest remained hidden in shadow. "You were still shaken from the vision," Sirius said after a moment. "Your mind was caught up in it. That's all." "No," Harry said firmly, his voice trembling. "It wasn't just in my head. It felt real, like something inside me rose up, like there's a snake living in me." Sirius stared at him for a moment, then placed both hands on Harry's shoulders. "You need sleep," he said firmly. "Eat breakfast. Go upstairs and rest. After lunch, you'll visit Arthur with everyone else. You're exhausted and in shock. You're blaming yourself for something you only saw, and thank goodness you did see it. Or Arthur might not have survived. Stop torturing yourself." He gave Harry's shoulder a reassuring squeeze and left him standing alone in the darkness. Everyone except Harry slept through the rest of the morning.
Harry went upstairs to the bedroom he had shared with Ron during the summer. Ron collapsed onto the bed and was asleep almost instantly. Harry, however, remained sitting upright, fully dressed, leaning against the cold iron bars of the bed frame. He kept himself uncomfortable on purpose, afraid that if he drifted off, he would become the snake again, afraid he would wake to find Ron bleeding beside him. Or worse, discover he had slithered through the house and attacked someone else. When Ron woke later, Harry pretended he had enjoyed a peaceful nap too. Their trunks arrived from Hogwarts during lunch, giving them the chance to change into Muggle clothes before visiting St. Mungo's. Everyone except Harry was suddenly full of energy and chatter as they swapped robes for jeans and sweatshirts. The mood had transformed completely now that they knew Arthur would live. When Tonks and Mad Eye arrived to escort them through London, they were greeted with loud excitement. Everyone laughed at Mad Eye's crooked bowler hat, tilted awkwardly to hide his magical eye, and assured him truthfully that Tonks, with her bright pink cropped hair, looked far more suspicious on the underground than he did. Tonks, naturally curious, asked Harry all about his vision of Mr. Weasley's attack. Harry had no desire whatsoever to talk about it.
"Is there any chance you've got seer blood in your family?" Tonks asked curiously as the train clattered through the tunnels toward central London. "No," Harry replied shortly, instantly thinking of Sybil Trelawney and feeling oddly offended.
Tonks tilted her head thoughtfully. "No," she said slowly. "I suppose it's not really prophecy. Is it? You're not seeing what's going to happen. You're seeing what's happening right now." She frowned in concentration. "Strange. Really? Though it could be useful." Harry said nothing. He had no desire to keep discussing it. Luckily, the train slowed at the next station and they all rose to leave, in the rush of passengers pushing toward the doors. Harry let Fred and George move between himself and Tonks, who was leading them onward. They followed her up the escalator into the noisy heart of London. Behind them came Alastor Moody, limping heavily, his bowler hat tipped low over his magical eye. One twisted hand remained tucked inside his coat, gripping his wand. Harry had the uncomfortable feeling that Moody's hidden eye was fixed on him. To avoid more questions, Harry turned and asked, "Where exactly is St. Mungo's?" "Not far now," Moody growled as they stepped out into the bitter winter air of a broad shopping street packed with Christmas crowds. Moody growled as they stepped out into the bitter winter air of a broad shopping street packed with Christmas crowds. He nudged Harry ahead of him and hobbled close behind. Harry could almost feel the magical eyes spinning beneath the hat brim. Finding a place for a wizarding hospital wasn't easy, Moody continued. There wasn't enough room in Diagon Alley, and they couldn't stick it underground like the Ministry of Magic, bad for recovery. So they took over a building here. The idea was that sick witches and wizards could slip in and out unnoticed among muggles. He suddenly grabbed Harry's shoulder to stop him from being swept away by a flood of shoppers rushing toward a brightly lit electronics store.
"Here we are," Moody muttered a moment later.
They had stopped outside a large, gloomy red brick department store with a faded sign reading Purge and Dow's Limited. The place looked abandoned and miserable. The dusty display windows held a few cracked mannequins with crooked wigs, dressed in fashions that looked at least a decade old. Signs hung across every grimy door proclaiming, "Closed for refurbishment."
As they stood there, Harry heard a large woman struggling under the weight of several shopping bags mutter to her friend as they passed. "That shop's never open." "Right," said Nymphadora Tonks, motioning for them to gather close to a window display.
Inside stood a particularly hideous female mannequin. One of its false eyelashes dangled halfway off, and it wore an awful green nylon pinafore dress. "Everyone ready?" Tonks asked. They nodded and crowded around her. Moody shoved Harry forward between the shoulders, and Tonks leaned close to the glass, peering up at the ugly dummy. Her breath fogged the window.
"Watcher," she whispered. "We're here to see Arthur Weasley." Harry thought it was ridiculous for Nymphadora Tonks to expect the mannequin to hear her whispering through a pane of glass, with buses roaring past behind them and the street buzzing with Christmas shoppers. Then he reminded himself that mannequins couldn't hear at all. A second later, his jaw dropped.
The ugly dummy gave the slightest nod and crooked one stiff finger in a beckoning motion. Before Harry could react, Tonks had grabbed Ginny Weasley and Molly Weasley by the elbows, stepped straight through the glass, and disappeared.
Fred, George, and Ron Weasley followed without hesitation. Harry looked wildly around at the crowd pressing past. Not one person spared a glance for the ugly window display at Purge and Dow's Limited, and nobody seemed to notice that 6 people had just vanished into thin air. "Move!" growled Alastair Moody, jabbing Harry in the back again. Together they stepped forward.
It felt as though Harry were pushing through a sheet of icy water, yet when he emerged on the other side, he was perfectly dry and strangely warm. The mannequin was gone. So was the window. Instead, they stood in what looked like a packed reception hall. Rows of witches and wizards crowded rickety wooden chairs. Some looked perfectly ordinary, flipping through ancient copies of Witch Weekly. Others were far less normal. A witch in the front row, red-faced and sweating, was fanning herself frantically with a copy of the Daily Prophet while shrill whistles escaped her mouth in bursts of steam. In the corner, a filthy-looking wizard clanged like a church bell every time he moved, and each metallic ring made his head wobble so violently he had to grab it by the ears to steady it. The room was nearly as loud as the bustling street outside. Witches and wizards in lime-green robes moved briskly between the rows, asking questions and scribbling notes on clipboards much like Dolores Umbridge's. Harry noticed the symbols stitched onto their robes, a crossed wand and bone. "Are they doctors?" Harry whispered to Ron. "Doctors?" Ron repeated, looking horrified. "You mean those mad muggles who cut people open? No, they're healers. Over here. Called Mrs. Weasley," over the fresh clang of the wizard in the corner. They pushed through the crowd toward a queue in front of a plump, blonde witch, seated behind a desk marked Inquiries. The wall behind her was plastered with notices and posters. A clean cauldron keeps potions from becoming poisons. Antidotes are antidotes unless approved by a qualified healer. There was also a large portrait hanging above the desk. It showed a witch with long silver ringlets beneath a brass plaque reading, "Dilys Derwent Street, Mungo's Healer, 1722. Headmistress of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, 1741. Dilys was watching the Weasley family closely, as though counting heads. When Harry met her eyes, she gave him the tiniest wink, then stepped sideways out of her portrait and vanished. At the head of the line, a young wizard was hopping frantically in place, performing what looked like a painful little dance while trying to explain himself between shrieks.
"It's these, owl shoes my brother gave me. Ah, they're eating my feet. Look at them. There's got to be some sort of, curse on them, and I can't, get them off." He bounced wildly from foot to foot, as if standing on burning coals. The plump blonde witch behind the desk barely looked up. "The shoes don't stop you reading, do they?" she snapped, pointing to a large sign beside her desk. "Spell damage. 4th floor. It's right there on the guide. Next."
As the poor wizard hobbled and danced out of the way, the Weasleys shuffled forward. Harry glanced at the directory on the wall and read, "Artifact accidents, ground floor cauldron explosions, wand backfires, broom collisions, and similar mishaps, creature-induced injuries, first floor bites, burns, stings, lodged spines, and related wounds, magical bugs, second floor infectious illnesses such as dragonpox, vanishing sickness, scrofungulus, and more. Potion and plant poisoning, third floor rashes, uncontrollable vomiting, and other toxic reactions. Spell damage. 4th floor permanent jinxes, hexes, and badly cast charms. Visitors, tea room, and hospital shop. 5th floor if you are unsure where to go, cannot speak normally, or have forgotten why you are here. Our welcome witch will be happy to assist. A bent old wizard clutching an ear trumpet shuffled to the front next. I'm here to see Broderick Bode, he croaked. Ward 49, the witch replied briskly, though it's probably pointless. He's completely muddled, still thinks he's a teapot. Next, the old man shuffled away. Next came a frazzled-looking wizard gripping his tiny daughter by one ankle. She was circling above his head, flapping enormous feathery wings that had burst through the back of her romper suit. 4th floor, the witch said flatly before he even opened his mouth. The man hurried off through the double doors beside the desk, his daughter bobbing overhead like a strange balloon. Next, Molly Weasley stepped up. Hello, she said politely. My husband, Arthur Weasley, was meant to be moved this morning. Could you tell us where he is? The blonde witch ran her finger down a long parchment list. Arthur Weasley? Yes. 1st floor? 2nd door on the right. Die Llewellyn Ward. Thank you, said Mrs. Weasley. She turned back to the group. Come on, all of you. They followed Molly Weasley through the swinging double doors and into a narrow corridor beyond. The walls were lined with portraits of famous healers, and overhead, crystal bubbles filled with candlelight floated near the ceiling like giant shimmering soap bubbles. Healers in lime green robes hurried in and out of nearby rooms. As they passed one open doorway, a cloud of foul-smelling yellow gas drifted into the corridor. Every so often, distant cries and wails echoed through the halls. They climbed a staircase and reached the corridor for creature-induced injuries. The 2nd door on the right bore a brass plaque that read, Dangerous. Die Llewellyn Ward. Serious bites. Beneath it was a card that said, Healer in charge. Hippocrates Smethwick. Trainee healer? Augustus Pye. We'll stay out here. Molly, said Nymphadora Tonks. Arthur probably doesn't want too many people crowding him at once. Family first. Alastor Moody grunted in agreement and positioned himself against the corridor wall, his magical eyes spinning wildly in every direction. Harry stepped back as well, but Mrs. Weasley caught his arm and gently pushed him toward the door. Don't be silly. Harrigan, she said, Arthur wants trainee healer? Augustus Pye. We'll stay out here. Molly, said Nymphadora Tonks. Arthur probably doesn't want too many people crowding him at once. Family first. Alastor Moody grunted in agreement and positioned himself against the corridor wall, his magical eyes spinning wildly in every direction. Harry stepped back as well, but Mrs. Weasley caught his arm and gently pushed him toward the door. Don't be silly. Harrigan, she said, Arthur wants to thank you. The ward inside was small and dim. A narrow window set high in the far wall let in only a weak beam of sunlight. Most of the room's light came from another cluster of glowing crystal bubbles hanging from the ceiling. The oak-panelled walls made the place feel cramped, and one portrait hung nearby showing a sharp-faced wizard with a cruel expression. The brass plaque beneath read, Urquhart Rackharrow, 1612 to 1697, inventor of the entrail-expelling curse. There were only 3 patients in the ward. Arthur Weasley lay in the bed nearest the tiny window. Harry's chest loosened with relief when he saw that Mr. Weasley was sitting up against a mountain of pillows, reading the Daily Prophet in the thin shaft of sunlight. When he saw them, his face lit up. Hello, he called cheerfully, tossing the newspaper aside. Bill's just gone. Molly had to get back to work, but he says he'll come by again later. How are you feeling? Arthur, Mrs. Weasley asked, bending to kiss his cheek, her face full of worry. Mr. Weasley smiled brightly. "Perfectly fine," he said, opening one arm to hug Ginny Weasley. "If they'd just take these bandages off, I'd be ready to go home." "Why can't they?" asked Fred. "Well," said Mr. Weasley in an almost cheerful tone, reaching for his wand on the bedside table and waving it so 6 extra chairs appeared for everyone. "Every time they remove them, I start bleeding all over again." He lowered his voice slightly. "Seems the snake's fangs had some unusual poison in them keeps the wounds from closing. They're working on an antidote, though they say they've seen much worse than this. In the meantime, I'm just taking blood replenishing potion every hour." Then he nodded toward the opposite bed. But that poor fellow over there? In the bed across from him lay a pale greenish man staring blankly at the ceiling. "Bitten by a werewolf." "Mr. Weasley whispered. "No cure for that? Poor chap. Here is the English transformed version of your passage." Mr. Weasley's eyes widened slightly. For a brief second, a flicker of unease crossed his face before he forced a smile.
"A snake," he repeated lightly, though his voice was strained. "Well, there are plenty of dangerous creatures in the world, aren't there?"
Fred leaned forward, his expression serious, but Harry said it was huge, bigger than any normal snake, and you know who's got one, hasn't he? The forced cheerfulness faded from Mr. Weasley's face. He glanced quickly at Mrs. Weasley, whose lips were pressed into a thin line.
"Fred," she said sharply, "that's enough."
"But Mum—" "No." Her voice cracked like a whip, silencing him instantly. "Your father needs rest, not an interrogation." George folded his arms, his jaw clenched. "We just want to know what's going on."
"And there are things," Mrs. Weasley snapped, lowering her voice but losing none of its force, "that children do not need to know."
"We're not children," Fred and George protested together. The other patient nearest the door gave a loud groan and rolled over in bed. The werewolf-bitten man muttered something unintelligible in his sleep. For a moment, nobody spoke. Mr. Weasley sighed and rubbed his forehead tiredly. "Listen," he said quietly, looking at Fred and George over the top of his newspaper. "I know you're worried. I know all of you are. But there are reasons I can't explain everything. Not now." George looked as though he wanted to argue, but Ginny touched his arm.
"Leave it," she muttered.
Harry sat silently, his stomach twisting tighter and tighter. He could still feel the phantom sensation of fangs sinking into flesh, still hear the terrible cries echoing in his ears. Every time he looked at the bandages wrapped around Mr. Weasley's side, guilt stabbed through him.
Ron was staring fixedly at the floor.
Mrs. Weasley stood abruptly.
"Right," she said briskly, clapping her hands once. "Out, all of you. Let your father breathe for 5 minutes."
There were mutters of protest, but one look from her was enough to send them shuffling toward the door. Harry rose last, avoiding Mr. Weasley's eyes.
"Harry." He stopped.
Mr. Weasley was smiling at him kindly. "Thank you," he said simply. Harry swallowed hard.
I didn't do anything," he muttered. "You did," said Mr. Weasley firmly. "You saved my life."
Harry said nothing. He turned quickly and followed the others out into the corridor.
Outside, Tonks was leaning against the wall, her bright pink hair vivid against the dull green robes of the passing healers. Mad-Eye Moody stood nearby, magical eyes spinning in every direction. "Well?" Tonks asked. "He's okay," said Ginny at once, sounding relieved. "Still talking too much," Fred muttered.
Mrs. Weasley came out behind them and closed the ward door firmly. "We're leaving now," she announced. "Arthur needs sleep." Nobody argued. They followed her back down the corridor in silence, their footsteps echoing off the polished floor.
Harry trailed behind the others. His mind was racing.
He had seen through the snake's eyes. He had wanted to attack Dumbledore. And now, standing in the crowded halls of St. Mungo's, surrounded by injured witches and wizards, Harry felt colder than he had all winter. Something was wrong with him. Terribly wrong. They filed quietly back into the corridor, and as soon as the ward door shut behind Mad-Eye and Tonks, Fred lifted an eyebrow in annoyance. "Brilliant," he muttered sarcastically, digging through his pockets. "Keep us in the dark. Why don't they?" "Need these?" George asked, producing a tangled bundle of flesh-coloured cords. Fred's face lit up instantly. "You're a genius," he whispered with a grin. "Let's find out whether St. Mungo's bothers with imperturbable charms." The twins quickly untangled the cords and separated them into 5 extendable ears. They passed them around. Harry hesitated for only a second before Fred shoved one into his hand. "Come on, Harry," Fred said. "You're the one who saved Dad. If anyone deserves to listen in, it's you." Harry gave a reluctant grin and tucked the end into his ear, just as the others did.
"Ready," Fred breathed. "Go."
The strings wriggled and slithered across the floor like pale worms, creeping under the ward door.
At first, there was only silence.
Then suddenly Tonks's whisper sounded so close, Harry nearly jumped. They searched everywhere, but there was no sign of the snake after it attacked. Arthur. It just disappeared. But you-know-who couldn't have planned for a snake to get inside. Could he?
"I think he sent it to scout," Moody growled. "He hasn't managed to get what he wants yet, has he? If Arthur hadn't been there, that creature might have had plenty of time to look around. So Potter really saw the whole thing."
"Yes," Mrs. Weasley answered softly, though she sounded troubled. Dumbledore almost seemed as though he expected Harry to see it.
"Maybe," Moody muttered darkly, "because there's always been something unusual about that boy."
Harry stiffened. "Dumbledore seemed concerned when I spoke to him this morning," whispered Mrs. Weasley.
"Of course he's concerned," Moody said gruffly. "The boy's seeing through you-know-who's snake. Potter may not understand what that could mean, but if you-know-who's using him somehow—"
Harry ripped the extendable ear from his own ear as though it had burned him. His heart was pounding so hard it hurt. Heat flooded his face, and for a moment he thought he might be sick. He looked around.
Fred, George, Ron, and Ginny were all staring at him.
The strings still hung from their ears, but their expressions had changed. Gone were the curiosity and mischief.
Now there was only fear.
Chapter 23. Christmas on the Closed Ward. Was that the reason Albus Dumbledore refused to look him in the eye anymore? Did he fear that if he met Harry's gaze, he would find Lord Voldemort staring back? Harry imagined his own bright green eyes suddenly turning blood red, the pupils narrowing into slits like a cat's. He remembered the moment when Voldemort's twisted, snake-like face had burst from the back of Professor Quirinus Quirrell's head. Instinctively, Harry reached behind his own skull, shuddering as he wondered what it would feel like if Voldemort tore his way out of him too. He felt filthy.
Poisoned, as though he carried some invisible disease.
He sat rigid on the underground train back from the hospital, surrounded by ordinary people, clean, unsuspecting people whose minds and bodies had never been touched by Voldemort's darkness. Harry's stomach twisted. He hadn't just seen the snake.
He had been the snake. Now he was certain of it.
Then another horrifying memory rose to the surface of his mind, making his insides writhe. What's he after, apart from followers?
Things he can only get secretly, like a weapon, something he didn't have before.
The thought hit Harry so hard he nearly gasped aloud.
I'm the weapon.
It felt as though ice-cold venom was spreading through his veins, freezing him from the inside out. Sweat broke across his skin as the train lurched through the dark tunnel. I'm what Voldemort's trying to use. That was why they were guarding him everywhere he went.
Not to protect him.
To protect everyone else.
Only it wasn't enough.
They couldn't watch him every second at Hogwarts. He had attacked Arthur Weasley. It had been him. Voldemort had forced him to do it. And maybe Voldemort was inside him now.
Listening. Watching. Reading every thought. Harry, dear, are you all right?
Mrs. Molly Weasley's soft voice broke into his thoughts. She leaned across Ginny Weasley on the rattling train, peering anxiously at him. You don't look well. Are you feeling sick? Everyone was staring. Harry shook his head hard and fixed his eyes on an advertisement above their seats, refusing to meet anyone's gaze. Later, as they crossed the shabby square toward Grimmauld Place, Mrs. Weasley tried again. Harry, dear, are you sure you're all right? She asked worriedly. You're awfully pale. Did you get any sleep this morning? You should go upstairs and rest before dinner. Harry nodded at once. It was the perfect excuse. He didn't want to talk.
Not to Ron. Not to anyone.
The moment the front door creaked open, he rushed inside, past the ugly troll leg umbrella stand, up the stairs, and into the bedroom he shared with Ron Weasley. There, he began pacing, back and forth.
Past the two narrow beds.
Past the empty frame of Phineas Nigellus Black's portrait. His thoughts churned wildly, spiraling into darker and darker possibilities.
How had he become the snake? Was he an animagus? No, that was impossible. He would know. Unless... maybe Voldemort was the animagus.
Yes, that made sense.
Of course Voldemort would choose a snake.
And if Voldemort was possessing him, then maybe they transformed together. But that still didn't explain how Harry had somehow gone all the way to London and back to bed within minutes. Then again, Voldemort was one of the most powerful wizards alive.
Only Dumbledore might rival him.
Transporting someone across miles in seconds would probably be effortless for him. You know, said Phineas Nigellus Black, raising his voice until it nearly matched Harry's. This is exactly why I detested teaching. Young people are so unbelievably certain they're right about everything. He folded his gloved hands and glared down his long nose.
Has it never crossed your mind, you ridiculous, puffed-up little peacock, that there may be a very good reason why the headmaster of Hogwarts doesn't share every detail of his plans with you? Have you ever stopped, in the middle of all your self-pity, to notice that obeying Albus Dumbledore has never once put you in danger? He barely paused for breath. No, of course not. Like every young fool, you're convinced that only you can feel, only you can think, only you can see the danger, naturally. Only you are clever enough to understand what the Lord Voldemort may be planning." Harry jerked upright. "So he is planning something involving me?" he demanded quickly. Phineas gave the faintest smile.
"Did I say that?" he asked lazily, brushing imaginary dust from his silk gloves. "Now, if you'll excuse me, I have more important things to do than listen to teenage melodrama. Good day." And with that, he strolled out of sight. Harry stared at the empty frame. "Fine," he shouted after him. "Go! Then, and tell Dumbledore thanks for nothing." The blank canvas gave no reply. Still seething, Harry dragged his trunk back to the foot of his bed, then threw himself face down onto the worn, moth-eaten blankets. Every part of him ached. He felt as though he had travelled for miles and miles. It seemed impossible that less than a day ago Cho Chang had been standing beneath the mistletoe, moving closer to kiss him. Now all of that felt like it belonged to another life. He was exhausted, but he was afraid to sleep. And yet he didn't know how much longer he could keep himself awake. Dumbledore had told him to stay. Surely that meant he was safe enough to sleep. But what if it happened again? His thoughts blurred. Darkness crept over him. He was sinking. It felt as though some hidden film inside his mind had begun to play. He was walking down a deserted corridor. Cold stone walls hemmed him in. Torches flickered in iron brackets. To his left stood an open doorway leading to a flight of stone steps descending into darkness. Ahead, the plain black door. He moved toward it, reached it, tried to open it. It wouldn't budge. He stood, staring at it, filled with desperate longing. Something he wanted more than anything lay beyond it, a prize beyond imagination. If only the scar on his forehead would stop prickling. Then he could think. Then he could understand Harry. Ron's voice broke through the darkness, distant and muffled. "Mum says dinner's ready, but she'll save you some if you want to stay here." Harry's eyes flew open. The dream vanished. The room was dim and cold, but Ron Weasley had already gone. Harry lay still, staring at the ceiling. He doesn't want to be alone with me. Not after hearing what Alastair Moody had said. Harry swallowed hard. Maybe none of them wanted him anymore. Not now. Not after learning what might be inside him. Harry refused to join them for dinner. He couldn't bear the thought of forcing his presence on anyone, rolling onto his side. He shut his eyes and eventually drifted back into a restless sleep. He awoke sometime in the dead of night, his stomach twisting painfully with hunger. Across the room, Ron's steady snores filled the silence. In the dimness, Harry could just make out the dark silhouette of Phineas Nigellus in his portrait frame. At once, a grim thought struck him. Perhaps Dumbledore had stationed Phineas there to keep watch over him, in case he lost control and attacked someone. The sensation of filth and corruption inside him only deepened. For a moment, Harry almost regretted obeying Dumbledore. If this was what life at Grimmauld Place was going to be from now on, perhaps returning to Privet Drive would be easier after all. The next day, the house buzzed with preparations for Christmas. Harry had never seen Sirius so cheerful. He was practically overflowing with excitement at the thought of having company for the holidays. His voice echoed up through the floors as he sang Christmas carols in the chilly drawing room below. Harry sat alone upstairs, staring out at the pale sky beyond the window as it grew whiter and heavier with the threat of snow. At the same time, a bitter satisfaction gnawed at him. He imagined the others downstairs talking about him, whispering about what he had become. When he heard Mrs. Weasley softly calling his name from the staircase around lunchtime, he slipped farther away and stayed silent. At around 6 that evening, the doorbell rang, immediately setting Mrs. Black's portrait into another furious shrieking fit. assuming it was only Mundungus or another member of the Order arriving. Harry stayed where he was, in Buckbeak's room, leaning against the wall and feeding the hippogriff dead rats while trying to ignore the hunger clawing at his insides. A few minutes later, there was a sharp knock at the door.
"I know you're in there," came Hermione's voice. "Please come out. I need to talk to you."
Startled, Harry opened the door. Buckbeak resumed scratching through the straw-covered floor behind him, searching for scraps of rat. "What are you doing here?" Harry asked in surprise. "Weren't you supposed to be skiing with your parents?" Hermione brushed snow from her hair, her cheeks pink from the cold. "To be honest," she admitted, "skiing isn't really my thing, so I came here for Christmas instead." She lowered her voice. "But don't tell Ron. I told him skiing was brilliant because he laughed so much when I said I hated it. Mum and Dad are a bit disappointed, but I told them everyone serious about exams was staying at Hogwarts to study. They want me to do well, they'll understand." Then, in her usual practical tone, she added, "Come on, let's go to your room." Ron's mum lit a fire, and she sent up sandwiches. Harry followed Hermione back upstairs to the second floor, but when he stepped into the bedroom, he stopped short. Ron and Ginny were already there, sitting side by side on Ron's bed. Hermione pulled off her coat and spoke breezily before Harry could ask anything else.
"I came on the night bus," she said. "Dumbledore told me what happened first thing this morning, but I had to wait until term officially ended before leaving. Umbridge is furious that you all disappeared under her nose, even though Dumbledore told her Mr. Weasley was in St. Mungo's and gave you permission to visit. So..." Hermione moved over and settled herself beside Ginny. Together with Ron, they all lifted their eyes toward Harry.
"How are you doing?" Hermione asked gently.
"I'm fine," Harry replied shortly.
Hermione rolled her eyes. "Oh, honestly, Harry, don't lie. Ron and Ginny told me you've been avoiding everyone ever since we got back from St. Mungo's."
"They told you that, did they?" Harry shot back, glaring at them. Ron quickly dropped his gaze to the floor, but Ginny looked completely unbothered.
"Well, it's true," she said firmly. "You've been hiding, and you won't even look at any of us."
Harry's temper flared. "That's rich, you lot are the ones avoiding me."
Hermione's lips twitched. "Maybe you're all sneaking glances at different times and missing each other." "Very funny," Harry muttered bitterly, turning back toward the snow-filled window. Hermione's tone sharpened. "Stop acting like nobody understands you. Ron and Ginny told me what you overheard last night with those extendable ears."
"Oh, right," Harry snapped, shoving his hands deeper into his pockets. "So you've all been discussing me behind my back. I'm starting to get used to it."
"We wanted to talk to you," Ginny said, sounding annoyed. "But you've been hiding since we came back."
"I didn't want to talk," Harry muttered stubbornly.
Ginny folded her arms. "Well, that was pretty stupid, because I'm the only person here who actually knows what it's like to be possessed by you-know-who."
Harry froze.
Those words struck him so hard that he spun around instantly.
"I forgot," he admitted quietly.
"Lucky for you," Ginny replied coolly. Harry swallowed. "I'm sorry," he said sincerely. "So, do you think..." Ginny studied him carefully. "Can you remember everything you've been doing? Have there been hours where you suddenly realize you don't know where you've been or what you've done?" Harry searched his memory.
"No," he answered at last.
"Then he hasn't possessed you," Ginny said simply. "When he controlled me, I'd lose hours. I'd come to somewhere and have no idea how I'd gotten there." Harry hardly dared to trust her words, but despite himself, He felt a weight lifting from his chest. "But that dream about your dad and the snake," he said uncertainly.
"Harry, you've had dreams like that before," Hermione reminded him. "Last year you kept getting glimpses of what Voldemort was doing." "This wasn't the same," Harry insisted, in shaking his head. "I was inside the snake. It felt like I was the snake. What if Voldemort somehow brought me to London?"
Hermione sighed in frustration.
"One day," she said dryly, "Hogwarts? A history. And remember that you can't apparate."
Ron nodded. "You never left your bed? Mate, I watched you tossing around for at least a minute before we woke you." Harry began pacing again, deep in thought. What they were saying was comforting, but more importantly, it made sense. Without even realizing it, he reached for one of the sandwiches on the bed and stuffed it hungrily into his mouth. Harry lay awake for a while, staring into the dimness, the weight that had crushed him for days finally beginning to lift. So I'm not the weapon? The thought pulsed through him again and again, warm and unreal, filling him with a fierce kind of joy he had almost forgotten existed. Relief spread through his chest until it felt too full to contain. Outside the bedroom, heavy footsteps echoed along the corridor as Sirius stomped toward Buckbeak's room, bellowing, "God rest ye!" merry hippogriffs in a voice so loud and off-key that Harry nearly laughed aloud. How had he ever imagined spending Christmas back at Privet Drive? Grim Old Place had transformed in every possible way. Sirius, whose bitterness had once seemed to seep from the walls themselves, had changed with Harry's return. The dark moods of summer had vanished, replaced by restless energy and an almost desperate determination to make the holiday unforgettable. He seemed intent on proving that Hogwarts had nothing on Christmas at number 12. For days he barely stopped moving, with Harry, Ron, Hermione, Ginny, Fred, George, Lupin, and Mrs. Weasley all dragged into helping. The gloomy old house was scrubbed, polished, and enchanted until it became nearly unrecognizable. By Christmas Eve, the shadows had retreated. The dusty chandeliers overhead no longer sagged beneath thick webs. Instead, they shimmered with silver streamers, golden ribbons, and thick ropes of holly. Enchanted snow lay sparkling across the worn carpets in glittering drifts that never melted. A towering Christmas tree procured through one of Mundungus's mysterious business deals stood proudly in the hall, its branches twinkling with candles and fluttering with live fairies. It was so enormous it completely hid the Black family tapestry. Even the shrunken elf heads mounted on the walls had been dressed in tiny red hats and cottony white beards. For once, number 12, Grim Old Place looked almost cheerful. Harry woke on Christmas morning to pale winter light slipping through the curtains and to a mountain of presents piled at the foot of his bed. Ron was already deep into his own much larger stack, wrapping paper everywhere. "Not bad this year," Ron said happily, through a mouthful of something he was chewing. He waved a strange brass instrument in Harry's direction. "Cheers for the broom compass, it's brilliant. Better than Hermione's gift. She gave me a homework planner." He sounded deeply offended. Harry laughed and began opening his own presents. One parcel, wrapped neatly in brown paper, bore Hermione's unmistakable handwriting. Inside was a book that looked like a diary, though every page barked nagging instructions at him. Why do it tomorrow when you can suffer today? Harry shut it quickly. From Sirius and Lupin came a handsome boxed set of practical defensive magic and its use against the dark art. The books were thick and beautifully bound, packed with moving, full-colour illustrations that demonstrated shields, jinxes, and counter-curses in vivid detail. Harry flipped through the pages eagerly, already imagining how useful they would be for the DA. Hagrid's gift was a shaggy brown wallet with sharp little teeth. It snapped viciously at Harry's fingers every time he tried to put money inside, which rather defeated the purpose. Tonks had sent a tiny working model of a firebolt, racing loops around the room at high speed. Harry watched it wistfully, thinking of the real one he had lost. Ron had given him an enormous box of Bertie Bott's every flavour beans. Mr. and Mrs. Weasley had sent the usual hand-knitted jumper, along with a packet of mince pies, and Dobby had presented Harry with a truly awful painting, crooked, lopsided, and so badly done that Harry turned it upside down to check whether it improved. It didn't. At that exact moment, 2 loud cracks shattered the quiet. Fred and George apparated suddenly at the foot of the bed. "Merry Christmas," said George brightly. "Don't come downstairs yet," Fred added. Ron frowned. "Why?" The twins exchanged a look. "Mum's crying," George said, his tone darkening. Again, Fred muttered. He sent it back. George explained. Ron's ears went red. "Percy," Fred nodded grimly. "The Christmas jumper. And no letter," George added. "Didn't ask about Dad, didn't visit, nothing." For a second, the room felt colder. "We tried cheering her up," Fred said, stepping closer and squinting at Dobby's portrait in Harry's hands. George snorted, told her Percy's basically a giant heap of rat droppings. Fred nodded solemnly. "Didn't seem to help." "Didn't work," said George, helping himself to a chocolate frog. "So Lupin took over. Best let him cheer her up before we go down for breakfast, I reckon." "What's that supposed to be?" "Anyway," asked Fred, squinting at Dobby's painting. "Looks like a gibbon with 2 black eyes."
"It's Harry," said George, pointing at the back of the picture. "Says so on the back."
"Good likeness," said Fred, grinning. Harry threw his new homework diary at him. It hit the wall opposite and fell to the floor where it said happily, "If you've dotted the I's and crossed the T's, then you may do whatever you please." They got up and dressed. They could hear the various inhabitants of the house calling Merry Christmas to one another. On their way downstairs, they met Hermione. "Thanks for the book, Harry," she said happily. "I've been wanting that new theory of numerology for ages, and that perfume's really unusual." Ron. "No problem," said Ron. "Who's that for, anyway?" he added, nodding at the neatly wrapped present she was carrying.
"Creature," said Hermione brightly. "It had better not be clothes," Ron warned her. "You know what Sirius said. Creature knows too much. We can't set him free."
"It isn't clothes," said Hermione. "Although if I had my way, I'd certainly give him something to wear other than that filthy old rag. No, it's a patchwork quilt. I thought it would brighten up his bedroom."
"What bedroom?" said Harry, dropping his voice to a whisper as they were passing the portrait of Sirius's mother.
"Well, Sirius says it's not so much a bedroom, more a kind of den," said Hermione. "Apparently he sleeps under the boiler in that cupboard off the kitchen." Mrs. Weasley was the only person in the basement when they arrived there. She was standing at the stove and sounded as though she had a bad head cold as she wished them Merry Christmas. And they all averted their eyes. "So, is this creature's bedroom?" said Ron, strolling over to a dingy door in the corner opposite the pantry. Harry had never seen it open.
"Yes," said Hermione, now sounding a little nervous. I think we'd better knock." Ron rapped on the door with his knuckles, but there was no reply. "He must be sneaking around upstairs," he said, and without further ado, pulled open the door. "Ah!" Harry leaned closer and pulled open the cupboard door.
The cramped space was mostly occupied by an enormous, ancient boiler, its pipes twisting overhead like metal roots. Beneath them, in the narrow patch of floor left empty, Creature had built himself a miserable little den. A heap of filthy rags and threadbare blankets had been arranged into something like a nest, with a hollow in the center where he clearly slept, curled up every night. Scattered among the bedding were hard bread crusts and chunks of mold-speckled cheese, forgotten or hoarded for later. The stale smell of damp and age hung heavily in the air. In one corner, Harry spotted a collection of glittering scraps and tarnished coins. Creature had clearly rescued them from Sirius's relentless cleaning sprees, storing them away like a magpie guarding treasure. Nearby were several silver-framed family photographs Sirius had thrown out months before. Their glass was cracked, some of it shattered entirely, but the tiny black and white figures inside still stared upward with cold, superior expressions.
Harry's breath caught.
Among them was a face he recognized at once, the dark-haired woman with hooded eyes he had seen in Dumbledore's Pensive. Bellatrix Lestrange. Her photograph had been placed carefully at the very front, as though it were the most precious thing Creature owned. The broken glass over it had been clumsily patched with spellotape.
"I think I'll leave his present here," Hermione said softly.
She bent down and set the parcel neatly in the middle of the nest before gently shutting the cupboard door. "He'll find it later." At that moment, Sirius emerged from the pantry, carrying a massive roast turkey in both arms. "Come to think of it," he said, glancing around, "has anyone seen Creature recently?"
"I haven't since the first night we got back," Harry answered. "You were shouting at him to get out of the kitchen."
Sirius frowned.
"Yeah, I think that's the last I saw him too. He's probably sulking somewhere upstairs."
Harry hesitated.
"He couldn't have actually left, could he? Maybe when you said get out, he thought you meant leave the house."
Sirius snorted.
"No chance. House elves can't leave unless they're freed with clothes. They're bound to the family home."
Harry shook his head. "They can if they really want to. Dobby left the Malfoys' house to warn me. He had to punish himself afterward, but he still managed it." Sirius looked unsettled for a second. "Well, I'll check later. I'll probably find him upstairs sobbing over one of my mother's old dresses." He smirked darkly. "Or maybe he's crawled into a cupboard and died." He paused. "But I shouldn't get my hopes up."
"Fred, George," and Ron burst out laughing.
Hermione did not. She shot Sirius a look sharp enough to cut glass. After Christmas lunch, the plan was to visit Mr. Weasley again at St. Mungo's Hospital for magical maladies and injuries. Mad-Eye, Moody, and Lupin were set to accompany them. Mundungus arrived just in time for Pudding, breathless and triumphant, announcing that he had borrowed a car for the trip since the Underground wasn't running on Christmas Day. Harry had serious doubts the owner knew anything about it. The vehicle had clearly been enchanted, much like the old Ford Anglia once owned by the Weasleys. From the outside it looked perfectly ordinary, but somehow it managed to fit 10 people inside with Mundungus at the wheel. Mrs. Weasley lingered beside the open door, visibly torn. Harry knew exactly what was troubling her. Her dislike of Mundungus battling with her hatred of travelling without magic. In the end, the bitter cold and a chorus of pleading children won. With admirable dignity, she climbed into the back seat and wedged herself between Fred and Bill. The roads were nearly empty, and the journey was quick. When they arrived, only a thin stream of witches and wizards could be seen moving cautiously along the otherwise deserted street toward the hospital. Mundungus dropped them off, then drove around the corner to wait. Harry and the others walked casually toward the department store window, where the blank-faced dummy in lime green nylon stood frozen in place.
One by one, they stepped straight through the glass, and disappeared inside. The entrance hall of St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries had been transformed for Christmas.
The glowing crystal lamps suspended from the ceiling had been enchanted into enormous red and gold ornaments, casting warm, festive light over the room. Sprigs of holly framed every doorway, and in each corner stood glittering white Christmas trees dusted with magical snow, their icy branches sparkling beneath golden stars. Despite the decorations, the hospital was quieter than the last time they had visited. Harry had barely crossed half the room before he was shoved sideways by a flustered witch clutching her face. A walnut was firmly lodged in one nostril. The blonde receptionist behind the desk barely looked up.
"Family row," she said with a smirk. "You're the third today. Spell damage. 4th floor."
They found Mr. Weasley sitting up in bed, looking far healthier than before. A tray holding the remains of a large turkey dinner rested across his knees, though the guilty look on his face suggested all was not entirely well.
"Arthur, dear, are you all right?" Mrs. Weasley asked after everyone had crowded in, hugged him, and handed over their presents.
"Perfectly fine," Mr. Weasley said a little too quickly. His eyes darted toward the door. "You haven't happened to see Healer Smethwick, have you?" Mrs. Weasley narrowed her eyes instantly.
"No," she said slowly. "Why?" "Oh, nothing. Nothing at all," said Mr. Weasley, brightly. Far too brightly.
He began unwrapping presents at once, clearly desperate to change the subject. "Did everyone have a nice Christmas, oh Harry?" He had just opened Harry's gift, a bundle of fuse wire and a set of screwdrivers.
"This is marvellous."
Mrs. Weasley, however, was not distracted. As Mr. Weasley leaned over to shake Harry's hand, she caught sight of the fresh bandages peeking from beneath his nightshirt. Her voice snapped like a trap closing.
"Arthur." Everyone froze.
"You've had your dressings changed." Mr. Weasley visibly paled.
"Well, yes, but..."
They were not due to be changed until tomorrow. Mr. Weasley instinctively pulled the blankets higher.
No, it's nothing really,
Under Mrs. Weasley's stare, he wilted. "Well, don't get upset, Molly."
That was the wrong opening.
A young trainee healer, Augustus Pye, had an idea. Mr. Weasley rushed on. "Lovely fellow. Very interested in, alternative methods." Mrs. Weasley folded her arms.
"Alternative methods?"
"Well, Muggle methods," Mr. Weasley admitted weakly. "There's this thing called stitches." Mrs. Weasley made a sound somewhere between a scream and a growl.
At once, the room began to empty.
Remus Lupin drifted casually toward the lonely werewolf patient nearby, who was watching the Weasley family with wistful curiosity. Bill Weasley muttered something about tea. Fred Weasley and George Weasley sprang up instantly to follow him, trying and failing not to laugh.
"Are you telling me," Mrs. Weasley said, her voice rising with every word, "that you have been experimenting with Muggle remedies?" "Not experimenting," Mr. Weasley pleaded. "Merely trying them."
He gave a weak smile. "Unfortunately, with these kinds of wounds, they don't seem to work quite as well as expected." Mrs. Weasley's eyes flashed dangerously.
"What exactly does that mean?"
Mr. Weasley swallowed. "Well, I don't know if you know what stitches are." Mrs. Weasley gave a short, humorless laugh.
It sounds to me as though you've been trying to sew your own skin together.
She leaned forward.
But even you, Arthur, can't possibly be that stupid.
Harry shot to his feet.
I fancy a cup of tea too, he blurted quickly.
Anything to escape before the explosion. Hermione, Ron, and Ginny were out the door almost before Harry had finished speaking. The moment it slammed shut behind them, Mrs. Weasley's voice exploded from inside the room. What do you mean? That's the general idea. Ginny winced and shook her head as they hurried down the corridor.
Honestly, she muttered, that's so like Dad and stitches, really.
Hermione, ever fair-minded, adjusted her pace to keep up. Well, to be fair, Muggle stitches do work for ordinary injuries, she said thoughtfully. Maybe the snake venom keeps dissolving them or something. I wonder where the tea room is. 5th floor, Harry said at once, remembering the sign near the reception desk. They continued down the corridor, passed through a pair of swinging doors, found a crooked staircase leading upward. Portraits lined the walls all the way up stern, ancient-looking healers in faded robes, each one glaring down from heavy frames. As the group climbed, the portraits sprang to life. They called after them in loud voices, diagnosing imaginary illnesses and recommending horrifying cures. Ron stopped dead when one medieval wizard leaned halfway out of his frame and bellowed after him. You there, young sir? A shocking case of spattergroit.
Ron spun around. What's that supposed to mean?
The portrait wizard began scrambling from frame to frame after him, shoving aside other painted healers as he pursued them. A most dreadful disease of the skin, he cried, leaves the victim pitted and hideous, far uglier than he appears now.
Ron's ears went scarlet.
Who are you calling ugly? The cure, the wizard announced grandly, ignoring him. Take the liver of a toad, strap it round thy neck, and stand unclothed beneath the full moon in a barrel full of eel's eyeballs.
I do not have spattergroit.
The healer pointed dramatically. But the dreadful markings upon your face.
They're freckles, Ron shouted. Now get back in your painting.
He glared at the others. Harry, Hermione, and Ginny were all trying and failing not to laugh.
What floor is this? Ron snapped. I think 5th, Hermione said. No, 4th, Harry corrected, stepping on to the next landing. One more and... He stopped so suddenly the others nearly crashed into him.
There was a small square window in the double doors ahead, beneath the sign reading, Spell Damage.
A face was pressed against the glass.
The man staring out had wavy blonde hair, unnaturally bright blue eyes, and a huge empty smile that showed gleaming white teeth.
Blimey!
Hermione gasped.
Oh, Professor Lockhart.
Their former defense against the dark arts teacher flung open the doors and swept toward them in a long lilac dressing gown. Gilderoy Lockhart looked exactly as absurd as ever. Well, hello there, he said cheerfully. I dare say you're after an autograph. Ginny snorted. Harry leaned toward her. He hasn't changed much. She grinned.
Ron looked awkward. How are you, Professor?
A flicker of guilt crossed his face. Harry understood why. It had been Ron's broken wand that had backfired and destroyed Lockhart's memory in the Chamber of Secrets, though considering Lockhart had been trying to erase Harry and Ron's memories at the time. Harry found it hard to feel too sorry for him. Lockhart beamed.
Wonderful. Simply wonderful.
He rummaged in his pocket and produced a rather bent, peacock feather quill. "How many autographs shall I make out?" He smiled proudly. "I can do joined-up writing now. We're all right for autographs. Thanks," Ron said quickly, exchanging a look with Harry. Harry stepped forward. "Professor, should you really be out here? Aren't you supposed to be in your ward?" The bright, practiced smile slipped slowly from Gilderoy Lockhart's face. He stared at Harry for several long seconds, frowning as though trying to drag a memory from somewhere deep and unreachable. Then he said quietly, "Do I know you?" Harry shifted awkwardly. Yeah, you taught us at Hogwarts."
"Taught," Lockhart repeated blankly.
He blinked.
"Me."
For a moment he looked almost frightened. Then, as suddenly as it had vanished, the grin snapped back into place.
"Well, of course," he said brightly. "Taught you everything you know, did I?"
He flourished his quill. "So, autographs. How many?" 12. "Nice round number. You can share them among your little friends." Before anyone could answer, a door at the far end of the corridor opened. A woman's voice rang out.
"Gilderoy, you naughty boy, where have you got to now?"
A plump, motherly healer hurried toward them, a wreath of tinsel perched crookedly in her hair. She smiled warmly at the group.
"Oh, visitors, on Christmas Day too."
She clasped her hands together.
"How lovely. His poor dear never gets visitors, and I can't imagine why he's such a sweetheart, isn't he?"
"We're signing autographs," Lockhart announced proudly. "They begged for them, simply wouldn't leave without any." The healer laughed indulgently and patted his arm as though he were a mischievous toddler.
"Listen to him," she said fondly.
Lowering her voice, she leaned toward Harry and the others. "He used to be very famous. We're hoping this obsession with autographs means some of his memory may be returning." She lowered her voice further.
"He's in a closed ward. Must have slipped out while I was delivering Christmas presents."
She gave them a reassuring smile. "Don't worry, he's not dangerous."
Then she whispered,
"Mostly just dangerous to himself. Poor lamb forgets who he is. Wanders off and can't find his way back." She straightened. "It's very kind of you to visit." Ron pointed weakly toward the staircase.
"Actually, we were just on our way to get some tea."
But the healer was already ushering them along with an expectant smile. Ron's protest died halfway out. The four of them exchanged resigned looks and followed.
"Let's not stay long," Ron muttered under his breath.
The healer stopped outside a door marked Janus Thicky Ward. She tapped it with her wand.
"Alohomora."
The lock clicked and the door swung inward. She guided Lockhart inside, keeping a firm grip on his sleeve until she had settled him safely into an armchair beside his bed.
Turning to the others, she lowered her voice.
"This is our long-term ward," she explained, "for permanent spell damage." Harry glanced around. Unlike Mr. Weasley's temporary ward, this room looked lived in. The beds were surrounded by books, blankets, framed photos, and little personal treasures, signs of lives that had settled here for good. The healer continued softly. "With enough potions, charms, and a little luck, we sometimes see improvement." She nodded toward Lockhart. "Gilderoy's beginning to show signs of recovering some awareness." Then she pointed toward another bed. "And Mr. Bode has made remarkable progress. He seems to be speaking again." She smiled uncertainly. "Though unfortunately, not in any language we know. With that, she excused herself to continue distributing presents. Harry looked back at Lockhart. The wall above his bed was covered in photographs of himself. Every version of Lockhart smiling, waving, dazzling, grinned down at them with sparkling teeth. Many were signed. To himself. The handwriting was uneven and childish. The moment the healer let go of him, Lockhart seized a fresh stack of photographs, snatched up a quill, and began scribbling signatures feverishly, muttering happily under his breath. "You can help with these," said Gilderoy Lockhart, dropping signed photographs one after another into Ginny's lap. "Stuff them into envelopes." He leaned back importantly.
"I'm still very much in demand at, mountains of fan mail."
He tapped his chin thoughtfully. "Gladys Gudgeon writes every week." A puzzled frown crossed his face, though I can't for the life of me remember why. For a brief second he looked troubled. Then the familiar dazzling grin returned.
"Probably because I'm so handsome."
He resumed scribbling signatures with frantic enthusiasm. Harry glanced around the ward. In the bed opposite lay a pale, hollow-faced wizard staring blankly at the ceiling, muttering in a low, endless stream, unaware of anyone around him. A few beds farther down was a witch whose entire face was buried beneath thick fur. Harry winced. It reminded him uncomfortably of Hermione's accident in second year, though thankfully hers had only been temporary. At the far end of the ward, flowered curtains had been pulled around 2 beds, giving the patients some privacy. The healer moved from bed to bed distributing Christmas presents.
"Here you are, Agnes," she said, cheerfully, handing the furry-faced witch a small stack of parcels, not forgotten at all. "And your son sent an owl he'll be visiting tonight." Agnes barked loudly in response.
The healer moved on.
"And Broderick, look, a lovely plant and a hippogriff calendar."
She placed an ugly potted plant with swaying tentacles beside the muttering wizard and fixed the calendar to the wall with a flick of her wand. Then she paused.
"Oh, Mrs. Longbottom, leaving already?" Harry's head snapped around.
The curtains at the far end had been drawn back. 2 visitors were making their way down the aisle. The first was an imposing elderly witch in emerald robes, with a battered fox fur draped around her shoulders and a pointed hat decorated with what looked disturbingly like a stuffed vulture. Trailing behind her, looking miserable enough to vanish into the floor, was Neville Longbottom.
Harry froze. Understanding hit him instantly.
The people in those beds?
Neville's parents. His stomach lurched.
He looked around wildly for some way to distract Ron, Hermione, and Ginny to let Neville leave without questions.
Too late.
Ron had already heard the name.
Neville?
Neville jumped so violently it looked as though he'd been shot at.
"It's us," Ron said, standing up with a grin. "Didn't know you were here. Have you seen Lockhart's here? Who've you been visiting?"
Neville looked horrified. His face was turning a deep, blotchy purple. He stared firmly at the floor.
"Friends of yours, Neville dear?" asked his grandmother, sweeping toward them.
Neville's expression suggested he would rather have faced a dragon. Mrs. Longbottom reached Harry first.
"Ah, yes," she said, peering at him closely.
She thrust out a thin, claw-like hand. "I know exactly who you are. Neville speaks very highly of you." Harry shook it awkwardly.
Thanks.
Neville still wouldn't look at him. The flush on his face deepened. Mrs. Longbottom turned briskly to Ron and Ginny. "And you two are Weasleys." She offered her hand in turn.
"I know your parents, not intimately, of course, but excellent people. Excellent."
Then her eyes landed on Hermione.
"And you must be Hermione Granger."
Hermione blinked in surprise. She clearly hadn't expected to be recognized. Still, she shook Mrs. Longbottom's hand politely. "Yes," said Mrs. Longbottom crisply, nodding at Hermione. "Neville has mentioned you. Says you've helped him out more than once." Then her sharp eyes slid toward Neville. "He's a good boy." Her tone softened only slightly before turning brisk again. "But he hasn't inherited his father's talent, I'm afraid." She tipped her head toward the two beds at the far end of the ward. The stuffed vulture on her hat wobbled ominously.
Ron blinked. "What?"
Harry wanted desperately to kick him.
"Is that your dad over there? Neville?"
Mrs. Longbottom rounded on Neville at once.
"What's this? You never told them."
Neville inhaled shakily and stared at the ceiling. He gave the smallest of headshakes. Harry's chest tightened. He had never felt sorrier for Neville. Mrs. Longbottom drew herself up. "There is absolutely nothing to be ashamed of."
Her voice rang through the ward.
"You ought to be proud."
Neville flinched.
They did not lose their health and their sanity so their son could hide them away.
"I'm not ashamed," Neville whispered.
He still would not meet anyone's eyes.
Ron, now pale, was craning his neck toward the beds.
Mrs. Longbottom turned sharply to Harry. "Ron, Hermione, and Ginny." "My son and his wife were tortured into insanity by followers of you-know-who." Hermione and Ginny both clapped hands over their mouths. Ron recoiled as though struck. "They were auras," Mrs. Longbottom continued, lifting her chin, "highly respected, exceptionally gifted." She paused. Then her voice changed.
"Yes, Alice, dear." A woman in a nightdress was making her slow way down the ward.
Harry recognized her instantly from the old photograph Order of the Phoenix Moody had once shown him. But only barely. This woman was thin and fragile, where the woman in the photograph had been bright and full of life. Her face was gaunt. Her eyes looked too large. Her white hair hung in wispy strands. She made no sound.
Instead, she held something out toward Neville in a trembling hand.
Mrs. Longbottom sighed.
"Again."
She sounded tired now. "All right, Alice dear."
She turned. "Neville, take it?"
But Neville had already reached out. His mother dropped a crumpled wrapper into his palm.
"An empty Drubel's best-blowing gum wrapper."
Mrs. Longbottom patted Alice's shoulder.
"Very nice, dear."
Neville looked down at the wrapper.
"Thanks, Mum," he said quietly.
Alice Longbottom drifted away, humming softly to herself. Neville turned back toward them. His face was rigid, defiant.
As if he expected laughter.
Harry felt sick. He could not imagine anything less funny. Mrs. Longbottom pulled on her long green gloves. "We should go." She nodded politely to the others. "Lovely meeting you all." Then briskly to Neville. "Throw that in the bin. She's given you enough of those to paper your bedroom." Neville said nothing. But as they walked away, Harry saw him slip the wrapper carefully into his pocket. The ward door shut behind them. Silence settled over the room. Hermione's eyes were shining.
I never knew.
Ron swallowed hard.
Neither did I.
Ginny whispered. Me neither. All three turned to Harry. He nodded grimly.
I knew. He stared at the floor.
Dumbledore had told him? He had promised never to say. That's why Bellatrix Lestrange was sent to Azkaban, Harry said quietly. She used the Cruciatus curse on Neville's parents until they lost their minds. Hermione's face drained of colour. Bellatrix Lestrange? She looked horrified. The woman in Creature's photograph. Harry nodded.
No one spoke.
The silence stretched, until Lockhart's offended voice shattered it.
Honestly?
They all jumped. Lockhart glared at them over his pile of photographs. I didn't learn joined-up writing for nothing, you know. Chapter 24.
Occlumency.
Creature had been hiding in the attic all along. Sirius claimed he had discovered the house elf up there, buried in dust and cobwebs, no doubt scavenging for more old Black family treasures to stash away in his cupboard nest. Sirius seemed content with that explanation. Harry wasn't. Something about Creature's return unsettled him. The elf seemed different. He was quieter now. The constant stream of muttered insults had lessened, and he obeyed commands with unusual meekness, but every now and then Harry caught Creature watching him with a strange, hungry intensity. Each time their eyes met, Creature snapped his gaze away. Harry said nothing. He did not want to add to Sirius's mood. Christmas was over now, and Sirius's happiness was fading fast. As the day of their return to Hogwarts crept closer, Sirius began sinking back into himself. Mrs. Weasley called them his sulks. Harry thought of them as something darker. Sirius would grow silent for hours, then irritable and sharp over the smallest things. He often disappeared into Buckbeak's room and stayed there alone for most of the day. His gloom seemed to spread through Grimmauld Place like poisonous smoke. It slipped under doors and down staircases until everyone felt it. Harry dreaded leaving him. The idea of Sirius alone in that dark house with only Creature for company made his stomach twist for the first time in his life. Harry wasn't eager to go back to Hogwarts. Returning meant facing Dolores Umbridge again. She had probably spent the holidays inventing more educational decrees. There would be no Quidditch now. Harry had been banned. Exams were looming. Homework would only get worse. And Albus Dumbledore remained distant and unreachable. If it hadn't been for the DA, Harry thought he might actually have begged Sirius to let him stay behind at Grimmauld Place. Then on the final day of the holidays, something happened that made returning to school seem even worse. Harry, dear. Mrs. Weasley's head appeared around the bedroom door. Harry and Ron were hunched over a game of wizard chess, while Hermione, Ginny, and Crookshanks watched. One of Harry's castles had pinned one of Ron's pawns and was battering it mercilessly. Harry leaned forward eagerly. Crush him! He's only a pawn! The rook slammed the piece flat. Harry looked up. Sorry, what did you say? Mrs. Weasley smiled. Professor Snape is downstairs. Harry stared blankly. In the kitchen. He wants to speak to you. For a moment, Harry simply froze. Then horror washed over his face. Ron's jaw dropped. Hermione looked alarmed. Ginny blinked. Even Crookshanks seemed to sense the shift in mood. Hermione had been holding the cat back for the last 15 minutes, But now Crookshanks sprang gleefully onto the board, the chess pieces scattered in shrieking panic. "Snape," Harry repeated faintly. "Professor Snape." Mrs. Weasley corrected firmly. She stepped back from the doorway. "Come along now, he says he hasn't got much time." Harry's pulse lurched, defending the mind against intrusion. But they had already decided he wasn't being possessed, hadn't they? "Why do I need to learn Occlu, whatever it is?" Harry asked. Stumbling over the word, Severus Snape folded his hands together because the headmaster believes it necessary. His voice was smooth and infuriatingly calm. "You will attend private lessons once a week." He fixed Harry with a cold stare. "And you will tell no one." He paused. "Least of all, Dolores Umbridge." Harry swallowed. "Yes." Then another horrible thought struck him. "Who's teaching me?" Snape lifted one eyebrow.
"I am—" Harry felt as though his stomach had dropped through the floor. Private lessons with Snape every week. He turned instinctively towards Sirius Black. Sirius looked furious. "Why can't Dumbledore teach him?" Sirius demanded. "Why you—" Snape's mouth curled. "Perhaps because the headmaster prefers to delegate unpleasant duties." He rose smoothly to his feet. "I can assure you I did not volunteer." He swept his cloak around himself. "Monday, 6 o'clock.
His eyes flicked to Harry. "My office." He paused by the door. "If anyone asks, you are taking remedial potions." His lip curled further. "Given your performance in class, no one will question it." He turned to leave. "Hold on!" Sirius snapped. Snape stopped. Slowly, he turned back. "I am rather busy, Black." His voice dripped contempt. "Unlike you. I don't have endless hours to waste." Sirius stood. He was taller than Snape, broader too. Harry noticed Snape's hand tightening inside his cloak pocket around his wand. Sirius stepped forward. "I'll make this simple." His voice was low and dangerous. "If I hear you're using these lessons to torment Harry," he leaned in, "you'll answer to me." Snape gave a thin, mocking smile. "How touching." His eyes glittered. "But surely you've noticed Potter resembles his father." Sirius's face changed. "Yes." And there was pride in it. Snape's sneer sharpened.
"Then you'll know criticism has no effect," he said softly. "He's every bit as arrogant." Sirius shoved his chair aside so hard it scraped across the floor. In one stride, he was around the table. His wand was in his hand. Snape's flashed out, instantly in response. They faced each other, wands raised, Sirius blazing with rage. Snape cold and calculating. His eyes flicked between Sirius's wand tip and his face. "Sirius," Harry shouted. Neither man moved. "I've warned you." "Snivelous," Sirius hissed, his face inches from Snape's. "I don't care what Dumbledore thinks. I know what you are." Snape's voice dropped to a whisper. "Then why not tell him?" His smile was venomous. "Or are you afraid he won't value advice from a man hiding in his mother's house for 6 months? Sirius's face turned scarlet. He shot back instantly. "How's Lucius Malfoy these days?" His eyes blazed, happy to know his lapdog's teaching at Hogwarts.
Snape's face twitched. Then he smiled. "Speaking of dogs," his voice was soft and deadly, "did you know Lucius recognized you the last time you took a little outing?" Sirius froze. "Very clever," Snape murmured. "Getting spotted on a station platform." His eyes glittered. A perfect excuse to stay safely hidden from now on. Sirius's wand jerked upward. "No!" Harry launched himself across the table and shoved between them. "Sirius, don't!" Sirius tried to push him aside. Harry planted his feet. "Are you calling me a coward?" Sirius roared. Harry held his ground. Snape answered for him. "Why, yes." His voice was barely above a whisper. "I believe I am." "Harry, move!" snarled Sirius Black, shoving him aside with one hand. At that exact moment, the kitchen door burst open. The entire Weasley family poured in, along with Hermione. They were all smiling. And at the centre of them stood Arthur Weasley. looking triumphant in striped pajamas beneath a raincoat. "Cured," he declared proudly. He spread his arms. "Completely cured."
Then everyone stopped.
The room froze. Mr. Weasley's grin vanished. Before them stood a bizarre tableau. Snape and Sirius with wands raised inches from each other's faces.
Harry jammed between them, one arm stretched toward each man in a desperate attempt to keep them apart. "Merlin's beard," Mr. Weasley muttered.
What's happening here? For a second, no one moved. Then both men lowered their wands. Harry glanced between them. Each looked furious. Each looked disgusted. But with a room full of witnesses staring, neither seemed willing to continue. Severus Snape tucked his wand away sharply, turned on his heel, and swept toward the door. He passed the Weasleys without a word.
At the threshold, he paused.
He looked back at Harry.
Monday, 6 o'clock. His eyes narrowed. "Don't be late, Potter."
Then he was gone. Sirius glared after him, still breathing hard. Neither seemed willing to continue. Severus Snape tucked his wand away sharply, turned on his heel, and swept toward the door. He passed the Weasleys without a word.
At the threshold, he paused.
He looked back at Harry.
Monday, 6 o'clock. His eyes narrowed. "Don't be late, Potter."
Then he was gone. Sirius glared after him, still breathing hard. Mr. Weasley tried again.
What on earth was going on? "Nothing," Sirius said quickly. Too quickly.
He forced out a laugh. Just a friendly chat between old school friends. The effort of smiling looked painful. Then he turned to Mr. Weasley. "So you're cured?" He brightened visibly.
"That's brilliant, really brilliant."
Mrs. Weasley guided her husband to a chair. "Yes, thanks to Healer Smethwick." Her voice was sweet. Dangerously sweet. He found an antidote for whatever was in that snake's venom. She shot Arthur a pointed look. "And Arthur has learned not to meddle with Muggle medicine again." Mr. Weasley folded instantly.
"Yes, Molly dear."
That evening's dinner ought to have been joyful.
Mr. Weasley was home.
The family was together. The danger had passed, and yet the mood never quite recovered. Harry could tell Sirius was trying. He laughed too loudly at Fred and George's jokes. He kept offering people food. He smiled too often, and none of it reached his eyes. Whenever he thought no one was looking, the expression dropped from his face. He looked dark and distant again. Harry wanted to speak to him. He wanted to tell Sirius not to listen to Snape. That Snape had only been provoking him. That no one thought Sirius was a coward for staying in Grimmauld Place. But Harry was trapped between Mundungus Fletcher and Alastor Moody, both of whom had dropped by to congratulate Mr. Weasley. And Sirius looked so angry,
so raw,
that Harry wasn't sure he'd have dared bring it up, even if he'd had the chance. So instead, leaning toward Ron and Hermione, Harry muttered under his breath about the newest disaster in his life. Private occlumency lessons? With Snape. "Dumbledore probably wants to stop those visions," said Hermione Granger immediately. She sounded practical, as always. "The ones about Voldemort." She gave Harry a pointed look. "You won't miss them, will you?" Harry didn't answer.
Ron Weasley looked horrified. "Private lessons with Snape."
He shuddered dramatically. "I'd keep the nightmares." The next morning, they were due back at Hogwarts by night bus. Their escorts this time were Nymphadora Tonks and Remus Lupin. Both were already in the kitchen when Harry, Ron, and Hermione came downstairs. They had clearly been speaking in low voices. The moment the door opened, all conversation stopped.
Every head turned.
Silence fell too quickly. Harry noticed. So did Hermione. No one said anything. Breakfast was rushed. Soon, everyone was wrapping scarves around their necks and shrugging into heavy coats against the cold, grey January morning.
Harry's chest felt tight.
He didn't want to leave.
More than that, he didn't want to leave Sirius. A dark, twisting feeling had settled in his stomach.
He didn't know when he would see his godfather again. And after Snape's taunts last night, Harry feared Sirius might do something reckless.
Something desperate.
He kept trying to think of what to say. Something that might stop Sirius from making a foolish trip beyond Grimmauld Place. Before Harry could gather the words, Sirius Black beckoned him over.
"I want you to have this."
He shoved a poorly wrapped parcel into Harry's hands. It was about the size of a small book. Harry looked down.
"What is it?"
Sirius lowered his voice.
"A way to let me know if Snape gives you trouble." Then, seeing Harry start to unwrap it, "No."
Sirius shot a wary glance at Mrs. Weasley, who was currently trying to force knitted mittens onto Fred and George.
"Not here."
He lowered his voice even more. Molly wouldn't approve. He clapped Harry's arm. "But use it if you need me, all right." Harry nodded and slipped the package into his inside pocket. "Okay." But he already knew he would never use it. Whatever it was.
He would not be the one to draw Sirius out of hiding.
Not for Snape. Not for anyone.
"Come on, then," Sirius said.
He clapped Harry once on the shoulder and gave him a grim smile. Then they all moved into the hall. The front door loomed ahead, still locked and chained. Everyone crowded around. Mrs. Weasley hugged Harry tightly. "Goodbye, dear. Take care of yourself." Mr. Weasley shook his hand warmly. "See you soon and watch out for snakes for me." Harry forced a distracted smile.
"Right, yeah."
This was it. His last chance. He turned to Sirius. Opened his mouth. But before he could say anything, Sirius pulled him into a quick, one-armed hug. "Look after yourself, Harry." His voice was rough.
Then it was over.
Tonks, today disguised as a tall, tweedy woman with iron-grey hair, was already herding him down the steps. The bitter winter air hit Harry's face as he was pushed out into the street. And the door shut behind him. The front door of number 12 slammed shut behind them with a heavy finality. Harry followed Remus Lupin down the steps, his breath clouding in the freezing air.
At the pavement, he glanced back. Number 12, Grimmauld Place, was vanishing.
The neighbouring houses stretched and shifted sideways, pressing together as if squeezing it from existence. In seconds, the narrow black house was swallowed up completely. It was as though it had never been there.
Come on, said Nymphadora Tonks quickly. Her voice was too sharp.
The faster we're on the bus, the better. She cast a nervous glance around the square. Lupin stepped forward and thrust out his arm.
Bang!
The night bus appeared with a deafening crack. A towering, violently purple triple-decker that missed the nearest lamp-post by inches. The lamp-post jumped aside.
A skinny, pimply young conductor in purple uniform leapt down onto the pavement.
"Welcome to the—"
Yes, thank you, Tonks snapped.
She shoved Harry toward the steps.
Move. Harry squeezed past.
The conductor's eyes bulged. "Blimey, it's airy." Tonks leaned close, her voice low and deadly.
If you say his name out loud, I'll curse you into oblivion.
The boy gulped. Tonks shoved Ginny and Hermione aboard next. Ron climbed on after Harry, grinning.
I've always wanted to ride this thing.
The last time Harry had been aboard the night bus, it had been night. The decks had been filled with brass bedsteads. Now, in daylight, the interior was packed with mismatched chairs and armchairs scattered around the windows. Several had tipped over when the bus stopped. Passengers were still climbing back into their seats, muttering. The bus lurched into motion. It swayed violently through Grimold Place, mounting pavements and narrowly missing corners. Then, bang! The bus jumped forward so hard everyone was thrown backward. Ron's chair tipped clean over. Pigwidgeon burst from his cage in a frenzy of squeaks and flapping wings, darting wildly up the aisle before landing triumphantly on Hermione's shoulder. Harry caught himself by grabbing a candle bracket on the wall. He peered out the window. They were racing down a motorway. Stan grinned. Just outside Birmingham.
Ron scrambled back upright, clutching his chair.
Stan leaned in toward Harry conspiratorially.
You all right, then, Airy?
He lowered his voice. Seen your name in the papers loads this summer. He scratched his chin.
None of it nicer, though.
He jerked a thumb toward the lower deck.
I said to Ern, I said.
Stan puffed himself up importantly.
Didn't seem like a nutter when we met him.
He shook his head wisely. Shows what you know, eh? Stan handed over their tickets, still staring at Harry as though he were something on display in a museum. Clearly, madness didn't matter much to Stan, not if the person in question was famous enough to make headlines. The night bus swerved violently, squeezing past a row of cars on the inside. Harry looked toward the front. Hermione Granger had both hands over her eyes. Pigwidgeon sat happily on her shoulder, bobbing with every lurch. Bang! The chairs all shot backward again. This time, the bus had leapt from the motorway outside Birmingham to a narrow country lane twisted with hairpin turns. Hedges sprang sideways to avoid being flattened as the bus mounted the verge. Bang! Now they were barreling down a crowded town high street. Bang! A viaduct between steep hills. Bang! A bleak road lined with tower blocks. Each jump sent chairs sliding, passengers shrieking, and Ron sprawling. By the sixth time, Ron hauled himself off the floor. He looked green. I take it back, he muttered. I never want to ride this thing again. Stan staggered back up the stairs, grinning. Next stop's Hogwarts. He jerked a thumb toward the front. That bossy lady you came with slipped us a tip. He winked, said to move you up the queue. A loud retching sound drifted up from below. Stan winced. We're just dropping off Madam Marsh first. There came a wet splattering noise. She's not feeling too grand. A few minutes later, the bus shrieked to a stop outside a tiny pub, which visibly shuffled sideways to avoid impact. They heard Stan helping the miserable Madame Marsh off. The passengers below sighed in relief. Then the bus took off again. Faster, faster, bang. They were suddenly rolling through snowy Hogsmeade. Harry caught sight of the Hog's Head down a side street, its creaking sign swinging in the icy wind. Snowflakes slapped against the huge front window. At last, the bus slowed, then stopped outside the gates of Hogwarts. Tonks and Lupin helped unload trunks and cages, then stepped off to say goodbye. Harry glanced up. Every passenger on all 3 decks was staring down at them through fogged windows. "You'll be safe once you're inside the grounds," Tonks said. She scanned the empty road carefully. "Have a good term." Lupin shook everyone's hand. When he reached Harry, he held on a moment longer. He lowered his voice. "Harry." Harry looked up. Lupin's lined face looked tired. "I know you don't like Snape," Harry almost laughed. "But he's an excellent Occlumens." Lupin's voice was serious. "All of us, including Sirius, want you to learn this." He squeezed Harry's shoulder. "So try." Harry sighed heavily. "Yeah, all right." Then they turned toward the castle. The 6 of them dragged trunks up the icy path toward the towering oak doors. Hermione was already talking about knitting more hats for house elves before bed. Harry glanced back once. The night bus had already vanished, and for one reckless second thinking about the following evening, he almost wished he was still on it. The next day passed in dread. Harry spent every hour counting down to 6 o'clock. His double potions lesson in the morning did absolutely nothing to calm him. Snape was nastier than ever, and between classes, members of the Dumbledore's army kept stopping Harry in corridors. Each asked hopefully, "Meeting tonight?" which only made things worse. "I'll tell everyone the usual way when the next meeting is." Harry repeated for what felt like the 100th time, "But I can't tonight." He forced the words out. "I've got remedial potions." Zacharias Smith, who had cornered him in the entrance hall after lunch, raised his eyebrows in smug delight.
"You—" He gave a nasty little laugh. "Remedial potions?" He looked Harry up and down. "Blimey, you must be really awful." He smirked. "Snape doesn't usually bother giving extra help, does he?" Then he swaggered away looking absurdly pleased with himself. Beside Harry, Ron Weasley glared murderously after him. I could hex him from here. He was already pulling out his wand. Honestly. "I've got a clear shot." "Leave it," Harry muttered. He watched Smith disappear.
"That's what everyone's going to think now," he scowled. "That I'm completely useless. Hi, Harry." Harry spun around. His stomach flipped. Cho Chang was standing there. "Oh," he swallowed. "Hi." Cho smiled awkwardly. "Had a nice Christmas." "Yeah, it was okay." Harry shoved his hands in his pockets. "You—" Cho looked down. Quiet. She seemed strangely nervous. She glanced up at him. "There's another Hogsmeade trip next month." Harry blinked. "Oh, right." He hadn't looked at the notice board. "No, I didn't know." Cho nodded quickly. "It's on Valentine's Day." Harry frowned. "Okay." He waited. Why was she telling him this? "Well," he said slowly, "I suppose you want to. Only if you do," she said quickly. Harry stared. His brain screeched to a halt. He had been about to say no when the next DA meeting is, but that was clearly not what she meant. Aya Cho's face fell. Oh, she went bright red. "It's okay."
She backed away. "Doesn't matter, I'll see you." She turned and hurried off. Harry stood rooted to the spot. His thoughts crashed together wildly, then suddenly clicked. "Cho!" He bolted after her. "Cho!" He caught up halfway up the marble staircase. "Breathless," he blurted. Do you want to go to Hogsmeade with me on Valentine's Day? Cho's face lit up. Oh, yes. She flushed scarlet. Definitely. Harry grinned stupidly. Right. He nodded. Good.
He had no idea what else to say, so that's sorted. He turned away feeling absurdly light. The whole day suddenly seemed brighter. He headed toward the library to find Ron and Hermione before afternoon classes, walking with a noticeable bounce in his step. But by 6 o'clock even Cho Chang couldn't save him. With every step toward Severus Snape's office, the dread returned. By the time Harry reached the door, his stomach felt like stone. He stopped outside. For one last moment, he considered running. Anywhere. Then he drew a deep breath, knocked and stepped inside. The room was dim and oppressive. Shadows clung to the walls. Shelves stretched from floor to ceiling, crowded with hundreds of glass jars. Inside them floated grotesque fragments of animals and plants, suspended in potions of every imaginable colour. The air smelled sharp, cold, and faintly rotten. In one corner stood the familiar cupboard of ingredients, the same one Snape had once accused Harry of stealing from. Not unfairly, but Harry barely noticed it. His eyes locked on the desk. There, glowing in a pool of candlelight, sat a shallow stone basin carved with twisting runes and strange symbols. Harry froze. He knew it instantly. The pensive, Albus Dumbledore's pensive. What was it doing here? Shut the door, old and faintly rotten. In one corner stood the familiar cupboard of ingredients, the same one Snape had once accused Harry of stealing from. Not unfairly, but Harry barely noticed it. His eyes locked on the desk. There, glowing in a pool of candlelight, sat a shallow stone basin carved with twisting runes and strange symbols. Harry froze. He knew it instantly. The pensive, Albus Dumbledore's pensive. What was it doing here? Shut the door. Potter. Snape's voice sliced through the darkness. Harry jumped. He turned quickly and obeyed, the click of the latch sounding far too final, as if he had locked himself in. When he faced the room again, Severus Snape had stepped into the candlelight. He pointed silently to the chair opposite the desk. Harry sat. Snape lowered himself into his own chair. His black eyes were fixed on Harry, unblinking cold filled with unmistakable dislike. Well, Potter. His voice was smooth and unpleasant. You know why you are here. Harry said nothing. The headmaster has asked me to teach you occlumency. Snape curled his lip. I can only hope you prove more capable at this than you are at potions. Right, Harry said, shortly. Snape's eyes narrowed. This may not be a normal lesson, his tone sharpened. But I am still your teacher, he leaned slightly forward. You will address me as Sir or Professor at all times. Harry clenched his jaw. Yes, Sir. Snape studied him for another long moment, then began occlumency. He spoke as though the word itself were distasteful. As I explained in your dear godfather's kitchen, it is the magical art of closing the mind against intrusion and influence. Harry hesitated, then asked carefully, And why does Professor Dumbledore think I need it, sir? He met Snape's gaze, wondering whether he would answer. Snape stared back, then sneered. Surely even you have worked that out by now. Potter. His voice dripped contempt. The Dark Lord is highly skilled in legilimency. Harry frowned. Oh, what's that? Sir? Snape looked disgusted. The ability to extract emotions and memories from another person's mind. Harry's stomach dropped. He can read minds. Snape's lip curled. You have no subtlety? Potter. His eyes glittered. You never understand fine distinctions. He paused, savouring the insult. It is one of the many failings that make you such a miserable potion maker. Harry's fists clenched in his lap. Snape continued smoothly. Only muggles speak of mind-reading. He spoke the word as though it offended him. The mind is not a book to be opened, and read at leisure. He steepled his fingers. Thoughts are not carved inside the skull for any intruder to inspect. His voice dropped. The mind is complex. He smirked. Or at least, most minds are. Harry burned. However, Snape leaned back.
A skilled legilimens may, under the right conditions, penetrate the mind of a victim. He paused and interpret what they find. He looked at Harry sharply. The Dark Lord, for example, Waddy, almost always knows when someone lies to him. Harry swallowed. Only a wizard skilled in occlumency can conceal feelings and memories that betray the lie. Snape's eyes bored into him, and therefore speak falsehoods in his presence without being discovered.
Whatever Severus Snape called it, legilimency sounded an awful lot like mind-reading to Harry, and he hated the idea. So, Harry said slowly, he could know what we're thinking right now. He added grudgingly, "Sir?" Snape looked irritated. "The Dark Lord is far away?" He spoke with clipped precision, and the walls and grounds of Hogwarts are protected by ancient enchantments designed to safeguard those within. He leaned back. Time and distance matter in magic. Potter. His eyes narrowed. "And eye contact is often necessary for legilimency." Harry frowned. "Then why do I need to learn occlumency?" Snape was silent for a moment. He studied Harry. One long, pale finger traced thoughtfully across his own lips. "The usual rules," he said at last, "do not seem to apply to you." Harry's stomach tightened. "The curse that failed to kill you." Snape's voice dropped. "Appears to have created some sort of connection between you and the Dark Lord." Harry sat perfectly still. "The evidence suggests that at times when your mind is relaxed." Snape paused. "Or vulnerable?" His black eyes bored into Harry. "When you are asleep, for example." Harry's pulse quickened. "You were sharing the Dark Lord's thoughts and emotions." The room suddenly felt colder. "The headmaster considers this unwise." Snape's voice was silk over steel. "He wants me to teach you how to shut him out." Harry's heart began pounding. None of this made sense. "But why stop it?" Harry burst out. He leaned forward. "I hate it." "Sure, but it's helped." His voice rose. "I saw that snake attack Mr. Weasley." He pointed wildly. "If I hadn't, Professor Dumbledore wouldn't have known in time." He swallowed. "Would he, sir?" Snape watched him in silence, still tracing his mouth with one finger. Then he spoke slowly, carefully, as though each word mattered. "It seems the Dark Lord was unaware of the connection." Harry blinked. "Until recently." Snape's eyes narrowed. "Until now?" "You have apparently experienced his thoughts and emotions." He paused, without his knowledge. Harry stared, however. Snape's voice sharpened. "The vision you had shortly before Christmas, the one with the snake and Mr. Weasley." Snape's eyes flashed. "Do not interrupt me." "Potter!" His voice was dangerous now. Harry gritted his teeth. Snape continued. "That vision represented a powerful intrusion into the Dark Lord's thoughts."
"I was in the snake's head," Harry blurted. "Not his." Snape's face darkened. "I believe I just told you not to interrupt." But Harry barely heard him. At last, pieces were fitting together. He had edged so far forward in his chair he was nearly standing. "How did I see through the snake's eyes?" he demanded. "If it's Voldemort's thoughts I'm sharing—" Snape recoiled, as though struck. "Do not say the Dark Lord's name," he spat. Silence crashed down between them.
They glared across the desk, across the glowing, pensive... Harry spoke first, quietly. "Professor Dumbledore says it." Snape's face tightened. "Dumbledore," he muttered, "is an exceptionally powerful wizard." He looked away. "Perhaps he feels safe enough." His voice lowered. "The rest of us." He stopped, almost unconsciously. His hand rubbed his left forearm. Harry knew what lay there. The dark mark, Harry swallowed. I only wanted to know why Snape cut him off.
You entered the snake's mind because that was where the Dark Lord was. His voice was sharp again. He was possessing it. He sneered. So you dreamed you were possessing it too. Harry's mouth went dry. And he caught himself. He knew I was there. Snape's voice turned cold. It would appear so. How do you know? Harry demanded.
He leaned forward urgently.
Is that just Professor Dumbledore guessing, or... Snape went rigid. His eyes narrowed to black slits. I have told you, said Severus Snape coldly.
To call me sir? Harry clenched his fists.
Yes, he said quickly.
But how do you know?
That we know, Snape interrupted.
Is sufficient. His voice was clipped and final. The important thing, he leaned forward slightly, is that the Dark Lord now knows you are accessing his thoughts and emotions. Harry's pulse quickened. Snape continued. And he has likely realized the connection works both ways. Harry stared.
That means...
Snape's eyes glittered. He may be able to access your thoughts and feelings in return. Harry's throat tightened.
And make me do things.
He swallowed.
Sir, he might.
And he has likely realized the connection works both ways. Harry stared.
That means...
Snape's eyes glittered. He may be able to access your thoughts and feelings in return. Harry's throat tightened.
And make me do things.
He swallowed.
Sir, he might.
Snape sounded utterly unconcerned. Which brings us back to occlumency. With one smooth motion, Snape drew his wand. Harry tensed. But Snape did not point it at him.
Instead, he touched the tip to his own temple.
Harry stared.
As Snape drew the wand away, something silvery came with it.
A shimmering strand like liquid light stretched between skin and wood. It snapped free and drifted down into the pensieve. The silver substance swirled there, neither liquid nor gas, gleaming softly. Again Snape touched his temple.
Again he drew out another strand. Then another.
3 memories. Harry watched, baffled. Snape said nothing. He lifted the pensieve carefully and placed it on a shelf out of reach. Then turned back.
Wand raised. Stand up.
Harry obeyed. Take out your wand, Potter. Harry rose.
Heart hammering.
He drew his wand. The desk stood between them like a barrier. You may try to disarm me, Snape said, or defend yourself in any other way you can think of. Harry swallowed.
What are you going to do?
Snape's voice dropped. Soft.
Deadly. I am going to attempt to break into your mind.
Harry froze. We shall see how well you resist. Snape's black eyes fixed on him. I am told you have resisted the Imperious Curse. Harry tightened his grip. You will find similar strengths are required here. Snape lifted his wand. Brace yourself. Harry barely had time to inhale. The spell struck before Harry was ready. Before he had raised a defense, the office vanished. The world shattered. Images exploded through his mind. Bright. Blinding.
Faster than thought.
He was 5. watching Dudley Dursley ride a gleaming red bicycle. Jealousy burned in his chest. He was 9.
Running!
Ripper the bulldog barking wildly beneath the tree he had scrambled up.
The Dursley family laughing below. He was 11. Under the sorting hat, hearing it whisper.
Slytherin. He saw Hermione Granger in the hospital wing, her face buried beneath thick black fur. He stood by the dark lake. 100 Dementors closing in, cold swallowing everything.
Then,
Cho-Chang.
moving closer. Under the mistletoe.
Harry's stomach lurched.
No.
His own voice rang inside his head.
Panicked. Desperate. You're not seeing this.
The memory rushed closer.
No. It's private. A sharp burst of pain shot through Harry's knee. The world snapped back into focus. Severus Snape's office swam into view. Harry realized he was sprawled on the floor. His knee had slammed hard into the leg of Snape's desk. He gasped and looked up. Snape had lowered his wand. He was rubbing his wrist. A red, angry welt burned across it like a fresh scorch. Snape's eyes flicked to Harry. Did you intend to cast a stinging hex? His tone was cool, almost mocking.
Harry pushed himself upright. No. His voice was thick with bitterness. I thought not. Snape watched him carefully. You allowed me too far inside. He sneered. You lost control. Harry's stomach twisted. Did you see everything? He hated himself for asking. Snape's lip curled, only flashes. A pause. Then, to whom did the dog belong? Harry's face burned. My Aunt Marge, he muttered it. Each word tasted like poison. Snape looked faintly amused. For a first attempt, he lifted his wand again. You were not entirely hopeless, Harry glared. You stopped me eventually. Snape's eyes narrowed. But you wasted time and energy shouting. He tapped his temple lightly. You must remain focused. His voice sharpened. Repel me with your mind. He sneered. Then you will not need your wand. I'm trying, Harry snapped. He took a step forward. But you're not telling me how... Snape's face hardened instantly.
Manners, Potter. His voice was low and dangerous. Then he said curtly, Close your eyes. Harry shot him a filthy look, but obeyed. Every muscle in him tensed. Standing blind in front of Snape with a wand felt like madness. Clear your mind. Snape's voice was cold as ice. Empty it. Harry tried. He really did. But anger pounded through him like venom. His rage at Snape burned too hot. Let go of it. Impossible. He might as well tear off his own legs. You're not doing it.
Snape's voice was sharper now. You will need more discipline. Harry clenched his jaw. Focus. Harry tried harder, tried to think of nothing. No memories, no feelings, no fear, no anger. Again, Snape's voice cut through everything. On 3. 1. Harry swallowed. 2. His fists tightened. 3. Legilimens. The world ripped apart again. A huge black dragon towered above him, fire in its throat. His mother and father smiled from an enchanted mirror, waving. Cedric Diggory lay dead on the ground, blank eyes, staring. No! Harry screamed. He collapsed to his knees, hands clamped over his face. His head throbbed as though someone were tearing his brain from his skull. Get up! Snape's voice cracked like a whip. Get up! Harry stayed there for a second, breathing hard, shaking. You're not trying. Snape barked. You're making no effort. Harry forced himself upright. His heart was pounding wildly. As though he had truly just seen Cedric die again. Snape looked furious, paler than usual, eyes blazing. You are handing me weapons. His voice dripped contempt, offering me the memories you fear most. Harry's chest heaved. He swallowed. I am trying. He bit out every word. I am making an effort. I told you to empty yourself of emotion. Snape roared. Harry snapped. Yeah. His voice rose. Well, I'm finding that difficult right now." "Then you will be easy prey for the Dark Lord." Snape spat the words, his face twisted with disgust. "Fools who wear their hearts on their sleeves." He stepped closer. "Who cannot control their emotions, closer still, who drown in grief." His voice was venomous, and let themselves be provoked. His eyes bored into Harry. "Weak people." Harry's fury exploded. "They stand no chance." Snape hissed. "He will enter your mind effortlessly." Harry's hands shook. "I am not weak." His voice was low. "Dangerous." He thought he might actually attack him. Snape's eyes flashed. "Then prove it." He spat the words. "Master yourself." He raised his wand again. "Control your anger. Discipline your mind." His voice cut like a blade. "We begin again." He pointed the wand. "Prepare yourself. Legilimens." He was watching Vernon Dursley hammer wooden boards over the letterbox. Bang. 100 Dementors were gliding across the lake toward him. Cold and silent. He was running beside Arthur Weasley down a narrow, windowless corridor. Their footsteps echoed. The plain black door at the far end loomed closer. Harry braced himself to go through it. But Mr. Weasley veered left. Down a stone staircase.
"I know," Harry shouted aloud.
The world snapped back. He was on all fours on Snape's office floor again. His scar burned sharply. But the voice that had burst from him had not been frightened.
It had been triumphant.
He pushed himself upright.
Panting.
Severus Snape stood over him. Wand raised.
Watching.
This time, Harry realized, Snape had ended the spell before Harry had fought back. What happened?
Snape asked sharply.
Back door. And never once had he understood. It was real.
Now he knew.
He had seen it before. On August 12th, when he'd followed Mr. Weasley through the Ministry of Magic to the courtrooms. That corridor. Those stairs? It led to the Department of Mysteries. And Mr. Weasley had been there the night Voldemort's snake attacked him. Harry looked up sharply. What's in the Department of Mysteries? Snape went still. What did you say? His voice was quiet.
Too quiet.
Harry felt a surge of satisfaction. For once? Snape looked rattled.
I asked.
Harry said deliberately. What's in the Department of Mysteries, sir?
Snape's face hardened. And why? He asked slowly.
Would you ask that? Harry stared him down.
Because that corridor.
He pointed at his temple.
I've been dreaming about it for months.
He swallowed.
I recognized it.
His scar flared painfully. It leads there. He breathed faster.
And I think Voldemort wants something from... Snape exploded. I told you not to say the Dark Lord's name.
They glared at each other.
Harry's scar burned like fire. He barely noticed.
Snape looked shaken.
Agitated.
But when he spoke again, his voice was smooth.
Too smooth.
There are many things in the Department of Mysteries. He spoke carefully, few of which you would understand. He stepped closer. And none of which concern you.
His eyes were hard. Am I clear?
Harry's scar throbbed. He nodded. Yes. Snape lowered his wand. Same time Wednesday. His voice was clipped. We continue then.
Fine.
Harry grabbed his bag. He needed to get out. Needed to find Ron Weasley and Hermione Granger. Needed to think. Snape's voice stopped him.
Every night before sleep.
Harry paused. You will empty your mind. Snape's eyes bored into him.
Rid it of emotion. Make it blank.
Calm.
Harry barely listened.
Yes. And be warned, Potter. Snape's tone turned icy. I will know if you have not practiced.
Right.
Harry muttered. He slung his bag over his shoulder and hurried to the door.
As he opened it,
he glanced back. Snape had turned away. The pensive sat on the desk again. With the tip of his wand, Snape was carefully lifting shimmering silver thoughts, drawing them out of the basin, and replacing them inside his own head. Harry stared for half a second,
then slipped out,
closing the door softly behind him, his scar still pulsing with pain. Here is a rewritten version in English that keeps the same characters, setting, emotional tension, and narrative direction, while changing the wording, rhythm, and descriptive style significantly. Harry hurried into the library and quickly spotted Ron and Hermione bent over a mountain of parchment, battling through yet another impossible load of homework assigned by Umbridge. Around them, dozens of other students, mostly fifth years, were hunched at the long wooden tables beneath the pools of lamplight, scribbling frantically as if their lives depended on it. Outside the tall, leaded windows, darkness had already begun swallowing the grounds. The room was wrapped in near silence, broken only by the scratching of quills and the soft, uneven squeak of one of Madame Pince's shoes as she stalked between the shelves like a predator guarding her territory. Every so often she would pause behind a student and glare over their shoulder, as though daring them to mistreat one of her beloved books. Harry dropped into the chair across from Ron and Hermione, but he barely noticed the stack of books in front of him. His scar still burned sharply, and a cold, feverish shiver ran through him. He caught sight of his reflection in the blackened window nearby and almost didn't recognize himself. His face looked ghostly pale, and the lightning-shaped scar stood out dark and angry against his skin. Hermione looked up at once. "How did it go?" she whispered. Then her expression shifted instantly.
"Harry, are you okay?" "Yeah, I'm fine. I think," Harry muttered, pressing his fingers against his forehead as another stab of pain shot through his scar. He leaned forward urgently. "Listen, I just figured something out." In a rushed whisper, Harry explained everything. Snape's lesson, the memories, the corridor, and the sudden realization that had hit him. Ron's eyes widened.
"So, you mean—" he breathed, and lowering his voice even further as Madame Pince glided past their table, her shoes squeaking ominously. "The weapon? The thing you know who's after? It's in the Ministry." Harry nodded grimly. "In the Department of Mysteries. It has to be. I saw that corridor when your dad took me to the hearing. It's the same one, and it's the place he was guarding when the snake attacked him." Hermione let out a slow breath, as if pieces of a puzzle had suddenly clicked into place. "Of course," she murmured. Ron frowned. "Of course what?" Hermione leaned closer, her voice low and urgent. "Sturgis Podmore, remember? He got arrested trying to get through a door at the Ministry. It must have been that door. It can't be coincidence." Ron blinked. "But Sturgis is with us. Why would he be trying to break in?" Hermione hesitated.
"I don't know," she admitted reluctantly. "That part doesn't fit." Harry turned to Ron. "Has your dad ever said what's in the Department of Mysteries?" Ron shook his head. "Not really. I only know the people who work there are called unspeakables, he grimaced. Nobody seems to know what they actually do. Bit strange place to keep a weapon. Hermione shook her head immediately. No, it isn't strange.
One would feel awful after having their mind invaded over and over again. She began gathering her books. Come on, let's go back to the common room. It'll be easier to talk there. But when they finally climbed through the portrait hole, they found the Gryffindor common room in uproar. Laughter bounced off the walls. Students were crowding in circles, shouting and clapping. In the centre of it all stood Fred and George, looking deeply pleased with themselves, headless hats. George bellowed over the noise, holding up a pointed wizard's hat decorated with an absurd pink feather, only 2 galleons. Watch closely. Fred snatched the hat from him and jammed it onto his head, grinning broadly. For a brief second, nothing happened. He simply looked ridiculous. Then his entire head vanished. A few girls shrieked. Everyone else exploded with laughter. Here is the rewritten version in English, keeping the same atmosphere, characters, and emotional tension while changing the wording and style significantly. And now it's back, George cried. Fred's hand flailed for a second in mid-air above his shoulders, searching blindly through empty space. Then, with a dramatic flourish, he yanked off the ridiculous pink-feathered hat, and his head popped back into sight. Hermione, who had been trying very hard to focus on her homework, was now openly fascinated. How exactly do they work? She asked, staring intently at the hat in Fred's hands. It's obviously based on an invisibility charm, but extending the invisible area beyond the object itself is quite advanced magic. She narrowed her eyes thoughtfully. I'd guess the enchantment probably fades pretty quickly. Though, Harry didn't reply. A wave of nausea rolled through him. I'll deal with this tomorrow, he muttered, shoving the books he had only just unpacked back into his school bag. Hermione brightened instantly. Then write it in your homework planner, she said cheerfully, so you won't forget. Harry and Ron exchanged identical looks of disgust, with obvious reluctance. Harry reached into his bag, pulled out the planner Hermione had given him for Christmas, and cracked it open cautiously. Do it now, you hopeless underachiever. The planner barked the second Harry wrote down Umbridge's assignment. Hermione smiled proudly. Harry slammed it shut.
I'm going to bed, he announced, cramming it back into his bag and privately vowing to toss it into the fire the first chance he got. He crossed the noisy common room, ducking away as George lunged toward him with one of the headless hats, and escaped at last into the cool quiet of the stone staircase leading to the boys' dormitories. The silence should have been comforting. Instead, Harry's stomach twisted harder.
He felt horribly unwell, just as he had the night he'd seen the snake attack Mr. Weasley. Still, he told himself that if he could just lie down for a few minutes, maybe the feeling would pass. He pushed open the dormitory door, and the instant he stepped inside, agony exploded through his scar. It was so sudden and so violent that it felt as though someone had split open the top of his skull with a knife. Everything vanished. He no longer knew where he was. Didn't know if he was standing or falling, didn't even know his own name. Wild, shrieking laughter echoed through his head, mad laughter, triumphant laughter. He was happier than he had been in years. No, not he. Someone else. Someone was rejoicing, ecstatic, victorious. Something marvelous had happened. Something long awaited. Harry. Harry. A sharp blow struck his face. The laughter faltered for a split second, broken by a cry of pain. The overwhelming joy was slipping away now, draining out of him. But the laughter still rang on. Harry's eyes flew open. He was staring up at the canopy above his bed. The laughter was still coming from him. It was pouring out of his own mouth. The realization killed it instantly. Silence crashed down. Harry lay on the floor, gasping for air, sweat cooling on his skin. His scar throbbed violently, each pulse sending fresh pain through his skull.
Ron was kneeling over him, white-faced and panicked. "What happened?" Ron demanded. Harry dragged in a breath and forced himself upright. I don't know," he panted. Then the words spilled out before he could stop them. "He's happy. Really happy." Ron froze. You know who. Harry nodded weakly. "Something's happened," he whispered. "Something good." He was trembling uncontrollably now, just as he had after seeing the attack on Mr. Weasley. His stomach lurched dangerously.
Something he's wanted for a long time. The words didn't feel like his own. They came from somewhere deep and foreign, slipping through his lips like someone else was speaking through him. And yet he knew they were true. Harry shut his eyes and took slow, shaky breaths, fighting desperately not to be sick all over the floor. At least Dean and Seamus weren't there this time. Ron slipped an arm under Harry's shoulder and helped him up. "Hermione sent me to check on you," Ron said quietly, guiding him toward the bed. "She thought your defenses might be weaker right now, after Snape messing about in your head." Harry let himself collapse back onto the mattress. Ron hovered awkwardly. He added uncertainly, "I suppose this is meant to help eventually, isn't it?" Harry gave a faint nod, though he didn't believe it. Every part of him ached from falling to the floor so many times during occlumency, from the pounding in his scar, from the exhaustion crawling through his body. And underneath it all was a cold, sinking certainty. Occlumency hadn't strengthened his defenses. It had torn them open. It had made the connection worse. Harry lay staring into the darkness, his scar still prickling painfully. Dread curling tighter and tighter inside him as one thought repeated in his mind. What had happened? What could possibly have happened to make Lord Voldemort happier than he had been in 14 years? Chapter 25. The Beetle at Bay received the answer to his question the following morning. As usual, Hermione's copy of the Daily Prophet landed beside her breakfast. She unfolded it absent-mindedly, but the moment her eyes fell upon the front page, she let out a sharp gasp that made several nearby students turn in surprise.
"What is it?" Harry and Ron asked at once.
Without speaking, Hermione pushed the paper across the table toward them and jabbed her finger at the front page. It was covered almost entirely with 10 moving black and white photographs, 9 witches and wizards glaring, sneering, or shifting restlessly inside their frames. Some wore mocking expressions, others drummed their fingers impatiently or stared out with cold arrogance. Beneath each picture was printed a name and a crime. Harry's eyes swept over them.
"Antonin Dolohov."
The man in the photograph had a pale, stretched face, twisted into a cruel smirk as he looked upward from the page. The caption declared him guilty of the savage murders of Gideon and Fabian Pruett. Augustus Rookwood. A heavy-set wizard with greasy hair and a scarred, blotchy face lounged against the edge of his frame, looking almost insultingly relaxed. He had been imprisoned for passing ministry secrets to he who must not be named. But Harry barely finished reading before his attention locked onto another picture.
The witch.
Her face had caught him instantly. Dark hair hung around her face in wild, tangled strands in the photograph, though Harry remembered it differently, smooth, dark, and gleaming. Her hooded eyes burned with hatred as they stared from the page, and the faint smile curving her thin lips was filled with contempt. She still carried traces of beauty, the kind that must once have been striking, but Azkaban had carved away much of it and left something colder behind. Bellatrix Lestrange. Convicted of torturing Frank and Alice Longbottom into permanent insanity. Harry felt a chill race through him. Hermione nudged him urgently and tapped the bold headline above the pictures, something he had missed in his focus on Bellatrix. Mass escape from Azkaban. Ministry suspects. Black may be reuniting former Death Eaters. Black, Harry blurted. You don't mean...
Keep your voice down, Hermione hissed, glancing around nervously. Just read.
Harry bent over the article. Late last night, the Ministry of Magic officially confirmed a large-scale escape from Azkaban prison. In a statement given from his private office, Cornelius Fudge, Minister for Magic, announced that 10 dangerous, high-security prisoners had broken free during the previous evening. He also stated that the Muggle Prime Minister had been informed immediately due to the threat these escaped criminals posed. The words seemed to blur for a second before Harry's eyes.
10 prisoners, Bellatrix among them.
And Sirius Black's name in the headline. A heavy silence settled over the table as Harry stared down at the moving faces, each one a reminder that something dark was rising once again. Fudge's voice seemed to echo from the page as Harry read on. We are, regrettably, facing circumstances very similar to those of 2.5 years ago, when the convicted killer Sirius Black escaped custody he had announced the previous night. We do not believe these two incidents are unrelated. A prison break on this scale strongly implies assistance from outside, and Black, being the only wizard ever known to escape Azkaban unaided, would be in a unique position to guide others. It is our belief that these
escaped prisoners, among them Black's own cousin, Bellatrix Lestrange, may have gathered under his command. Rest assured. The Ministry is making every effort to capture these dangerous criminals. We urge all witches and wizards to stay vigilant. Under no circumstances should any member of the public attempt to confront them. There, Harry, Ron muttered, staring at the article with wide eyes. That explains why Sirius was in such a good mood last night.
Harry's face darkened. This is unbelievable, he snapped. Fudge is actually pinning it all on Sirius. Hermione let out a sharp, bitter laugh. What else can he say? She said. He can hardly admit the truth. Dumbledore warned us. The Dementors have deserted Azkaban and joined Voldemort, honestly. Stop making that noise. Ron, and now some of Voldemort's most loyal followers are free again. He's spent months telling the entire wizarding world that you and Dumbledore are lying. He can't suddenly change his story now. With an irritated movement, Hermione unfolded the rest of the newspaper and began scanning the inside pages.
Harry, meanwhile, lifted his eyes and looked around the great hall. He couldn't understand it.
The hall buzzed with ordinary life. Students laughed, argued over homework, discussed Quidditch results, and passed toast across the tables as though nothing had happened. Nobody looked frightened. Nobody even seemed aware that 10 more Death Eaters had escaped to join Voldemort beyond the castle walls. Harry's gaze moved toward the staff table. There, at least, The mood was very different. Professor Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall were bent close together in serious conversation, both wearing grim expressions. Professor Sprout had propped the Daily Prophet against a bottle of ketchup and was reading it so intently that she failed to notice a thin ribbon of egg yolk dripping slowly from her spoon into her robes. At the far end of the table sat Professor Umbridge. For once, her bulging, toad-like eyes were not roaming the hall in search of rule-breakers. Instead, she shoveled porridge into her mouth with furious determination, her face pinched and sour. Every few moments she cast poisonous glances toward Dumbledore and McGonagall as they talked in low voices. Suddenly Hermione gasped.
"Oh, no," she whispered, staring down at another page. Harry whipped around. "What now?" he asked sharply. His nerves were stretched thin.
Hermione looked pale.
"It's awful," she said faintly.
She folded the newspaper back and pushed it toward Harry and Ron. Tragic death of ministry employee. Harry scanned the article. St. Mungo's Hospital announced late last night that a full investigation had been launched after ministry employee Broderick Bode, 49, was found dead in his hospital bed after being strangled by a potted devil's snare plant. Healers who rushed to assist were unable to revive Mr. Bode, who had been recovering from serious injuries sustained in an accident at work several weeks earlier. Healer Miriam Strout, the witch responsible for Mr. Bode's care during the incident, has been placed on suspension with full pay and declined to comment. A hospital spokesperson released the following statement. St. Mungo's expresses its deepest sorrow over the death of Mr. Bode, whose condition had shown marked improvement before this tragic and unforeseen accident. Harry felt another cold wave wash over him. Bode was dead. And somehow, Harry was certain it hadn't been an accident at all. The article continued in cold, formal language. Although strict regulations govern what decorations and gifts may be placed in hospital wards, it appears that Healer Strout, overwhelmed during the Christmas season, failed to notice the true nature of the plant beside Mr. Bode's bed. As his speech and movement began to return, she had encouraged him to care for it himself, believing it to be a harmless flitterbloom. In reality, it was a clipping of devil's snare, which attacked and strangled Mr. Bode the moment he touched it. St. Mungo's has not yet determined how the plant came to be on the ward and urges anyone with information to come forward immediately. Hospital wards, it appears that Healer Strout, overwhelmed during the Christmas season, failed to notice the true nature of the plant beside Mr. Bode's bed. As his speech and movement began to return, she had encouraged him to care for it himself, believing it to be a harmless flitterbloom. In reality, it was a clipping of devil's snare, which attacked and strangled Mr. Bode the moment he touched it. St. Mungo's has not yet determined how the plant came to be on the ward and urges anyone with information to come forward immediately. Bode, Ron murmured, frowning. Why do I know that name? Hermione's eyes widened. We saw him, she whispered, at St. Mungo's. Don't you remember? He was lying in the bed across from Lockhart, just staring blankly at the ceiling. And we saw the plant being delivered. The healer said it was a Christmas gift. Harry's stomach twisted. He lowered his eyes to the page again, nausea creeping up his throat.
How didn't we recognize it? He said hoarsely. We've dealt with devil's snare before. We might have stopped this.
Ron rounded on him at once. How were we supposed to know? He said fiercely. Who expects devil's snare in a hospital, pretending to be some innocent little plant? This isn't on us, it's on whoever sent it. Honestly, What kind of idiot even buys something like that without checking? Hermione shot him an incredulous look.
Ron, think, she said, her voice trembling. Nobody accidentally sends Devil's Snare as a gift. Whoever did it knew exactly what it was. This was planned murder, and clever, too. If it was sent anonymously, how are they ever supposed to trace it?
But Harry was barely listening. His thoughts had already moved elsewhere. He remembered the day of his disciplinary hearing, stepping into the ministry lift, the pale, hollow-faced wizard who had entered on the atrium level.
I've seen him before, Harry said slowly. At the ministry, he was with your dad. Ron stared.
Bode, he said. Dad's mentioned him. He was an unspeakable. He worked in the Department of Mysteries. For a second, the three of them simply looked at one another. Then Hermione suddenly snatched the paper back, folded it with a snap, glared briefly at the grim faces of the escaped Death Eaters on the front page, and jumped to her feet.
Where are you going? Ron asked, startled.
To write a letter, Hermione said quickly, slinging her bag over her shoulder. She hesitated. I'm not sure if it'll help, but it's worth trying, and I'm the only one who can do it. Before either Harry or Ron could stop her, she hurried away. Ron scowled after her as he and Harry stood up and headed more slowly toward the doors.
I hate it when she does that, he muttered. Why can't she just tell us what she's thinking for once? It'd take her 10 seconds, oh. Hey, Hagrid.
Hagrid was standing near the great oak doors of the entrance hall, waiting for a stream of Ravenclaws to pass.
He looked dreadful.
The bruises from his return from the Giants had not faded, and a fresh cut ran across the bridge of his nose. He tried to smile at them, but it came out as more of a painful wince. "All right, you two?" he asked gruffly.
Are you okay, Hagrid? Harry asked at once, falling into step beside him as he lumbered after the Ravenclaws. Fine, fine, Hagrid said quickly, forcing a careless tone that fooled nobody.
He gave a vague wave of one enormous hand and nearly knocked over a startled-looking Septimer Vector who was hurrying past. Just busy. That's all. Got lessons to sort out. A couple of salamanders have got scale rot. He trailed off, then muttered, almost too quietly to hear, "And I'm on probation." "You're on probation," Ron blurted so loudly that several students nearby turned to stare. He flushed.
Sorry, I mean, he lowered his voice to a whisper. You're on probation. Yeah, Hagrid admitted heavily. Can't say I'm surprised. That inspection. Well, it didn't exactly go brilliant, did it? Anyway, he sighed. Better go rub some more chili powder on them salamanders, or they'll be losing their tails next. See ya, Harry? Ron?
With slumped shoulders, Hagrid headed out through the great front doors and down the wet stone steps toward his hut. Harry watched him disappear into the misty grounds, feeling the weight of yet another piece of bad news settle on him. Over the next few days, word spread quickly through Hogwarts that Hagrid had been placed on probation. To Harry's fury, very few people seemed bothered. Some, like Draco Malfoy, appeared delighted. As for the strange death of a little-known ministry worker in St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries, it seemed only Harry, Ron, and Hermione gave it much thought. Everyone else had become consumed by one subject alone: the 10 escaped Death Eaters. Now that the news had finally spread beyond the handful of students who actually read the Daily Prophet, the corridors buzzed with wild speculation. People whispered that some of the escapees had already been seen in Hogsmeade.
Others claimed they were hiding in the Shrieking Shack.
Some even swore they were planning to break into Hogwarts, just as Sirius Black once had. Students from old wizarding families had grown up hearing these names spoken in fearful tones, almost as dreaded as Lord Voldemort himself. The crimes these Death Eaters had committed during Voldemort's reign were the stuff of nightmares. Some Hogwarts students had lost relatives to them. Those students now found themselves under a horrible sort of spotlight. In herbology, Susan Bones admitted miserably that she was beginning to understand what Harry lived with every day.
Her uncle, aunt, and cousins had all been murdered by one of the 10.
"And I don't know how you cope," she said bluntly, tipping far too much dragon dung onto her tray of Screech-Snap seedlings. The plants writhed and squealed in protest. "It's awful." Harry had noticed it too. There was more whispering than ever when he passed through the corridors. More staring, more pointing. But something had changed. The whispers no longer sounded openly hostile. Now they were curious.
Uncertain. Once or twice, Harry caught fragments of conversation suggesting that not everyone believed the Daily Prophet's version of how 10 Death Eaters had escaped from Azkaban.
Fear and confusion were making people question. And when they questioned, there was only one other explanation left to consider. The one Harry and Albus Dumbledore had been trying to tell everyone since the year before. It wasn't only the students who seemed different. Teachers, too, were acting strangely. It had become increasingly common to see small groups of them gathered in corridors, speaking in low, urgent voices only to stop abruptly the moment students came near. One afternoon, Harry, Ron, and Hermione passed Minerva McGonagall, Phileas Flitwick, and Pomona Sprout standing in a tight huddle outside the Charms classroom. "They obviously can't talk openly in the staff room anymore," Hermione murmured, glancing back, not with Dolores Umbridge there. "Do you think they know something new?" Ron asked, craning his neck for one last look. "If they know anything, they're hardly going to share it with us now, are they?" Harry said bitterly. "What number are we up to now?" He was referring to the newest decree pinned to every common room notice board the morning after the Azkaban escape had become public knowledge. By order of the High Inquisitor of Hogwarts. Teachers are forbidden from discussing with students any matter not directly connected to the subjects they are employed to teach. This ruling falls under Educational Decree number 26. Signed, Dolores Umbridge, High Inquisitor, from discussing with students any matter not directly connected to the subjects they are employed to teach. This ruling falls under Educational Decree number 26. Signed, Dolores Umbridge, High Inquisitor. The decree had quickly become a source of amusement among the students.
Lee Jordan had been the loudest to mock it.
He had cheerfully informed Umbridge that, according to her own rules, she had no right to scold Fred Weasley and George Weasley for playing Exploding Snap at the back of class. Exploding Snap has absolutely nothing to do with Defense Against the Dark Arts. "Professor," Lee had protested innocently, "that's not relevant information." The next time Harry saw Lee, the back of his hand had been cut open and bleeding badly. Harry advised him to use some essence of myrtlap. Harry had secretly hoped the Azkaban breakout might shake Umbridge's confidence a little. Surely even she would feel embarrassed that such a disaster had happened under the nose of her precious Cornelius Fudge. But, if anything, it seemed to have made her worse. She had become even more obsessed with controlling every corner of life at Hogwarts. and she seemed determined to force at least one teacher out before long. The only question was whether Sybil Trelawney or Rubeus Hagrid would go first. Every single divination and care of magical creatures lesson was now held under Umbridge's watchful eye and scratching quill. In the scented, overheated divination classroom, she would hover by the fire with her clipboard, interrupting Professor Trelawney's increasingly frantic lectures with sharp, impossible questions. She demanded explanations of obscure branches of fortune-telling like ornithomancy and heptomology. She insisted on predicting students' answers before they spoke. And she repeatedly ordered Trelawney to demonstrate her talents using crystal balls, tea leaves, and rune stones, one after another. Harry thought Trelawney looked close to breaking. Several times he passed her wandering the corridors, something he had almost never seen before, as she usually stayed hidden in her tower. She muttered to herself, wrung her hands, kept glancing fearfully over her shoulder as though expecting Umbridge to leap out at any moment. And all the while she smelled strongly of cooking sherry. If Harry had not been so anxious about Hagrid, he might have pitied her more. But if one teacher had to lose their job, Harry knew exactly which one he wanted to stay. Sadly, Hagrid was no better at hiding his fear than Professor Trelawney. Though he had clearly taken Hermione's advice and had shown the class nothing more dangerous than a magical dog that looked almost exactly like a Jack Russell Terrier apart from its forked tail ever since Christmas, he seemed to have lost much of his confidence. During lessons he was distracted,
nervous.
He often forgot what he was saying halfway through a sentence. He answered simple questions incorrectly. And all the while, his anxious eyes kept flicking toward Dolores Umbridge. Worse still, he had become strangely distant from Harry, Ron, and Hermione, more distant than ever before. He had even forbidden them from visiting his hut after dark. If she catches you, he told them bluntly, it'll be trouble for all of us. Not wanting to make matters worse for him, they reluctantly stopped going down to his cabin in the evenings. To Harry, it felt as though Umbridge was slowly stripping away everything that made Hogwarts bearable.
No more visits to Hagrid. No letters from Sirius Black.
No firebolt.
No Quidditch.
The only way Harry could fight back was by throwing himself harder than ever into the Dumbledore's army. He was glad to see that the others, even Zachariah Smith, had been shaken into working harder by the news that 10 more Death Eaters were free. But no one had changed more than Neville Longbottom. The escape of the people who had tortured his parents had transformed him in a way that was both impressive and a little frightening. Neville had never once mentioned seeing Harry, Ron, and Hermione in the long-term ward at St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries. Following his lead, they never mentioned it either. He said nothing about Bellatrix Lestrange or the others escaping. In fact, Neville barely spoke at all during DA meetings now.
He simply worked, relentlessly. Every new jinx,
every counter-curse, every spell Harry taught. His round face would tighten with fierce concentration as he practiced over and over, ignoring minor injuries and accidents and pushing himself harder than anyone else in the room. He improved so quickly it was almost unsettling. When Harry taught them the shield charm, a spell that bounced minor hexes back at the caster, only Hermione managed to learn it faster than Neville. Harry wished he could say the same about his progress in occlumency. His lessons with Severus Snape had begun badly, and somehow they only seemed to be getting worse. Before he started learning occlumency, Harry's scar had only prickled now and then,
Usually at night.
or after one of those strange flashes into Lord Voldemort's thoughts or emotions. Now it almost never stopped hurting. He would suddenly feel bursts of anger or wild happiness that made no sense at all, emotions that weren't his, always followed by a sharp stab of pain in his scar. It gave Harry the sickening feeling that he was becoming some sort of receiver, an aerial tune to Voldemort's moods. And Harry was certain it had all become worse after his very first occlumency lesson with Snape.
As if that wasn't enough, he had started dreaming almost every night.
In the dream, he walked endlessly down a long corridor.
Closer. Closer.
Toward the entrance of the Department of Mysteries. And each time, the dream ended the same way, with Harry standing before a plain black door, yearning to open it. Maybe it's like being ill, Hermione said thoughtfully when Harry finally told her and Ron about his worsening dreams and the constant pain in his scar. Sometimes things get worse before they start getting better. Harry snorted. The lessons with Snape are making everything worse, he said bluntly. My scar hurts all the time now, and I'm sick of dreaming about that corridor every night. He rubbed his forehead irritably. And I'm fed up with that door, he added. I just want it to open. I'm tired of standing there staring at it. Hermione's expression sharpened instantly.
That's not funny.
Harry blinked. Dumbledore doesn't want you dreaming about that corridor at all, she said sternly. If he did, he wouldn't have asked Snape to teach you occlumency. You're going to have to try harder.
I am trying, Harry snapped. Stung. Why don't you have a go? See how easy it is with Snape trying to break into your mind. Ron, who had been unusually quiet, frowned. Maybe, he said slowly.
Hermione turned on him at once.
Maybe what? Ron lowered his voice.
Maybe it's not Harry's fault he can't shut Voldemort out. Harry and Hermione both stared at him. Ron glanced from one to the other, then leaned in slightly. Maybe Snape's not really trying to help, he muttered darkly. Maybe he's trying to make things worse, open Harry's mind even more, make it easier for you-know-who to get in.
Don't be ridiculous, Hermione said furiously. How many times have you accused Snape of something and been wrong?
He used to be a Death Eater, Ron argued stubbornly.
He works for the Order, Hermione shot back. Dumbledore trusts him.
To get in.
Don't be ridiculous, Hermione said furiously. How many times have you accused Snape of something and been wrong?
He used to be a Death Eater, Ron argued stubbornly.
He works for the Order, Hermione shot back. Dumbledore trusts him.
We've never actually seen proof he changed sides. Hermione's face hardened. Dumbledore trusts him, she repeated firmly, and if Dumbledore can't be trusted, then nobody can. With everything weighing on him, endless homework, secret Dumbledore's army meetings, ordinary classes, and the miserable occlumency lessons with Severus Snape. January seemed to vanish in a blur. The fifth years were buried under mountains of work, often staying awake past midnight. And somehow, before Harry had time to think, February had arrived. The weather grew warmer and wetter, and with it came the second Hogsmeade visit of the year. Harry had barely spoken properly to Cho Chang since they had agreed to go together. Now he found himself facing the prospect of spending Valentine's Day entirely in her company. On the morning of the 14th, Harry took extra care getting dressed. He and Ron reached breakfast just as the post owls swooped into the great hall. Hedwig was not among them, though Harry hadn't expected her. Across from him, Hermione Granger was tugging a letter from the beak of an unfamiliar brown owl.
"And about time," she muttered.
She tore open the envelope eagerly and unfolded the parchment inside. Her eyes raced across the page.
As she read, a grim but satisfied look spread over her face. "Harry," she said suddenly, looking up, "this is really important. Can you meet me in the Three Broomsticks around midday?"
Harry hesitated.
"I don't know. Cho might expect me to spend the whole day with her. We never really planned anything." "Bring her if you have to," Hermione said impatiently. "Just come." "All right," Harry said slowly. "But why—"
Hermione stood up at once.
"No time now," she said quickly. "I've got to answer this straight away."
Clutching the letter in one hand and a piece of toast in the other, she hurried from the great hall, leaving Harry and Ron staring after her. "Are you coming?" Harry asked Ron as they stood to leave.
Ron shook his head miserably. "Can't. Angelina wants us training all day."
He stabbed gloomily at his breakfast. "Like it'll make any difference. We're rubbish, honestly. This is the worst team I've ever played on. You should see Sloper and Kirk, they're hopeless, probably worse than I am." He sighed heavily.
"I don't know why Angelina won't just let me quit."
Harry frowned. "It's because when you're good, you're really good," he said shortly. It was hard for him to feel much sympathy. Harry would have traded almost anything to be flying in the upcoming match against Hufflepuff Quidditch team. Ron seemed to hear the edge in Harry's voice because he didn't bring up Quidditch again. When they said goodbye a few minutes later, there was a slight chill between them. Ron headed toward the Quidditch pitch. Harry lingered behind for a moment, trying unsuccessfully to flatten his hair by using the curved back of a spoon as a mirror. Then, alone and increasingly nervous, he made his way to the entrance hall to meet Cho Chang. She was waiting just to one side of the great oak doors. She looked very pretty. Her dark hair was tied back in a long ponytail, and when she smiled at him, Harry suddenly felt as though his feet were much too large and his arms had no idea what they were supposed to do.
"Hi," Cho said, a little breathlessly.
"Hi," Harry replied. For a moment, they simply looked at each other. Then Harry blurted, "Shall we go?"
"Oh, yes."
They joined the line of students waiting to be signed out by Argus Filch. Every so often they caught each other's eye and smiled awkwardly, but neither quite knew what to say. Harry was relieved when they finally stepped out into the open air. Walking side by side in silence felt far less uncomfortable than standing still. It was bright and breezy outside. As they passed the Quidditch stadium, Harry glanced toward the stands and saw Ron and Ginny Weasley darting through the air on their brooms. A sharp ache hit him.
He should have been up there.
"You really miss it, don't you?" Cho asked quietly. Harry looked around. She was watching him. "Yeah," he admitted with a sigh. "I really do." Cho smiled. "Do you remember the first time we played against each other? 3rd year." Harry laughed.
"Yeah, you kept getting in my way."
Cho laughed too.
"And Oliver Wood told you not to be polite, said you should knock me off my broom if you had to."
Harry grinned wider. "I heard Wood got signed by the Pride of Portree." Cho shook her head.
"No, I think it was Puddlemere United."
Harry nodded.
Yeah, that's right. I saw him at the Quidditch World Cup last summer.
Cho's face brightened. Oh, I saw you there too. Remember, we were on the same campsite.
Yeah, Harry said. That was brilliant.
Talking about Quidditch made everything easier. The conversation flowed naturally as they walked down the drive and through the Hogwarts gates. Harry could hardly believe it. Talking to Cho suddenly felt easy.
As easy as talking to Ron and Hermione.
For the first time all morning, he began to relax. He was starting to feel cheerful when a loud, shrill voice sliced through the air. A group of Slytherin girls was passing by. At the center of them was Pansy Parkinson.
Potter and Chang! Pansy screeched.
The girls around her burst into nasty laughter.
Ugh, Chang, she called mockingly. I thought you had better taste than that. At least Diggory was handsome. The group of Slytherin girls swept away down the street, still shrieking with laughter and throwing exaggerated looks back over their shoulders.
An awkward silence settled between Harry and Cho Chang in their wake. Harry's mind went blank. He couldn't think of anything else to say about Quidditch. Cho, her cheeks slightly pink, kept her eyes fixed on the ground. So, Harry said at last as they reached Hogsmeade, where do you want to go? The high street was crowded with students wandering in groups, stopping to stare into shop windows or laughing together on the pavement. Cho shrugged lightly.
I don't mind. Maybe we could just look around the shops.
Yeah, okay. They drifted toward Dervish and Bangys. A crowd of villagers stood outside the shop window, studying a large poster that had been pinned to the glass. When they stepped aside, Harry felt his stomach drop. The same 10 black and white faces stared back at him. The escaped Death Eaters. The poster, stamped by order of the Ministry of Magic, promised a reward of 1,000 galleons for information leading to the capture of any of the convicts. Cho stared up at the pictures. It's strange, isn't it? She said quietly. When Sirius Black escaped, Dementors were all over Hogsmeade searching for him, but now 10 Death Eaters are loose and there isn't a Dementor in sight. Harry tore his gaze away from Bellatrix Lestrange's sneering face and looked down the street.
Yeah, he said slowly. That is strange.
He wasn't exactly disappointed the Dementors were gone. But their absence meant something. They hadn't just allowed the prisoners to escape. They weren't even trying to catch them. It looked more and more as though the Dementors were no longer under Ministry control. As Harry and Cho moved on, the same wanted posters seemed to glare from every other shop window. They put his face and slipped down the back of his neck. Cho glanced up at the sky. Do you want to get a coffee? She asked. Harry looked around.
Yeah, sure. Where?
Cho brightened. There's a lovely place just up here. Haven't you ever been to Madame Puddifoot's tea shop? She led him down a side street and into a tiny tea shop Harry had somehow never noticed before. The place was hot and cramped. Steam clouded the windows.
Everything was covered in lace, bows or frills.
It immediately reminded Harry, unpleasantly, of Dolores Umbridge's office.
Cute, isn't it? Cho said happily. Yeah, Harry lied.
Cho pointed upward. Look, they've decorated for Valentine's Day. Golden cherubs floated above the little round tables, occasionally tossing pink confetti onto the people sitting below.
Right, Harry muttered.
They squeezed into the last free table near the misty window. Only then did Harry notice that every single table in the tea shop was occupied by couples, All of them were sitting close together.
All of them were holding hands. Harry's stomach lurched.
A few feet away sat Roger Davies, the Ravenclaw Quidditch captain, with a pretty blonde girl. They were holding hands too. Harry suddenly became very aware of his own hands. Was Cho expecting him to take hers? Before he could panic further, a plump woman with shiny black hair twisted into a bun squeezed between their table and Roger Davies's. "What can I get you about, my dears?" asked Madame Puddifoot warmly. "2 coffees, please," said Cho. By the time their coffees arrived, Roger Davies and his girlfriend had progressed from holding hands to kissing enthusiastically over the sugar bowl.
Harry wished they wouldn't.
Davies seemed to be setting some sort of impossible example. An example Harry was certain Cho would soon expect him to follow. His face grew hotter. He fixed his eyes on the window, but the glass was so fogged with steam he couldn't see outside. He looked up at the ceiling instead, pretending to inspect the paintwork, and immediately got a faceful of pink confetti from the hovering cherub above. After several more agonizing minutes, Cho Chang mentioned Dolores Umbridge. Harry grabbed the subject gratefully. For a few blessed minutes they talked happily about how awful she was. But there was only so much left to say. They had covered Umbridge thoroughly in Dumbledore's army meetings. Soon the conversation died again. Silence returned. Harry became horribly aware of the loud kissing and slurping noises coming from the next table.
Desperate, he blurted out the first thing he could think of. Do you want to come with me to the 3 Broomsticks at lunchtime? I'm meeting Hermione Granger there.
Cho's eyebrows lifted. "You're meeting Hermione Granger today?"
"Yeah, she asked me to." Harry swallowed. "I thought I'd go. You can come too, run if you want. She said she wouldn't mind." "Oh," said Cho.
Her voice had changed.
"Well, that was nice of her."
But she didn't sound as though she thought it was nice. Her tone turned cool. Her expression hardened. Harry immediately knew he had said the wrong thing. The silence that followed felt even worse. He drank his coffee too quickly, as though emptying the cup would somehow help. At the next table, Roger Davies and the blonde girl seemed permanently attached at the mouth. Cho's hand rested on the table beside her cup. Harry stared at it. A pressure began building inside him. "Take it."
"Just take it."
His heart hammered painfully. He had caught the golden snitch in mid-air at top speed. Surely reaching 12 inches across a table couldn't be harder than that. Slowly, painfully, he began to move his hand toward hers.
But at that exact moment, Cho lifted her hand away.
She was watching Roger Davies kissing his girlfriend.
"He asked me out, you know," she said quietly.
Harry froze. "Roger," she added, "a couple of weeks ago I said no."
Harry, who had lunged so awkwardly that he ended up grabbing the sugar bowl to disguise it, couldn't think why she was telling him this.
Did she wish she'd said yes? Did she wish she were at the next table kissing Roger Davies instead? Then why had she come here with him? He said nothing. The cherub dropped another shower of confetti over them. Some landed in the cold remains of Harry's coffee. Cho spoke again. "I came in here with Cedric last year."
Harry's stomach dropped.
The warmth inside him vanished instantly. Turned to ice.
Of all the things he had expected, this was not one of them. Not here.
Not surrounded by kissing couples. Not under floating cherubs? Cho's voice trembled when she spoke again.
I've wanted to ask you for ages, she whispered. Did he mention me at all before he died?
Harry felt trapped. This was the last conversation in the world he wanted to have.
Especially with Cho.
He stared at her.
Then mumbled, no, there wasn't time. He didn't say anything.
Panic made him reach for the first subject he could think of. So, he stammered, do you watch much Quidditch in the holidays? You support the Tuchil Tornadoes, don't you? Harry's voice came out unnaturally bright.
Painfully cheerful.
The moment he heard it, he knew it sounded wrong. And then he saw Cho's eyes fill with tears again, just as they had after the last Dumbledore's army meeting before Christmas.
Harry panicked. Look, he said quickly, leaning forward so no one else could hear. Let's not talk about Cedric right now. Let's talk about something else.
The words had barely left his mouth before he realized.
Wrong answer. I thought Cho choked, tears splashing onto the table. I thought you'd understand.
People at nearby tables began turning to look.
I need to talk about it, she cried. Surely you need to talk about it too. You were there, Harry. You saw what happened.
Everything was collapsing. At the next table, Roger Davies's girlfriend had actually stopped kissing him to stare. Harry's stomach twisted. Well, I have talked about it, he whispered desperately, with Ron and Hermione, but...
Oh, you'll talk to Hermione Granger. Cho burst out shrilly.
Now several more couples had stopped kissing to watch. Her face was shining with tears. But you won't talk to me. Maybe it'd be better if we just paid and you went off to meet Hermione Granger like you obviously want to. Harry stared at her, completely lost.
Cho, he said weakly.
She snatched up a frilly napkin and dabbed furiously at her eyes. Harry wished Roger Davies would resume kissing his girlfriend and distract everyone. Go on leave. Cho sobbed into the napkin. I don't know why you asked me out if you were going to arrange to meet other girls right afterward. How many are you meeting after Hermione?
It's not like that, Harry blurted.
And then, because he had finally understood why she was angry,
he laughed in relief.
The instant the sound escaped him, he knew it was a disaster. Cho shot to her feet. The whole tea shop had fallen silent. Every person in Madame Puddifoot's tea shop was staring.
I'll see you around, Harry.
Stayed fixed on him. Harry threw a galleon onto the table, shook pink confetti from his hair, and fled.
Outside, rain lashed down.
Cho was nowhere in sight.
Harry stood in the street, soaked in seconds.
He had absolutely no idea what had happened.
Half an hour ago, everything had been fine. Women, he muttered furiously, shoving his hands into his pockets as he splashed down the street. Why did she want to talk about Cedric? Why does she always bring up things that make her cry like mad?
He turned the corner and broke into a run through the rain. Within minutes he was ducking into the doorway of the Three Broomsticks. He knew he was early to meet Hermione Granger, but he hoped someone would be there to distract him. Shaking wet hair from his eyes, he looked around the crowded pub. In a dark corner sat Rubeus Hagrid.
Alone. Miserable. Hi, Hagrid, Harry said, squeezing through the packed tables and dropping into the chair beside him. Hagrid jumped so violently that ale slopped over the rim of his enormous pewter tankard.
He blinked down at Harry as though he hadn't recognized him at first. In the dim light of the 3 broomsticks, Harry could see fresh cuts on Hagrid's face and several dark new bruises.
"Oh, it's, Harry," Hagrid muttered. "Yeah, all right."
Yeah, Harry lied automatically. Compared to Hagrid, his own problems suddenly seemed ridiculous.
"Are you okay?" he asked. "Me?" Hagrid gave a hollow laugh. "Oh yeah, grand. Just grand."
He stared miserably into his tankard, which was nearly the size of a bucket. Harry sat beside him in awkward silence.
After a moment, Hagrid spoke suddenly.
"In the same boat, me and you, eh, Harry?" Harry blinked.
"Ah. Outsiders," Hagrid said wisely, nodding to himself. "Both outsiders.
He took a long swallow.
And both orphans."
Harry glanced sideways at him.
"Yeah."
"Makes a difference," Hagrid muttered thickly. "Having proper family."
He stared into his drink. "Me dad was decent."
He jabbed a thick finger toward Harry. "And your mum and dad were decent too."
His voice dropped.
If they'd lived, things would have been different, wouldn't they? Harry hesitated. "Yeah, I suppose."
Hagrid was acting oddly. Even for Hagrid. "Family," Hagrid said gloomily. "Whatever anyone says, blood matters."
Then he wiped at his eye, and Harry realized there was blood there.
"Hagrid," Harry said suddenly, and unable to ignore it anymore. "Where are you getting all these injuries?" Hagrid jerked in surprise. Injuries?"
Harry pointed. "All of those—" Hagrid glanced at his reflection in the tankard.
"Oh, them," he said carelessly. "Nothing, just bumps and bruises, rough job."
He drained the last of his drink in one enormous gulp. Then he shoved himself to his feet. "See ya, Harry, take care." And before Harry could stop him, Hagrid lumbered out into the pounding rain. Harry watched him disappear through the doorway, feeling more miserable than ever. Hagrid was clearly unhappy.
Clearly hiding something.
And clearly determined not to accept help. What was going on? Before Harry could think about it any longer, a voice called across the crowded room.
Harry, over here."
He turned. Hermione Granger was waving frantically from the far side of the pub. Harry made his way through the packed tables toward her. But before he reached them, he slowed. Hermione was not alone. She was sitting with the most unlikely pair Harry could possibly imagine.
Luna Lovegood. And Rita Skeeter. Harry stopped dead. Rita Skeeter,
former reporter for the Daily Prophet, and one of Hermione's least favourite people in the world. "You're early," Hermione said brightly, shifting over to make room. "I thought you'd still be with Cho. I wasn't expecting you for at least another hour." "Cho?" Rita repeated instantly. She twisted around in her chair, eyes glittering greedily behind her jewelled glasses.
"A girl?"
In one swift movement, she grabbed her crocodile skin handbag and began rummaging inside. "It's none of your business if Harry's been out with 100 girls," Hermione Granger said coolly, "so you can put that away." Rita Skeeter had been halfway through pulling an acid green quill from her crocodile skin handbag. She froze. Her expression soured as though she'd swallowed something rotten. With a sharp snap, she shut the bag again. Harry dropped into the empty seat, staring between Hermione, Rita, and Luna Lovegood.
What's going on?
Little Miss Perfect was just about to explain when you showed up, Rita drawled, taking a long, noisy sip of her drink. She shot a venomous glance at Hermione. I'm allowed to speak to him, am I? Yes, Hermione said coldly. I suppose so. Harry couldn't help noticing how much Rita had changed. Unemployment clearly didn't suit her. Her once perfect curls now hung limp and greasy around her face. The bright red polish on her long nails was chipped, and several fake jewels were missing from her ridiculous winged spectacles. She took another swallow and leaned toward Harry.
Pretty girl, is she whispered slyly. Hermione's eyes flashed.
One more comment about Harry's love life and the deal's off. Rita sat back.
What deal? She demanded. You haven't mentioned any deal. You just ordered me here.
She shuddered dramatically. One of these days. Yes, Hermione said dismissively. One of these days you'll write another disgusting article about Harry and me. Find someone who cares. Rita sniffed. They've managed plenty of horrible stories about Harry this year without me. She peered at Harry over the rim of her glass. Her sharp eyes locked on Harry. So you're still standing by it? She asked. All this nonsense about he who must not be named returning. Her hand drifted eagerly toward her handbag again. You still claim you know who is back and you're the only witness.
I wasn't the only witness, Harry snapped.
His temper flared instantly. There were a dozen Death Eaters there too.
He leaned forward.
Want their names? Rita's eyes gleamed.
I'd love them.
Her fingers fumbled inside her bag. She was suddenly alive again.
Wonderful headline, she breathed. Potter accuses.
She was almost panting with excitement now. Subheading, Harry Potter names Death Eaters still among us. She gazed dreamily at Harry, and under a large photograph. Her voice became theatrical. Disturbed teenage survivor of you-know-who's attack, Harry Potter, 15, shocked the wizarding community yesterday by accusing respected and prominent figures of being Death Eaters. By now her quick quotes quill was actually in her hand and halfway to her mouth. Then her expression collapsed. She remembered Hermione. Rita lowered the quill and glared daggers across the table. But of course, she said bitterly, little Miss Perfect wouldn't want a story like that, would she? Hermione smiled sweetly.
As a matter of fact, she said, that's exactly what little Miss Perfect does want. Rita Skeeter stared at Hermione. So did Harry.
Only Luna Lovegood seemed entirely unconcerned. She was softly singing Weasley is our king under her breath while stirring her drink with a cocktail onion. Rita leaned forward. You want me to write what he says about he who must not be named? She asked, in a hushed voice.
Yes, said Hermione Granger firmly. The truth, the whole story, every detail exactly as Harry tells it.
She pointed at Harry.
He'll tell you what happened. He'll name the Death Eaters he saw. He'll describe what Lord Voldemort looks like now. At the sound of the name, Rita jumped so violently that half her fire whiskey splashed down the front of her grimy raincoat. Oh, for heaven's sake, Hermione snapped, tossing her a napkin. Rita dabbed at herself, still staring.
Finally, she said flatly, the Daily Prophet won't print it. She gave Harry a sharp look. In case you haven't noticed, nobody believes his ridiculous story. They think he's unbalanced. Her eyes glittered. Now what if I wrote it from that angle? We do not need another article about Harry being mad, Hermione said furiously. We've had enough of those. She leaned across the table.
I want him to tell the truth.
Rita shrugged. There's no market for it. You mean the Prophet won't print it because Fudge won't allow it? Hermione shot back. Rita studied her.
Long. Hard.
Then she leaned in too, her tone suddenly brisk and professional. All right, yes, Fudge is leaning on the paper. She spread her hands. But the result is the same. They won't print anything that makes Harry look good. She jerked her head toward the window. People are frightened enough already after the Azkaban breakout. They don't want to believe you-know-who is back. Hermione's voice dripped with contempt. So the Daily Prophet only tells people what they want to hear. Rita sat back and raised her eyebrows. She drained the rest of her fire whiskey. The Prophet exists to sell newspapers, you silly girl. Luna suddenly spoke. My dad thinks it's a terrible paper. She sucked thoughtfully on her cocktail onion and peered at Rita with her huge, dreamy eyes. He publishes stories people need to know. She shrugged. He doesn't care about money. Rita looked Luna up and down with open disdain.
Oh, really? She sneered. Your father runs some ridiculous little village newsletter. Does he?
She smirked. Something like 25 ways to mix with muggles and notices for jumble sales. Luna calmly dipped the onion back into her gilly water.
No, she said, he edits the Quibbler.
Rita snorted so loudly nearby customers turned to look. Important stories people need to know, she repeated mockingly. Her lip curled.
I wouldn't line my birdcage with that rubbish.
Hermione smiled brightly.
Well, she said pleasantly, here's your chance to improve it.
She nodded toward Luna. Her father's happy to print Harry's interview. She folded her arms. That's where it's going. Rita looked from Hermione to Luna to Harry. Then she threw back her head
and let out a loud, disbelieving howl of laughter. The Quibbler! Rita Skeeter shrieked, dissolving into wild laughter. You honestly think anyone will take him seriously if he's in the Quibbler?
Some won't, said Hermione Granger evenly. She remained perfectly calm. But the Daily Prophet's story about the Azkaban breakout has obvious holes. She folded her arms. A lot of people must be wondering if there's another explanation. She glanced sideways at Luna Lovegood. And if there's an alternative account available, even if it appears in a, she hesitated delicately, rather unusual publication, I think plenty of people will want to read it. Rita stopped laughing. She tilted her head and studied Hermione shrewdly. For a moment she said nothing. Then abruptly,
All right, she said. Now let's pretend I agree.
She narrowed her eyes. What's my fee? Luna answered dreamily before Hermione could.
I don't think Daddy pays people.
She smiled vaguely. They write for the magazine because it's an honor. She stirred her drink. And because it's nice seeing your name in print. Rita's face twisted as though she'd swallowed stink sap. She rounded on Hermione. You expect me to do this for free?
Yes, Hermione said calmly, sipping her drink.
Because otherwise... She set the glass down gently. I'll tell the authorities you're an unregistered animagus. Hermione smiled sweetly. And perhaps the Prophet would pay very well for your personal account of life in Azkaban. Rita's face darkened with fury. She looked as though she wanted to seize the tiny paper umbrella from Hermione's drink and jab it straight up her nose.
I don't suppose I have a choice, she hissed.
Her voice shook. She opened her crocodile skin bag again, yanked out a sheet of parchment, and poised her quick quotes quill over it. "Daddy will be so pleased," Luna said brightly. A muscle twitched in Rita's jaw. Hermione turned to Harry.
Ready?
Chapter 26. Seen and Unforeseen. Lovegood vaguely explained that she had no idea when Rita Skeeter's interview with Harry would actually appear in the Quibbler. Her father, apparently, was expecting a lovely long article on recent sightings of crumple-horned snorkax. "And that's terribly important," Luna added dreamily. "So Harry's story might have to wait until the next issue." Harry wasn't sure whether to laugh or despair. The interview itself had been exhausting. Talking about the night Lord Voldemort returned was like reopening an old wound. Rita had pressed him relentlessly for every tiny detail.
Every word.
Every face. Every moment. And Harry had told her everything he could remember. This was his chance.
His one real chance to tell the truth.
Still, he couldn't help wondering how people would react. For many, it would probably confirm that he was mad. Especially with his story printed beside nonsense about crumple-horned snorkax. But after the escape of Bellatrix Lestrange and the other Death Eaters, Harry felt a fierce need to do something.
Anything.
Even if it changed nothing. "Can't wait to see what Dolores Umbridge says when she finds out you've gone public," said Dean Thomas in awe at dinner on Monday evening.
On Dean's other side, Seamus Finnegan was shoveling down chicken and ham pie.
Harry could tell he was listening. "It was the right thing," said Neville Longbottom quietly from across the table. He looked pale.
Must have been hard, talking about it. "Yeah," Harry muttered.
He pushed food around his plate. "But people need to know what Voldemort can do." Neville nodded.
"And his Death Eaters too."
His voice dropped lower. "People ought to know." He let the sentence die and bent over his baked potato. Seamus looked up. For a second, his eyes met Harry's. Then he looked away again.
After a while, Dean, Seamus, and Neville left for the common room.
Harry and Hermione Granger stayed behind, waiting for Ron Weasley to return from Quidditch practice. Then Cho Chang entered the Great Hall with Marietta Edgecombe. Harry's stomach lurched unpleasantly. Cho didn't look at the Gryffindor table. She sat with her back to him. Hermione glanced over.
"Oh, I forgot to ask."
Her voice was suspiciously bright.
"What happened with Cho?"
Harry groaned inwardly. "How come you came back so early?" Harry reached for the rhubarb crumble and spooned himself a second helping.
He sighed.
It was a complete disaster.
And he told her everything.
About Madame Puddifoot's tea shop.
About the confetti. About Cedric.
About Hermione. About Cho crying and storming out into the rain. Several minutes later, Harry scraped up the last bit of crumble and dropped his spoon.
So then she jumps up, Cunty said, frustrated, and says, "I'll see you around, Harry," and runs out.
He stared at Hermione helplessly.
"I mean, what was that about?"
Hermione sighed. She looked toward the back of Cho's head. Then back at Harry.
"Oh, Harry," she said sadly.
She shook her head.
I'm sorry, but you were a bit tactless. Me? Tactless? Harry repeated, outraged.
He nearly choked on his own indignation.
1 minute everything was fine, he said angrily. And the next, she's telling me that Roger Davies asked her out and that she used to snog Cedric in that stupid tea shop. He threw up his hands.
How was I supposed to feel about that? Hermione Granger looked at him with the infuriating patience of someone explaining basic arithmetic to a child. Well, she said calmly, you probably shouldn't have told her you were meeting me halfway through your date. Harry spluttered. But you told me to meet you at 12. He pointed accusingly.
And you said I could bring her. How was I meant to do that without telling her?
You should have said it differently, Hermione replied, still maddeningly patient. She lifted her chin. You should have said it was terribly annoying, but I'd forced you to promise to meet me. She continued smoothly. You should have said you really didn't want to go.
Harry stared.
That you'd much rather spend the whole day with Cho.
Harry's mouth fell open.
But unfortunately you had to see me. She folded her arms.
And then begged her to come along so you could escape sooner.
Harry gaped. Hermione added thoughtfully. And it might have helped to mention how ugly you think I am. Harry blinked. But I don't think you're ugly. Hermione burst out laughing.
Harry, she said, shaking her head.
You're nearly as bad as Ron Weasley. She sighed.
No, actually, not quite.
At that exact moment, Ron stomped into the Great Hall, splattered with mud and scowling. He dropped onto the bench opposite and dragged every dish within reach toward himself. Hermione nodded toward him.
See?
Then she turned back to Harry. When you said you were meeting me, you upset Cho. Harry frowned. So she tried to make you jealous. He blinked. That's what all the Roger Davies and Cedric stuff was about. Hermione nodded. She wanted to know how much you liked her. Harry stared. Was that what she was doing?
He sounded astonished.
He shook his head. Wouldn't it have been easier if she'd just asked whether I liked her better than you? Girls don't usually ask things like that, Hermione said. Harry scowled. Well, they should.
He spoke with conviction. Then I could have just told her I fancy her.
He gestured helplessly. And she wouldn't have got all upset about Cedric again. I'm not saying she handled it well, Hermione said. Just then Ginny Weasley arrived, as muddy and annoyed-looking as Ron.
I'm just trying to explain how she felt.
You should write a book, Ron said, through a mouthful of potatoes. He jabbed his fork at Hermione. Translate all the mad things girls do so boys can understand.
Yeah, Harry said fervently.
He glanced over at the Ravenclaw table. Cho had just stood up. Without looking at him once, she walked out of the Great Hall. Harry's heart sank. He turned back to Ron and Ginny. So, how was Quidditch practice?
It was awful, Ron muttered darkly.
Hermione looked at Ginny.
Oh, I'm sure it wasn't that bad. Yes, it was, Ginny cut in flatly.
She looked furious.
Angelina was practically crying by the end. After dinner, Ron and Ginny headed off for baths.
Harry and Hermione returned to the crowded Gryffindor common room and settled down beneath their usual mountain of homework. Harry spent half an hour wrestling with a new star chart for astronomy. Then Fred Weasley and George Weasley appeared. Ron and Ginny here, Fred asked, looking around as he pulled up a chair. Harry shook his head. "Good," Fred said grimly. We watched practice. George sat beside him.
"They're going to be slaughtered."
Fred nodded. "They're rubbish without us."
"Oi," said Harry.
"Ginny's not bad." George shrugged fairly.
"No, she's all right.
He looked thoughtful.
Actually, I don't know how she got so good."
Fred frowned. "We never let her play with us. She's been sneaking into your broom shed since she was 6, said Hermione Granger from behind a dangerously swaying tower of ancient runes books. Her voice was muffled. "And taking your brooms out one by one whenever nobody was looking." George Weasley looked mildly impressed. He grinned. "The skiving snack boxes are ready." George yawned. "We worked out the boils." Fred nodded. "Couple of drops of Murtlap essence fixes them."
He added,
Lee told us. George stared gloomily at the cloudy night sky.
"I don't even know if I want to watch."
He sighed dramatically.
"If Zacharias Smith beats us, I may have to kill myself." "Kill him? More like," Fred corrected firmly. Hermione then bent over her translation again, spoke absent-mindedly. "That's the trouble with Quidditch."
Everyone looked around. It causes all this tension and resentment between houses. She looked up for her copy of Spellman's syllabary.
And froze.
Harry, Fred, and George were staring at her in open disbelief. "Well, it does," Hermione snapped. She looked irritated. "It's only a game." Harry shook his head solemnly.
"Hermione."
He sighed. "You're brilliant about feelings and stuff." He paused. "But you don't understand Quidditch."
"Maybe not," Hermione muttered darkly.
She bent over her work. "But at least my happiness doesn't depend on Ron's goalkeeping." Harry said nothing. But privately, he knew she was wrong. By the time he watched the match the following Saturday, he would have paid any amount not to care about Quidditch. The best thing about the game was that it ended quickly.
22 minutes.
That was all the Gryffindor supporters had to endure. 22 agonizing minutes. It was hard to decide what the worst moment was. Ron missing his 14th save. Jack Sloper missing the bludger and smashing Angelina Johnson in the mouth with his bat. Or Andrew Kirk shrieking and falling backward off his broom when Zacharias Smith charged at him with the quaffle. The miracle was that Gryffindor only lost by 10 points. Ginny Weasley managed to seize the snitch from right under Cadwallader Somerby's nose.
Final score:
240 to 230. Back in the Gryffindor common room, the atmosphere felt like a funeral.
"A good catch," Harry told Ginny quietly.
Ginny shrugged.
"Lucky."
She sank into a chair. It wasn't a fast snitch. She smirked faintly.
"And Somerby's got a cold."
Harry blinked. He sneezed and shut his eyes at exactly the wrong moment. She shrugged again.
"Anyway."
She looked at Harry. "Once you're back on the team."
"Ginny," Harry interrupted.
He gave a hollow laugh. "I've got a lifelong ban. You're banned as long as Dolores Umbridge is at school," Ginny Weasley corrected him. "There's a difference." She took a sip of butterbeer and added casually, "Anyway, once you're back, I'm thinking of trying out for Chaser." Harry looked at her.
"Angelina and Alicia are leaving next year."
She shrugged.
and I like scoring more than seeking.
Harry glanced across the room. Ron Weasley was slumped in a corner, staring miserably at his knees, a bottle of butterbeer hanging limply from one hand. Ginny followed his gaze.
Angelina still won't let him quit.
She sounded half admiring, half exasperated. She says she knows he's got it in him. Harry liked Angelina Johnson for believing in Ron, but part of him thought it would be kinder to let Ron leave. He'd walked off the pitch to another thunderous chorus of "Weasley is Our King" sung gleefully by the Slytherins, who were now favourites to win the Quidditch Cup. Fred Weasley and George Weasley drifted over. Fred looked at Ron's miserable, crumpled shape.
I haven't even got the heart to make fun of him.
He paused.
Though,
a wicked grin twitched across his face.
when he missed the 14th...
Fred suddenly began flailing his arms wildly, imitating someone doggy-paddling upright. George snorted. Fred straightened. I'll save that for parties. Ron trudged upstairs not long afterward. Harry stayed in the common room a while longer. He knew Ron would want time to pretend he was asleep. Sure enough, when Harry finally entered the dormitory, Ron was snoring. Far too loudly to be convincing. Harry climbed into bed. He lay awake, replaying the match. Watching from the sidelines had been torture. Ginny had flown brilliantly, but Harry knew he would have caught the snitch sooner. There'd been one moment when it fluttered right by Andrew Kirk's ankle. If Ginny hadn't hesitated, Gryffindor might have won. Then Harry remembered Umbridge. She'd been sitting a few rows below him and Hermione. Once or twice she had twisted around in her seat to look at him. Her squat body turned. Her wide, toad-like mouth stretched into what looked like a smug smile. The memory made Harry burn with anger in the darkness. After a few minutes he remembered what Severus Snape always told him at the end of occlumency lessons.
Empty your mind.
Harry tried, for perhaps 2 seconds. But thinking about Snape immediately brought back thoughts of Umbridge. And then all he could think about was how much he hated both of them. Eventually Ron's fake snores faded. They were replaced by slow, deep breathing.
Real sleep. Harry, however, lay awake much longer.
His body was exhausted.
His mind refused to stop.
When sleep finally came, it came strangely. He dreamed that Neville Longbottom and Pomona Sprout were waltzing around the room of requirement. Minerva McGonagall stood nearby playing the bagpipes. Harry watched them happily for a while. Then he decided to go and find the other members of Dumbledore's army. But when Harry stepped out of the room of requirement, instead of seeing the familiar tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy hanging opposite him, he found himself staring at a rough stone wall lit by a single torch burning in its iron bracket. And when he slowly turned his head to the left, his breath caught in his throat, because there, stretching away into the darkness, was a narrow, windowless corridor at the very end of which stood the plain black door that had haunted his dreams for weeks. His heart began to pound wildly as he moved toward it, every step filling him with a rising, desperate excitement, because this time, somehow, he was certain things would be different. Certain that at last he would find a way to open it. As he drew nearer, he suddenly saw a faint strip of glowing blue light shining down the right-hand side of the frame and realized with a jolt of disbelief that the door was slightly ajar. His pulse thundered in his ears as he stretched out his hand, fingers trembling, ready to push it wider and finally see what lay beyond, but just as his fingertips were about to touch it, Ron let out a loud, spluttering, entirely genuine snore, and Harry woke with a violent start in the darkness of the dormitory, his arm still extended into empty air as though he could somehow reach the door from miles away. He let his hand drop onto the bedcovers, a bitter mix of frustration, curiosity, and guilt twisting inside him, because he knew he should not want to see the door at all, knew that Dumbledore and Snape were trying to stop these dreams, and yet the burning need to know what was hidden behind it was becoming harder and copy of the Daily Prophet, like nearly everyone else in the hall, now that the escaped Death Eaters were the only thing anyone seemed to care about. Harry reached for the jug of orange juice with little interest, certain as ever that no owl would be bringing him anything, since he had received only one note all year. So when the first owl landed with a heavy thump right in front of him, he blinked in surprise and frowned, assuming it had made some sort of mistake. He moved his drink out of the way and leaned closer to read the address tied to its leg. Harry Potter, Great Hall, Hogwarts School. He had barely reached out to take the letter when 3 more owls swooped down beside the first, then another, until the table was a chaos of flapping wings, hooting, screeching, and scrambling claws trampling through butter dishes and knocking over salt cellars as each bird fought to thrust its letter into Harry's hands. Ron stared in amazement while the entire Gryffindor table leaned in to watch. And then 7 more owls descended in a feathery storm. Hermione suddenly gave a breathless cry, plunged both hands into the chaos, and pulled out a tiny screech owl carrying a long cylindrical package. Her eyes widened with excitement as she shoved it at Harry and exclaimed that she thought she knew what it was and that he should open it first. Harry ripped away the brown wrapping, and a tightly rolled magazine slid out onto the table. He uncurled it and froze. Staring back at him from the front cover of the March issue of the Quibbler was his own face, wearing an awkward, sheepish grin, and splashed across the page in enormous scarlet letters were the words, "Speaks out at last, the truth about he who must not be named, and the night I saw him return." "It's brilliant, isn't it?" said Luna Lovegood dreamily, drifting over to the Gryffindor table and squeezing herself onto the bench between Fred Weasley and Ron Weasley. "It came out yesterday. I asked Dad to send you a complimentary copy. I suppose all these?" She waved vaguely at the flock of owls still fluttering and clawing at the breakfast table in front of Harry. "Must be letters from readers."
"That's exactly what I was thinking," said Hermione Granger eagerly. "Harry, do you mind if we open them?"
"Go ahead," said Harry, still staring around in confusion. At once Ron and Hermione began tearing open envelopes as fast as they could. "This one's from some bloke who says you're completely mental," Ron announced after a quick glance. "Well, that's nice." "This witch suggests a course of shock spells at St. Mungo's Hospital for magical maladies and injuries," Hermione said, sounding disappointed as she crushed the second letter in her fist. Harry, meanwhile, had unfolded a long piece of parchment and was reading carefully.
"Hang on," he said slowly. "This one's good. She says she believes me."
Fred had started opening letters too, clearly enjoying himself immensely. "This one can't make up his mind," he said cheerfully. "Says you don't sound mad, but he really doesn't want to believe you know who's back. So now he's confused." He snorted, honestly. What a waste of perfectly good parchment.
"Harry!" Hermione cried excitedly, waving another letter. "Here's someone else you've convinced. Having read your account, I'm forced to conclude the Daily Prophet has treated you appallingly. Although I dread the thought of you-know-who's return, I now believe you're telling the truth. Harry, this is amazing." Ron gave a bark of laughter.
"Here's another one calling you barking mad," he said, tossing the letter behind him. "But this one says you've made her see the truth and that she thinks you're a hero now. She even sent a photograph, blimey." "What?" said a sickly, sweet voice behind them. "Is going on here?" Harry looked up sharply, his hands still full of envelopes. Dolores Umbridge stood behind Fred and Luna, her wide, bulging, toad-like eyes sweeping over the swarm of owls and the mountain of letters scattered across the table. Beyond her, Harry could see students from every house craning their necks to watch.
"Why?" Umbridge asked slowly, in a dangerously sugary tone. "Have you received all these letters, Mr. Potter?"
"Is getting post against the rules now?" Fred called loudly. Umbridge's eyes narrowed.
"Watch your tone, Mr. Weasley," she said sharply, "or I may be forced to give you detention."
Then she turned back to Harry. "Well, Mr. Potter?" Harry hesitated only for a second. There was no point hiding it now. Sooner or later she would see a copy of the Quibbler. "They wrote to me," Harry said steadily, "because I gave an interview." Umbridge's eyes narrowed further.
"An interview?" she repeated softly.
Harry lifted his chin. "Yes," he said, "about what happened to me last June, for reasons he could not explain." Harry glanced instinctively toward the staff table as he said it. For the briefest moment he had the odd sensation that Albus Dumbledore had been watching him, but when Harry looked properly, the headmaster appeared completely absorbed in quiet conversation with Phileas Flitwick, as though he had noticed nothing at all.
"An interview," repeated Dolores Umbridge, her voice rising into a shrill, brittle squeak. "What exactly do you mean by that?" "I mean," said Harry coolly, "a reporter asked me questions and I answered them. He picked up the magazine. Here."
He tossed the copy of the Quibbler toward her. Umbridge snatched it from the air and stared at the front cover.
As her eyes moved over the headline, her pale, sagging face slowly darkened to a blotchy, furious purple. "When?" she whispered, her voice quivering. "Did you do this?"
"Last Hogsmeade weekend," Harry replied. She lifted her head and glared at him, trembling with fury so violent that the magazine shook in her stubby hands. "There will be no more Hogsmeade visits for you, Mr. Potter," she hissed. "How dare you? How could you?" She sucked in a deep, shuddering breath. "I have tried repeatedly to teach you the consequences of spreading lies. Clearly, the lesson has not been learned. 50 points from Gryffindor and another week of detention." She spun on her heel and stormed away, clutching the magazine tightly against her chest while dozens of students watched her go. By mid-morning, huge notices had appeared all over the castle, not only on house notice boards, but pinned to corridor walls and classroom doors as well. By order of the High Inquisitor of Hogwarts.
"Any student found in possession of the magazine The Quibbler will be expelled."
The above is in accordance with Educational Decree number 27. Signed, Dolores Jane Umbridge, High Inquisitor. Oddly enough, every time Hermione Granger passed one of these signs, she looked delighted. "What are you grinning about?" Harry asked at last. Hermione gave him an incredulous look. "Harry, honestly," she said, almost laughing, "can't you see? If she wanted to guarantee that every single person in this school reads your interview, banning it was the perfect way to do it."
And, as usual, Hermione was right.
By the end of the day, Although Harry never actually saw a single visible copy of the Quibbler anywhere in the castle, it seemed as though the entire school had read every word. He heard whispers about the article in every corridor as students lined up for lessons. He heard them discussing it at lunch, muttering over it during class, and passing pieces of it from desk to desk behind teachers' backs. Hermione even reported, eyes sparkling, that when she had slipped into the girls' bathroom before ancient runes, every girl in every cubicle had been talking about it. "Then they saw me," she said breathlessly. "And of course they know I'm your friend, so they all started firing questions at me. Harry, I think they believe you. I really do. I think they've finally..." Hermione even reported, eyes sparkling, that when she had slipped into the girls' bathroom before ancient runes, every girl in every cubicle had been talking about it. "Then they saw me," she said breathlessly. "And of course they know I'm your friend, so they all started firing questions at me. Harry, I think they believe you. I really do. I think they've finally been convinced." Meanwhile, Umbridge prowled the corridors like an angry cat, stopping students at random and forcing them to empty their bags and turn out their pockets. Harry knew exactly what she was hunting for copies of the Quibbler, but the students were far cleverer than she expected. The pages containing Harry's interview had been bewitched. To anyone except the owner, they appeared to be ordinary textbook pages. Or they turned magically blank until the reader wished to see them again. Before long, it seemed as though every student in Hogwarts had secretly read the interview. And for the first time in months, Harry felt the tide beginning to turn. Naturally, the teachers were strictly forbidden to discuss Harry's interview under Educational Decree number 26, but that did not stop them from finding quieter, subtler ways to show exactly what they thought. Pomona Sprout awarded Gryffindor 20 points, simply because Harry handed her a watering can during herbology. A glowing Phileas Flitwick slipped Harry a box of squeaking sugar mice at the end of charms, whispered a delighted shh, and scurried away before anyone could notice. And during divination, Sybil Trelawney burst into dramatic tears and loudly proclaimed, much to the horror of both the class and a deeply offended Dolores Umbridge, that Harry would not die young after all, but would live to an old age and become Minister for Magic and father 12 children. Yet, what pleased Harry most happened the following day as he hurried toward Transfiguration. Out of nowhere, Cho Chang caught up with him. Before he had time to react, she had slipped her hand into his and leaned close enough for her breath to brush his ear.
"I'm really, really sorry," she whispered. "That interview was so brave. It made me cry."
Harry was not exactly thrilled to hear that his article had caused yet more tears, but he was enormously relieved that they were speaking again, and even happier when she quickly kissed him on the cheek before hurrying away down the corridor.
As if that were not enough, something almost as surprising happened moments later outside Transfiguration.
Seamus Finnegan stepped awkwardly out of line and approached him.
"I just wanted to say," he muttered, staring stubbornly at Harry's knee rather than his face, "I believe you, and I sent a copy of that magazine to my mum."
That alone would have been enough to make Harry's day. But there was more. Later that afternoon in the library, he spotted Draco Malfoy huddled with Vincent Crabbe, Gregory Goyle, and a thin, unhealthy-looking boy Hermione whispered was Theodore Nott. As Harry searched the shelves for a book on partial vanishment, they all looked up. Goyle cracked his knuckles menacingly.
Malfoy leaned close and muttered something nasty in Crabbe's ear.
Harry knew exactly why they looked so furious. He had named all their fathers as Death Eaters.
"And the best part," Hermione whispered gleefully as they left the library, is they can't deny it because then they'd have to admit they read the article.
To top it all off, Luna announced over dinner that no issue of the Quibbler had ever sold so quickly. "Dad's printing more," Luna Lovegood said excitedly, her eyes bulging with delight. "Can't believe it. He says people are even more interested in this than in the crumple-horned snorkax." That night, Harry was treated like a celebrity in the Gryffindor common room. In a spectacular act of rebellion, Fred and George had magically enlarged the front cover of the Quibbler and pinned it to the wall, so that Harry's enormous face looked down over the room. Every so often it bellowed things like, "The Ministry are morons,"
and "Eat dung, Umbridge," in a thunderous voice.
Hermione, however, was not amused. She complained that the shouting ruined her concentration and eventually stormed upstairs in irritation. Harry had to admit that after an hour or so, the joke began wearing thin, especially when the spell started to fade and the poster stopped making sense, shouting random words like,
"Dung, Umbridge," over and over again in a shrill, squeaky voice.
The noise began to pound inside Harry's skull. Worse still, his scar started prickling painfully again. Ignoring the disappointed groans of the crowd around him, who kept begging him to repeat the story of the interview, for what felt like the 100th time, Harry finally stood up and announced that he was going to bed early. The dormitory was deserted when Harry finally climbed the stairs. The silence was a relief after the constant noise of the common room. He paused beside his bed and pressed his forehead against the cool window pane. The chill soothed the sharp prickling in his scar for a moment, though it did nothing for the pounding headache behind his eyes. He still felt faintly sick. Moving slowly, he changed into his pajamas and slipped beneath the covers, hoping sleep would wash the pain away. He rolled onto his side, shut his eyes, and was asleep almost instantly. He was standing in a dimly lit room draped in heavy black curtains. A single branch of candles burned nearby, casting a pale, trembling light across the floor. His hands gripped the back of a chair in front of him. They were not his own hands. They were long, unnaturally white, and thin-fingered, like huge, pale spiders resting on the dark velvet. Their skin looked bloodless, as though sunlight had never touched it. Beyond the chair, kneeling in the pool of candlelight, was a man in black robes.
"I have been badly advised," said Harry, yet it was not Harry's voice.
It was cold.
High, cruel.
It vibrated with fury.
"Master, I beg forgiveness," croaked the kneeling wizard. His bald head shone faintly in the candlelight. His whole body trembled. "I do not blame you." "Rookwood," Harry heard himself say in that icy voice.
He released the chair and moved around it, gliding closer to the man until he stood towering over him. Harry felt strange and monstrous, taller than he should have been, looking down from a frightening height. "You are certain," he whispered, "certain of your facts, Rookwood?"
"Yes, my lord, yes," gasped Rookwood. "I worked there, in the department, after all. Avery told me Bode would remove it."
"Bode could never have taken it." "Master," said Rookwood quickly. He would have known he could not. That is why he fought Malfoy's imperious curse so fiercely.
"Stand!" whispered Harry.
Rookwood scrambled upright so quickly he nearly tripped. His pockmarked face was twisted in terror, the scars standing out sharply in the candlelight. Even standing, he remained bent, as though afraid to straighten fully. His eyes kept flicking up toward Harry's face and then away again. "You have done well," said Harry in the cold, soft voice. "Very well. It seems I have wasted months on useless plans." There was a pause. Then the voice became silky, dangerous. "But no matter, we begin again, starting now." Rookwood's breath caught. "You have Lord Voldemort's gratitude." "My lord, yes. Thank you, my lord." Rookwood gasped, sounding dizzy with relief. "I will require your assistance," said Harry. "I will need every scrap of it, starting now." Rookwood's breath caught. "You have Lord Voldemort's gratitude." "My lord, yes. Thank you, my lord." Rookwood gasped, sounding dizzy with relief. "I will require your assistance," said Harry. "I will need every scrap of information you possess."
"Anything, Master, anything."
"Good." The red-eyed voice softened to a whisper. "You may leave. Send Avery to me." Rookwood backed away hurriedly, bowing over, and vanished through a door. The room fell silent.
"Harry, no—" Voldemort turned slowly toward the wall.
There, half hidden in shadow, hung a cracked and spotted mirror. He moved toward it. The reflection sharpened.
Larger.
Clearer.
A face like bleached bone. A flat, snake-like nose.
Eyes glowing scarlet, with slit pupils.
"No!" Harry screamed.
He thrashed wildly in the darkness, tangled in his bed hangings, and fell hard onto the floor. For a few seconds he had no idea where he was. His heart hammered as he stared around the dark dormitory, still certain that the skull-white face would lunge at him from the shadows. Then a familiar voice shouted nearby. "What are you doing?" yelled Ron Weasley. Harry struggled harder, wrapped hopelessly in curtains and blankets. Ron swore loudly. "Will you stop acting like a lunatic?" he snapped, "so I can get you out of there." Harry jolted awake with a violent start, tangled in the bed curtains and gasping for breath. For one terrifying moment, he had no idea where he was. The image of the cracked mirror and the skull-like face with glowing red eyes still burned in his mind. His scar blazed with unbearable pain, as though someone had pressed a hot iron against his forehead. "Will you stop acting like a maniac so I can get you out of here?" Ron's voice burst through the darkness. Ron yanked the curtains apart and hauled Harry upright into the silver moonlight. Harry blinked at him, panting heavily, his whole body trembling. Ron looked half-dressed, one arm still stuck awkwardly in his robes, his face pale with alarm.
"Has someone been attacked again?" Ron asked urgently, gripping Harry's arm. "Is it Dad? Is it that snake?" "No, everyone's okay," Harry managed between ragged breaths, clutching his burning scar. "Well, not Avery. He's in trouble. He gave Voldemort the wrong information. Voldemort's furious."
Harry sank back onto his bed, shaking violently as he pressed his hand against his forehead. "But Rookwood's helping him now," Harry whispered. "He's on the right track again." Ron stared at him in horror.
"What are you talking about?" he asked. "Did you just see you-know-who?"
Harry looked down at his own hands in the darkness, checking they were no longer pale, spider-like, and unnaturally long.
"I was you-know-who," he said quietly. Ron recoiled slightly.
"He was with Rookwood," Harry continued. "One of the Death Eaters who escaped from Azkaban. Rookwood told him Bode couldn't have done it." "Done what?" Ron asked. "Take something," Harry said, his voice low and strained. "He said Bode would have known he couldn't do it. Bode was under the Imperius curse. I think Malfoy's dad put it on him." Ron's eyes widened. Bode was bewitched to steal something, he whispered. Harry nodded grimly. The weapon, he said. The dormitory door creaked open, and Dean and Seamus walked in noisily, laughing and talking as they got ready for bed. Harry quickly swung his legs under the blankets. He didn't want them to think anything strange was happening, especially now that Seamus had only just begun to believe him. Ron leaned closer, pretending to pour himself water from Harry's bedside jug. "Did you say," he murmured, "that you were you-know-who?" "Yeah," Harry whispered.
Ron took a huge gulp of water, spilling some of it down his front. "Harry," he said urgently, "you've got to tell." "I don't have to tell anyone," Harry snapped.
He turned onto his side, facing away from Ron. "If I were better at occlumency, I wouldn't have seen any of it. I'm supposed to block these things out. That's what they want."
By they, Harry meant Dumbledore. After a moment, Ron climbed back into bed, though Harry could hear him tossing restlessly. Harry bit down hard on his pillow as his scar burned even more fiercely. Somewhere far away, he knew Avery was being punished.
The next morning, Harry and Ron waited until break to tell Hermione what had happened. They stood together in their usual corner of the breezy courtyard, far from listening ears. Harry recounted every detail of the dream he could remember. When he finished, Hermione didn't speak at once. Instead, she stared across the yard with an intense, troubled expression at Fred and George, who were busily selling their magical hats beneath their cloaks while both of them appeared to be completely headless. Hermione finally tore her eyes away from Fred and George and spoke in a quiet, thoughtful voice. "So that's why they killed him." Harry and Ron stared at her. "When Bode tried to steal the weapon," she continued, "something must have gone wrong. I think there were protective enchantments on it or around it to stop anyone from taking it. That would explain why he ended up in St. Mungo's. His mind was damaged so badly he couldn't even speak." She paused, her brow furrowed. "But remember what the healer told us. He was getting better, and they couldn't risk that. Could they? The shock of touching the weapon may have broken the Imperious curse. Once he recovered enough to talk, he would have told everyone what he'd been sent there to do. Ron's mouth fell open, so they killed him before he could talk." Hermione nodded grimly.
"And Lucius Malfoy would have had no trouble putting him under the curse in the first place," she said. "He's always hanging around the ministry." "He was there the day of my hearing," Harry said suddenly. Then his eyes widened. "Wait, he was in the Department of Mysteries corridor that day too. Your dad thought he was trying to find out what happened at my hearing. But what if Sturgis—" Hermione gasped, looking thunderstruck. Ron blinked. "What?" "Sturgis Podmore," Hermione said breathlessly. "He was arrested for trying to break through a door. Lucius Malfoy must have cursed him too." Her words tumbled out faster and faster.
"Think about it. Sturgis had Moody's invisibility cloak, didn't he? What if he was standing guard by the door completely invisible and Malfoy heard him move, or guessed someone was there, or just cast the Imperious curse on the chance that someone was guarding it? Then, the next time Sturgis was on duty, he'd try to sneak into the department and steal the weapon for Voldemort. Ron, be quiet," she snapped as Ron tried to interrupt. But he got caught and sent to Azkaban. She turned back to Harry, her face pale, "And now Rookwood's told Voldemort how to get it." Harry hesitated. "I didn't hear everything," he admitted. "Didn't hear everything," he admitted. "But it sounded like that. Rookwood used to work there. Maybe Voldemort will send him." Hermione nodded, still deep in thought. Then, suddenly, Her expression hardened. "But you shouldn't have seen any of this at all, Harry." Harry blinked. "What?"
"You're supposed to be learning occlumency," Hermione said sharply. "You're meant to be closing your mind to this sort of thing." "I know," Harry snapped back. "But, well, I think we should forget what you saw," she said firmly. "And from now on, you need to put more effort into your lessons." Harry was so furious with her that he refused to speak to her for the rest of the day. And it turned out to be a miserable day anyway.
Whenever people weren't gossiping in the corridors about the escaped Death Eaters, they were laughing at Gryffindor's humiliating defeat against Hufflepuff. The Slytherins kept singing "Weasley is our king" so loudly and so often that by evening Filch had banned the song from the corridors out of pure annoyance. The week only got worse. Harry received 2 more dreadful D grades in potions. He was constantly worried Hagrid would be sacked. And worst of all, he couldn't stop thinking about the dream about being Voldemort. But he didn't mention it to Ron or Hermione again. He had no desire to be lectured by Hermione once more than anything. He wished he could talk to Sirius about it, but that was impossible. So he tried to force the thought into the back of his mind. Unfortunately, the back of his mind was no longer safe. Get up, Potter. A few weeks after the dream about Rookwood, Harry once again found himself kneeling on the cold stone floor of Snape's office, struggling to empty his mind. Once again, Snape had dragged old memories to the surface, memories Harry hadn't even known he still carried. Most were painful scenes from primary school, moments when Dudley and his gang had tormented and humiliated him. Snape's cold voice sliced through the silence. That last memory. What was it? Harry climbed wearily to his feet, rubbing his temples. His thoughts felt tangled and blurred after the flood of images Snape had forced out of him. "I don't know," he muttered. "You mean the one where my cousin tried to make me stand in the toilet?" "No," Snape said softly. Harry looked up. "I mean the one with a man kneeling in the middle of a darkened room." Harry's stomach tightened.
"It's nothing," he said. Snape's black eyes locked onto Harry's face, piercing and relentless, remembering Snape's insistence that eye contact strengthened legitimacy. Harry quickly blinked and looked away. "How do that man and that room come to be inside your head, Potter?" Snape asked quietly. Harry stared at the shelves, the jars, anywhere but Snape. It was just a dream. A dream. Snape repeated.
Silence stretched between them. Harry fixed his eyes on a large dead frog floating in purple liquid. "You do know why we are here, don't you?" "Potter?" Snape asked, his voice low and dangerous. "Yes," Harry answered stiffly. "Remind me, so I can learn occlumency." "Correct," Snape sneered. And dim though you may be, Harry looked up sharply, fury rising in him. "I would have thought that after more than 2 months of lessons, you might have made some progress." Snape's lip curled. "How many other dreams about the Dark Lord have you had?" "Just that one." Harry lied. Snape's eyes narrowed. "Perhaps," he said silkily. "You enjoy these visions. Perhaps they make you feel special, important." Harry's hands tightened around his wand. "No, they don't." "That is just as well," Snape said coldly, "because you are neither special nor important, and it is not your place to discover what the Dark Lord says to his Death Eaters." Harry's temper snapped. "No, that's your job, isn't it?" The words burst out before he could stop them. Silence. Harry froze, certain he had gone too far, but instead of exploding, Snape's mouth twisted into a strange expression, something close to satisfaction. "Yes, Potter," he said softly, his eyes glittering. "That is my job." He raised his wand. "Now, if you are ready, We will begin again. 1, 2, 3 legilimens. 100 Dementors came sweeping over the black lake toward Harry. He screwed up his face in concentration. They drew closer. He could see the dark, gaping holes beneath their hoods, but at the same time, he could see Snape in front of him, his dark eyes fixed on Harry's, muttering under his breath. And suddenly Snape became clearer. The Dementors faded. Harry's wand flew up instinctively. Protego! Snape staggered backward. His wand shot into the air, and suddenly Harry's mind was flooded with memories that were not his own. A hook-nosed man shouting at a cringing woman, a small dark-haired boy crying in a corner, a greasy-haired teenager lying on a bed in a gloomy room, lazily firing curses at flies on the ceiling. A laughing girl watching as a skinny boy struggled to mount a wildly bucking broomstick. Enough! Harry felt as though an invisible fist had slammed into his chest. He staggered backward, crashing into the shelves lining Snape's walls. Something glass shattered. Snape stood trembling. His face was white with rage. Harry felt the back of his robes turn cold and wet. One of the jars on the shelf behind him had shattered when he crashed into it, and the slimy, preserved creature inside now swirled in a puddle of leaking potion at his feet.
"Reparo," Snape hissed.
The broken glass mended instantly, sealing itself back together. "Well, Potter," Snape said, breathing hard. He straightened the pensieve on his desk, the same silver basin into which he had poured some of his thoughts before the lesson, almost as if checking that its contents were still safe.
"That was certainly an improvement."
Harry said nothing. He was sure he had just broken into Snape's mind. He had seen fragments of Snape's memories, moments from his childhood. The crying boy in the corner. The shouting parents. The lonely teenager. It was deeply unsettling to realize that the small, miserable child he had seen was now standing in front of him, glaring with undisguised hatred. "I don't recall telling you to use a shield charm," Snape continued coldly, "but there's no denying that it was effective." Harry kept silent.
Anything he said now felt dangerous. "Let's try again, shall we?" said Snape.
A wave of dread rushed through Harry. He was certain he was about to be punished for what had happened. They moved back into position on opposite sides of the desk. Harry's heart hammered in his chest. Now that he had seen those memories, clearing his mind would be harder than ever.
"On the count of 3, Snape said, raising his wand. 1, 2.
Before Harry could prepare himself,
Legilimens.
Harry was flying down the corridor toward the Department of Mysteries. The blank stone walls flashed past. Torches blazed in their brackets. The black door loomed larger and larger. He was moving too fast. He would crash into it. He was only feet away.
And there,
a thin crack of blue light. The door was open.
at last.
He shot through it. Inside was a circular room. Black walls.
Black floor.
Blue-flamed candles burned around the room, casting eerie shadows. There were doors everywhere. He had to keep going. But which one?
Potter.
Harry's eyes flew open.
He was lying flat on his back. He had no memory of falling.
His lungs burned as though he had actually run the corridor and sprinted through the black door. Snape towered over him, livid.
Explain yourself.
Harry pushed himself upright, rubbing the back of his head where he'd struck the floor. A painful lump was already forming.
I don't know what happened, he said honestly.
Black door. Snape towered over him, livid.
Explain yourself.
Harry pushed himself upright, rubbing the back of his head where he'd struck the floor. A painful lump was already forming.
I don't know what happened, he said honestly.
He was sweating and felt strangely feverish.
I've never seen that before. I told you I've dreamed about the door, but it never opened.
You were not trying hard enough. Snape's fury seemed even greater now than when Harry had broken into his memories. You are lazy and sloppy, Potter. It is no wonder the Dark Lord. Harry's temper flared.
Can I ask you something, sir?
Snape glared. Why do you call Voldemort the Dark Lord? Harry shot back. I've only ever heard Death Eaters call him that. Snape's face twisted into a snarl. He opened his mouth. And then a woman screamed somewhere outside the room. Both of them froze. Snape's head jerked upward toward the ceiling.
What the? He muttered. Harry could hear shouting and a muffled commotion echoing through the castle. It seemed to be coming from above, perhaps the entrance hall. Snape turned sharply toward him. Did you see anything unusual on your way down here? Potter! Harry shook his head. Then the woman screamed again. Snape gripped his wand tighter and strode from the room. Harry hesitated only a second before hurrying after him. As he raced up the dungeon stairs, the screams grew louder.
By the time he reached the entrance hall, chaos had erupted. The hall was packed. Students had poured out of the great hall, where dinner was still underway. Others crowded the marble staircase, craning for a better view. Harry shoved past a cluster of tall Slytherins and finally saw what everyone was staring at. Professor Trelawney stood in the middle of the hall. She looked utterly deranged. Her wand trembled in one hand. An empty sherry bottle dangled from the other. Her hair stuck out wildly in every direction. Her glasses were crooked, one lens magnifying one eye grotesquely. Her countless shawls and scarves hung off her in disarray, making her look as though she were unravelling. Beside her lay two large trunks. One was upside down, as though it had been hurled down the stairs after her. Trelawney stared in horror at someone standing below the staircase. "No!" she shrieked. "No! This cannot be happening. I refuse to accept it."
A high, sickly sweet voice answered her. You didn't foresee this. Harry edged sideways and saw Professor Umbridge. She was smiling. Smiling? Incapable though you are of predicting even tomorrow's weather, Umbridge said mockingly. Surely you must have realized that your pathetic performance during my inspections and your utter failure to improve would make your dismissal inevitable. You can't, wailed Trelawney. Tears streamed down her cheeks behind her enormous spectacles. You can't sack me. I've been here 16 years. Hogwarts is my home. It was your home, Umbridge said coldly. Harry felt sick at the delight shining on her toad-like face. Until an hour ago, when the Minister of Magic countersigned your order of dismissal. Trelawney let out a broken sob and collapsed onto one of her trunks. Now kindly remove yourself from this hall, Umbridge said smoothly. You are embarrassing us. But she made no move to leave.
Instead, she stood there, watching with open satisfaction as Trelawney rocked back and forth, sobbing helplessly. Harry heard crying nearby. He turned. Lavender and Parvati stood with their arms around each other, tears running down their faces. Then another figure broke through the crowd. Professor McGonagall marched straight toward Trelawney, stern and purposeful. She knelt beside her and patted her firmly on the back, pulling a large tartan handkerchief from her robes.
There, Sybil, she said, briskly. Calm down now, blow your nose. She thrust the handkerchief into Trelawney's shaking hand. It's not as bad as you think. You are not going to have to leave Hogwarts." "Oh, really?" "Professor McGonagall," Umbridge said in a dangerously soft voice, stepping forward. "And your authority for making that statement is—" A deep voice answered from the doorway. "That would be mine." The huge oak doors swung open. Students scattered aside.
Dumbledore stood framed in the entrance, the misty night stretching behind him. Harry had no idea where he had been, but the sight of him standing there in the open doorway was powerful, almost majestic. Without a word, he strode forward through the crowd. The doors remained open behind him as he crossed the hall toward Professor Trelawney, shaking and tear-stained atop her trunk, with McGonagall standing protectively beside her. Firenze stepped gracefully through the drifting mist, his golden coat shining softly beneath the torchlight of the entrance hall. His striking blue eyes scanned the crowded room calmly, though his proud bearing made many students instinctively move farther back. Gasps and whispers spread quickly among the crowd as they stared at the centaur standing before them. Professor Umbridge looked as though she had been struck speechless. Her mouth opened and closed soundlessly, her bulging eyes fixed on Firenze with a mixture of horror and outrage. For once, she seemed entirely unable to produce one of her sharp, sugary remarks. Dumbledore, however, remained perfectly composed. "Firenze has kindly agreed to take up the position of divination teacher," he announced warmly. "I am sure he will prove most capable." The silence that followed was thick with disbelief. Harry could hardly believe what he was seeing. A centaur, a real centaur, was going to teach at Hogwarts. Around him, students exchanged stunned glances, while some whispered excitedly. Umbridge finally found her voice.
"A half-breed," she squeaked, her face flushing a deep, angry purple. "You have appointed a half-breed."
A wave of anger swept through the hall. Harry saw several teachers stiffen immediately. Professor McGonagall stopped on the staircase and turned sharply, her eyes flashing dangerously. Even Dumbledore's expression cooled slightly, though he still smiled. "I believe," said Dumbledore in a calm but firm tone, "that Firenze's qualifications are what matter here." Firenze did not seem offended. He merely inclined his head with quiet dignity, though his blue eyes rested on Umbridge for a long moment, as if he could see straight through her. The hall remained silent for a heartbeat. Then the tension broke as students began murmuring again. Some looked thrilled, others frightened, and a few openly amused by Umbridge's thunderstruck face.
Harry, despite everything, felt a grin spreading across his face. For once, Umbridge had been completely outmaneuvered.
And judging by the expression twisting her toad-like features, she knew it too.